Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
6:02 in the AM, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Rob Long broadcasting live from Chicago. Jeremy Kahn and Grumpy Joe hold it down back in B-More. What's going on? Put your feet on the floor, jumpstart your day. What's up, Jeremy?
What's up, man? You had a couple of afternoon games here, and then you get to come. You're back home next, right? The Orioles play at home this weekend.
Yeah, play at home.
Yeah, everybody's talking about 4:10 if they're going to do the City Connect jerseys on that day.
Yeah, on Friday.
Yep.
It's weird because the Orioles have one day off. I have 3.
How'd that happen?
Because Friday and Saturday are nationally televised games.
Oh, you meant from there. I thought you meant from here because you can't have any more days off here.
No. Have any more?
Yeah. Yeah.
I've had a lot of days. What are you talking about?
Don't get defensive on me now. You got to get your ass to work, Rob. You've been on the road for a while.
I was going to say, like, my vacation times are about to begin. You're the winter vacation going to concerts, guy.
Well, hey, man, I got a couple this year, and I'll call out sick if you say no. Just let you guys
that's
know.
The new rule. That's the new rule. I got plenty of sick hours. Y'all won't play this game.
Yeah.
I can't have off
my
Thursday.
back and my neck.
My back Thursday, my neck Friday.
Oh, man. But yesterday was crazy. Like, I was so happy to see Gunnar hit another home run.
And another one.
And another one. And get back on track. Helsley in the 9th. You know, I know we're going to get into all that, but it was fun to see because now you got a chance for a sweep, and it doesn't make up for what happened over the weekend. But you got to feel a lot better.
Makes it feel better coming home, man.
Yeah.
Makes it feel better. Jeremy,
mm-hmm.
Joe, yesterday was the coldest game that I've ever worked in my life.
I thought the day before was the coldest.
No, yesterday was colder. It took me 3 hours to thaw out after the game. And I'm indoors, and I'm still shivering. I don't know whether it was mental or what, but I'm still shivering 3 hours after the game. So finally, I'm like, look, let me just get in the shower. I just got in the shower and just let the hot water just try to thaw me out. It was the coldest game.
Let the water glisten all over your body. So what did you, all right, so you're thawing out. Did you get into anything last night, or was it just kind of one of those days where you're like, you know what, I'm just taking it easy?
I went out and had dinner. And nothing special. It was a take it easy day.
Kind of feels like something special happened, Joe, and he doesn't want to tell us. That's what it feels like.
It was too damn cold for that, man. I didn't feel like it.
Ain't no degrees.
No, they owed me some degrees yesterday.
That is not like that's the first time. Maybe you remember one that I've ever seen a baseball game get pushed up because of cold weather.
Never.
Wind, rain, snow. Yeah.
Yes, but while we moving the game up, it's cold.
Yeah.
That'll tell you. See, here's my argument again. When's the last time Major League Baseball or anybody has moved the game because they said it's too hot?
Yeah.
Never. You like cold weather, man. Don't screw you. Don't be telling me you like cold weather. Nobody likes cold weather.
I do.
You're lying.
I'm in shorts right now.
You just want to be different. What's the temperature there?
The temp here, it's cold as
50
hell
something?
here. No.
Man, it was 50-something yesterday.
No,
up there.
It is cold here. It is.
But what's the high?
The high today is supposed to be 52. It's 30.
All right.
Hold on. It's 30 right now.
Well, you're like me, Jeremy. I don't want to hear that. You dress for the high. You don't dress for the low. I dress for the high.
I don't dress for either. I get dressed in the dark. That's why I look the way I do.
I dress for the high. I don't dress for the low.
Man, oh man,
If they say it's going to be 80 degrees and the low is 60, I'm dressing for 80. I'm dressing for 60.
Not me. I hate, man, I'm sweating in the shower. I'm not one of those guys. Like, there are spots that I didn't know on my body that sweat that as I got older, I was like, man, there's sweat coming from there.
I love the heat, man. It's supposed to be in the 60s here today.
Yeah, sure. This weather's drunk, man. You know,
it's bipolar. It is. It doesn't know what it's going to do.
I was just talking to somebody yesterday how we had the day where it was 70 degrees and the next day it was snowing. And I'm going, how on earth is this happening? But,
so we're not gonna make a big deal of it, make it a segment, but I want to ask you your take on it. What's the deal, in your opinion, Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini?
All right, so I've alluded to this a couple times, and I haven't talked about it. I mean, I have firsthand information on this because I know somebody that was that worked with her. Speaking of Rossini, when she was in D.C.,
and this is a pattern.
Yeah, so she was, first off, she was accused, and I'm going to say accused in all this, but there's a lot of smoke if you get what I'm saying. She was accused by the former Redskins GM's wife of sleeping with him.
And she went public with that.
Yes.
His wife went public with this. I mean, with receipts and details.
There's another story. Again, story. You can take it for what it's worth. I'm not saying this is true, but hey, the shoe fits, man. There was a report when Sean McVay was with the Redskins that Britt McHenry and Diana Rossini got in a fight over him, because he had slept with both of them. And this is where we get that area when we start talking about reporters, because I heard the overnight guy kind of talking about, hey, you don't throw stones, you live in glass houses, and, if she's using what she has. Look, man, I can't sleep with the players to get information. Well, not all of them. But like, then they start pulling up her old tweets of stuff that she was saying about Mike Vrabel. And I love the fact, look, I don't care what you do in your personal life. I love the fact that they're like, oh, no, we were at a resort in bikinis with a bunch of other people. What reporters go on vacation with football players? I mean, come on, man. And this is one of the things that so many women in this industry deal with, where people are accusing them of sleeping with players and sleeping with this to get ahead in the business.
Because you have some who do.
Yeah, it happens, and it paints a bad picture for the rest of them. But
you think there's some smoke to it?
Oh, smoke! I'm cooking s'mores right now. There's some fire. There's definitely fire going on there. I mean,
what adds to it is they're both married.
Yeah.
So that's what I think. I think if they were both single, it really wouldn't be a story.
I mean, I think it should still be brought up because, are you okay in our line? Look, I'm not interested in breaking any stories, so I'm not in the same line of work with them as far as I'm concerned. But when it comes down to it, sleeping with players, sleeping with coaches, I mean, there have been a lot of people. Hey, I worked with a woman in this town that was accused of that over and over and over again. A couple of them, actually. So whether or not some of that stuff's true and it's fair to them, yeah, if you're caught out and about with somebody else, that's, especially if you're at the pool and in bikinis, I think people are going to question it. And look, you can go ahead and look up all the stories that are coming out online right now about Diana Rossini and see if you believe them.
410-583-1057. So you're saying you don't think it's right because they get an unfair advantage by doing that?
No, it's definitely not right. This is the whole part of...
If there were two single people, you still think it's wrong?
With her being a reporter, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's getting ahead in the job, right? Well, maybe I should
literally
reword that. But I mean, this is the whole thing that we've talked about before with, are you getting these stories for one reason or another? You see people that jump from town to town. There's a lot of women that have been accused of this. And again, we go back to it, whether it's fair or unfair, you're going to get labeled a certain way. And that's why I don't think any of this stuff's right. But a few GMs that I talked to closer to me say that a lot of people aren't going to want to do any deals with her moving in the future. Sorry, I'm just using her headline of her BS thing that she posted about the Ravens when it came to Max Crosby.
I knew what you would.
I mean, come on, man. People out here that, he's doing this and I got this information. I don't have to do anything. Oh, what's that? I'm at the pool with Vrabel? Come on, man. Get out of here.
When do we finally say that Trevor Rogers is just a dude? We'll talk about that at 6:30. But on the other side, the Birds battle the elements. Get a win, set up for the sweep in Chicago. Orioles baseball up next on Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 1057 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 1057 The Fan.
It's springtime in Baltimore, which means baseball is back, and it's time to start thinking about getting your AC system in tip-top shape for summer. Farnan & Dermer, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for over 100 years. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys, and they've been keeping families like mine and yours comfortable with their energy-efficient HVAC systems. Act now and receive $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems from BGE. And be sure to schedule an AC Precision tune-up with Farnan and Dermer today, because before you know it, the sweltering summer heat and humidity will be here. Preventative maintenance keeps your system running at peak efficiency and ensures that your system will operate at its best when the weather changes. I got Farnan and Dermer coming out next week to check my system. For just $89, Farnan and Dermer will conduct a precision tune-up that will have your AC cranking and ready for the summer heat. Need a repair? Same-day service is available. That's because Farnan and Dermer are your rapid response heating and AC repairs and replacement specialists. So call the Comfort Guys today. 410-367-7777 or visit them at farnanddermer.com. Farnan and Dermer, Baltimore's most reliable air conditioning, heating, and plumbing service. They've been making your family's comfort their family's business since 1902.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Ready to dig? Don't miss Utility. You already know that contacting 811 before you dig is the law, but it's also good business. Because if you strike a line and you didn't contact Miss Utility, you could lose your good name, future bids, even your business. Help keep Maryland and D.C. safe. Contact 811 before you dig. Your reputation is too important to miss Utility.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this. What if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
This is the sound of resilience. Relief. The sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenebaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
Traffic, sponsored by Ariosa.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. The Beltway Inner Loop looks good. No accidents. The Outer Loop, no delays either. And the tunnel's running smoothly. Southbound 895 through the Harbor Tunnel and southbound 95 through the Fort McHenry Tunnel is running smoothly as well. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis. Are you stuck in a dead-end mechanical construction job? Well, it's time to build a real career, not just collect a paycheck. Ariosa Mechanical is hiring skilled commercial foremen and mechanics right now. Join the team at ariosamechanical.com.
Update from the Yard is sponsored by Farnan and Dermer. Beat the summer heat. Call the Comfort Guys at Farnan and Dermer for their $89 precision tune-up to make sure your system is in tip-top shape. Call 410-367-7777.
In the air to right field. That ball is headed for the flag court.
On 105.7 The Fan.
And Ward lines one to right field. That ball will get down fair in the right field corner. Alexander is in to score, and the Orioles finally break through. Taylor Ward doubles in the tying run, and we are all new in the eighth. Taylor Ward at second, and this ball jacked to right field. Well struck. Hill racing back. It's gone! Yeah. Left on left, Gunnar Henderson slams the Orioles in front.
That's courtesy of Masson. Jeremy?
Yeah.
Gunnar Henderson's a bad man. He is a bad bad dude.
So I didn't get to tell you this. Jonathan in Essex, I think he's listening, was at the Faniversary, and he came up to me and he goes, "Man, I've been wanting to talk to you about Gunner. He ain't getting no," and starts listing the money that we talked about. I'm like, okay, let's just see what happens.
Why do you honestly? And I hope he is listening, so I can say this and he can hear this. Why do you listen to that dude? That dude has one motive. He spews hate. Everything he says is motivated by one thing. He's just as bad as the people that I gave a shovel to earlier this week. He's just on the other side. I don't even listen to him.
Yeah.
Because everything is motivated by hate. I don't care whether you're black or white. I don't want to hear your crap. I don't.
Yeah.
Everything he says. If Gunnar Henderson was from Northern Bentlow and a black dude, Jonathan in Essex would be on top of a building with a microphone and speakers asking for $60 million a year. Why do you even listen to him?
Oh, I listen to everyone.
I don't.
Some people I don't hear. But
once you show me who you are, then I'm done. Well, you got to show me. All you got to do is show me. Then you're muted.
I got
and
you.
he knows it. That's why when he came down on opening day, he talked to you and Ed because I'm not listening to you. Don't even waste your time talking to me.
I talk to everyone though. Even people like.
Once you show me who you are, all you got to do is show me. All right, that's who you are. I believe you. That's it.
Rob wears this badge of like, man, F you. It just sits there.
It's just because that's 3 minutes of my life I'm never going to get back.
Yeah. Well, Joe said to me, what was it yesterday? We were talking, Joe, and he's like, yeah, talk to your therapist. This new you seems more normal. You're willing to say no and do all these other things where I would just say yes to everything. What do you need me to do? You want me to help you move? Yeah, my back's out, but yeah, I'll lift big boxes and carry them out to the car. You know, it's just how I am. But I love the Robin. I ain't listening to that, man. Screw him.
Listen to that. I'm not listening because it's all from a bad place, man. It's from a bad place.
Look,
if you thought Gunnar Henderson shouldn't get paid because he's overrated, which is ridiculous, okay, let's talk. But you and I both know that's not where that comes from.
But you know,
it's not.
I say this all the time. The easy argument is what's happening now makes me right. You know, like Gunnar had a down year last year to his standards, and now it's like, well, see, that's the guy you want to pay, and he hadn't hit a home run yet, and he's going through this, and then all of a sudden you blink and you're like, excuse me, he did what?
He has 4 home runs in week 2. I think if I'm not mistaken, it was like May.
Yeah.
Late May when he hit his 4th home run last year.
I think it was was it on the sheet or one of the? It was something I was reading that said he hadn't hit it until May of last year.
Orioles right now with a 4-2 win yesterday with a chance to sweep the White Sox. And you said it best in the last segment. Does it erase what happened in Pittsburgh? No, it doesn't. But it is what it is. It's a bounce back. It gives you a chance to come home 500. If we would have said going to the 6-game road stretch that going 500, we would have said that's disappointing. We would have. We wanted to go 4-2 at least. But I can take 500 better than I can take under 500. They have to win this game today.
Yeah, I mean, look, this same White Sox team went to Toronto and swept them.
I don't care.
Well, I'm just saying, like, no, because some people go, oh, yeah, it's the White Sox. But, hey, you're playing everybody. Maybe you look back at the beginning of the year and go, man, I can't believe we got swept by the Pirates. They're not even sniffing 500. I think they're going to be better than people expect. But
I think they're going to be a wild card contender. I said that before the series. I think they're a wild card contender.
But if you're looking at it, I just talked about this yesterday. Toronto just signed Patrick Corbin. They signed Patrick Corbin because Cody Ponce got hurt. And then Max Scherzer got hurt. So they're reeling in their rotation. The Red Sox finally won one last night after getting their ass handed to them by the Padres and everybody else that came to town. The Yankees are the only team that's winning right now, and their pitching's been off the charts amazing.
Yanier Cano. Somebody yesterday got me on Twitter that said, Yanier in Spanish means assassin. I'm like,
did you ask him?
I said, where'd you get that from? He said, I made it up. I just like him. Which I thought, that's a funny tweet. You know what I mean? To me, that's a funny. I'm like, where'd you get that? I never heard that. But Yanier Cano is on one this year. ERA of 3. He had one bad outing, but I think he looks like a guy that's headed for possibly a bounce back year.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of I think there's been some key situations that we've seen Cano in, looking like Cano of old. Yesterday, it seemed like he had a little something different yesterday, man.
Yeah.
But it's nice to, again, these are watching all these pieces come together because I know Kittredge will be back relatively soon as long as all goes well.
Switch right now,
Yeah, so, I mean, look, there's some good signs coming. It's just you got to keep stacking the W's. And I feel like right now there's a really good shot if you're able to start stacking some wins of creating some separation from the rest of the division outside of the Yankees because these teams, like as much as Oriole fans have been bitching about the Orioles and how they've played, go look at what the Red Sox and Blue Jays have done. It has been dreadful.
What's not dreadful is our boy Tito Ward. Man, that guy. I didn't like, somebody asked me at the beginning of the season, how you feel about Ward batting leadoff. I don't like it, but I'm cool with it.
Yeah.
I don't like it. Jeremy, I like it.
Yeah.
I'm honest with you. I mean, I tip my cap to whoever made that decision because I think it's the best. I think Gunnar batting second is especially as long as Ward's going to get on base like that.
Yeah, if he keeps that up, and I think Ward's one of those guys that could hit anywhere in the lineup, though. Because he does hit for power. He's not hitting for average necessarily. Maybe you get one of those years where it bumps up, but I don't care about that. He gets on base. He works counts. I think he could hit anywhere in the lineup, but I've got no problem with him batting leadoff, even though I still stand by what I said before. I'd like to see Gunnar batting leadoff, but
I do too. But I get it now. Before I'm like I really didn't get it. Now I'm in a position where okay, I get it.
Yeah.
I see what you're doing. That's fine. Let's get that done. But I like him. I think it's a great addition. Now, keep in mind, Ward's in a contract year.
Yes.
He's making $12 million this year.
And, I thought it was a foregone conclusion at the end of the year that Ward ends up walking because you have so many prospects in the outfield and that maybe some of that stuff worked itself out throughout the year.
I ain't worried about them prospects if he keeps doing what he's doing.
Well, that's what I'm saying is like if he's doing what he's doing and he fits here, depending on how the season goes, then it's definitely a guy you're going to look at and try to bring back.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. World of Stupid with Jeremy Conn at 7:15. The transfer portal has gone wild, absolutely wild. It's the time to revamp this. We'll talk about that at 7 o'clock. But on the other side, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Once again, he went 6 innings, giving up 2 runs on 6 hits, striking out 6, walking none. And I agree with his manager, Craig Albanese. Trevor Rogers didn't have his best stuff yesterday. But he went 6 innings, giving up 2 runs, striking out 6, walking none. ERA still under 2. When will we just say Trevor Rogers is just that dude? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Hey, man, if you've been missing it, I don't know why. Orioles baseball on Masson. It's the place to go for Orioles baseball. Don't miss today. 2:10 start, but it all starts at 1:30 pregame with me on O's Extra Pregame, followed by the Orioles going for the sweep here in Chicago against the White Sox. No cable, no satellite, no problem. Every Masson Orioles game also streams live on the all-new, totally refreshed Masson Plus app. Visit MassonSports.com and sign up for the Masson Plus Season Pass for only $99.99, but the offer ends April 23rd.
Attorney Aaron Snyder here. Injured in an accident? Call Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg, 1-800-INJURED. Hi, this is Attorney Aaron Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit COSECLaw.com, the people's choice.
Sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's country song. It's a song about Duke's Mayo. Says here it's got twang. That sounds good. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com. Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor, insurance licensed in Maryland.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Spring has a way of getting us moving again. Walks after dinner, weekends outside, time with the people we love. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. If your feet are slowing you down, visit a Good Feet store near you and see how personally fit arch supports can get you back to living the life you love.
Play Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery for a chance to win cash instantly, or enter the Second Chance promotion and you could win a VIP game day experience, including premium seat access and more. Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. Please play responsibly.
When you need a new HVAC system, you need it fast. Call Constellation Home. We'll rush out to your home and give you a same-day estimate. Then we'll come back the next day and install it. Is that fast enough?
You need a hand, I can assure you this, I can help.
Visit ConstellationHome.com today. You can save up to $3,000 and we'll have your new HVAC system up and running tomorrow. For next day installation, call before 1 p.m. Constellation Home, 10605.
I can help.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Step up to the plate for the Grand Slam sales event at Bob Bell Kia. Drive home a brand new Kia K4 from just $21,724. Credit challenges? We've got you covered. Don't strike out. Swing by today or visit bobbellkia.com.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. The Beltway looks good. The inner loop, no accidents. The outer loop, no delays either. In the city, southbound 895, you're on the brakes from O'Donnell Street through the Harbor Tunnel. 95 southbound through the Fort McHenry Tunnel looks good. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Orioles overcame some frigid weather and a rough day at the plate to beat the White Sox 4-2 behind a 3-run eighth inning, capped off by Gunnar Henderson's go-ahead 2-run homer. And if you just looked at the box score, you may be surprised the O's pulled out a win in this one. They'd go 3 for 15 with runners in scoring position, leaving 14 on base. Thankfully, they got the clutch hits when it mattered, none bigger than the swing from number 2.
Yeah, Gunnar. He was pretty frustrated with some at-bats, but we talk about Gunnar all the time. I love when he gets frustrated, but also, he's never out of it. He's never out of the game. He's always in the at-bat, and to him to come through, it's awesome.
There's skipper Craig Albernaz on Gunnar. Starter Trevor Rogers deserves a tip of the cap for his performance yesterday as well. He'd go 6 innings, giving up a pair of earned runs. His ERA now stands at 1.89 after 3 starts, though he received a no decision yesterday. Yennier Cano, your winning pitcher of record on Tuesday afternoon. Today, the O's go for a sweep of the White Sox and a 2:10 matinee. Kyle Bradish takes the bump for Baltimore. Chicago counters with Evan Burke. One more note on the O's. Prior to yesterday's game, the Birds moved starter Zach Eflin to the 60-day IL as he mulls over the options for his injured right elbow. Your Wednesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A chilly morning gives way to lots of sunshine, highs in the mid-50s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play home run riches from the Maryland Lottery. You could win instantly or win cash for Orioles home runs as a contestant of the game. Please play responsibly. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Morning show on the Fan. Rob Long broadcasting live from Chicago. Jeremy Kahn, Grumpy Joe holding it down back in B-More. I'll be back on my way home later on this afternoon, early evening. You know, the good thing about being on the road a long time, Jeremy?
What's that?
You miss home.
Yeah.
it makes you miss home, man. Last year, 18 starts. Trevor Rogers, 9-3. And he really can't control what the record is. Like, he pitched well enough to win yesterday. The Orioles win. He just wasn't around when the decision was made. So he didn't get the decision in that.
Mm-hmm.
He was, at one point, they were trailing 2-1. He could have gotten a loss yesterday in spite of his pitching so well. But last year, he pitched 109 in two-thirds innings, had 103 strikeouts, only gave up 22 earned runs, only 6 home runs, with an ERA of 1.81. This year, after 3 starts, 19 innings pitched, 14 strikeouts, ERA of 1.89. Everything else looks good, Jeremy. The whip last year, 0.9. This year, 0.05. He is putting together a string of about 21 starts where he's the dude. Where are we going to start referring to him as that dude?
I almost want to treat it like Mark Jackson, right? Mama, there goes that man again. Because every time he goes out there, he's been just locking in and basically shutting down opponents. Something I read yesterday said his stretch from last year to this year is the greatest stretch for an Orioles pitcher ever.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable to even see in this day and age of what we have with specialists and, you know, sometimes the ball's juiced and you're playing in these smaller ballparks and all these other things that can happen in a game. But every time he goes out, even when it's like, hey, he doesn't look like Trevor Rogers that I saw in 2 starts ago. And then you look at the final lines like, oh, he went 6 and gave up 2. Yeah, he's great. I think he is as advertised, and I'm sorry, I don't need to see anymore. I'd pay him right now.
No doubt about that. I mean, there's no doubt about that. You talk about that. He goes out. Because yesterday, it was nothing phenomenal. It was nothing dazzling. You know, I mean, the velo was down a little bit, and you'll have that in cold. Talking to Ben McDonald, I was like, it's cold, Rob. You're not as loose, so you're not going to let it rip as much as you normally do because your body's not as loose. Although, don't tell. I mean, I saw the back end of the game, and it was cold also for Ryan Helmsley, and he was humping up 100. But I get it. But Trevor Rogers is the same dude that his rookie year had a 2.64 earned run average, 133 innings pitched, 157 strikeouts. He had more strikeouts than innings pitched that year. I think he is that guy. I think you're seeing the maturation, or maybe the final destination, really, for one of the game's better pitchers. If Trevor Rogers was on any other team, Baltimore Oriole fans would want Trevor Rogers.
Yeah.
But when he's on your team, let's wait for the next start. And you know what's going to happen, Jeremy. Everybody has a bad start. He had 1 last year, 2 last year. Everybody has a bad start. When he does, then people will think he's that guy versus what you've seen for the past 21 starts. So I would say 19 of the last 21 starts.
Yeah, and again, just going back and watching what he's done every time he's gone out. And I think you said it best. It is funny how we covet other people's players. Like, man, I wish we had a guy like that on our team. Maybe you do. Maybe you have a front. Like, people were all upset, and I went over this. All the pitchers that were out there that the Orioles were allegedly in on. Suarez hasn't pitched well. Dylan Cease, I don't think anybody was giving him the type of money the Blue Jays gave him. Hasn't pitched like they think Dylan Cease should. And Framber Valdez is the only one that's been as advertised, but it's still a long season, too, to see how that plays out. But you've got frontline guys here. Maybe it's not the names and these studs that you thought as you look at other teams. But I'm sorry. I think Bradish is going to be a frontline guy, and I think Trevor Rogers already is.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. I think he's a frontline guy, too. You can always throw in if he stays healthy. And, yeah, you're right about that. But what I love about him is this guy knows how to pitch. You got a lot of throwers out there. Guys who just rear back and max effort all the time. When you watch Trevor Rogers work, he's not max effort all the time.
Yeah. He's not sitting in the high 90s either.
That's what I mean. He's 91, 92 miles an hour. He knows how to dial it back. He knows how to give you a little bit. He's not worried about you making contact from time to time. But at the same time, if he needs a strikeout, he had 6 yesterday. If he needs a strikeout, he's going to get a strikeout. And what gets me is he doesn't throw 98, 99 miles an hour, Jeremy, but he strikes you out in the zone. That's the weirdest thing, that with the stuff that he's giving you, he's still striking you out, throwing it in the zone. That's dangerous.
Yeah, I think there are times like you could look at it first and third and go, is he going to get the soft contact and try to turn the double play? He had it yesterday in the game where it was first and third, 1 out, I believe. And did he get somebody to pop up?
Pop up.
And then they had the issue. Man, I already heard people going after Pete Alonso after the error at first base, and then he comes back and makes the next play. Oh, this is they shouldn't have signed him. They shouldn't have. I'm like, man, we are some kind of negative every single which way. Guys are going to make errors. Yeah, it sucks in the moment, but we should get rid of them after the fact. Like the same thing with Trevor Rogers when that trade was made, and everybody's like, oh, this sucks. And now you see what he's become. And it ended up being about, hey, we've got extra years of control for him, which is great. But now you're looking at a guy that I think everybody is going to want if he hits the free agent market.
I just hope he doesn't. God, I hope he doesn't. Yep. You might not be able to bring him back. If a left-handed starter, a left-handed front-of-the-line starter in baseball, you might not be able to get him back.
And by the way, I know the game you play, it's like, oh, I need to see him do it before we pay him, and I need to see this. But the longer you wait, the more he might look at himself and go, hey, man, I can make a lot more if I go to free agency. And there are a couple guys. Like Gunner's one of those guys that said he didn't want to negotiate during the season. You can talk to his agent, but he's focused on baseball. I think there's more to it than just that, because the longer you show your talent and showcase yourself, it just takes one team out there, Rob, to want you as much as or more than anyone else to drive that price up. And the way Rodgers is pitching, you're going to tell me one of these other teams wouldn't throw a boatload or a buttload of money at him, whichever one he wants.
Yeah, I'm hoping that they can talk to him. Dazzle him a little bit, man. Tell him how much you love him.
Yeah.
Whisper in his ear. Do whatever you got to do.
Maybe think of Home Alone, what was it, Home Alone 2? I love you. Yeah, come on, Trev. Yeah, man. Again, I'm in that group. I would pay him today. And I know you're probably going to have to overpay just so he doesn't hit free agency. But if he hits free agency, you're going to pay even more.
Give me a definition give me a number what you consider overpay.
Oh God, Framber just got $39 million a year, and I don't know that he has the track record that Framber has.
So what would
but he's younger. I still think he's going to get somewhere in that range. I think he's going to get between 30 and 40 million a year. Maybe it is 5 years, 150 million. And I'm probably lowballing him there.
And I'm telling you this, I disagree with you.
How much?
That's not overpaying him.
Okay.
If he gets that, that's not overpaying him.
Well, I'm saying that's what I think he ultimately gets.
Yeah, but I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm disagreeing with that's the definition of overpay. If he's a left-handed starter that's proven to be a front-of-the-rotation guy. If a left-handed pitcher can get righties out in baseball, then your value. We just signed the guy who was out of baseball for 3 years, who got back in it. So we traded for a guy from the Cardinals just the other day.
Yeah.
Why was he even allowed back in baseball? Because he's left-handed.
That's the only reason why? Let me see your other hand.
If he's right-handed, then there's 100 behind him. But because he's a lefty that can get people out, that makes him more valuable. There are more right-handed batters than left-handed batters. So if you got a lefty that can get right-handers out, do you know what he's going to do to lefties?
Yeah. I mean, look, he's been dominant to both sides. And again, like talking about overpaying him, you asked me what I think he gets. I don't know that he gets more than Framber, who got $39 million a year. But if it's around that number, if you let him get out there and the Yankees are looking at their situation, or even the Dodgers start looking at all the imports and the guys that we might move on from this, we might move on from that. And they're not the only teams. I mean, hell, every team's going to be looking for a lefty that can shut down opposing lineups the way he can.
Say it again. Every team, that's what makes them. That's why I said it's not overpaying, because everybody wants one of those. I'm not saying you don't want the right-handed front of the line starter. Yeah, that's valuable. But to get the lefty too, man, they're rotations that don't have lefties in it, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Give me a rotation that doesn't have a right-handed pitcher.
Oh,
they don't exist. They don't exist. They're rotations that do not have a left-handed starter.
Yeah, we've had teams that their top 3 pitchers were lefties, and I'd have to go back because I remember that's happened.
Right.
But, like, we've had teams that all 5 of their starters are right-handed. You know, like, you're never going to see that with lefties.
The transfer portal has gone wild. It's the time to revamp this. We'll talk about that at 7 o'clock. But on the other side, we want to hear from you. Trevor Rogers, when are we going to just say he's that dude? Also, how much would you pay him? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
We'll break down what the Orioles did in last night's series opener against the White Sox.
North Carolina is expected to pay new head coach Michael Malone $50 million across 6 years, making him one of the highest-paid college basketball coaches. Malone, who was most recently the coach of the Denver Nuggets, hasn't coached college ball since he was an assistant at Manhattan in 2001. If Malone doesn't win soon, this could be a big mistake for UNC. I'm Addie Bates.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Traffic brought to you by Comprehensive Injury Prevention Solutions. Just like athletes, workers need preparation to perform safely. The Career Care Program from CIP Solutions builds ergonomic confidence into every shift, reducing strain and preventing setbacks before they happen. Learn more at careercare.co. Stronger teams, fewer setbacks.
Traffic is sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com. Box Hill, best crab cakes in Maryland.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm going to have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality vitamins from Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com,
an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Low 30s this morning. Today, clear high of 52. This weekend, mid-60s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Spring is here. It's time to turn up the heat. Fresh season, new energy, and a perfect excuse to try something different. Find it all at Lions Den. Go to lionsden.com or visit Catonsville, Cockeysville, Severn, and Pasadena and make this season unforgettable.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. 895 southbound is stop and go from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95, you're on the brakes from O'Donnell Street through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The Beltway inner loop looks good. The outer loop is slow at Harford Road. And the west side's starting to slow down a little bit. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn. And we asked for number one starters, Jeremy. Okay, I keep referring to him as front of the rotation. Is he at number one?
Yeah.
Trevor Rogers.
I don't think there's any question.
He's a bona fide number one.
Yes.
It's not too soon to call him that.
No, I don't think so. I mean, look, we have... And again, it's not necessarily a full season of that. Could he revert back to what he was? Sure. But the one thing we wanted to see was, how does he start this season off? And he looks just like he did last year. Maybe a little bit more dominant last year with the stretch run he got on. But also, you're coming out of spring training, working yourself up. We'll see what he looks like the rest of the way. But I think he is. And this is the one time I would take a chance and go. I think the longer you wait, I think the higher the price gets for him.
I think he can ramp up to be even better.
I do too.
I don't think he's the best version of himself this year. I don't. I mean, he's a guy with an ERA under 2, and I'm not talking ERA-wise. I mean, because anything could happen with that. I don't think he's going to be a 3.5, 4 ERA guy. I don't think he's that. But I think he's a guy that can be even more dominant than he is right now. I think he's getting by on his stuff, which is not a bad thing. He can do that all year as far as I'm concerned. But I think he has the ability to just be jaw-dropping good for maybe 4 or 5 starts. He can be what he is right now, but there's about 5 starts that he can throw. And you know as well as I, 30, 32 starts. If you have 5 jaw-dropping starts, that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot in the season for 30-something starts, 30 to 32 starts. And then you have 3 or 4 where you're just awful. And then the rest, you're this. That makes you a number one starter. And I think I think he's that guy. He's going to have 2, 3, maybe 4 bad starts. It's going to happen if he's starting 32. But I think he's a guy that can be everybody's number one.
Yeah.
He goes up, in my opinion, with you name a number one starter in baseball, and Trevor Rogers can go inning for inning.
And Rob, we've talked about this. So a couple things. You notice it with him when he doesn't have his best stuff, and all of a sudden you look down and go, damn, he still went 6 innings and gave up 2 runs or less.
Yes.
Like you see it all the time. But the other thing that people need to realize is, like, we've had guys that kind of catch on late. And I think this was he won the Rookie of the Year, I believe, his rookie season.
No,
and
he was second.
Second, but he made the All-Star team.
Right.
And then kind of fell apart. And it's like you saw the talent that was there. And now that it's turned around, we've seen this before. Chris Carpenter, I bring up all the time with the Blue Jays and what he turned into with the Cardinals with a 5-run ERA. Talked about Lucas Giolito and Dylan Cease with 5-run ERAs until it finally caught on. The biggest example is probably Roy Halladay. If you go look at him early on, you go, man, that guy sucks. And then all of a sudden turned into one of the best pitchers in baseball. Now, I don't know if Trevor Rogers becomes that, but, man, I got a pretty good feeling that's going to happen. He's going to become that guy, one of the best pitchers in baseball. We've seen it now for almost a full season.
Well, we did the interview yesterday, the walk-off interview, and I chose Tito Ward. And Tito said he should have caught that ball in left field. He said it. He catches that ball in left field, we're talking about 6 shutout innings probably.
Yeah, and I think too, like when you look at those types of conditions, certain guys are not going to excel in those conditions. And I think even at times, standing out in the outfield, freezing your ass off, waiting for a ball to come to you, maybe you get a late jump. I'm not trying to give anything to Ward, but I like the fact that he spoke up after the game. But the defense has let us down a couple of times this year, which that's the one thing, and I think you brought it up, really needs to be shored up. And it's not just the outfield defense. It's been some of the infield defense as well.
410-583-1057. Let's go to Baltimore and get Rashawn. What's up, Rashawn?
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Morning.
Good morning.
Hey, first of all, I was one of them guys that was mad about the trade. Was it last year, the year before? Whenever we traded for Rogers, and gave up Norby and the guy that made the Star was the guy that made the All-Star team. So I'm still on the fence about him, but I'm not, like I said, I hope the guy does continues to do good. But I think we're going to definitely have to overpay him.
What fence are you on? Because I didn't see that fence. I just saw a good pitcher. What do you mean you're on the fence?
No, he's definitely a good pitcher. But we're going to have to overpay the guy to stay here because a guy like him wants to go back home or close to home and play somewhere.
Let me ask you. Let me say this to you, Rashawn. We want great pitchers. You want great pitchers on your team, right?
Yes.
So you can't worry about what you got to pay him. You can't. If you have a great pitcher, he's going to be. That's not overpaying. The number that Jeremy threw out is not overpaying. That's the price that the cost of the game. That's like saying, man, I want a luxury car. I want this. I want that. I want this. Somebody said it was $55,000. Then you don't want those things. If you're not willing to pay that, then you don't want that. If you want a top of the line starter, then you got to pay top of the line starter money.
What if he don't want to probably stay here? What if his thing is like, listen,
stop that mealy mouth stuff, man. Why would you not want to stay here? Because it's Baltimore, it's the Orioles. Man, stop it, man. You guys are losers.
By the way,
I'm serious. You guys are what if you don't want to stay here? I hope you don't approach life that way. I don't want to go for what's big because I might not get it.
Didn't he turn his career around in Baltimore? Like, I'm not saying that's the sole reason to stay, but if you're
that's a
offering
huge
money,
reason. That's a huge reason.
Comfortability.
We all said Zach Eflin didn't want to come back to Baltimore. He wants to go back home. When Zach Eflin, when I talked to him in spring training, I feel bad for him, not just because he's hurt, because I know how happy he was to be back. He chose to come back. We keep acting like these people don't want to be here. Ward, man, I love this organization. I love them. Why? More information, technology is so much better. Ward just went on and on and on and on why the Orioles are a better organization. We had started to do some things with the Angels, but here's just so much more. I mean, like, the technology is insane. This is what a player's saying.
Rob, I think some people still think the old ownership owns this team. Like, it's not – I don't know what else Rubenstein has to show you in the offseason and what they've done at the ballpark and what they've done everywhere else, that this isn't the same ownership.
Blaze Alexander compares the two organizations, the one he played for in Arizona to this one, is like, oh, man, I'm telling you, things are different here. These are guys who played elsewhere, who tell you things are different. But you all keep walking around like we ain't crap.
Yeah. I also think, too, like, until we finally get there, even when they win, even if they get to the World Series and win over the next few years, there's still going to be a group that still has, well, they're not going to do it again. It's like, all right, well, okay.
Let's get Mike in Harford County real quick before we go to the break. What's up, Mike?
Hey, how you guys doing, man?
Good. Doing well. How are you?
First of all, you don't get drafted number 13 in the first round out of high school if you don't got something coming into the game, let alone what he's doing this year.
Yeah.
Right.
He isn't like a guy who was drafted in the 18th round and he kind of surprised some people. He was on everyone's radar when he was 17 years old. That's number one. Number two, he comes in, has a lights-out rookie year. That's not a mistake. When we got him, I said, that's not a mistake. Something's not right. His velocity was down 3 or 4 miles an hour. He said when he got injured, his velocity went down. He stopped working out on his legs. He got back in shape. And as soon as he did that, he got back to himself, and he's back where he was. So he's drafted 13th. He did it his rookie year, was an all-star, and now he's doing it again. He had a gap in the middle. That happens to people. And, he talks about overpaying. I'll leave you with this. There's an expression called overachiever. There's no such thing as an overachiever in the person's mind who did it. The word overachiever comes from another person who has a lid on the individual who believed that they could do it. If you ask the person who did it, he goes, no, I achieved. You ask the person who didn't believe in him, oh, he's an overachiever. No, we don't need to overpay him. We need to pay him what he's worth. Have a good day.
Good stuff, man. I like that a lot.
I do.
It's true. It's the cap that we put on him. The only reason I say something like overpay is because of what the market says a pitcher is worth.
Well, also it was the context of the conversation, too.
Yeah.
I mean, I asked you a question leading to that. And then I just countered that by saying I disagree. That's not overpaying them. Kind of what Mike said. That's just paying them.
Yeah.
World is stupid at 7:15, but on the other side, the transfer portal has gone bananas, folks. It's a time to revamp this thing. Baltimore's big bad morning show on the Fan.
In terms of the draft, everybody says we're going to take the best player available, and that's usually not true.
Brian Billick on this year's Ravens draft.
But in the 14th, those guys in the 10 to 20 range, those are guys that have been pushed out of the top 10. There could be a major difference between the 14th guy on your board and the 20th guy on the board. Eric DaCosta, obviously a disciple of Ozzie Newsome, will take what their board says is the best player available, even if it's not at a specific position.
105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. Right now, Town Appliance is celebrating their 47th anniversary, and that means savings on select appliances for you. Shop over 70 trusted brands, including GE, Cafe, Monogram, and more. With nationwide delivery, Town Appliance makes it easy to shop at their beautiful showroom or right off their website. Ask for Mayor and Mayor for service that you can trust. Visit the modern showroom off Reisterstown Road. Call, text, or shop online at townappliance.com.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Need a new water heater? Call the Constellation Home Hot Water Hotline. We'll give you $200 off a new water heater with same-day installation guaranteed. And if you find a better price, we'll match it.
You need a hand, I can assure you this, I can help.
Call the Constellation Home Hot Water Hotline at 888-243-2120. Call before 4 p.m. or Sunday before 1 p.m. for same-day installation guaranteed. 89794.
I can help.
Ready to dig? Don't miss Utility.
The costs of not contacting 811 before you dig continue to rise. First-time offenders face state fines up to $2,000 and repeat offenders up to $4,000. And if you hit a line, repair bills and lawsuits could top $1 million. We know you're under pressure to get the job done, but contact 811 before every dig. It's not worth the cost to miss utility.
Planning on using cannabis? Then it's time to plan your ride home, too. Never get behind the wheel when you're high. You might think you're driving better, but the fact is, you're not. Designate a sober driver or use a rideshare so we all get home safe.
We're home.
Be the driver who makes a plan. Be the driver who saves lives. Learn more at zerodeathsmd.gov. This message brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Springfest means more sun, more fun, and more free at Lowe's. Keep your yard in line with an additional free Ego 56-volt battery when you buy a select Ego mower, trimmer, or blower. Plus, keep landscaping fresh with Stay Green 1 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for $10. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
311 and Dirty Heads bring their So Glad You Made It tour with Ocean Alley in Rome to Merriweather Post Pavilion on July 22nd, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Tuesday afternoon in Chicago, the Birds earn a comeback win over the Sox.
Taylor Ward at second, and this ball jacked to right field. Well struck. Hill racing back. It's gone! Yeah. Left on left, Gunnar Henderson slams the Orioles in front.
The call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Gunnar Henderson puts the O's ahead with a huge 2-run homer to right field, making it 4-2 Baltimore in the 8th, and that would end up being your final score as the O's overcome some frigid temperatures and some struggles at the plate to take Game 2 of 3 against the White Sox. Overall, the Birds went 3 for 15 with runners in scoring position, but thankfully, the box score does not reflect the outcome. In that pivotal 8th inning, Blaze Alexander and Taylor Ward hit back-to-back doubles, tying it at 2, and then Gunnar put the cap on Baltimore's comeback with his 4th long ball of the season.
I feel good. I feel like I'm very close to getting back to where I want to be and making good swing decisions and giving myself plenty of chances to get the job done.
There's Gunnar after the victory. Today, the O's go for a sweep of the White Sox in a 2-10 matinee. Kyle Bradish gets the start for Baltimore. Chicago counters with Evan Burke. Your Wednesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A chilly morning gives way to lots of sunshine, highs in the mid-50s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Baltimore County Golf. Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golfing fun and affordable. All 5 courses are challenging and fun for golfers of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Jeremy Kahn, the transfer portal has gone absolutely bananas, my friend. I love the fact that the players can up and go to a better situation. But we got this yesterday. You actually sent this out. Mm-hmm. There are 5,607 Division I men's basketball players. 5,607. Do the math. But 2,901 players are currently in the transfer portal. More than half are in the transfer portal. That's crazy. That's absolutely insane.
Yeah, then he's one of those Tracy Morgans. That's crazy. Because that's how it feels. I mean, you're looking, and by the way, this isn't all the names that are going to end up in the transfer portal. There's going to be more than this as well. It may not be much more, but there will be some players that go, well, hell, they left, the coach left, I'm leaving. Depending on how things break down now. It's an ugly look because the bad part is the top guys in there aren't going to have anything to worry about. Somebody's going to want them. There's a bunch of guys that are in that transfer portal that think they're worth way more than they are, and they're going to wind up getting their come to Jesus meeting real quick.
Well, as I learned, I told you yesterday, I've learned that the transfer portal is also a way of negotiating.
Yeah.
People have used that. I'm going in the transfer portal to get a better deal. Because if you're paying me $200,000 and I go in the transfer portal and get me $250,000 or $300,000, maybe I can come back to you and get even more. And that some people are using it for that. And I think this is not only a product of you being able to go when you want, but it's also a product of the NIL.
Yeah.
Because that's my way of negotiating.
Well, and I never even thought about it that way, but now obviously that makes sense when, we used to get mad at players, and I think, I don't want to say we, but I think as like a society or whatever, when everybody comes to I feel like in years past it used to always be pro-owner, and I think more and more people are starting to realize, like, hey, these guys got to use everything they can to make every dollar they can, and if they're not, that money's going to somebody else. It's going to the billionaires up top. So college basketball and college football might be a little bit different, but I don't think these universities are making money hand over fist. They've been making money off of these kids' backs for years. So why not? Why not try to get all you can? So I can't fault them for doing it. I don't personally like it because of some of the things that we've seen already and how this game has changed. I don't know that mid-majors are going to get back to where they were before. Every once in a while you'll see a team make a run, but for the most part, I think this is going to be top-heavy in college hoops.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. The coaches started this. I mean, how many coaches this year allowed their names to be out there for a while for another job?
Yeah.
Only to get a better deal. That's akin to the transfer portal. Let my name, I'm not leaving, but I'm going to let my name flow out there for a while. I can get a better deal. And that's what the players are doing. I may not leave, but if I go in the portal and have them think I'm leaving, then maybe I can get a better deal. Well, and you don't want the players to do it. I get it. You don't want them to do it. But they are the reasons that the coaches are getting better deals. So you want to get yourself a better deal. You want to get a 7-figure deal, and you're upset with my 6-figure deal?
Yeah. And you know why I wanted to see this? Like, I wanted to see this stuff happen because coaches have been doing this for a long time, man, just getting up and leaving. And meanwhile, the player that they recruited is stuck there going, I got to wait a year now to go somewhere else when this guy bailed on me. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the coaches leaving. You get a better opportunity. You do what's best for you. But we have seen, and I brought up Kelvin Sampson and a bunch of other coaches, Pete Carroll, a bunch of other guys that kind of get the hell out of Dodge before the sanctions come down as well. And then that leaves the players there waiting going, oh, we can't get into postseason play, and I got to wait a year now before I can go to another school? I think this is better, but I also think there needs to be, I don't want to say a cap on this, but like maybe you can only transfer once. Maybe that's the case. If you transfer a second time, then you have to sit out a year. Because there are some guys that are in that transfer portal all 4 years, man. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Let's go to Bel Air and get Dave. What's up, Dave?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I agree with everything about, they deserve to be compensated as players, but as a lifelong college basketball fan, I went to every game when I was an undergrad, and I just can't watch the regular season anymore. I've been a fan for my alma mater for 20-plus years, and I can't watch it. I can't get behind it. I don't know the players anymore. It's March Madness still feels the same, but it's been a couple of years now with the transfer portal, and I don't get excited for the games anymore.
Let me ask you this: you can't watch the regular season because you don't know the players. Do you know who they are in March Madness? I mean, they're the same players.
But then in March Madness, there's 63 other teams, right? Well, you're just enjoying the games.
Well,
right?
all those teams play in a regular season too, though. I don't. Okay, I mean, I hear you, and I understand why you can't watch the games. I understand that part. I don't understand how it's different during March Madness.
I didn't want to put words in his mouth, but I thought he was going to go with the fact that you have all these new players. You really don't figure out who's who until you get midway to the end of the season, and that's
exactly
that's where I thought he was going.
That's where I thought he was going. That's why I asked him. I thought he would say, "Well, by March, I know who they all are.
Yeah.
But then again, he can't because he's not watching. So how do you know who they are? I understand the first concept. The current system has soured you on the game. I get that. I'm not debating that. I just don't understand how you could, like, from November through the end of February, not watch, and then all of a sudden in March, you're excited for it. That part I don't understand.
Yeah.
If I'm checked out, I'm checked out. Last year, I didn't watch the NBA playoffs. I was checked out altogether.
Well, last year made it easy to not want to watch the NBA playoffs, I thought, the way that everything kind of broke down. And, the teams, I just think a lot of people didn't care.
Is the power back for Gunner? We'll talk about that at 7:30, but on the other side, we get stupid with Jeremy Kahn.
Yeah, a couple of really interesting stories that we have here. One of which, we did the competing thing with the Mexican Olympian that said he got kidnapped. Well, this is actually a real thing that happened today, or this past week. Software company accidentally sent 120 of their employees to what they deemed Diarrhea Island. It was a survivor-like thing that they were doing. The winner gets $500K. I'll tell you how that ended. We're also going to talk about that goofball that went out gambling for the Atlantic. They gave him $10,000 to gamble and all the stuff he's saying. This is a situation where two things can be right. That guy can be a douchebag and lying about what's going on, and gambling can be bad for you. And lastly, it's here. What's in my butt? We're going to play What's in My Butt today. And
I'm so glad I'm here.
It's a doozy. Rob, and the thing that's in my butt today, you've had in your hands plenty of times. I'll tell you what it is when we come back.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Ain't no party like a big bad party, because a big bad party won't stop. That's what we're doing on Friday. The Big Bad Breakfast Takeover at Elephant in the Room from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. You know what time it is. It's the same time of the show. We're broadcasting live. Southern-style breakfast, live putting contest. I might get into that with somebody. In fact, I think I will. Golf packages and giveaways all morning. This is where Baltimore wakes up. Elephant in the Room. You got to get there. If you haven't been there, you have to go. It's one of my favorite places around. It's my Sunday spot on Veterans Highway in Millersville. Go to eatdrinkelephant.com. I'll see you there on Friday.
Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Running late? Don't speed. You can get pulled over, cause injuries, or worse. Drive safely and follow the speed limit. Be the driver who saves lives. Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant now open in Millersville.
Hey, it's Rob Long. Golf fans, don't miss this. This Friday, tee off the big golf weekend at Elephant in the Room from 6 to 10 a.m. with the Big Bad Morning Show live, plus a Southern-style breakfast, full bar, and putting contest giveaways. Join us Friday morning in Millersville. We'll be there.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Ready to dig? Don't miss Utility. You already know that contacting 811 before you dig is the law, but it's also good business. Because if you strike a line and you didn't contact Miss Utility, you could lose your good name, future bids, even your business. Help keep Maryland and D.C. safe. Contact 811 before you dig. Your reputation is too important to miss Utility.
Hey Birdland, hit the yard on Saturday, April 11th when the O's take on the San Francisco Giants. 15,000 fans will take home a special Jackson Holiday bobblehead.
Jackson Holiday, that ball is gone.
Featuring his dog Coconut. Don't miss it. A rising star, his four-legged best friend, one must-have collectible.
Being able to
to come back to him after the games. He's the best.
Get your tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
Hey, football fans. This is Jonathan Ogden, Baltimore Hall of Famer. You know, during my career, I learned that success comes from having the right team around you. That's why I trust Dr. Lairfield and the team at the Smile Design Center for all my dental care. Has fear kept you away from the dentist? I get it, but Dr. Lairfield offers sedation options that make your experience comfortable and stress-free. In just a few visits, they can completely redesign your smile, giving you that confident smile you've been dreaming about for years. With the advanced technology Dr. Lairfield uses, tooth replacement and cosmetic work has never been easier. Plus, they offer financing options with monthly payment plans that work for your budget. So don't wait. Protect your health and your smile for years to come. So Baltimore, take it from someone who knows what championship-level service looks like. Call the Smile Design Center today because everyone deserves a winning smile.
The Smile Design Center with Dr. Lairfield. Call 410-321-1100 or visit smiledesignDoctor.com. That's smiledesignDoctor.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. 895 southbound heading into the city is stop and go from Pulaski Highway through the Harbor Tunnel. 95 southbound, you're on the brakes from Eastern Avenue through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The Beltway Inner Loop, no accidents. The Outer Loop is a bit slow at Liberty Road on the west side. I-70 eastbound is slow right at Route 40. And 295 southbound is a bit slow at 175. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Highlighting stupid around the world. It's time for Jeremy Kahn's
Come on, dumbass, play it.
World of Stupid.
All right. Let's start it off with this guy from The Atlantic, McKay Coppins, if that's his real name. Good God. So this is a guy that did a report on online gambling and the effects it can have on people. And I want to say, look, gambling, there are some serious issues. There's a lot of things that, get people caught up, whether it's chasing, even just getting away from it. Everybody thinking they're always going to win. We've seen people lose their livelihoods, their families, all that stuff from gambling. There's a lot of bad things that come along with gambling. But this guy report, he's lying. If you actually read what this guy wrote about, he said, it only took a few weeks before I was hiding in the kitchen pantry to put my bets in so my kids didn't see how much I was gambling. First off, you're lying. You didn't hide in your pantry. You were given $10,000. None of it was your money. And oh, by the way, when you started, you were winning. But you changed up your philosophy because the story's better if you lose. In the end, he needed to lose, and he started doing all these crazy things. He's not addicted to gambling. He's not still gambling. Again, there's so many things that can be true about this.
So he made this whole thing up.
No, he went out and gambled. The Atlantic gave him $10,000. Okay. But what he's telling you is, oh, my God, this is what happened to me. And his kids are older. He wasn't hiding in a pantry crying and trying to place bets.
That's what I mean, that he made all that stuff up.
I think he's lying about all of it. And so does the entire gambling community. Like, everybody's going, yeah, okay, fine. Point out some of the negative things about gambling. And there's a lot. There is a lot to point out. But don't come out with this story when you were winning money and you were following a system. Then you changed it up. And then all of a sudden in the very end, before you had to write the article, I was in a pantry and I was doing this and I'm betting all this money. It was embarrassing. Like, he wrote the story. So it wasn't somebody else following him around. He needed the story to end like this. So it's even better. And him going on TV, he's fighting back with all the people in the gambling world. This guy is such a lying douchebag, man, and it pisses me off. I'm sorry. Like, there's so many things wrong with gambling, and he doesn't even get to those things because he's lying about what he's doing. You guys can read the article and see, go listen to it, and actually go read the comments and see what everybody's talking about. If he had
I told somebody this a couple of weeks ago. You don't have to lie on me. If you tell the truth, it's interesting enough.
Yes. Well, and again, I know there's some people going, oh, this is the degenerate game. No, I have no issue with what he was doing, but he purposely tanked this thing because it ended up being a better story and it fit the narrative. If you had somebody following around a gambler or someone that just started gambling and they're writing the article, then you're going to get a more of an accurate output than this guy that needed this to happen to make this article interesting. He had a narrative that he wanted to write from day one on this. Let's get to this next story. This one's kind of crazy. The software company accidentally sent 120 of their employees to what they're deeming to be Diarrhea Island. That's right. In Honduras, $500,000 was up. And somebody said it sounded like an episode of The Office, which, yeah, they did go to the beach and do some of this stuff. Here's what happened while they were there. The hotel GM resigns 3 weeks before and says, I wish you the best with your retreat. The hotel head chef quits 3 days later. The road to the resort's unpaved and towers with machine gun-toting guards en route. Food is crap and warned not to eat salad because it'll make you sick. The Plex CEO wants veggies and eats salad. He gets E. coli on the first day. He's got colon blow going on the whole weekend. Navy SEAL brought the run team through drills, and it's a disaster because he'd never seen such an unfit group. People throwing up, and they all wanted to win $500,000. The replacement chef had never served more than 100 people food, and the chicken and beef all came out raw. Resort fumigated every day to get rid of sand fleas that were all over the resort. And it took 100-plus employees to the remote island. 20 people were stranded overnight because 8-person propeller planes couldn't fly everyone back before dark. There's no lights on their runway, so the only time they can fly out is during the day. This whole thing went down for $500K, and it just blew up in their face, and it's one of the more ridiculous things. And I love the fact that they deemed it Diarrhea Island since so many people got E. coli. It's a crazy story, man.
It is crazy.
Well, it's that time, Joe. You know, we always get to this when it's a big story in the news. We're going to play What's in My Butt.
My favorite. I want to play What's in My Butt.
See, I knew you wanted to play, Rob. Thanks for joining along. This comes from Brazil. And Joe, have you seen this story? Or Rob, have you seen this?
No.
And Rob, this is something I'd say you probably have in your hands.
See, I don't like the way you set that up because it's a saying.
We're playing What's in My Butt.
At one point in life, everybody's going to have one in their hand.
No, that's not it. That's not what got caught in this guy's butt.
I'm just checking.
I'd say 3 to 5 times a week you probably have something like this or something similar to it.
Cigar.
No, it wasn't a cigar in a butt. Joe, do you have any idea? You want to guess what's in my butt?
A microphone.
I'm a 54-year-old man from Brazil. It is not a microphone.
Yeah, well, you have that in your hand every day.
It's a 2-kilogram dumbbell. And I don't know if you work out with bands and weights, but I figured you might have a dumbbell in your hand from time to time.
I do.
Yeah, this was lodged inside his body, causing serious and dangerous obstruction after 2 days of intense discomfort. Now, I know you guys think a certain way about me that I would like to do certain things. I'm perplexed. There's a lot of dudes out there going, what?
2 kilograms.
Yeah.
It's like 4.5 pounds.
Yeah, it's close to 5 pounds, right?
So he had 5 pounds in his ass.
Yeah, he had 5 pounds in his ass. The situation quickly turned into a complex surgical challenge as medical professionals initially struggled to remove the object using standard tools. Eventually, they were forced to rely on a manual extraction method to safely resolve the case. Despite the risk involved, the procedure was successful and the patient made a full recovery. Now, I'm wondering, is this like a normal workout? Do you move up to the 5-kilogram dumbbell next, or how does that go? And what is it about some of these older dudes that are going, you know what? I think I'd like to try to fit that in my ass. By the way, you can isolate that.
I wonder if there's another story to a lot of these, like the older men going out with younger women, or paying younger women, and the woman says, let's play this game, and they put it in their butt. I wonder if that's what it is.
There's so many things we can isolate in this segment.
How can you just be at home or wherever you are and say, I think I'm going to do that?
But think about some of the things. Every year we do the year in review of what's in my butt, and there's literally like 170 items. Like somebody put a light bulb in their ass. Like there's so many reasons why you shouldn't do that.
Eddie Murphy song, put a boogie in your butt.
Put a bulb in your ass. Yeah, it's this is just
what Eddie Murphy put a boogie in your butt.
I don't know if it was him or not, but I love it. Here you go. The bizarre and jaw-dropping incident has captured global attention, highlighting the unpredictable nature of medical emergencies and the skill required to handle extreme cases. If you ever talk to an ER doctor or anybody that works in that department, find out how many people come in with things in their butts that they have to get dislodged. They're not usually as large as 2 kilogram worth of weights, but some people, it's a toy car, it's a shampoo bottle, it's, there's all kinds of things that you can fit in your butt, Rob.
It was Eddie Murphy, boogie in your butt.
Yeah, boogie in your butt. That's your world of stupid, and that's what's in my butt.
410-583-1057 is the number.
He has a stressed anus.
Fernando Mendoza doesn't want to go to the draft, and for some reason he's taking heat about this. We'll talk about that at 7:45, but on the other side. Gunnar Henderson looks like the power is back. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Welcome to the NFL Draft. Insights and analysis from the Fan's Vinny Serrato, former NFL General Manager and Director of Player Personnel.
He'll go up and get the ball. I mean, it was impressive watching him on film, but he is a really good tackler. He'll come up hard, aggressive.
Every day, Vinny provides grades and predictions for Ravens players and teams in our division.
Baltimore Ravens select.
Never miss a moment. Subscribe to Vinny and Haynie on the free Odyssey app.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
It's a Grand Slam sales event at Bob Bell Kia. Knock it out of the park in a new Kia Sportage for just $27,557. Trade in and get up to $2,000 more than CarMax. Hurry, round the bases to BobBellKia.com or call 510-288-2500 today.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. Ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
When orthopedic pain strikes, you don't always have time to wait for an appointment. That's why Ortho Maryland offers walk-in care at 5 convenient locations across Baltimore and Harford counties. From sprains and strains to sports injuries and sudden joint pain, our orthopedic experts are here to help you get the care you need. No appointment, no problem. Just walk in and get back to doing what you love. Why wait in the ER or urgent care? Go straight to the orthopedic experts. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and location information.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a staff accountant at the height of tax season.
Congrats. Looks like the company owes, $50 in taxes. How about that?
That seems low. Why only 50?
Why do you care so much? It's not your money.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Sponsored by the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
Traffic sponsored by JATC Local 24.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. The inner loop of the Beltway looks good. No accidents. The outer loop slow Hartford Road to Providence. And then you're on the brakes on the west side from 795 to Liberty. 95 southbound in the city, stop and go from Moravia Road through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Southbound 895 super slow from Pulaski Highway through the Harbor Tunnel. And I-70 eastbound is slow at Route 40. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis. Looking for a great opportunity where you can earn while you learn? Check out the Electrical Apprenticeship Program at JATC Local 24. Go to jatc24.org for more information.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Orioles overcame some frigid weather and a rough day at the plate to beat the White Sox 4-2 behind a 3-run 8th inning, capped off by Gunnar Henderson's go-ahead 2-run homer. And if you just looked at the box score, you may be surprised the O's pulled out a win in this one. They'd go 3 for 15 with runners in scoring position, leaving 14 on base. Thankfully, they got the clutch hits when it mattered, none bigger than the swing from number 2.
Yeah, Gunnar. He was pretty frustrated with some at bats, but we talk about Gunnar all the time. I love when he gets frustrated, but also he's never out of it. He's never out of the game. He's always in the at bat, and to him to come through, it's awesome.
There's skipper Craig Albernaz on Gunnar. Starter Trevor Rogers deserves a tip of the cap for his performance yesterday as well. He'd go 6 innings, giving up a pair of earned runs. His ERA now stands at 1.89 after 3 starts, though he received a no decision yesterday. Yennier Cano, your winning pitcher of record on Tuesday afternoon. Today, the O's go for a sweep of the White Sox and a 2:10 matinee. Kyle Bradish takes the bump for Baltimore. Chicago counters with Evan Burke. One more note on the O's. Prior to yesterday's game, the Birds moved starter Zach Eflin to the 60-day IL as he mulls over the options for his injured right elbow. Your Wednesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A chilly morning gives way to lots of sunshine, highs in the mid-50s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the Big Spin Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. You can win up to $50,000 instantly. Please play responsibly. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Obviously, that was a little tough to see with the shadows, but, first off, it was hats off to Blaze and Bordy for sticking their neck in there on those 99 bowling ball sinkers to get us set up. And then, thankfully I was able to get one out over the plate up. So, it worked out.
Joe found it. This is boogie in your butt, Jeremy.
How do you put a boogie in your butt?
And if you read the lyrics, he says a lot of things that you just said. I think he says, put a little car in your butt, put it real far in your butt.
Can I tell you my favorite? Everybody likes to talk about party all the time. But when Eddie Murphy and Michael Jackson did What's Up With You in that video, it's some of the funniest crap I've ever seen in my life, man.
And I'll just ask this question before we talk about Gunnar.
Yeah.
Who's everybody? Who talks about party all the time?
That's anytime they bring up Eddie Murphy singing, they bring up party all the time. That's the most famous one. But
last year, Gunnar Henderson did not have a bad offensive year. He had a down power year. Last year, he batted .274. His OPS was .787. Now, the reason why his OPS was down because his slugging was down due to the lack of home runs. Because he had a career high in doubles. He had a career high in stolen bases. But the 17 home runs, 68 RBI is what people really talk about, as well they should. He did not hit his 4th home run last year until May 9th in Anaheim, home run number 4. He hit his 4th home run this year, April 7th. Is the power back?
I think it is. Even if you look at what he's doing, like the home runs he hit too, that back-to-back days in the type of weather they were dealing with. You've talked about it. It's the 2 coldest games you've ever been to.
Yeah.
And he's hitting home runs with the wind. The wind was blowing out on Monday, to be fair, but on Tuesday it wasn't.
But even you said, the wind's blowing out. All right. It's blowing out for everybody else. It's cold outside. And you know why it's the 2 coldest games that I've ever been to?
Why?
Because number 1, I've never been assigned to a cold game like this. Number 2, if I knew it was cold, I wasn't going as a fan. So I don't. I've been lucky that I haven't been having to work a cold game. These 2 have just been ridiculously cold. But nonetheless, looks like Gunnar is back up to being Gunnar. The batting average will come up, but the OPS right now is .889.
Yeah, he said, put the word out. The power's back up. So he's ready to roll, man. Like, again, this is I don't care. That's why I was so upset with all the stuff that was going on in the World Baseball Classic. Do I think Alex Bregman's a bad player? No. But I think Gunnar is a far superior player, especially at this point of their career.
Far superior, man.
Yeah.
And you know me. You guys didn't like Alex Bregman. I love Alex Bregman.
Breggy.
I love him. He was one of my favorite players for a little while there. And I still like him. But come on. I like Will Smith. And he shouldn't have been playing over Cal Raleigh.
Oh, I thought you meant the rapper.
No, you don't.
I like Will Smith, the actor.
I don't like the rapper or the actor.
Okay.
Never been a fan. I get it. I've just never been a fan.
All right.
Gunnar, can this be a 30-30 year for him, you think?
Absolutely. I expect him to hit 30-plus bombs. That's what I expect.
30 stolen bases?
I think he can get there as well. He's a guy that, and by the way, it always feels like you walk him and then he's like, you know what? Screw you. I'm just going to steal a base because you walked me. Watch every time he walks and see if he attempts to steal. He's still pissed off about getting walked. And I think he is a guy that can steal 30 bases. I'm positive about the home run stuff. If he stays healthy, I think he's hitting over 30 bombs without a question. How much you have him run late in the season or how much you have him run if things are going well with the bat, that's all going to be up to the manager and Gunnar at that point. But I do think he's a guy, much like, I'm trying to be fair with someone that steals bases, that's not necessarily a guy like Jose Ramirez. Right? Jose Ramirez steals bases. I don't know, people would look at him and go, oh my God, he's a great base stealer, but it is part of his game. I think Gunnar can be similar to that.
He had 30 stolen bases last year, 10 of them in the last month of the year. He stole a lot of those bases because he had to generate offense. Mm-hmm. I think if this lineup does what we think they can do, I don't think he'll steal as much.
Okay. I think that's a fair question to ask.
Yeah, he stole 10 of them in 1 month. And that's the end of the year. That's after all the trades. He had to try to generate offense. Gunnar didn't check out. He kept playing. And I think he ran out of necessity to create some offense for this team, to rattle some cages on the opposing team. It would be interesting to see if he takes that same philosophy. Because you said something about you don't know whether he'll run as much at the end of the season. He actually ran more last year at the end of the season. So,
And again, a lot of it with him might be situational, but with the reason I say the stolen base numbers would be the part of it that I may question is, again, like with the power that you have behind him and the protection you have behind him in the lineup, do you want him running in situations where Pete Alonso's up there swinging the bat or Adley Rutschman or whoever ends up being behind him?
Well, he's going to play every day, so he'll have a chance to put the numbers up. I remember talking to Albertaz a couple of days ago, and he was saying, the guys, Taylor Ward, Tito, Gunnar, and Pete Alonso, those are your 162 guys. Those are the guys that their off days is going to be DH. And it's funny because he laughed and said, I want to get Gunnar a DH day during this series. I don't know if he'll let me.
Yeah.
and he kind of laughed at it. And because Gunnar wants to play. Gunnar wants to be in the field. He's just that kind of dude. And yes, he's going to get paid. 4 home runs, 9 RBI, 3 doubles already. 2 doubles already. So I think he's on his way to putting up the power numbers that we expect from him. 28 home runs his rookie year. Followed up with 37 the next year, batting .281 with an .893 OPS. The guy's the real dude. He's the dude.
Yeah, and again, like we're sitting here talking about all facets of the game. I mean, you're mentioning his ability to run. Like even stealing bases, that's one thing. But that cat goes first to third every damn chance he gets on a base hit. I mean, he just reads it so well.
If he's at first base, hit one in the gap.
He's going home.
The gap. He's coming home. Yeah, he's coming home with bad intentions on top of that.
Reckless abandonment coming around that third base bag.
He was asked yesterday about the celebration on the home run, and he kind of looked at the report. I don't know who asked. I can't remember who asked. He kind of looked at him like, before he answered, it was kind of like, why are you questioning me on that?
It was a home run that took the lead in the game that you were trailing the entire time.
It was kind of one of those, or either that or, you don't know I celebrate? Gunnar celebrates. Gunnar high-fives himself as he crosses home plate on a home run. He high-fives. Look at him. He high-fives himself. Then he celebrates with the rest of his teammates. That's who he is. He's a very passionate baseball player. He's not one of these stoic, all shucks guys. No. You saw the picture from Pittsburgh when he waved goodbye to him. Did you see the stare down?
Yeah. That was, Santana, right? Danny Santana?
Yeah. He stared at him. I remember last year when Trevor Story up in Boston slid hard into him. Well, I interviewed Gunnar after the game in the interview, and I asked him about that, and he looked at me and said, I didn't like it. He just flat out said,
Was that the time, or was there another one too where he didn't shove a guy, but he kind of nudged him after he got up? Was that Trevor's story?
That was Trevor's story. Yes.
What was that about? Yeah.
Yes, and I asked him in the interview after the game. I said, you didn't take lightly to that slide, did you? He said, no, I didn't like it.
Did you?
He just flat out.
Did you see the Wilson Contreras stuff that happened with the Red Sox and the Brewers? For people that missed it, Wilson Contreras on the Red Sox, his brother William is the catcher for the Brewers, and there's been bad blood. I think Wilson Contreras has been hit by the Brewers more than any other team, and so he got hit in the game, and then he slid hard into second after, I don't know if he was stealing or what it was, and cleats up. And then he basically said after the game, he goes, they hit me again, I'm taking one of their players out. And then there was a fight in the the Angels game last night between their former teammates, but it was Jorge Soler and Ronaldo Lopez. So I don't know if something went on behind the scenes.
Walt Weiss tackled Jorge Soler.
Yeah, well, Ronaldo Lopez hit Jorge Soler in the face with the baseball in his hand.
Yeah.
Did you see? It's one of the craziest things, man.
By the way, let me read you this quote before we go to break.
Yeah.
This is from Dustin. He's talking about Trevor Rogers. We were that girlfriend that loved him when he was fat, and now that he's skinny and good looking, he needs to know who loved him first and stay loyal.
You know how you show him how much you love him? Pay him. Pay that man his money. That's how you show
Shovels at 8 o'clock, but on the other side, Fernando Mendoza is going to the number 1 overall pick to the Raiders. Well, he doesn't want to go to the draft. And for some reason, he's taking heat for this. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube. Weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
All right, guys, make sure you're paying attention to the Wizards and Caps because McDonald's has a great deal for you. When the Wizards win, you win too. You get yourself a $2.50 Big Mac the next day on the McDonald's app. And with the Caps, when they score in the McNugget Minute, it's the last minute of any regulation period, home or away, you will get a free 6-piece Chicken McNuggets, minimum $1 purchase the next day in the McDonald's app. So what are you waiting for? Download the McDonald's app to redeem that deal. Offer valid at participating McDonald's, valid 1 time per day. Visit the McDonald's app for details. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Too much money. New era of Carolina basketball has arrived. The Tar Heels introduced NBA champion Michael Malone as their next head coach. But Malone signed a 6-year, $50 million deal, making him the first hire from outside the Carolina family in over 60 years. And for $50 million, most of that will go to a buyout in a couple of seasons. I'm Drake Toll.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy 1 Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
This report is sponsored by AAA Tire and Auto Service. Come into your local AAA Tire and Auto Service and save $15 on any oil change. Offer includes a free tire rotation, and you'll earn $7 toward your next service with Duramax dollars. Offer ends April 30th. See store for details.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code WAGON for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WAGON for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's WAGON.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
At Lions Den, the lineup is stacked and the action never ends. From warm-ups to extra innings, they've got what you need to win the night. So visit lionsden.com. That's Lions Den. And if it's a home game, make it real home field advantage.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. 895 southbound is stop and go from Pulaski Highway through the Harbor Tunnel. 95 southbound, you're on the brakes from the 895 split through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The Beltway inner loop is slow from Park Heights Avenue to the 83s. The outer loop of the Beltway shut down at exit 29. That's Loch Raven Boulevard because debris is in the roadway. You're backed up all the way to Bel Air Road. And on the west side, you're on the brakes from 795 to Baltimore National Pike on and off. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Rob Long broadcasting live from Chicago. Jeremy Kahn and Grumpy Joe holding it down in Baltimore at the mothership. So Fernando Mendoza is going to be the number 1 overall pick, right?
Yep. More than likely, yeah.
Yeah. But everyone's shocked over the fact that he doesn't want to attend the draft live. He wants to stay home to be around family and friends. Jeremy, how you feel about that?
I don't care. Do you? Like, did we have this same energy when Joe Thomas went fishing with his dad when he was going to be the number 1 pick in the draft because it's something
Didn't Manti Te'o refuse to go to the draft too?
Yeah, he was on a date with that fake girlfriend he had. No, I mean, there are a bunch of guys that have done this. Who cares? If they want to celebrate with their family or if they want to walk across the stage, why does it matter to anybody else?
Thank you. Thank you. I honestly didn't know where you would go with this. I didn't. I was, a lot of times, it makes sense or it makes it, kind of spontaneous when we go the opposite way.
Yeah.
But I'm not. It's your business. I don't care. He's not saying, yeah, listen, you're not going to be able to reach me when you call my name. No, he's saying, these are the people that helped me get here. Like I was telling you yesterday, I don't acknowledge haters. These are the people that helped me get. I want to be with them when this happens. They all can't come. They have jobs, it's travel. They can't. So instead of me calling them and FaceTiming them, I want to be in their presence when my name is called. I love that.
You know what's going to happen?
I'm sorry. I lied. I do care. I love that. I love the fact that he remembers those people and he'd rather be with them. I love that.
Yeah, I mean, you know what's going to happen. They're going to have a camera in his house. You're going to get to see his reaction to getting picked. He's probably already been told he's the number 1 overall pick. In my opinion, keep his corny ass out of the draft. Just let him do his thing at home. No, I'm kidding. Like this is something where it bothers me because I don't know why people get upset over something that has no effect on them whatsoever.
You know why? Because there's people want to judge. Why does he want to do that? Why do you? If Fernando Mendoza was going to the draft, what does it change?
Nothing.
You have no access to him. You're still going to interview him. You're going to see his reaction. Only thing changes, he's not there. He's not going to wear the fancy suit and all that stuff.
There is one thing.
You want him there for your purpose. That's all.
You won't get to see what kind of goofy ass handshake he has with Roger Goodell, because I do have questions about that. Like, you know, Rod tries to get a handshake with everyone down, and that's coming up on the stage that gets drafted. I wonder if this does turn into a Key and Peele skit where Mendoza just goes up there and shakes his hand like normal instead of the big hug. But that's the only thing you're missing out on if that's important to you, and it shouldn't be.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. I'm glad we're on the same side with this. I don't know why such a big deal was made. There was a debate on some show. A friend of mine texted me. I didn't even know about this. A friend of mine texted me, said there was a debate on some show, them going back and forth about whether he should or should not. And I don't think this is debatable.
Yeah.
This is one of those things that's not debatable at all.
It'd be like us going out to get ice cream and you order a different ice cream than me. I go, man, why are you ordering that? It's all in your preference. If he wants to be surrounded by his family at home, who gives a rat's ass? If he wants to go be on stage and sit there are some guys, now this isn't the case for Mendoza. Like, think about Aaron Rodgers when his ass was sitting in that room waiting. It's like, why is this going on? I thought there was a chance I was going to be number 1, and now we're approaching the 20s. Yeah, that's embarrassing. There are guys that show up to the draft and don't even get drafted in the first round.
How you go Aaron Rodgers when last year we had Shedeur Sanders?
Yeah, but again, that's a little different. But
that's way it's way extreme. Yeah. He thought he was going to go first round. He went 5th.
But Aaron Rodgers was
not
there
5th overall
at New York, waiting to get picked and watching that slide when there were people that thought he should have been the number 1 pick in the draft.
Let's go to Ferndale and get David. What's up, David?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good.
Hey, I just wanted to call in on the Mendoza. Good, man. Hey, I just wanted to call in on the Mendoza thing. I'm with you guys. You know, a fake handshake and hug from Roger Goodell, which is so corny, is just awkward anyway. And just to see a guy around his family and friends, I think that reaction's way cooler to see him around his people that got him there and all the people that really matter. That's just my take.
Hey, appreciate it, man. That's well said.
That's where we're at, too.
You said what?
That's where we're at too. Like, it's like,
yeah,
do your thing, man.
These are the people that matter to me. I don't know you all.
I don't remember this same energy when Joe Thomas said he was going fishing with his dad. There have been plenty of picks up top that said they weren't going to the draft.
By the way, there's not a better power move than somebody had to come out to the dock. Hey, Joe! Joe! Clean the browser on the phone, Joe.
Quit playing with your dinghy, Joe.
I got a big one. Tell him I'll call him back.
I'll come to you.
No. I got to reel this thing in. I'll call him.
Oh, man.
Imagine call the house phone. I'm going to be out on the lake.
That's what he wanted to do, man. More power to him.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Mike Bordick joins us at 8:30. But on the other side, Jeremy Kahn, we're giving out shovels.
Yeah, my shovel, I don't know if you saw this last night at a baseball game. There's a new term. It's called going ass out for a baseball. I'll explain that to you because this person gets my shovel.
I saw it.
Did you see it? It's hilarious.
You're a fan, right?
Yes.
If you have a shovel, give us a call, give us a text. I love the way you word that. 410-583-1057. Hit us up on Twitter at BBMS1057 The Fan. Shovels next.
Baseball is back on the Fan. It's a new year, new attitude. Follow your hometown team all season on the Fan. Ryan Ripken, Mike Bordick, and Steve Molesky headline our baseball coverage along with Bob Haynie and Tim Barbalace. Your hosts on Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Spread the word around. Sports Radio 1057 The Fan.
Spring selling season is in full swing, and if you're thinking about selling your home, my number one recommendation is Vinny Steele. It's Rob Long, and for years I've been telling you about Vinny Steele with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty because his results and guarantees are truly different. Vinny sells homes 2.8 times faster and for 3.1% more than the average agent. That means on a home sold for $400,000, that's about $12,400 more in your pocket. Vinny has over 12,700 buyers waiting, which means your home may already be sold. You just don't know it. Vinny Steele has helped thousands of families over 23 years in real estate. Vinny will fix a fit to sell it by identifying and paying for the repairs that will get you the most money and get reimbursed at closing. Take it from me. When you're ready to sell your Maryland or Lower Pennsylvania home, do your homework and call the expert I trust. Call or text Vinny Steele at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801. Or visit VinnySteele.com. That's Vinny, STEO.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger.
Hey.
Who's an oversharer.
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Tax enforcement and defense strategies have changed a lot over the last year. After nearly 5 years, the IRS has restarted automated collections. You could be next for bank levies and wage garnishments. Ignoring the issue is not an option. Call 443-367-9000 to get protected. You have unfiled returns or can't renew your license? We work directly with the IRS and state so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by more than 90%. How would that feel? Act now to learn the latest updates to tax relief programs. Your eligibility might not be the same. Strategic Tax Resolution, local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 443-367-9000. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 443-367-9000. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code CHARM01 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Elephant in the Room Restaurant and Bar, located in Millersville, is celebrating the big golf game. This Friday, they're inviting the Big Bad Morning Show and you to join them. They'll be opening early at 6 a.m., serving a Southern-style breakfast as the Big Bad Morning Show broadcasts live. Come watch the big golf game, take part in Elephant in the Room's putting contest to win prizes, and hang out with the Big Bad Morning Show. Every hour on site, the Big Bad Morning Show will give away a gift card to 5 Iron Golf. Elephant in the Room, a veteran-owned restaurant and bar serving serving Southern-inspired food, locally sourced, where comfort food gets dressed up.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Tuesday afternoon in Chicago, the Birds earn a comeback win over the Sox.
Taylor Ward at second, and this ball jacked to right field. Well struck. Hill racing back. It's gone! Yeah. Left on left, Gunnar Henderson slams the Orioles in front.
The call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Gunnar Henderson puts the O's ahead with a huge 2-run homer to right field, making it 4-2 Baltimore in the 8th, and that would end up being your final score as the O's overcome some frigid temperatures and some struggles at the plate to take Game 2 of 3 against the White Sox. Overall, the Birds went 3 for 15 with runners in scoring position, but thankfully, the box score does not reflect the outcome. In that pivotal 8th inning, Blaze Alexander and Taylor Ward hit back-to-back doubles, tying it at 2, and then Gunnar put the cap on Baltimore's comeback with his 4th long ball of the season.
I feel good. I feel like I'm very close to getting back to where I want to be and making good swing decisions and giving myself plenty of chances to get the job done.
There's Gunnar after the victory. Today, the O's go for a sweep of the White Sox in a 2-10 matinee. Kyle Bradish gets the start for Baltimore. Chicago counters with Evan Burke. Your Wednesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A chilly morning gives way to lots of sunshine, highs in the mid-50s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Baltimore County Golf. Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golfing fun and affordable. All 5 courses are challenging and fun for golfers of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Shovel of Wisdom.
Time to give out shovels. If you have a shovel, give us a call, give us a text. Jeremy, who gets your shovel?
Yeah, my shovel goes to this fan that went ass out. So if you guys haven't seen it, this is, oh God, what game is this? Was it the Blue Jays? No, it's the Cubs and Rays game. I'm watching it again. It's only 9 seconds, and you're going to watch it twice. Because there's a heavy-set dude that's going for a foul ball, and when he leans over to pick it up, of course, his pants fall down. He's bare ass. It looks like he's not even wearing underwear, and he falls over to pick up the baseball. I can't think of a better person that deserves a shovel than someone that showed their ass on national TV. This guy, it's got to be one of the more embarrassing moments of his life. And if not, I got to see the other moments.
Yeah. Well, my shovel goes to one Doc Rivers. Doc Rivers reportedly said in the locker room, in a team meeting, I should say, to his teammate, to his team, look at my resume, Google me. I took teams to the playoffs and championships that weren't supposed to be there. I thought this was one of them. What team did he take to the championship that wasn't supposed to be there? Who's he talking about? Number one. Number two, I told you this before, Jeremy, years ago, College of Notre Dame. I lost a locker room. I did. I was young, and I was full of myself as a coach. And I made comments like that. I did.
You know what? I'm glad to see you changed. You got older.
But you know when you talk as a coach, you start telling players what you do. They look around like, "Oh, dude, you know we're the ones on the floor, right? We're the one putting the ball in the basket. We're the ones making stops." I took teams to playoffs and championships. I did. You did. Listen, man, coaching matters. I told you that. I told you that in the Final Four. Coaching matters. But I told you when the rosters are the same, coaching matters. Yes. If my roster is that much better than yours, it doesn't come down to me. My players whipped your ass. Period. So to start saying there's no better way to lose a locker room for a coach than for you to start making it about you. It's got to be about us.
No question.
I thought this was one of them. We're not what we're supposed to be because of you, not because of me. Yeah, man, dude, you can't. If you keep winning, people will give you credit. You don't have to say anything. Just keep winning. Keep winning with different rosters. You'll get credit. People will call you a great coach when you're winning with different rosters. But when you have to start standing up and saying, giving your resume, Google me, Google you, man. And I wonder if the Hall of Fame thing went to his head. Because I don't think he's a Hall of Fame coach, to be honest with you. I don't think so.
I mean, look, it's tough because there are some things when you look at his career, but when you hear some of his former players talk about him, ooh, it's kind of like the other guy that George Karl, when Nuggets former players talked about him, said he was just such an a-hole. But with Doc Rivers, man, I ain't never seen somebody that's pointing the finger as soon as something happens. Hey, man, whose fault is it? And Doc's already pointing. It couldn't be mine. And again, like you go back to it, hearing J.J. Redick talk about Doc Rivers and just slaying him on national TV because he had Doc as a coach with the Clippers. And then hearing other players go, I mean, all you have to do is look at what happened with Milwaukee. They fired their coach. They had one of the best records in the league, and that team fell apart. Doc Rivers is so full of himself, man. It's I don't want to argue him not being a Hall of Famer. Like you and I were texting back and forth about it's the Basketball Hall of Fame, and I think a lot of people were going, man, Amari Stoudemire got in? But then people were going, I can't believe Doc Rivers got in. Doc Rivers, he's got the accolades to get in, and it is the Basketball Hall of Fame, which that also includes anything he's done. I don't know if he's done anything with Team USA or not.
But he made it as a coach, though. He's a Hall of Fame coach.
Yeah.
He's specific. I don't think he's a Hall of Fame coach. I think he's a guy that hung around. I think he's a guy that won with phenomenal rod, but he hung around.
Okay.
What has he done that's Hall of Fame worthy? He won a championship.
Yeah, with the Celtics.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think he's. If you look at the Hall of Fame coaches, Doc Rivers doesn't go in that category, in my opinion.
Fair enough.
He's a very good coach. And I said to you, I was surprised Amari Stoudemire made it, not because he doesn't deserve it.
No.
I always thought he was overlooked. I think Amari Stoudemire is absolutely a Hall of Famer.
Well, I think he's first off, 5-time All-Pro in the league.
Yeah.
And if you look at what he was doing when he was in Phoenix, I mean, you could have called him, I don't know that you would have ever called him the best player in the league, but he would have been in your top 5, top 10 for 2 or 3 years in Phoenix. And
I always just thought he was overlooked. I didn't think he would make it because I didn't think they recognized how great he was.
You know me, every time somebody brings up, is that guy a Hall of Famer when it comes to basketball? That's when I always go back to. It's the Basketball Hall of Fame. So anything he did in college, anything he did overseas, that's why you see.
Stoudemire was straight to the NBA.
And that's where, so trust me, I went to look up this stuff. I'm going, okay, let me see if there's any arguments for him. And I'm going, yeah, right out of high school, so there's nothing there. He didn't play on Team USA. So I can understand why people would debate it, but I thought he was a Hall of Famer.
I thought he was a Hall of Famer all the way. No doubt about it. 410-583-1057, that's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Yeah, Doc. 2 things. If you have to start telling them who you are, but they don't respect who you are. Number 2, when you start telling them who you are, then they stop listening to you. Let's go to Kai and Rice is down for a shovel. What's up, Kai?
What's up, my guys?
What's up, man?
Look, man, I want to give credit to the Bulls for blowing up the front office, but I want to give them a shovel for not getting rid of Billy Donovan. You know how I feel about Billy Donovan. Just go ahead, let him go, start fresh. We're not going to be good in the next 2 years. Let Wes Unseld Jr. get in there. Then, once we get good, let him go and get Mark Jackson. That's my plans. That's what I would do. Mark Jackson is sitting right there, but Mark Jackson is not going to come in there when they got, when they're rebuilding the whole franchise right now. So, I mean, Billy, why are they keeping Billy Donovan? What do he have on the Bulls? What is he doing? He's a good college coach. He's a good college coach, man.
Maybe they don't want to buy him out.
Yeah. I mean, they just cleaned house. They fired everybody else.
Maybe they don't want to buy him out. Maybe that's it. Let's go to Antonio and Rosedale. What's up, Antonio?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. Happy Hump Day Wednesday, guys.
Happy Hump Day Wednesday.
Adley Rutschman has started the season well. What is Adley's future with the Orioles? And you guys have a wonderful day.
You have a wonderful day, too.
Adley Rutschman's future?
Yeah, TBD.
Yeah, man.
I know. To be determined. Still early.
I know Albie talked about it because some people are like, well, isn't he getting a lot of days off? And he kind of alluded to the fact that's what he likes to do with catchers, bringing them in, like not overwork them right off the bat. But you got 2 guys that you're going to shuffle in and out, and I'm sure Adley will see some days off on Sundays.
Yeah. I'm okay with the days off.
I am too.
We talked about Fernando Mendoza a little bit earlier. Kevin in Ellicott City wants to weigh in. What's up, Kevin?
What's good, fellas? How you going?
Doing well. How are you?
Doing good.
I don't blame the man personally. Who was it that you guys were saying the other day that was one of the media people that was talking about going undefeated and all that?
Dan Orlovsky.
Yeah, the pimple head guy. That's right, the pimple head guy. But because of stuff like that, and honestly, what we saw with Lamar makes me think one of the best players, you know what I mean? Like, that draft ain't worth it to me like that. I mean, maybe for an unknown guy to get picked higher than they expected, yeah, cool. I give all the glory to all these guys for making it that far, but haters gonna hate, Rob. And guess what? That noise is just chirping. It don't mean nothing. That could be awesome.
Hey, Kevin and Rob, I had someone send me this. It said someone tweeted about Mendoza, said he looks like the kind of person who makes his animal crackers fight before he eats them. I've never heard a truer statement in my life. There's no doubt that kid's at the lunch table. I'm not lying.
Why do you make fun of this guy all the time, man?
He's so corny, man. Come on.
He is.
He's
a super Christian kid.
I'd love him to marry my sister. I just don't want to have conversations with him.
If he marries your sister, then I have to.
Yeah, you got to stop. I can't wait until you meet my sister's new husband, man.
I'll just tell him if you want me to meet him, tell him to bring a notepad and a pen, and I'll tell him where everything is.
Man, you know what? I can't believe I'm laughing at this, but it's funny.
Seven.
Oh, man.
Mike Rabel and Diana Rossini were seen together, both married. Where's this going? Jeremy and I weigh in on that at 8:45. But on the other side, O's go for the sweep today. We're talking Orioles baseball up next on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic brought to you by Comprehensive Injury Prevention Solutions. Every injury sets a crew back. The Career Care program from CIP Solutions helps you build resilience, giving teams the tools and habits that keep work moving and workers strong. Start today at careercare.co. Stronger teams, fewer setbacks. careercare.co.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch! You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PROMO25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PROMO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PROMO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Every spring when the Orioles start hitting homers,
You know it's time for Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery with a chance to win cash instantly and other great prizes. But this season, the game is even better. Enter the second chance promotion through My Lottery Rewards, and you could win a new bonus prize, a VIP game day experience, including premium seat access. Enjoy the game you've always loved with a whole new way to win. Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. Please play responsibly.
Hey Birdland, 410 Day is around the corner on April 10th. From 5 p.m. to midnight, ride MTA transportation for free to pack the yard as your Orioles take on the San Francisco Giants. Enjoy drink specials, live music, local eats, post-game fireworks, and so much more. Don't miss your chance to celebrate and rep Charm City with your whole crew. Get tickets at Orioles.com/410Day.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning, 695, the inner loop, slow Park Heights Avenue to the 83s. The big story right now, the outer loop of the Beltway shut down at exit 29, that's Loch Raven Boulevard. For debris in the roadway, you're backed up all the way to Bel Air Road. On the west side, the outer loop is stop and go from 795 all the way to Baltimore National Pike. 895 southbound is stop and go from Moravia Road through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95, you're on the brakes from the 895 split through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I think just battling through, this just the weather this next couple weeks, and once the weather starts picking up and starts getting warm, actual baseball weather, I think we're going to be rolling. There's no excuse that we can go out there every single day and win, even in this type of environment and weather. But if we can play consistent baseball like we did today and keep fighting till the last out, we're going to be just fine.
That's Baltimore Orioles starting pitcher Trevor Rogers. You heard him make several references to the weather. First pitch is 110, this time 210 on the East Coast. It is going to be 55 degrees, first pitch, which means I may need shorts and a T-shirt on compared to what it's been the last two games.
I still don't think you're going to want shorts and a T-shirt knowing you.
I'm just joking. Yeah, you know me.
Yeah.
It had to be 95 before I put on shorts and a T-shirt.
Man.
But, yeah, a little warmer. But when you hear players who won the game, who performed well, talk about the weather, does that tell you how cold it was?
Yeah.
Like Trevor Rogers doesn't need any excuses for his performance by saying weather. So that tells Jeremy, I'm telling you, it was, it was absolutely insane.
Like cold conditions to me aren't, it depends on the pitcher, because there are some guys that are going to feel comfortable in whatever conditions, and just, as I've said, if the wind's blowing in and it's cold, just pound the strike zone knowing that the long ball is probably not going to beat you.
Can I throw you a curveball, so to speak, all pun intended? I had a conversation with Ben McDonald off air, and I know I could share it because he didn't give me any kind of secrets. He said cold weather for most pitchers is a problem because you can't feel the stitches on the ball.
Yeah.
You can't feel it. He said back in the day, pitchers used to do a little pine tar here, pine tar there, and that way, they can feel the ball, they can have some control. When you don't feel the stitches, you don't have control, which makes sense because I'm seeing some Adley Rutschman has been having to save some wild pitches lately.
Yeah.
He said the pine tar used to help them, that grip. They didn't need to feel the ball. It would grip it a little bit longer.
Well, wouldn't they talk that same thing in really hot situations where you're sweating constantly?
That's where the rosin bag comes from.
So,
you don't have to worry about that then. But in cold weather, there's no legal way.
Yeah. And I get that. I still think, from that standpoint, though, I still think it's harder. If you don't have control, you don't have control. That's one thing. But I do think it's harder on the hitters that go up there and just kind of knuckle up and square up a baseball and hit it hard somewhere, when it's that cold. Especially a lot of the Latin ball players do not want to play in those conditions. You see them, I mean, they are just bundled up like Ralphie's little brother in A Christmas Story out there. If they fall over, somebody's got to come pick them up. They're so bundled. And again, I still think it is more of a benefit to pitchers, but I don't think it's a great help to either one. What's that?
That must be Dominican then. By the way, cold weather does bring them together.
Yeah.
They all circle around a heater.
Yeah, that's true.
They all huddle up around that. They have a blowing. I'm going to say this again, folks. I don't recall a time in my life where a baseball game was moved up because of cold weather.
Yeah.
Snow, expected snow, a rain, hurricane season, what have you. Or tornadoes coming. Those things, yes. I've never heard it's going to be cold. We're moving the game up. I said to one of the people, the officials, the umpire, is it going to be colder now than it is now? Colder then than it is now? He said, no, same temperature. I said, well, what's the difference? Well, we're hoping the sun could help us out. The sun to make it a little bit warmer. That was the whole thought process behind everything.
Hey, I wanted to point out something. I know we hadn't even talked about it, but were you shocked at all that Albie went to the bench as early as he did? Remember, it was the 5th inning that he pinch hit Mountcastle and O'Neill for Beavers and Cowser. Did that surprise you at all?
Give me that question again. I'm sorry.
5th inning. It's the earliest I've kind of seen pitch hitters come in. It's a 2-1 game. Tyler O'Neill hits for Dylan Beavers after Sam Basayo walks. O'Neill singles. Jeremiah Jackson grounds out, so he got second and third. And then he hits Mountcastle for Colton Cowser, which I'm looking at the situation going, with the way that Cowser's swinging the bat, I can't have him strike out in that spot. Because
and Mountcastle didn't. He got it out, but an RBI out.
Yeah, he got a sac fly.
I was surprised because it was a ground out. I was surprised because it was the right thing to do. That's why I was surprised, because too often we see the book doesn't say pitch hit in the 5th inning.
Especially 10 games into the season, too.
That's what the book says. But my eyes and my feel for the game says what you just said. With the way Cowles is going right now, I can't have a strikeout. I got to have somebody who's going to make contact. Some kind of I got to have someone who, if they make it out, gives me a productive out. And that's exactly what Mountcastle did. So I was only surprised because he went against the grain of the book. And he went with instincts. And he went with feel. You don't see that in baseball a lot anymore. You don't.
Yeah.
Especially for a guy that defends and believes analytics. Well, to me, that's the epitome of analytics. Because sometimes the book analytics it don't make sense. The book says this, but analytically what you're doing doesn't make sense. What he did yesterday in the 5th inning made analytical sense.
Yeah, when they when Gunnar hit the home run lefty, and they obviously switched up pitchers, bringing this guy, and the announcers were just talking about all the struggles this guy's had, and I'm going, yeah, it's still lefty, and then here comes Gunnar hitting one over the fence, and then that guy continued to struggle. There, as you point out, sometimes the conditions, guys aren't just going to have it. They'll go out there and they don't have their best stuff and trying to work through it. It's one of the reasons why I like the 3 batter rule, where pitchers have to face that or finish the inning, because you don't get to play games like that anymore. You have to go out and actually pitch. You can have a lefty specialist, but it's not a guarantee that he's going to face all lefties.
He also did something too in a game, I don't know whether it was yesterday or the day before, where he didn't pinch hit because he didn't want to set up the White Sox bringing in another pitcher at that time.
Okay.
I forget what it was. He didn't want to set up the lefty-lefty situation. I forget, but it was a move. It was a chestnut move. And I heard Kevin Brown say something about it when he did it. Because I'm sitting there thinking, well, yeah, that's kind of makes sense. And Kevin mentioned it, and Ben kind of co-signed it as well. So my whole point is, it looks like Albanez is going to do some things that are not traditional, but again, it makes analytical sense.
Let me throw another one your way. Back in Pittsburgh, when he got thrown out of the game, was that him just being fired up, or did you think it was just?
Both.
Okay, because I saw last night John Schneider got thrown out of the game because Kevin Gausman got called for a balk, and I think that dude's just frustrated as all hell. Yeah. He just get me out of here. I need to get out of here because everything's not going the way it's supposed to.
Let me give you a quote well, I'm going to paraphrase. I don't know if you heard this. A guy was asking, one of the reporters from Chicago asked Craig Albanese about analytics. And you could tell the guy was trying to dump on analytics. And Craig Albanese said, well, it's funny you asked me that question while you're holding an iPhone. Why aren't you holding a flip phone? Because technology is better.
Yep.
We've been using, and this is still Craig Albanese, we've been using analytics from the day we talked about batting average and lefty and righty. Those are analytics. Why do we have more analytics now? For the same reason that you're using an iPhone and not a flip phone. You're taking advantage of technology.
See,
I thought that's the best answer you could give someone.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've said this time and time again. Analytics is just information. You use it how you deem fit. And again, that's why I like a guy. I'm not always going to go by the book. Sometimes there is a feel where you're like, you know what? I think this guy's due, or I like this matchup. I like this situation. I'm going to run. And by the way, the other thing that he's done that I don't think people have realized is letting guys work through certain things early. Now, he didn't let it happen yesterday, but on those first couple series, letting a rookie go through this and get another at bat where maybe you would pinch hit, leaving a pitcher in to say, I want to see how this kid reacts. I want to see what he does in this spot to know if I can use him down the line in the same type of situation. And I think some of that's going on. But when you start losing games, it's like, hey, man, we got to start stacking W's.
Speaking of analytics, Alex Fast will join us a little bit later in the show. That'll be at 9:15. But on the other side, we're talking Orioles baseball with Mike Bordick on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant now open in Millersville.
Hey, it's Rob Long. Golf fans, don't miss this. This Friday, tee off the big golf weekend at Elephant in the Room from 6 to 10 a.m. with the Big Bad Morning Show live, plus a Southern-style breakfast, full ball, and putting contest giveaways. Join us Friday morning in Millersville. We'll be there.
Sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. Has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Hey, it's Ed Norris. Sunday, May 10th, from 11 to 7, the Tavern is hosting a special Mother's Day brunch, all about celebrating the wonderful women in your life. Enjoy delicious food, cold drinks, relaxed vibes, and that warm neighborhood feel that makes the Tavern a Baltimore favorite. It's the perfect place to make memories with family and friends, but reservations are required, so call or book online today. Tables fill up fast. And baseball fans, don't miss out. The Tavern is the best spot to catch the O's, hang with friends, and hop on the light rail to the ballpark if you're going. Plus, check out our happy hour, Monday to Friday, 3 to 6, $10 martinis, old fashions, and Manhattans. Those are my favorites, all of them. And $8 crab, hush puppies, mussels, and more. And Sundays, $5 drinks, crushes, rail drinks, and canned seltzers. Just a lot going on. Make it a full day. Enjoy great food. Raise a glass. Relax. Also, before I forget, don't forget, we have fresh whale soft crabs available now. And taking the energy of a place that always brings a great crowd together. And of course, while you're there, say hi to Rob, Dave, and Buck, Mount Washington Tavern, where Baltimore eats, and I will probably see you there.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
Swing into savings during the Grand Slam sales event at Bob Bell Kia. Line up your pick from 4 great models under $30K. Credit issues? You're safe at home with us. Don't get left on base. Shop now at bobbellkia.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. 695, the inner loop of the Beltway on the top side, slow Greenspring to the 83s. The outer loop just before exit 29, that's Loch Raven Boulevard, pretty much shut down. I think the left shoulder is getting by right now, but you're backed up all the way past Bel Air Road. On the west side, it's slow from 795 to Baltimore National Pike. In the city, both tunnels backed up from Moravia Road through each tunnel, and BW Parkway southbound is slow at 195. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Orioles overcame some frigid weather and a rough day at the plate to beat the White Sox 4-2 behind a 3-run 8th inning, capped off by Gunnar Henderson's go-ahead 2-run homer. And if you just looked at the box score, you may be surprised the O's pulled out a win in this one. They'd go 3 for 15 with runners in scoring position, leaving 14 on base. Thankfully, they got the clutch hits when it mattered, none bigger than the swing from number 2.
Yeah, Gunnar. He was pretty frustrated with some at bats, but we talk about Gunnar all the time. I love when he gets frustrated, but also, he's never out of it. He's never out of the game. He's always in the at-bat, and to him to come through, it's awesome.
There's skipper Craig Albernaz on Gunnar. Starter Trevor Rogers deserves a tip of the cap for his performance yesterday as well. He'd go 6 innings, giving up a pair of earned runs. His ERA now stands at 1.89 after 3 starts, though he received a no decision yesterday. Yennier Cano, your winning pitcher of record on Tuesday afternoon. Today, the O's go for a sweep of the White Sox and a 2:10 matinee. Kyle Bradish takes the bump for Baltimore. Chicago counters with Evan Burke. One more note on the O's. Prior to yesterday's game, the Birds moved starter Zach Eflin to the 60-day IL as he mulls over the options for his injured right elbow. Your Wednesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A chilly morning gives way to lots of sunshine, highs in the mid-50s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. Right now, you could save up to 50% off new windows from Window Nation. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. This sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Rob Long broadcasting live from Chicago. Jeremy and Grumpy Joe holding it down in Baltimore. Joining us right now, former Oriole, now broadcaster. He is Mike Bordick. What's going on, Mike?
Mike, there we go. We got him.
Mike, what's going on, man?
Yeah, sorry about that. Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me this morning.
Mike, let me ask you this, man. I told Jeremy the last 2 days are the coldest games that I've ever been associated with. Can you remember the coldest game you ever played in?
Oh, my gosh, dude. Listen, I went to high school and college in Maine, so I played in some cold-ass weather. But I remember opening day, it might have been in 1990. I think the A's opened up in Milwaukee, and turning on the TV, and they were shoveling the field off, and I thought, there's no way we're going to play today. And sure enough, we did, man. They had those giant burners in the dugouts. Guys were burning the pant legs off. And so cold. It's so hard to play baseball in cold weather. I think what a lot of people don't realize is just how, the ball changes. It gets slicker because, your hands are a little drier. And your leather, the glove, freezes. So it just doesn't move as well as it should. So it's tough to play in cold weather for sure.
Hey, follow up. Not only that, aren't you a little bit reluctant to hit the inside pitch as well?
Well, I don't know. I think when that comes, when you step up in the box, it's a little different. But yeah, I'm telling you, they bore a couple sinkers in there on your hands, and it's they're throwing 95 to 100 nowadays, and it's cold out. Yeah, you're gonna maybe think twice about committing to that pitch, especially early. Might be looking out over early in the count for sure.
Well, Mike, since we're going back in time and talking about the coldest game you've ever had, how about some of the brawls? We saw that brawl between the Angels and the Braves last night, and I was saying I think there may have been some bad blood from the time that Jorge Soler was on the Braves with Ronaldo Lopez, because that was just a weird situation where we haven't seen a brawl like that in a while. And then he got hit in the face with the baseball in his hand, which I don't understand what that was. Did you have any crazy-ass brawls that you'd like to talk about?
Oh, my gosh. Well, yeah, I was part of all kinds of brawls. But I will say this. If you watch the rest of that brawl video, when the hitter that charged the mound, when he went down, it was Walt Weiss that took him down, man, with a great drive to the legs. Now, Walt and I came up with the A's, and, he was a beast. And we used to get some terrible brawls out there in Oakland because everybody blamed Tony La Russa. But you guys will never forget the big brawl, obviously, with the Yankees when Alan Mills took Strawberry off the top rope. So, that was a pretty impressive brawl, too.
Mike Border joins us, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Trevor Rogers, we came into the season, Mike, trying to temper our expectations of him, saying there's no way he can repeat what he did last year. Maybe not statistically, who knows, but this guy is the real deal.
Oh, yeah, he isn't missing a beat, and when the Orioles need him most, and that's what number ones do, man. They rise to the occasion. He has become the stopper, that's for sure, and the Orioles have needed that blood to be stopped every time he takes the mound, and he steps up. I mean, every start's a quality start. He's keeping his team in ball games. He knows how to pitch with his full repertoire. He feels comfortable on the mound. The team is confident behind him. And, it's fun to see. And it's fun to have that kind of lockdown guy. Now, the hope is that, the other guys in the rotation kind of follow suit. But they've had a couple of pretty impressive outings, Cade Povich and, of course, Brandon Young. So hopefully the worm's turning from that pitching aspect, all led by, of course, Trevor Rogers.
Mike, at any point in your career, did you have trouble with a certain pitch? Because, everybody's talking about it now. It's out that Colton Cowser's struggling against changeups, and it seems like such a weird pitch to struggle with. Did you ever have anything like that, and what do you make of Cowser?
Yeah, I struggled with about every pitch, okay? And, I think with, like everybody, the hard slider is just a ridiculous pitch to lay off of, and most hitters are susceptible to that. I think it's interesting with the changeup and the fact that he sees so many off-speed pitches that he wouldn't be able to control his body just a little bit better in the box. But, I think hitters nowadays are so programmed to hit for power that they forget sometimes the most important thing is, that barrel-to-ball connection where making contact is a good thing. And we saw that in last night's little rally when both hitters went to right field, just putting the ball in play. Many of the Orioles rallies where they put up crooked numbers this year have just been the ability to make contact. And even Cowser's been rewarded with 2 strikes just by making contact going the other way. Where that skill got kind of lost, I don't know. It's a head scratcher, especially for somebody that seems like such a great athlete. I mean, Cowser, he's a big guy. He moves really well. He can hit a ball a mile, but just so susceptible to off-speed pitches. And that would be the only thing until they change. All my batting practice, I wouldn't work on velocity one bit. I'd learn out how to back up the changeup or a breaking ball and get a little bit deeper in the box so you see it just a hair longer.
There he is, Mike Border. Mike, when can we hear you back on our airwaves? Baltimore's Baseball Tonight.
I believe next Monday I'll be back on when the O's come back into town, so that'll be fun. And, of course, the Be More Baseball podcast going strong. Going to have another interesting guest on here this afternoon, so tune in to that.
What time does that drop? What time will we hear that?
That should be coming out tomorrow. Yep.
Okay. All right.
Tomorrow afternoon, or maybe even tonight. We're doing our interview today at about 12:15, so get it edited up and send it on out.
Hey, Mike, thanks a lot for your time this morning.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, thank you, guys.
All right, 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Mike Border is one of the Oriole favorites from the mid-late 90s.
I always like asking about those old fights. I mean, because again, I knew he was in one of the biggest slobber knockers we've had, but we always talk about fights in hockey, and it's allowed there. It's kind of crazy when you see it in baseball. Usually, it's just a lot of chirping and people walking down the line.
They don't want to fight.
Yeah.
Alex Fast will join us at 9:15, but on the other side, Patriots coach Mike Rabel and reporter Diana Rossini were seen together at a resort, holding hands, locking hands. They say there's nothing to it. Jeremy Kahn says, where there's smoke, there's fire. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
In terms of the draft, everybody says we're going to take the best player available, and that's usually not true.
Brian Billick on this year's Ravens draft.
But in the 14th, those guys in the 10 to 20 range, those are guys that have been pushed out of the top 10. There could be a major difference between the 14th guy on your board and the 20th guy on the board. Eric DaCosta, obviously a disciple of Ozzie Newsome, will take what their board says is the best player available, even if it's not at a specific position.
105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Well, the fun moment where the number one overall pick is picked in the NFL draft and comes on stage and shakes Roger Goodell's hand? Not this year. That's right. Fernando Mendoza will stay in Miami and not show up for the draft. Heisman winner, national champion, can do what he wants, but makes the moment kind of empty. I'm Drake Toll.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Sponsored by NJM Insurance Group.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than getting stuck in an elevator with an overshare,
bean burrito for lunch.
You have Insuranoia. You should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Traffic is sponsored by Constellation Home.
Is your electricity bill skyrocketing? Constellation Home can help you save energy and money with an efficiency tune-up of your cooling system. Schedule now for just $59.95. Visit ConstellationHome.com. Terms and conditions apply. 10605.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution, your local partner for resolving tax issues. You've heard me for years talking about addressing your taxes on your terms and our A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. When I'm looking for a trusted partner for my business or a personal project, I turn to the BBB and their membership of verified accredited businesses spanning an array of services and industries. If you are a trusted business that wants to expand your reach and visibility as an accredited business or a consumer looking for peace of mind, start today at bbb.org.
Pros, just because something on the job runs out doesn't mean you have to. Order it on the Lowe's app. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free same-day delivery on eligible orders over $25. Get the fasteners, hardware, or tools you need to keep the job moving. Order by 2 p.m. and get eligible in-stock items delivered right to your job site by 8 p.m. Members get more at Lowe's. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to availability. Restrictions and terms at Lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it.
Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Spring is here. It's time to turn up the heat. Fresh season, new energy, and a perfect excuse to try something different. Find it all at Lions Den. Go to lionsden.com or visit Catonsville, Cockeysville, Severn, and Pasadena and make this season unforgettable.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center.
Good morning. 895 southbound is stop and go from just after the 895 split through the Harbor Tunnel in the city. Southbound 95, you're on the brakes from Moravia Road through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. There is a spill of mud that closes all but the left lane on the outer loop of 695 right before Loch Raven Boulevard. That backs you up past Bel Air Road. Also slow on the outer loop from 795 to Baltimore National Pike. And Maryland 170, that's Aviation Boulevard, a major crash right at the Northrop Grumman entrance, causing delays from inbound I-195. It may impact you if you're headed to the airport. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
But she caught me on the counter. Wasn't me. Saw me banging on the sofa. Wasn't me. I even had her in the shower.
Well done, Joe. Well done.
She even caught me on camera.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Diana Frassini, from The Athletic, and head coach Mike Rabel of the New England Patriots were seen together at a resort, fingers locked, holding hands, hugging each other, and then later on out by the pool in their bathing suits. Now, Joe, and I talked about this before the show. Joe, your thoughts on this?
I'll wait till I'll wait to see what happens.
Okay, so you don't think it's as much as people are making it out to be?
I think it's worse.
I mean, I feel like the fact that her editor said something makes somewhat of a difference. I don't know.
A difference like that it is or is not?
That it is not, because there were other people there.
Why were they vacationing together, or like
it was a meeting that they had together with 5 other people?
Okay,
so they weren't vacationing. Jeremy's already ready to pounce on this woman because he can't stand her.
Well, it's not even that. I know more than most people about this, so it's like I've heard these.
I mean, obviously you have your sources about the people she hooked up with. I don't know that, but I'm just saying just because that happened doesn't mean that this is the same.
You know, the other thing I like is that all the old tweets that they're pulling up of anything that regarded the Patriots, the Titans, or Mike Vrabel directly that Diana Rossini was tweeting out. She tweeted out about, who was it? Who they were going to take with the number 1 overall pick. She tweeted out
was
about.
She right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Man, she's just a hard-working woman.
Yeah, I mean, she had to put some hard work in for that.
Yeah.
It's hard to work on if it's not hard. You know, sorry, Joe. These optics, and by the way, I'm not saying this because she's married and all that other stuff. They're both married. And like all of a sudden she gets caught on with a picture in a bathing suit, hugging Mike Vrabel, being next to him at the pool, and she's been busted multiple times for cheating, and now all of a sudden it's like, yeah, maybe she didn't do it this time. Come on, man.
Well, let me ask you a question, Joe. This is the golden question here. Let's take Diana Rossini out, and let's say all of those things happened, and that was your girlfriend. What would you think then?
That's not a fair question.
Yeah, it is.
Well, it is a fair question. I think it is a fair question. Why would you?
First off, this isn't about me. B, I also think that Mike Vrabel is a little smarter than that to put himself in that position.
I mean, were they in Arizona? Why is the meeting? I don't understand this. So how many times?
Because owners' meetings were out there, so these are happening after that.
So they
haven't left.
They just hung out for a while afterwards.
And Rossini's with them.
Jeremy, this sounds like
what?
You're just like, oh, okay, yeah. This you should have asked Jeremy. What if this was your girlfriend? How would you feel?
I feel the same exact way.
Yeah, Jeremy thinks there's something going on, so I don't have to ask him that. If he thinks there's something going on with somebody else's woman, the hell you think he's going to think if it is his wife? I know what he thinks.
We're probably never going to get the truth, but I mean, we'll see what happens if she ends up getting blackballed from this. Then it's probably true.
I've heard so many things, but you know how we talked about the Justin Tucker thing, and it's like you don't come forward with it because it's not your story to tell, and all those things. And people are like, "Well, why didn't you?" What if I come forward and I'm left holding the bag? Why would I have any animosity towards her and come out and tell the stories I've already heard about things that she's done while she was in D.C.? And by the way, you have the former Redskins GM, his wife, the one that subtweeted a picture saying, yeah, I know where she got that information from. It's because she's sleeping with my husband. So, I mean, there's a lot going on. There's the story about Sean McVay that I brought up earlier that apparently, allegedly, I'm doing air quotes, Britt McHenry and Diana Rossini were hooking up with him, and they got into a cat fight over it when they found out about each other, that was going on with each of them. So, look, there's a lot of women in this industry that are working their asses off, and they're getting stories and doing things. And there's some other people that they find ways to get information. More power to them, but I think it should be called out when it happens.
So for you, your thing is the marriage part is not what you're dealing with. It is what it is.
I mean, I don't like any of that stuff, but it's far be it for me to tell anybody what they should do in their personal life.
Your biggest issue is her having access that others don't because
of what she's doing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
With that being said, if you're a media company, she's one of the highest paid female reporters in the business. If you're the media company, are you just saying, all right, well, we're just going to take it for all that it's worth until she does something wrong again and we have to fire her?
Is this a fireable offense? I don't even know that.
But you lose your journalistic integrity. So at that point, they're going to say, well, what's the point of having her on the staff anymore if no one's going to believe anything or the way that she got this information?
She's still got inside information. And
that's what I'm saying. So they're just going to say, all right, until she messes up again, we're just going to take it.
Can she use some of the stuff she used to get inside information down the line with other people? Of course she can.
Well, yeah, I mean, she's already, I'm just saying that those companies, we're going to pay the dividends from it. We have to fire her. Then so what?
Mm-hmm. So let me ask you this. Are we now more suspicious if she has any inside access, inside information on the New England Patriots moving forward?
Maybe she's hooking up with Mark Davis, and that's how she heard about Max Crosby.
Yeah, I'm not going to go with that one.
He's a good-looking guy.
Yeah, old Lloyd Christmas in his bowl cut over there with his white
He's got
pants
worms.
and his moose knuckle sitting out front.
All I'm saying is if Diana Rossini is getting inside information on things like that, then hook a brother up. I don't want you. I want the information.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's a lot of unwritten rules, and maybe some of them are written. I don't know, because you don't have to worry about me sleeping with players or coaches or anybody like that. But the fact of the matter is, I mean, there's rules why cheerleaders can't date players on teams and the fraternization that goes on. I don't care what they say. And it's like, oh, there were other people here. I don't see any of those in pictures that stayed longer. What, you had a meeting after this?
There's more pictures. Will you change your mind?
No, because I know too much. I know too much about this woman. It's unbelievable.
We'll just have to trust you.
They don't have to trust me. Look, I feel the way I feel. Some people might feel it's not wrong and want to believe her and all that. And this isn't animosity because of the BS reporting on the Max Crosby stuff where she talked to multiple GMs. No, you didn't. Were they at the pool too? Is that how you got your information?
They didn't have bathing suits on.
Go look at all the old tweets of the stuff she had regarding the Titans and Mike Vrabel, and it's absurd.
She's married to a Shake Shack executive, though. Why would she want to?
Well,
exactly.
He'll be shaking his shack by himself unless Diana comes
burgers.
over. Oh, man.
Orioles Chief Marketing Officer Mark Vine joins us at 9:30. But on the other side, Jeremy Kahn, it's the Daily Line.
Yeah, had a winning day yesterday. Couple of spots bit me in the ass late. The Pirates game, I'll tell you what happened there. But overall, as I said, a winning day. We'll get into that. I'll tell you the plays today. There's still a lot of weather out there. I like one NHL game, an NBA game, and I got 6 baseball plays for you. We talk about that next when we come back.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. In the land of 10,000 lakes, dive headfirst on Detroit starter Framber Valdez. With an outstanding 0.75 ERA and 2 starts, the Southpaw is already in midseason form. His 7.50 K per night is nothing to write home about, but facing a Twins team top 10 in total K rate, he'll miss bats. Give me the over on his K prop, no matter the price. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
In the automotive service world, talk doesn't fix anything. Skills do. Enroll now for spring classes at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus and build the skills that push you to think sharper and work smarter using the tools and technology the pros do. You'll learn how to diagnose what others miss and solve problems under the hood. And Lincoln offers advanced training opportunities with industry leaders like Mazda and Tesla. If you're ready to prove what you're made of, visit lincolntech.edu to schedule a campus tour.
Ready to ramp up the excitement, golf fans? BetMGM is making your next golf tournament winner bets even better with Second Chance. What's Second Chance? Ever bet on your favorite golfer to win a tournament only to see them miss the green? Well, with BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Whoa. Okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on. Let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or...?
I'm thinking high-five.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon. Excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Bryan Adams brings his Roll with the Punches tour with special guests Pat Benatar and Neil Giraldo to CFG Bank Arena on August 9th, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Tuesday afternoon in Chicago, the Birds earn a comeback win over the Sox.
Taylor Ward at second, and this ball jacked to right field. Well struck. Hill racing back. It's gone! Yeah. Left on left, Gunnar Henderson slams the Orioles in front.
The call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Gunnar Henderson puts the O's ahead with a huge 2-run homer to right field, making it 4-2 Baltimore in the 8th, and that would end up being your final score as the O's overcome some frigid temperatures and some struggles at the plate to take Game 2 of 3 against the White Sox. Overall, the Birds went 3 for 15 with runners in scoring position, but thankfully, the box score does not reflect the outcome. In that pivotal 8th inning, Blaze Alexander and Taylor Ward hit back-to-back doubles, tying it at 2, and then Gunnar put the cap on Baltimore's comeback with his 4th long ball of the season.
I feel good. I feel like I'm very close to getting back to where I want to be and making good swing decisions and give myself plenty of chances to get the job done.
There's Gunnar after the victory. Today, the O's go for a sweep of the White Sox in a 2-10 matinee. Kyle Bradish gets the start for Baltimore. Chicago counters with Evan Burke. Your Wednesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A chilly morning gives way to lots of sunshine, highs in the mid-50s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. Right now, you could save up to 50% off new windows from Window Nation. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. This sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Overs, unders, favorites, and dogs. It's Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line.
Show me the money.
On 105.7 The Fan. Brought to you by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gainswave therapy at Life Med Institute. Gainswave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or go to lifemedinstitute.com to find out more.
Drill deep to left field. If it's fair, it's gone. It is gone. See ya. A 3-run home run for Rosario. And the Yankees have come back to take the lead.
Yep. Joe, is that courtesy of Yes Network? Okay. Yes Network, Yankees Radio Network, all those things. That was a game where I liked the over, and just to kind of go back to it, talked about it being good home run hitting weather, and it was, as There were 2 home runs hit by Ahmad Rosario. There were a bunch hit to the wall. I know Soderstrom doubled. Nick Kurtz doubled. There were a lot of opportunities there, but ultimately, depending on when you got the line, you either won or pushed in that game. Now, as far as the other games that I had yesterday, Cardinals Nationals under, blew up in my face. Pirates Padres, I had the under there. They scored 5 in the bottom of the 8th, did the Pirates, unnecessarily. They didn't need them. But 5 runs came across, and that blew up the game for us, and we lost by a half. The other one that we had the under in the Orioles White Sox. We had the Red Sox. Blue Jays Dodgers under, that hit. Utah Mammoth hit. And the Suns. So, overall, it was a winning night. Went 2 and 3 in my top plays that I gave out. That Cardinals Nationals game just turned into they were just walking around the bases. It felt like there were 2 guys on every single inning.
Jeremy, you said 2 and 3. Now, if you did a parlay, naturally that wouldn't help you. But if you did 5 separate bets, I guess as long as I'm up for the night, I'm good.
Yeah. As long as you're up, that's the only thing that matters. But again, this is how it works with gamblers, because if you won, then you think about how much you could have won if the Pirates game hadn't gone the way it did and they score 5 random-ass runs in the bottom of the 8th. If that doesn't happen, then how good could the day have been? There were some other spots, too, that I thought were interesting yesterday. And I had a Nerfy in the Nats and Cardinals game. And of all the games that I had Nerfies, which were 5, that was the only one where they scored runs. And that's the one I gave out. I had Garrett Crochet over 7.5 strikeouts, Rob. How many strikeouts you think he had? 7. 7. Sons of bitches, man. Some days you're watching it going, how is this happening right now? But it's the way it goes. These are the breaks. With today, I do think there's a lot of interesting stuff, so let me just get right to it. With weather, Pirates under, Kansas City over, not touching it. It's a good pitching matchup. Red Sox under, I like. White Sox under, I like. Nationals under, I think that's a good play. Mets under, Yankees under, Twins over, and I'm not touching the Twins over either, as that's another good or decent pitching matchup with weather. There's not enough data in that game really for me to say, hey, that's something I gotta hit hard. Now, in the NHL, I like Edmonton. They're on the road. I think they pick up a big road win. Same thing with the Hawks. Hawks are getting 1.5 points. We just went against the Hawks with the Knicks the other day, and now I'm coming back to you telling you to take one of the hottest teams in all of basketball in the second half of the season. And the funny thing is about this, the Cleveland Cavaliers, who they're going to play, they're the worst team at covering the point spread in the entire NBA. That's a winning team. That's a good playoff team, but they don't cover the point spread. So I like the Hawks to go in there and pick up a big win. Major League Baseball, I'm on the Rays today. I think that's the better side of the game against the Cubbies. I know everybody wants to bet Chicago. I love the Toronto LA Dodgers under at 7.5. That's Shohei Ohtani going up against Dylan Cease. And Dylan Cease does grade out as the number 1 pitcher in the algorithm. Go ahead and drink. Braves and Angels, I like that to go over. That's the game where we had a lot of fireworks last night with the brawl that happened. We'll see if there's any extracurricular stuff tonight, but I do think the bats are live there against both of those pitchers, Grant Holmes and hold on, let me make sure. I just want to make sure it's right for Rob. No, it's Reed Detmers. It's not Kikuchi. Sorry, Rob. So Milwaukee, Boston, I like that to go under the 7.5. That's Sonny Gray. And this is another one of those games where I think you might see a good bit of bullpen, but the weather's so good, I'm going to take my chances and take the under there. And I like the Orioles White Sox under. Kyle Bradish under 5.5 Ks looks good to me. I feel like he gets 4 or 5 in this spot, but I don't know if I'm going to make that an official play or not. I do like Philly and San Fran to go over 8. And speaking of that, I like the bats in that spot. Kyle Schwarber over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. You're going to pay 145 for that, minus 145. If you wanted to take him over 2.5, you'd get it at plus money. I do like Ronald Acuna over 2.5 hits, runs, RBIs. He's plus 120. And staying with that Giants game, I like Tyler Mahle under 4.5 Ks. My top plays today, they're going to be the Orioles, White Sox under, Milwaukee, Boston under, Toronto, LA Dodgers under. Yeah, there's a theme. Braves and Angels to go over the 8.5, and the Philly San Fran over. So, yeah, all totals for me in my top 5. There you go.
There you go, Jeremy Kahn. 410-583-1057 is the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show. So weather is the reason things are under for you.
Yeah, that's where, look, again, we talk about the wind blowing in colder conditions, and I understand what it may do to pitchers. But the fact of the matter is, hitters you're not going to get beat by the long ball. You really need them to put together big innings. And that's why I think there's such a huge edge in these spots. And yesterday, if you'd have taken all the unders we talked about, it paid off. We just missed on that Pirates under and the Nats under. And the Pirates under was the brutal one. Again, 5 runs in the bottom of the 8th. I went to bed and I woke up and saw that I lost that game. I was like, you got to be bleeping me. But that's gambling.
Very interesting case, I should say. Brewers take on the Red Sox today, 1:35 on the East Coast. Brewers are 8-3. That's no surprise. Red Sox are 3-8, and they haven't looked good at all. Sometimes you get 3-8, you say, "Well, it's coming." I watched 2 or 3 of their games. They don't look good.
They won yesterday, and again, that was one. It was 3-2. They battled for every single thing. They offensively, the Orioles look better offensively, in my opinion, but. You see a lot of times where they get runners on first and second and they don't get any runs in with no outs. You see the strikeout pop up or ground into a double play, inning over. Their fans are really upset. Their pitching hasn't held up. And when their pitching has been good, their hitting hasn't been. A lot more people talking about Roman Anthony. I think one of the biggest things that people are making fun of now is Roman Anthony's arm. That kid can hit, but when you watch him throw, I might rather have one of the other guys throw opposite-handed out there. It's not good for a left fielder.
Pirates are looking good. They're 7-4, and today they extended Connor Griffin. We knew that was coming. 9 years, $140 million, but that averages out to be 15.5.
And we went over why they wait, because if you wait, they're still eligible for him to get the Rookie of the Year this year,
right? And
get that first-round pick. Yeah. So
15.5 though.
It's a nice chunk of change for a kid just starting out. That's why I know you and I have said it, like, depending on the talent level of the kid, why not ride it out and go out and get that big contract? But what's wrong if you're giving up like 2 years and you're avoiding your arbitration and you lock in all this money in case anything happens? So I can't fault him for it.
410-583-1057, that's the number. Mark Fine of the Baltimore Orioles would join us to talk all about 410 day on Friday. But on the other side, from Baseball Savant, Alex Fast joins us up next on The Fan.
Welcome to the NFL Draft. Insights and analysis from the Fan's Vinny Serrato, former NFL general manager and director of player personnel.
He'll go up and get the ball. It was impressive watching him on film, but he is a really good tackler. He'll come up hard, aggressive.
Every day, Vinny provides grades and predictions for Ravens players and teams in our division.
Baltimore Ravens select.
Never miss a moment. Subscribe to Vinny and Haynie on the free Odyssey app.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
Lots of things can spin. Windmills, hula hoops, a hamster wheel, your clothes in a dryer. But only one can give you a chance to win up to $250,000. Play the Big Spin Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $50,000 instantly. But that's not all. Uncover a Big Spin symbol, and you could find yourself spinning the Big Spin wheel at lottery headquarters for $50,000 to $250,000. So take a spin to your favorite lottery retailer and pick up the Big Spin Scratch-Off today. Please play responsibly.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PROMO25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PROMO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PROMO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain in the letter x.com/AI.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Rob Long broadcasting live from Chicago, where the Baltimore Orioles play this afternoon against the Chicago White Sox, trying to get that sweep. Jeremy Kahn and Grumpy Joe back at the mothership in Baltimore. Joining us right now, Senior Director of Content and Senior Director of Baseball Savant. What's going on, Alex Fast?
Hey, Rob, how we doing, man? You warming up at all from yesterday? How are we feeling?
Man, it took me, I told Jeremy earlier, it took me 3 hours to thaw out.
It took me 3 hours to lower my heart rate from yesterday. So we're in the same boat.
It's been that way. It's been that. Mike, you listen. You know the numbers. You know the analytics. Love following you, by the way. Orioles have had a lot of hard contact hits this year, base hits, and some have been outs. But other than Gunnar Henderson, they've not been able to hit the long ball consistently. How do you have how do you have hard contact like that, but lack extra base hits?
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, we've all watched the games. We've seen Tyler O'Neill smoke some balls in the first couple games. We saw Kobe Mayo smoke some balls. But A, they're finding gloves, or B, they're just kind of burying it into the ground. You know what I mean? If I remove my fan hat for a second too, and I'm just someone who's trying to be unbiased and looking at the numbers, I would much rather have a team that does that hits the ball hard than the opposite, right? Obviously, of course, the purpose of the game is to score runs and win the game and get hits, but I would be much more concerned if the guys weren't barreling up the ball. They're still hard hitting the ball. Blaze Alexander leads the team with a near 60% hard hit rate. Pete Alonso, 57% hard hit rate. To me, the hits are going to come. It's maybe something with their swing. Maybe they're just, if they're not quite correct yet. I remember Gunnar saying 3 or 4 days ago, hey, my swing just isn't quite there yet. It's almost there. I'm getting there. But at the end of the day, the positive is they're still hitting the ball hard. As it warms up, though, some of those hits are going to start leaving the yard. And as they fix those swings, those hard hits are going to turn into actual hits.
Can you explain some of the movement that Ryan Helsley gets on those pitches? Because it's freaking ridiculous watching that cat. When he's on, I mean, there's so much movement.
He has been such a fantastic acquisition for them. Listen, I know that, 2 days ago it was a little bit shaky. It was a little bit shaky to start yesterday, too. I also want folks to remember that it was 30 degrees. It's very difficult to command your pitches when it is, that freezing. He gets fantastic rise on that four-seamer, and what that does is it just kind of fools hitters a little bit. They think that four-seamer is going to drop a little bit more than it does, and it doesn't. It backspins. It kind of catches the air, and it just stays up, and gives you the impression that it's just going to keep sailing upwards. What's fantastic about him, too, is usually when you have a four-seamer like that, you want to paint the top of the zone with it and get guys to chase. Yesterday, he actually did a great job of keeping it low in the zone, and then guys swing under it as well. You had the fact that he's hitting 100 now. It's like, good luck out there. Plus that new splitter, man. When he gets that thing working, it is nasty.
He is absolutely nasty, fun to watch, too. Alex Fast joins us, Senior Director of Baseball Savant. Alex, Trevor Rogers is on the mound for the Baltimore Orioles yesterday. We know Trevor Rogers' story. Second in Rookie of the Year several years ago, and then all of a sudden, nosedive. His career took an absolute nosedive. He looked horrible when the Orioles first traded for him. And now all of a sudden, with 21 starts into him being one of the better pitchers in baseball. I know what he says mentally, what he dealt with, but physically, what's the biggest difference in Trevor Rogers now versus 2 years ago?
I think there's a lot there. I mean, confidence is a really big thing for pitchers, but I also know that he went to Driveline. He cleaned up his mechanics a little bit. He started to pay attention to how he felt physically a little bit more. And, for him, it's a big story about velocity as well, right? He was sitting, sub 92 a couple of years ago when things weren't really going well for him. And now he's above 92 and more consistently hitting 93, 94 over the course of a start. And it wouldn't surprise me to see him do that deeper into games, especially as it warms up. But there's a big difference there. There's a lot of statistics that show that if you can sit 93, 94, the difference on how your fastball performs to sitting 91, 92 is just drastic. The other thing about him that's really interesting is he's just shown that he can command his pitches super well. And I appreciate that a lot. Obviously, the game nowadays is velo, 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 velo. And the Orioles are going to buy into that, of course, as we see with Ryan Helsley. But where they are zigging while others are zagging is kind of buying into command artists a little bit more. A lot of people think that that's kind of a lost art. And there are certain teams who just say, you know what, don't worry about where the ball is going to go. Just aim it right down the middle and let your stuff move. And that's certainly a methodology that works. It worked for the Rays for quite some time. But Rogers, he's able to take that 92, 93, pinpoint it a little bit better, set up guys, and just have a little bit more success.
Rob knows I love this stuff when we start getting into the weeds here with analytics and everything else. That's why I do follow you, Alex. And I saw that you had something we've all been talking about, why Colton Cowser's seeing so many damn change-ups. I mean, the percentage is off the charts ridiculous. Have you seen anything like this before where somebody's struggling with a pitch like a change-up? I mean, I understand some of the breaking pitches, but this just feels weird.
Yeah, it's the book seems to be out a little bit on him, right? As is with the team. I mean, if you look at the amount of changeups or just off-speed pitches overall that the Orioles are seeing, I know last week or a couple of days ago, they led the league in how many off-speed pitches that they have seen. And checking back in today, they're still number 2. Them and the Minnesota Twins, they are the two teams who see more off-speed pitches more than anyone. And yeah, leading the charge for the Orioles is Colton Cowser. I mean, I think when you're it's a game of, cat and mouse, right? And if you're a pitcher and you know that a certain hitter is going to be susceptible to a particular pitch type, I don't think it even matters whether or not it's your best pitch or not your best pitch. We saw that with Eric Fetty a couple of nights ago where he got him into a full count and threw a changeup. You say to yourself, all right, I know that this batter is susceptible to this pitch, so I'm going to keep throwing it until, he shows that he can get there. He did a little bit of a better job yesterday trying to make contact with some of those pitches. And I think for him, it's just something that I'm sure that he knows about this. The Orioles front office is incredibly smart. I'm sure that's something that they work on. They have a traject machine. A traject machine is something where you can kind of like set up an opposing pitcher's arsenal inside of this machine, and they can start to see pitches to get a better semblance of what that is going to look like. I imagine that they don't move with it, so they probably don't have it on the road. I imagine it's just set up for Camden Yards. But if I know that front office, they're probably saying, okay, let's get Colton in front of this traject machine, show him some change-ups, and, he knows. I'm sure this is something that he is working to fix as well. But, yeah, the book is out so far on him, and it's just throw as many off-speed pitches as you can.
Alex Fast. Alex, how can folks follow you on social media, man?
Yeah, you can find me over on Twitter or X at Alex Fast 8. I tweet about a lot of different things with baseball, but I'm not going to lie. There's a lot of Orioles content on there, so you can find me on there. Always happy to talk O's baseball.
You are the man. Thanks a lot, Alex.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for having me. Take care, guys.
All right, 410-583-1057 is the number.
He's a wealth of information, Rob.
Two people that I attribute me being open-minded about analytics in baseball. Sig Mejdal, Alex Fast.
Jeremy Kahn.
You know what? Because I hear me out.
Yeah.
You kind of came and sealed the deal because I was turning the corner before you joined the show.
Yeah.
And then when you came in, it was like analytics. Because you use it so much in gambling.
Yeah.
So it became like I now incorporate it in my coaching. You know, why are you not using technology when it comes to something that is you? You know what I mean? Why would you not use the advantages of technology?
If I can only get you to buy into football analytics, we'd be best friends. Maybe not.
If that's the case, then I'll never do it.
It's just information.
It's just information. I know. Joe LaCroix's encore at 9:45, but on the other side, 410 Day is coming Friday. Mark Fine, Chief Marketing Officer for the Baltimore Orioles, joins us up next.
Baseball is back on the Fan. It's a new year, new attitude. Follow your hometown team all season on the Fan. Ryan Ripken, Mike Bordick, and Steve Molesky headline our baseball coverage along with Bob Haynie and Tim Barbalace. Your hosts on Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Spread the word around. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Step up to the plate for the Grand Slam sales event at Bob Bell Nissan. Drive home a brand new Nissan Rogue for as low as $32,675. Credit challenges? We've got you covered. Don't strike out. Swing by today or visit BobBellNissan.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Are you stuck in a dead-end commercial mechanical construction job? Well, it's time to build a real career, not just collect a paycheck. At Ariosa Mechanical, a career means the opportunity for personal and professional growth in a supportive work environment. We're hiring skilled foremen and mechanics to join a team that values quality, reliability, and hard work. If you're looking to grow with a company that respects your craft, visit AriosaMechanical.com. That's AriosaMechanical.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Hey Birdland, hit the yard on Saturday, April 11th when the O's take on the San Francisco Giants. 15,000 fans will take home a special Jackson Holiday bobblehead.
Jackson Holiday, that ball is gone.
Featuring his dog Coconut. Don't miss it. A rising star, his four-legged best friend, one must-have collectible.
Being able to come back to him after the games, he's the best.
Get your tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Orioles overcame some frigid weather and a rough day at the plate to beat the White Sox 4-2 behind a 3-run eighth inning, capped off by Gunnar Henderson's go-ahead 2-run homer. And if you just looked at the box score, you may be surprised the O's pulled out a win in this one. They'd go 3 for 15 with runners in scoring position, leaving 14 on base. Thankfully, they got the clutch hits when it mattered, none bigger than the swing from number 2.
Yeah, Gunnar. Like, he was pretty frustrated with some at bats, but we talk about Gunnar all the time. Like, I love when he gets frustrated, but also, like, he's never out of it. He's never out of the game. He's always in the at-bat, and to him to come through, it's awesome. There's
skipper Craig Albernaz on Gunnar. Starter Trevor Rogers deserves a tip of the cap for his performance yesterday as well. He'd go 6 innings, giving up a pair of earned runs. His ERA now stands at 1.89 after 3 starts, though he received a no decision yesterday. Yennier Cano, your winning pitcher of record on Tuesday afternoon. Today, the O's go for a sweep of the White Sox and a 2:10 matinee. Kyle Bradish takes the bump for Baltimore. Chicago counters with Evan Burke. One more note on the O's. Prior to yesterday's game, the Birds moved starter Zach Eflin to the 60-day IL as he mulls over the options for his injured right elbow. Your Wednesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A chilly morning gives way to lots of sunshine, highs in the mid-50s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by McDonald's. When the Capitals score a goal in the last minute of any regulation period, fans get a free 6-piece Chicken McNuggets with a minimum $1 purchase the next day on the McDonald's app. Only at participating McDonald's. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Rob Long broadcasting live from Chicago with the Orioles Game 3 of the 3-game series with the White Sox today. They're looking for the sweep. Jeremy Kahn, Grumpy Joe holding it down back at the mothership in Baltimore. Joining us right now, Chief Marketing Officer for the Baltimore Orioles, Mark Fine. Good morning to you, Mark.
Hey, Rob. How are you?
I'm doing well, man. Before we get into 410 Day, I was wondering why Jeremy Kahn was asking me for tickets for August 9th a couple of days ago.
Oh, I know why.
Evidently, it's August 19th. I'm sorry, August 19th. Bravo TV. And it's the Real Housewives of Ultimate Girls Trip. I hear, little birdie told me you guys sold out of that instantly.
Yes, the VIP package is sold out instantly. And it's interesting, Rob, because if you look at fan reaction from on the different social platforms, you can tell which platforms are, let's just say, used by females more. Like our Facebook platform, everybody was like, I've got to get to this immediately. And they were tagging people. And on X, there was a little bit more of your baseball hardcore fan who was saying, why would you do this? But why we do these things is because it's an opportunity to reach the entire market and reach the entire fan base.
It's called marketing.
Two things, connect Orioles baseball with things in pop culture that are relevant, and you see that throughout our promotional schedule.
I think Rob and I talk about this all the time, and I know when Ed's here as well, like, when it comes to marketing things, you have me. I'm a baseball fan. You've already got me. It's how do you get other people to start to love the sport, to bring in new eyes, and I think this is one of them. This is something my wife would love, too. She watches all that trash TV.
It was super popular when we put it out yesterday, along with a bunch of other special ticket packages. But Jeremy, again, it's an opportunity to reach multiple demographics, and that goes into 410 Day as well, and the celebration of the city, and that's what we're trying to do, is just bring a lot of different people out to the ballpark for a good time. This is a community gathering spot, and promotions like Bravo Night, or the Tupac bobblehead, or the 90s night, which is on August 21st, and Vanilla Ice is performing, is just one. Those are just ways that we're going about reaching different demographics. But it was really cool to see, fan reaction, and in particular, the Bravo shows are geared more towards the female demographic, and that's when you saw who purchased yesterday. That was right in line with how we were going about it.
That's awesome. Mark Fine joins us, Chief Marketing Officer. Mark, Friday, 410 Day. Tell us all about it. What do you guys have planned for 410 Day?
Yeah, it's really cool because, we worked with the city of Baltimore and DTLR to have all public transportation in Baltimore City from 5 to midnight completely free, so that there are no barriers to getting to the ballpark. It's also our Friday student night, and a lot of students I see take light rail, so light rail will be free for them, and it's $10 student tickets, but it's our first Friday night here, and Rob and Jeremy, you probably have heard we've branded our Fridays as Party at the Yard Fridays, so we'll have $5 beers at happy hour from 5:30 to 6:30. Coors Lights right here in the bullpen area, and we're just going to be celebrating all the different neighborhoods of the city. And I'll drop this. Our team might be in a new uniform, might be in a different uniform on Friday nights as well. And I think our fans have hinted onto that, and more of an announcement will come later today. But we're excited about that as well.
Hey, he forgot about one thing. Hold on, he forgot about one thing, Jeremy.
What?
He talked about the happy hour, but you forgot DJ Quicksilver is going to be there during the happy hour.
DJ Quicksilver is absolutely going to be there, and we're excited to welcome him. It's every Friday, and again, this goes into the deep dive into marketing like we just talked about, but our Friday nights we're branding as Party at the Yards. It's geared probably towards a bit of a younger consumer, a bit of a consumer who is coming from work and wanting to spend their happy hour and their Friday night with us. It's a student night as well. Saturdays are kind of either everybody. Saturdays are the best days of the week, and you'll see that we've positioned some of our games at 4:05 and some at 7. This coming Saturday, because it's a Fox national broadcast, it's a 7:15 game. And generally we have, some of our best promotions on Saturday nights. This Saturday it's Bark at Oriole Park, and there still are tickets available for fans to bring their dog through our special ticket package link. But it's also Jackson Holiday and his dog Coconut bobblehead for 15,000 fans that are here. And then Sundays we've been branding as Family Sundays because most of our games on Sundays are day games that start at 1:35, and we just started this year having a couple of our players right as gates open on the first base side, right above the dugout, signing autographs. It's the Oriole Bird's birthday when we're celebrating that as well with his mascot friends. So again, it's speaking in marketing terms, it's about going after these different broader demographics.
Yeah, just for Bark at the Park, I think it's interesting. Rob just told me he was off this weekend, so if you need somebody to go around with a pooper scooper, I think he could help out. If Rob, you okay with that?
Fantastic.
Shut up, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Well, I got to say, this is the first time we've done it on a weekend night. So we wanted to do that, and we expanded the number of dogs that will actually be in the ballpark. We expanded our cap by a decent amount. So, yeah, I mean, we're going to need all the help that we can get.
Thanks, Rob.
Mark, chill, man. Mark Fine, Chief Marketing Officer, joins us.
He's trying to thaw out from Chicago.
Yeah,
joins us. This is one thing that I want to say about Fridays, though. I was born and raised in Baltimore City. When you guys had the original City Connects jersey, many people misunderstood what the multiple colors were. If you're from Essex, from Harford County, that wasn't part of your education. If you were the Baltimore City Public Schools, it's part of your education. You knew that was a representation of the different communities in Baltimore City. One thing that I love, every Friday you guys are going to spotlight one or more of the 279 neighborhoods that define Charm City. I think that's amazing. I don't know who came up with that idea, but I think that's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, our marketing and creative team and community development team has been working hand in hand on this, and really excited about it. And this Friday night, because it's 410 day, we're doing everybody. We're doing all 279 plus neighborhoods. And then for Fridays thereafter, like you said, Rob, we're going to be spotlighting a handful at each of the games and those community leaders. But this should be a fun celebration at the Yard, and we can already see it was really nice to see that.
We lose him? Nope.
But we're pacing pretty nicely for Friday night. And knock on wood, the weather has been in our favor, as well. Very much knock on wood. I don't want to jinx it at all, but the weather has been in our favor, and it should be a really nice weekend.
I don't want to talk about weather.
Well,
I know. I hesitate to say that with where you're at, Rob.
That's some brutal conditions out there. And now I can figure out why you guys haven't done a Rob Long bobblehead. You don't have enough material for the head for 20,000 fans. Rob. He's mean mugging.
You know what? You know why I don't crack jokes, Mark? With Jeremy's big old ears, he could hear before I say it.
There you go. Hey, Jeremy asked for it.
Yeah. Hey, this is how we live every single day. So it's just busting each other's chops. How has it been in Baltimore for you so far, coming to this team? Because I think I like a lot of the ideas, even the ones that don't, suit me per se. But again, I'm not a guy you got to win over.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Jeremy. And we all three of us go back to minor league baseball days and my Harlem Globetrotter days. So, it's great being back in Baltimore. This is my dream job. I say that anywhere I go. And there's nothing like Baltimore. I mean, you'll see our tagline this year's Fly Different. And one of the reasons we went with that is because Baltimore is different than anywhere else. Think about what we fall in love with. The crab race, the hot dog race. Elrod Hendricks was a bullpen coach, right? And he was beloved in this city. I don't think there's any other bullpen coach in MLB history that could be as beloved as much as Elrod Hendricks was. And I went to Elrod Hendricks baseball camp and had a zillion autographs, had too many Elrod autographs. We are a different town. And we wrap our arms around this ballpark and our team in a different way than any other market in baseball. And there's nothing like it. I mean, opening day, having worked at other teams, I didn't realize that opening day wasn't a holiday at other teams that I worked at. And it is very much that here. And this is a special place, and we do things differently here. And we're trying to tap into that. And in the meantime, having fun, bringing different kinds of people in here who may have not been here for a while. We want them to come back. We want them to see the ballpark upgrades. Rob and Jeremy, you both have seen how incredible that, how much that adds to the fan experience. And it really does. Being able to hear Adrian, the PA announcer, and all the things that we have going on, it's really great to see. So we had a good first homestand and, looking forward to a really great season.
Well, Katie Graves came in. She made a big difference. Hiring you, we see the difference in the marketing. It's forward thinking. We appreciate all you do, Mark. And I'll see you on 410 Day.
We'll see you then, Rob. Appreciate all you do. Jeremy, the same.
Thanks, man.
You guys are great, and I love working with you.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
So there you go, Rob. You got one guy that likes working with you.
And if you notice, it sounded like he was reading that.
Yeah.
Joe has the encore. You don't want to miss it. Find out what we learned today on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Well, here is a weird one. Medical malpractice or a high-stakes mistake. Lakers coach J.J. Redick putting the Mavericks on blast, claiming their medical team scanned the wrong area during Austin Reeves' initial MRI. Mavs fired back, denying any error, but the damage is done. The second scan confirmed a grade 2 oblique strain, sidelining Reeves for the rest of the regular season. That's bad. I'm Drake Toll.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Choosing an orthopedic doctor who specializes in hand and wrist care is a big decision. You want to see a doctor who is among the best of the best, who has the right experience and skills to understand what is causing your pain and fix it. The hand and wrist experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care with focus on changing your life for the better. Schedule an appointment with one of our hand and wrist specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Hey guys, let's be real for a second. It's your buddy Bob Haynie here. When it comes to performance, good enough isn't good enough, and that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. This is the future performance, faster, smarter, and precision engineered for best results. Get started today at BlueChew.com and see why millions of men trust Blue Chew now with the gold standard upgrade that's changing the game for good. And we have a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057 and get 10% off the first month of Blue Chew Gold. Visit BlueChew.com for details and important safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. Keep that loving from getting old, fellas, with Blue Chew Gold.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Mic check 1, 2.
Thank you. Far too. Can I get an encore? Do you want more? One last time, I need y'all to roar.
It's that time, Joe. We're going to play What's in My Butt.
My favorite. I want to play What's in My Butt.
See, I knew you wanted to play, Rob. Thanks for joining along. This comes from Brazil. And, Rob, this is something I'd say you probably have in your hands.
See, I don't like the way you set that up because is, is a saying.
We're playing what's in my butt.
At one point in life, everybody's going to have one in their hand.
Well, that's not it. That's not what got caught in this guy's butt.
I'm just checking.
I'd say 3 to 5 times a week you probably have something like this or something similar to it.
Cigar.
No, it wasn't a cigar in a butt. Joe, do you have any idea? You want to guess what's in my butt?
A microphone.
It is not a microphone.
Yeah, well, you have that in your hand every day.
It's a 2-kilogram dumbbell. And I don't know if you work out with bands and weights, but I figured you might have a dumbbell in your hand from time to time.
I do.
Yeah, this was lodged inside his body, causing serious and dangerous obstruction after 2 days of intense discomfort. Now, I know you guys think a certain way about me, that I would like to do certain things. I'm perplexed. There's a lot of dudes out there going, what?
2 kilograms.
Yeah.
It's like 4.5 pounds.
Yeah, it's close to 5 pounds, right?
So he had 5 pounds in his ass.
Yeah, he had 5 pounds in his ass. The situation quickly turned into a complex surgical challenge as medical professionals initially struggled to remove the object using standard tools. Eventually, they were forced to rely on a manual extraction method to safely resolve the case. Despite the risk involved, the procedure was successful and the patient made a full recovery. Now, I'm wondering, is this like a normal workout? Do you move up to the 5-kilogram dumbbell next, or how does that go? And what is it about some of these older dudes that are going, you know what? I think I'd like to try to fit that in my ass.
And that's the encore for the day. 410-583-1057 is the number. Thanks again to our sister Odyssey station, The Score in Chicago, for providing the studio for me the last 3 days and allowing me to do my job while I'm on the road doing my other job. So thank you to them. Very accommodating for us.
I'm glad you didn't lock yourself out of anything.
No, I didn't lock it. Everything's not unlocked now. Everything's unlocked. I'm telling you, I love their honor system little restaurant.
Yeah.
Little food area. I love it. Not a restaurant.
I'd love it too if I was eating for free every day.
I'm not eating free.
I know you're not. I'm saying others might be.
Yeah, whoever owns it is paying for it. Because I'm joking. It's like, even though it's a convenience store, it's not priced like a convenience store.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because I'm getting I'm getting a water, a juice, and something to eat every morning. And it's like maybe $11, $12.
11?
Not bad at all. 11, 12. 11, 12.
Well, we talked about this the other day. Would you like this station to have something like that? Like us?
I would, but you don't think it'll work.
And
I think Joe is in agreement with you that it wouldn't work.
No, I thought Joe was in agreement with you. He thinks it could, but
I think it would. But
with the morning people,
we all know they're not putting anything like that in here.
We used to have free sodas. They took that away. There used to be vending machines. They took that away.
Now time for you to find out what we learned today.
What we learned on the Big Bad Morning Show. Brought to you by Gray Insurance Group.
Today is National Empanada Day. It's also Zoo Lovers Day. Jeremy, you like the zoo?
So zoo?
Zoo.
Yeah, I love the zoo. I love going to the zoo. I hate the fact that we do this to animals, though. But I do like seeing them up close. So maybe I'm kind of contradicting myself.
I'm not a zoo guy. Some birthdays.
I like empanadas too. You didn't ask me
about
that.
I didn't care.
Okay.
John Havlicek, Gary Carter, and Catfish Hunter all would have celebrated their birthday today. Broadcaster Jim Lampley turned 77 today. Former NBA player Terry Porter turned 63 today. Former pitcher Jeremy Guthrie, hated him. He turns 47 today.
Guthrie.
Also former pitcher King Felix. He turns 40 today. CeeDee Lamb turns 27 today. All right. Infielder Jeff McNeil and current Orioles Zach Eflin share a birthday. Joe, who's older?
Eflin,
all right. Jeremy?
Give me the dude with the big ass teeth. I'll take Jeff McNeil.
Jeff McNeil turns 34. Zach Eflin turns 32.
It's Roquan Smith's birthday also.
Roquan Smith's birthday today?
Yep.
I'm sorry. I did not know that. Happy birthday, Roquan.
Well, all right. I guess this is my turn.
One of
now.
my favorites.
My granddad gave me some sound advice on his deathbed, Rob.
Mm-hmm.
He said it's worth spending money on good speakers. That's sound advice.
Sound advice.
Yeah. I was going to tell an apathy joke, but who cares? This one's my favorite. I should have saved it to the end, but I don't want to scroll past it and forget it. The Chinese man who invented the camera lens has passed away. Rest in peace, zoom in. Stupid. Zoom in. If you make your living driving a limousine, you certainly have a lot to show for it.
He didn't get it. See how long it took him? He didn't get it.
Yeah. Why does Beethoven detest chicken so much? Because whenever you ask them who their favorite composer is, all they say is Bach. Bach, Bach. How do you find a blind man on a nudist beach? It's not that hard. That's the easy way. Some of these are just dumb. I saw a cute couple going into the gym. I'm sure they'll work out. Why did the skeleton not go to the dance? Because he didn't have any body to take.
All boats. All boats.
That's definitely a kid's joke. All right, let's do this one. This is so stupid. What happens if you slap someone at high frequency? It hurts. It hurts. And spotted an albino Dalmatian the other day. Was the least I could do for him. Here, I got a couple more. Amish girls. I wonder how do Amish girls know if it's a romantic candlelit dinner or just a regular dinner. A woman in labor suddenly shouted, shouldn't, wouldn't, couldn't, didn't, can't. Don't worry, said the doc. Those are just contractions. And I ordered 9 root beers, but they gave me 3 beers instead. Math joke.
Vinny Haynie up next. Have yourselves a safe and wonderful Hump Day Wednesday.
If you're thinking about it,
every day.
We're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code CHARM01 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Introducing Home Care Plus, a new subscription service from Lowe's that helps make life easier by giving members a hand with home maintenance. Let Lowe's tackle the tasks you keep meaning to do, like electric dryer vent cleaning, replacing hard-to-reach light bulbs, and more. Subscribe to Home Care Plus for just $99 a year and consider your to-do list done. Members get more at Lowe's. Available in select zip codes only. Cancel anytime. Non-refundable fee. Product purchase required. Terms and service restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
This is the highlight of my morning.
Hey,
what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
And you've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
At Lions Den, the lineup is stacked and the action never ends. From warm-ups to extra innings, they've got what you need to win the night. So visit lionsden.com. That's Lions Den. And if it's a home game, make it real home field advantage.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Tuesday afternoon in Chicago, the Birds earn a comeback win over the Sox.
Taylor Ward at second, and this ball jacked to right field. Well struck. Hill racing back. It's gone! Yeah. Left on left, Gunnar Henderson slams the Orioles in front.
The call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Gunnar Henderson puts the O's ahead with a huge two-run homer to right field, making it 4-2 Baltimore in the eighth, and that would end up being your final score as the O's overcome some frigid temperatures and some struggles at the plate to take Game 2 of 3 against the White Sox. Overall, the Birds went 3 for 15 with runners in scoring position, but thankfully, the box score does not reflect the outcome. In that pivotal eighth inning, Blaze Alexander and Taylor Ward hit back-to-back doubles, tying it at 2, and then Gunnar put the cap on Baltimore's comeback with his fourth long ball of the season.
I feel good. I feel like I'm very close to getting back to where I want to be and making good swing decisions and giving myself plenty of chances to get the job done.
There's Gunnar after the victory. Today, the O's go for a sweep of the White Sox in a 2-10 matinee. Kyle Bradish gets the start for Baltimore. Chicago counters with Evan Burke. Your Wednesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A chilly morning gives way to lots of sunshine, highs in the mid-50s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
And Ward lines one to right field. That ball will get down fair in the right field corner. Alexander is in to score, and the Orioles finally break through. Taylor Ward at second, and this ball jacked to right field. Well struck. Hill racing back. It's gone! Yeah. Left on left, Gunnar Henderson slams the Orioles in front. Hill pops it up. Right center field, O'Neill and Tavares coming on. Leote's got it. And the Orioles secure a series victory in Chicago.
Hey. Little bounce back for the Orioles, kind of, sort of, against the White Sox. First two games of this series. Not exactly the most aesthetically pleasing games you're going to see because the output offensively has not been all that great. Gunnar Henderson's kind of been the offense for the first two games of this series. I'm still getting used to this thing here. I can't stand
it.
I don't want to,
Scott, if you're listening,
that
was a bad idea with these microphones.
I'll just try to get used to it. That's all. And I guess it, might behoove me to get my headphones all straightened out and everything that goes along with that. But it's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Hear all this woman crush Wednesday. And after getting swept in Pittsburgh, the Orioles have taken the first two against Chicago. Remember, the White Sox just swept the Blue Jays over the weekend. So they were on kind of a little hot streak there. Now the Orioles go for the sweep this afternoon at 2 o'clock our time there. Weather, at least right now, doesn't look to be as frigid as it was yesterday. where it was like in the 30s.
With the wind chill, yeah, it was low 30s.
And I saw an interview during the game on Masson where they were talking to Kate Povich about the coldest you've pitched in. And Povich pitched in Nebraska, man. You know, it's like cold like all the time. He said what we're dealing with now is like an average home game for us in some of these earlier months of the season. But that being said, Orioles bounce back and win after falling behind. Their first 11 batters were either walked, struck out, or hit by pitch. And then Gunnar had the bases loaded, had the epic at-bat where he wound up striking out on the changeup. Orioles didn't get their first hit till Messiah got one. Rogers went through the lineup pretty much unscathed, almost one time through. Then a couple of low velo hits dropped in, and they fell behind 2-0. I'm still not sold on Taylor Ward in left field, to be honest with you. I mean, I get it. And the bat's been playing. Hasn't even started hitting home runs yet. I mean, he's getting doubles. He leads. He's tied for the major league lead in doubles right now. But outfield defense, That being said, Gunnar came through in the clutch. Mm-hmm. Blaze came through. Then Ward came through. The Orioles, on a day in which they were 3 for 15 with runners in scoring position, found a way to win. And Rogers did not factor in the decision. His third quality start of the year. Every time he pitches, price tag goes up. Mike Elias, let's get on the horn here, my friend. We've played how many games? 11. You've had 3 quality starts. He has all 3 of them. Yeah. Let's start moving. Zach Eflin just got put on the 60-day IL. I'd be floored if he pitches at any time this season. Get it done. I know Gunner's the big ticket, and that's probably going to be another year or 2 down the road. But in the immediate, get on Trevor Rogers, a guy that a year ago we all thought stunk. And now here he is, pitching like one of the best pitchers in baseball, and he's starting to stack quality starts. But to get the win and the series win, we commend them. It hasn't been pretty, as we said. If they could get the sweep, then if you could salvage 3-3 after getting swept in Pittsburgh, then you come back home 500 for the Giants, who have been on the struggle bus. In Arizona, the same thing. They lost to the Mets in extras. All right, you're kissing your sister at this stage. You're still worried about the same things that concerned you going into the year. Now, the bullpen, which was a concern, they were great yesterday.
Yes, they were.
Now, Helsley, every time he pitches, he gets a runner on base. Got to tighten up that. And the guy who walked the lead off the inning was he just got called up from the minor leagues. Mm-hmm. But let's tighten up at the back end. He was throwing 100 miles an hour again.
In 30-degree weather.
Yeah, he was bullpen was outstanding. But 3 quality starts out of 11 games. You're still waiting for the offense to really explode, especially when it comes to the home runs.
Yeah.
Pete Alonso's had a bad road trip. Woo! A really bad road trip. They K way too much. So if you could come home after your first road trip, pretty much back where you started at 500, you start to work. Injuries are a problem, but you're going to be getting Jackson Holiday back, maybe this weekend. Who knows? Dean Kramer's probably going to be returning to the nest, if you will, at some point this weekend. But if they lose today and they come back at 5-7, the whole narrative changes.
Oh.
Just be that one game. Just be at 500. Say, okay, you're 500. Not great. Certainly not overly impressive for the most part, even though Gunner's having a really good start to the season. Another guy, Adley's having a good year, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. Ward's hitting the ball well, not all that great defensively. And your outfield defense overall shaky outside of Tavares. But get back 500. You're not disappointed. You're not satisfied. We're 500. We are, the record says, we're a mediocre baseball team. When do we start to trend in a more positive direction here? As the weather starts to warm up, and it's going to be warm in Camden Yards this weekend, and once the Diamondbacks come in early next week, so you can't use cold weather as an excuse. And quite frankly, nobody's really using it as an excuse except for people trying to apologize for the Orioles. Got to get these bats rolling because if we're looking at strengths, maybe the offensive potential might be the biggest strength of them all.
Yeah, and I agree with this. The strikeouts, Bob, I mean, they're struggling hitting off-speed pitches, is what they're doing. But, I mean, 13 strikeouts again, kind of crazy. But like you said, Gunnar, but Alonso got to get going. Maybe, Bob, the cold weather, maybe the ball, it seems like right now Alonso has warning track power.
Yeah,
is what he's got.
And he's not really hitting a lot of hard contact.
The one down to third was 105, I think. But, yeah, other than that, you're right. He hasn't. And he screwed up a ball. He dropped that ball on first base, which is the first time this year that he hadn't looked good defensively.
So, I mean, I'm not, based on his track record, you're not overly concerned with him. Usually he starts to heat up early. But right now, off to a tepid start offensively for the Birds. But before we start pressing panic buttons and going into DEFCON 2, they have a chance to get to 500 today against Chicago. Game's coming up at 2 o'clock. We'll give you the starting lineup as soon as we get it. Let's bring Nolan McGraw, a quick draw. Hey, feeling over there, my man. Orioles could be 500 with a win today as I kill time trying to get into my email thing here.
Oh, good job.
Improvise and adapt.
If you didn't say anything, I wouldn't have noticed.
Right.
No, we're feeling good. We're feeling good, man. Gunnar Henderson doing exactly what he's supposed to do as the main driving force in this lineup. 2 clutch home runs in back-to-back days. Hey, why not make it a third today? If that's what it takes, that's what it takes. Because while you were out yesterday, Vinny and I, kind of continuation of what you just said, a little disappointed in Alonso, the lack of power so far. Really the lack of overall contributions. Not worried about it ever coming. It's going to happen. But for this early portion of the season, you need that kind of guy. Gunnar's the only one really giving you any sort of a power source right now. And it's much needed. None of it's going to waste, I'll say that much.
So the Orioles going for the sweep against the White Sox coming up today, 2 o'clock. You want to get in, talk about the Birds, your assessment of them. Outside of Trevor Rogers, well, now we'll see what Kyle Bradish has going on this afternoon as he's going to pitch for the Birds. And he said last week against the Pirates that his fastball command, he thought it was better than it was in his first start of the year. The results didn't really say that much, but Bradish gets the ball today, coming up against Chicago. So we'll get into all of that and more. Ravens today, out at One Winning Drive, we actually get to hear from people as we're going to have media availability.
Yeah, the new sports performance guy, the guy they got from rugby, I think that he's talking today, which will be interesting because what's changed? What are you doing differently? I don't. So I don't know. And then hopefully Lamar gets to talk. Why?
I'd be cool with that.
Yeah. Why not have him talk? Get it over with right away because he hadn't talked since the last game. And he's going to be asked about Harbs, about his contract, about probably stuff he doesn't want to talk about.
Right, and that might be one of the reasons he might not talk. You know what I mean? But still, it would be good. Where are we? Their last game was early January. So we're 3 months plus past the last time we've heard from him in a public setting, talking to the local media. And it would be good to hear, what his mindset is. Why did you show up? Because historically, at least for this part of the offseason program, you're not here.
Right.
And I was reading this morning, one of 10 last year, Jeff Schrebeck wrote at The Athletic. Last year, the 10 voluntary, he showed up to 1.
Yeah, the first one.
Yes.
When the OTAs.
Right. So why now? I mean, what was the motivation to get here? What's your relationship like with Declan Doyle? And obviously Jesse Minter. I think these are all pertinent questions that if he answers, if he chooses to speak, or they even make him available, that we'll stop asking to ourselves and to the audience because he can answer them himself today. Then we probably won't hear from him again until a voluntary OTAs coming up after the draft in mid-May here.
Yeah, and I'm in total. Other than Lamar talking, Bob, is there really anybody else you really care?
I'd like to see what Derrick Henry's offseason been like. Marlon Humphrey, if he's there.
Yeah, how much of a haircut did you have to take?
Well, Trey Hendrickson. Yeah. Well, according to Jeff, he hasn't taken a haircut yet, Marlon Humphrey.
That after June 1, I'm guessing, is when it's happening. You know, because I think they save more money that way.
A haircut for those, it's a pay cut.
Pay cut, yeah.
Yeah. And haircuts are expensive nowadays, trust me. But either way, if Hendrickson is there, and I think he is, right?
Yes, he's there, yep.
Hey, bring it in. Were you option 2? Did you feel that way? What went wrong in Cincinnati? I mean, what's your health situation like? I mean, I think there's still some very intriguing storylines based on who they put in front of a microphone later on this afternoon.
And Roquan, I'm guessing, usually
he's always fun to hear.
And I don't think, Bob, I may be mistaken, but they have not, and Nolan, maybe you've seen, they have not shown Kyle Hamilton. So I don't know that Kyle Hamilton is there.
Pretty sure he's there. Somebody on the text line was saying that he was in the social media videos.
Okay, because I didn't see him, but no, it seems like about everybody is there.
Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. It's Woman Crush Wednesday. Orioles go for the sweep later on this afternoon against the White Sox. You want to talk about the original Birds of Baltimore, the way they stand right now. Ravens out at one winning drive today. Got the draft coming up in 2 weeks, so there's plenty to talk about there. We have 2 draft profiles for you. Ravens signed a punter. I saw that out of Oklahoma. But they need a center. They need a punter too, but they need a center. And in a big way, need that happening here. You got the NBA playoffs, Stanley Cup playoffs, literally weeks away. Not even weeks, like a couple weeks. The Wizards down to the last 3 games. Caps play tonight. Monumental game for them. They got 5 out.
The other teams are starting to win now.
So they're in a big problemo situation there. But anything you want to get into, feel free to do so. Pick a song, play it. Favorite female artist or band. It's Vinny Haynie, Nolan McGraw here on this. A week ago today, we were at Ward Home Improvements getting sunburned, and now I'm wearing a wool cap indoors.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
If you run a business in any industry, the last thing you need is some dead batteries. We got them in stock, and we're local too. We dream about batteries more than most people do. Batteries Plus, there's no problem too large. Batteries Plus, we're the experts in charge.
As the seasons change, it's the perfect time to prep your HVAC system with a $49 seasonal tune-up from Blue Dot. As your local home service experts, everything we do is backed by our exceptional service guarantee. Visit bluedotmd.com/radio for details, terms, and conditions. License number MD HVAC 01-17840. MD electrical number 8286. MD license plumber natural gas fitter number 8045. WSSC license master plumber gas fitter number PFG-01130.
Call 1-800-BLUE-DOT and we'll come fix it on the spot.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different And if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Ready to ramp up the excitement, golf fans? BetMGM is making your next golf tournament winner bets even better with Second Chance. What's Second Chance? Ever bet on your favorite golfer to win a tournament only to see them miss the green? Well, with BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan here on this Woman Crush Wednesday. Pick a song, we'll play it. Send a request, Plaza Sport text line at 410-583-1057. Favorite female artiste or band. Nola McGraw is waiting for you, ladies and gentlemen. Orioles win yesterday, 4-2, coming from behind to do so over the Chicago White Sox. Going for the sweep today, trying to get back to 500. And I guess the question is to you, the people, if they come back at 500, and I'm looking at it from my perspective, 5-7 will be like they're 5-107. 6-6, I'm like, okay. Given everything that's happened with the injuries and the inconsistencies, you come back home, you handle your business. After getting swept at Pittsburgh, to bounce back against the White Sox team that had just swept Toronto, defending American League champions, and they're decimated by injuries and they're struggling too. But to come back 6-6 against San Francisco and Arizona, I'll take it. But 5-7, now you're talking about a 2-4 road trip. And by the way, the Pirates are off to a really good start. They beat the Padres last night as Paul Skeens picked up the win there. But the White Sox stink.
Yeah.
And you beat the Twins 2 out of 3. I mean, let's start, figuring out where you are, quite frankly, as a ball club. So you want to get into that, we can. Where are you? If the Orioles are 6-6, would at least calm you down a little bit. If they go out there and get hammer time and Bradish gets rocked, doesn't make it through the 5th inning, then are we again starting to push panic buttons as they have a day off tomorrow and then get ready, as we said, for the weekend series where the weather is expected to be pretty much ideal for baseball. Ravens, Lamar Jackson, if he speaks today, plenty of questions to ask him.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm a betting man, and we don't know, right? The Ravens haven't released anything.
They just said players.
Determined players. I would actually be surprised. I'd be more surprised if he talks today than I was when he showed up Monday.
Really? I'm anticipating him talking today. Just because it's anybody, that's who everybody wants,
Sure.
What are you gonna hide him, Chad? He's gonna have to talk eventually, so you might as well get it over with. Remember, that's the thing what Andrews was. He went so long without talking.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So you might as well, because people want to know, how involved were you in the coaching search? It sounds like you were. Declan Doyle said he talked to you a couple of times. All those kind of things are pertinent questions for him.
12 o'clock, right?
12 o'clock.
All of this will unfold. Now, if he does talk, it's great.
Yep.
Because as we said in the opening of the show, rip the Band-Aid off. Get it over with.
Mm-hmm.
Ask the question, because you're going to have to answer them eventually.
Thank you.
You've already Now, the contract stuff, maybe given the fact that he's there, probably bodes well for them being in a good place in regards to long-term contract negotiations, I would assume.
Yeah, because last time I remember Eric saying that face-to-face, when he got a chance to sit face-to-face, it's a lot easier than texting when he doesn't respond for 4 or 5 days or whatever. So, yeah, and hopefully, they can make an announcement that he's gotten the richest deal in football.
Yeah, it's like Vito in The Sopranos. Remember that one when the things are starting to come out about his personal life, and Tony Soprano was trying to track him down, and they sent the capo regime down there to look for him. So, Vito, where you been? Why, what's up? I'm good. Tony's been looking for you. And he goes, oh, my damn phone. All right, let's go to Ray in Baltimore. Ray, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Happy Wednesday. I got a request, but I can't think of the artist yet. But I'm gonna call back in the NOLA in a little bit when I think of the artist. But yeah, I'm gonna take you down memory lane real quick, Bob. When you was a young man, when you was, trying to be Jimmy Lang and Mike No Joke Stewart, when you was in that vibe, you know what I'm saying?
Beating up people
Eddie
at the
Van
Ann Street Rec. Yeah, I was there, baby.
Yeah, the late great Eddie Van Kirk. You know what I mean? Like,
Sure.
I'm naming boxers. from the area that if just in case y'all can't catch up. But the reason why I had to bring that up back in your heyday, I'm starting to hear Glenn Davis vibe when it comes to Pete Alonso. And I remember being a small child, and that's when it was just one team in town, and people on the radio was angry at Glenn Davis and everything. Now, it's not as like that yet because, we got two teams here, and we understand and recognize that it is a process, but fans, they need to calm down and understand that it is a process. But speaking of a process,
But real
Vinny,
quick,
I know y'all
though,
got-
to your point, the difference is the same Oriole fans that are bitching about him not playing well are the ones that are complaining the Orioles don't spend money. So they went and spent money on Pete Alonso. And in the Glenn Davis trade, they traded 3 all-stars, Steve Finley, Pete Harnish, and Kurt Schilling, and in Schilling's case, maybe a Hall of Fame guy, to get Glenn Davis. So they went out and did something that Oriole fans are always whining about them not doing, spend money. And they didn't trade away. Now, they traded away a ton of prospects for Shane Baz, and we'll see how that works out, who they've already extended. But, yeah, to your point, Ray, we're 11 games into the season. Pump the brakes, man. Come on.
Yeah, man, people need to calm down, man. Listen, I understand the frustration. I just opened up my feed and seen that Conor Griffin just got paid. You know what I mean? So I get it. Gunner price is going to start with a 4, and it's not 40. It's going to start with a 4, and that's how it's going to get it done. And I think it's not going to get done to this labor agreement get taken into place. Because Mr. Rubenstein is smart. He's going to wait for it to play itself out, and then he's going to see what he has, man. You don't make it to that level of billionaire shit without being smart. But, Vinny, my question to you as I hang up the phone, who is the nominee this year? Should I get an extra day in Pittsburgh and the Geno Smith, Brady Quinn, Lamar Jackson, Aaron Rodgers award for sitting there sweating? I think it's going to be Ruben Bain. I believe there's so much smoke behind the length of his arms, and Will Campbell's performance in the Super Bowl did not help. But I think that Ruben Bain is going to drop. And do you think if he does drop, the Ravens should take a flyer on him?
I don't think he's going to drop. Just because when you turn on the film and stuff and there's so much that you can do with him, I don't think he'll drop. If he's there, I think the Ravens will definitely consider it because, with Hendrickson, Bain, and Green, I think that wouldn't be too bad. But I can see they'll get somebody that falls, and I'm hoping it's because, to be totally honest, I hope it's Fano because I think they need an old lineman worse than they need anything.
Well, based on what Pete Schrager's anticipating, neither one of them are going to be around. Ruben Bain goes 8 to New Orleans.
Yeah.
And Fano goes 6
to Cleveland.
To Cleveland.
Whew. Yeah.
Now, is that fair market value for the Browns and the Saints there? Because Jordan's leaving New Orleans, so they're going to need, the long-term replacement for him.
The only thing is, Bob, is that Cleveland needs a left tackle, is what they need, a left tackle. Fano is not a left tackle. He lines up at right tackle at Utah, and I'm saying that he's going to be a guard or center for the Ravens.
Oh, by the way, Ray, a couple of old-school Baltimore boxers, Alvin Anderson, Larry Middleton, come to mind, and the great George Chaplin, who fought ranked heavyweights back in the late 70s, early 80s. We'll come back, reset the program for you. If you want to get in on McCrush Wednesday, feel free to do so. Talk more with Nolan Graw about the Orioles at 5-6. Score for the sweep. As soon as we get the lineup, we'll give it to you. We know Zach Eflin was moved to the 60-day IL, so forget about him. But will we see Jackson Holliday this weekend, and maybe even Dean Kramer? We'll talk more about that with Rich Dubroff coming up at 11 o'clock. And if Lamar Jackson's speaking today, and we don't know who's talking outside of the strength and conditioning coach, Lamar, what's the first question you ask Lamar if he's in front of the podium?
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny Serrato here. Holy crab cakes, famous Box Hill crab cakes, supersized salads, Greek specialties, and more can now be delivered right to your door with DoorDash. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com.
Planning on using cannabis? Then it's time to plan your ride home, too. Never get behind the wheel when you're high. You might think you're driving better, but the fact is, you're not. Designate a sober driver or use a rideshare so we all get home safe.
We're home.
Be the driver who makes a plan. Be the driver who saves lives. Learn more at zerodeathsmd.gov. This message brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Spring is a great time to open your windows. And wait, your windows won't open? They leak, are cracked, or need repainting? Again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all, because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep, now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
This is a test of the Maryland Emergency Alert System. This is only a test. This drill is being conducted in conjunction with the Maryland Tornado Drill. This tornado drill is conducted to give Maryland residents the opportunity to exercise their tornado safety plan. This practice tornado drill will remain in effect until 11 a.m. There will be no follow-up statements issued. Those in Maryland should exercise their severe weather safety plans now. This test also serves as the emergency alert system required monthly test for April. Broadcasters, in cooperation with local, state, and national authorities, have developed this system to provide the public with important emergency information should the need arise. This concludes the statewide tornado drill.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code CHARM01 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
In terms of the draft, everybody says we're going to take the best player available, and that's usually not true.
Brian Billick on this year's Ravens draft.
But in the 14th, those guys in the 10 to 20 range, those are guys that have been pushed out of the top 10. There could be a major difference between the 14th guy on your board and the 20th guy on the board. Eric DaCosta, obviously a disciple of Ozzie Newsome, will take what their board says is the best player available, even if it's not at a specific position.
105.7 The Fan. From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Orioles overcame some frigid weather and a rough day at the plate to beat the White Sox 4-2 behind a 3-run 8th inning, capped off by Gunnar Henderson's go-ahead 2-run homer. And if you just looked at the box score, you may be surprised the O's pulled out a win in this one. They'd go 3 for 15 with runners in scoring position, leaving 14 on base. Thankfully, they got the clutch hits when it mattered, none bigger than the swing from number 2.
Yeah, Gunnar. He was pretty frustrated with some at bats, but we talk about Gunnar all the time. I love when he gets frustrated, but also, he's never out of it. He's never out of the game. He's always in the at-bat, and to him to come through, it's awesome. There's
skipper Craig Albernaz on Gunnar. Starter Trevor Rogers deserves a tip of the cap for his performance yesterday as well. He'd go 6 innings, giving up a pair of earned runs. His ERA now stands at 1.89 after 3 starts, though he received a no decision yesterday. Yennier Cano, your winning pitcher of record on Tuesday afternoon. Today, the O's go for a sweep of the White Sox and a 2:10 matinee. Kyle Bradish takes the bump for Baltimore. Chicago counters with Evan Burke. One more note on the O's. Prior to yesterday's game, the Birds moved starter Zach Eflin to the 60-day IL as he mulls over the options for his injured right elbow. Your Wednesday forecast from the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center. A chilly morning gives way to lots of sunshine, highs in the mid-50s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haney Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Woman Crush Wednesday. City at 80, 105.7 The Fan. Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. A little cold out, but it's going to be nice and sunny, as Joe LaCroix just said during his update. Later on in the afternoon, Orioles 2 o'clock. Taking on the White Sox, 12:35. You got the Padres and Pirates. Tons of day baseball. On Wednesday, Orioles back home. Friday against the Giants. Just to give you a program reminder, it's on Apple TV. Friday night's game.
Ooh.
Little Apple. So get your streaming services up to date. Little Apple Orioles Giants bud coming up Friday night.
Well, I was on the fence about going to the game. Now I really got to go. No way I'm shelling out money for that. Come on now.
I'm going on Sunday just as a paying customer sitting in section 98, the bleachers. So,
there you go.
Supposed to be 75 degrees. Going to be 8 of us. Going to go out there and go to a place in Locust Point that serves brunch that's partial to the kickball in regards to their sports viewing. If you're picking up connecting dots, if you know what I'm talking about, you know where I'm going. They're big on the codfish cakes. Ooh. Coddies.
I love
delicious coddies with just mustard. Back in the day at the old bars in East Baltimore and down in South Baltimore, you just put them on a saltine cracker with some yellow mustard. You're ready to rock and roll. But Orioles and Giants on Apple TV coming up Friday night.
Now, Friday, Bob, yes. 72 and sunny.
Bring it on.
Saturday, 66 and sunny. Sunday, 66 and sunny.
As long as it's sunny and not cold and all sorts of things. But it's cold today. But, you know, we're not here to talk about the weather, at least in regards to what we're doing in our normal lives when it comes to whether or not you're sitting in the stadium. Hell yeah, you want to know what the weather situation is. Ray from Baltimore brought this up last segment. Connor Griffin with a K. 9 years, $140 million for the Pirates. 19 years old, made his debut against the Orioles. Pretty impressive one. Then went cold for a bit. He had 2 knocks last night as Pittsburgh beat the Pirates. But, you know, proactive move by the Pirates. Now, Gunnar Henderson, as we've discussed, Ray brought it up, and everyone, you know, listening understands. You know, Gunnar's already a Rookie of the Year, starting shortstop for the All-Stars, been in the playoffs twice, still only 24 years old. Off to a great start, was just on the U.S. team in the World Baseball Classic. I mean, Gunnar's resume is pretty like, I'm that guy, MVP-level player. And Scott Boras is the agent, who was Pete Alonso's agent. They got that deal done, which is great inroads, I guess, if you're David Rubenstein and Mike Elias. But Gunnar Henderson's deal is going to be pretty significant in the, what are we thinking here? Depending on length of contract.
Who's the comp? That's the key.
Well, Bobby Witt signed on a cheap deal.
Yeah.
For Kansas City.
He's not the comp.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what the comp would be.
Soto?
$700 million? I mean, I don't know. What do you think,
I
Nolan
think
McGraw?
the comp is Vlad Guerrero Jr., 500 on the dot. That's starting point.
Yeah, that's a good call.
I mean, if we're talking today, like what it would take to get it done today, but knowing Boris, that's going to be years down the road, what the market value will be at that point, it could be 700.
Yeah, and Vlad's a brilliant offensive performer. Gunnar's a more multifaceted player, speed, defensive upside, and everything that goes along with it. But yeah, that's a good call. I'm thinking like player comp, Corey Seager when he was in his prime with the Dodgers and Rangers. But financially, yeah, I think it is Junior.
So it would start.
Because Bobby Witt took the hometown discount. He did what Connor Griffin did, pretty much.
Yep.
Now, that doesn't answer the years question, because that's for Vlad was 14 years.
Woo!
If I'm not mistaken. Yeah. 500 over 14. Soto, 765 over 15.
So the average per year is what, Nolan? You're good at math.
Average, well, thankfully the computer's got it for me because I am not good at math. The average for Juan Soto, 51 a year. The average for Vlad, 35.7. Shohei, the unicorn, he's separate from all these conversations. 700 overall, 70 a year.
So I could see, Gunnar at like 40?
40 for 10, 400 mil? Would he accept that if you offered it to him now?
Well, that's the other wrinkle.
Yeah.
Is it take the Boris side out of it, that you really can't get a sense of what these guys are looking for in terms of length. You know, they vary. You see it there. The 14, that's such an arbitrary number for Vlad, 14 years.
And aren't there, like, Vlad's got, like, no opt-outs? Isn't he kind of beholden?
There's another part of it, yeah. But, you know, we've seen, for a while, it was like, 10's the benchmark. But then you saw a couple guys go, well, we'll go for 8, right? And then some go for 11 or 12. So I don't know if he wants like Gunnar, if we're talking about him, if he wants to lock himself in for over 10, because then you really give yourself no shot at another re-up down the road.
You're one and done.
Right.
Yeah, for instance, you're 24, say the Orioles do, and by the way, it's probably not happening, but the Orioles go at him, we'll give you, I don't know, we'll give you an 8-year deal at $320, $40 million a year, right?
Mm-hmm.
No opt-outs. Because you're trying to be team friendly, you're trying to protect your investment if you're the Orioles. He hits free agency again at 32, 33 years old. He's still very much in his prime. I mean, Aaron Judge is, 33?
He might even be 34.
Yeah, I mean, so you can double up like that. Like Manny was relatively young when the Orioles traded him, but he got that monster deal from the Padres. Bryce Harper got that crazy deal from the Phillies, rather. But they had already made their money as high-end draft picks. And arbitration fees had helped them as well. I don't know. But Connor Griffin, 9 for $140. If I'm a Pirates fan, I'm happy because Paul Skeens is not going to re-sign there. Let's face that reality. That guy's going to reset. He's going to Tyler Linderbaum the pitcher's market.
No doubt.
He's going to obliterate whatever that pitcher's market is. But good for the Pirates. Get Connor Griffin done.
So, Bob, if you're Gunnar, because he would be a free agent how many years?
28, I believe it was.
So he'd be 26 or 27 at that time? Then you're only getting it one time then, too. You know what I mean?
So, well, you're getting that crazy deal. You could still sign a short-term, zany deal.
Yeah.
Like 3 years for, $80, $90 million, something like that. Gunnar Henderson will be a free agent 2029. So he's with the Orioles through 28. So that's 2 more years.
Yeah.
2.5.
So he'd be 26?
He'd be 28 when he's a free agent.
28 when he's a free agent.
That's not fair. For us old geezers, anyway. When we come back, draft profile. Ravens need a center. Vinny's going to start breaking them down, and we're going to go to Florida. A little Gainesville action coming your way. We'll talk Orioles. Rich Dubrow, Baltimore Banner, or BaltimoreBaseball.com as we get you ready for the Orioles possibly go for the series sweep this afternoon against the old White Sox there. Austin Hayes got hurt. There's a stunning turn of events there. And it was always plays well, then gets hurt. Hammy, so see you in May.
You think? See, Nolan didn't think he still would have caught it. I said he would have caught that ball.
We pulled up lane.
Yep.
And he's got the athleticism to do it. Whip around, let 15 tons going on World Sports last night. We'll get into that. Tony Penty, OriolesHangout.com. Find out what's happening down on the farm. And then we'll talk more with Nolan. Maybe get a funhouse trip in as well. Ravens meet with the media coming up at noon. And we'll have all that and more coming your way after we get through the 12 o'clock hour. It's Vinny Haynie, Nolan McGraw. It's Woman Crush Wednesday here on the cold day in Baltimore.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Off-season workouts at the Castle. There's media availability, so we'll tell you what was said out there. Also, we'll wrap up the college basketball season. Sunshine himself, Jimmy Patsos, in studio at 3 o'clock.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This feels like the most wide-open Masters tournament we've had in recent memory. Scottie Scheffler is the favorite, but Scottie Scheffler is not coming into this tournament in good form. Rory McIlroy won last year to complete the career Grand Slam. It seems like he's willing to coast off that win, and we'll see if he competes into the weekend. I think we could get into Sunday, and there could be a bunch of names on the leaderboard that nobody is expecting. I'm Nick Costos.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Hey, it's Rob Long, and if you're a golf fan, you won't want to miss this. This Friday, tee off the big golf tournament this weekend the right way at Elephant in the Room. They're opening early at 6 a.m., and the Big Bad Morning Show will be there live from 6 to 10 a.m. As the best golf of the year tees off, enjoy a Southern-style breakfast, full bar, plus a putting contest with prizes and giveaways. Great food, great energy, and the perfect place to catch every moment. Join us Friday morning at Elephant in the Room in Millersville. We'll be there.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait, and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya, guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan. Vinny Serrato's Draft Profiles. 105.7 The Fan.
I was so fortunate. I didn't get recruited by him. I didn't commit to him. I committed to the University of Florida, and I was just lucky that a man of his character and integrity became the coach.
Draft profile number 1 here on this Woman Crush Wednesday, going to the interior of the offensive line. And that's a guy talking about his college coach, Billy Napier. And Vinny, the Ravens could use a center. And let's talk about a guy that maybe could fit the bill. Jake Slaughter.
Jake Slaughter, Florida, senior, 6'5", 303, ran 5'1" in the 40, 174, 10, 32 3/8 arms, 10-inch hands, 32.5 vert, 9.2 broad jump. He's a 2-year captain, 3-year starter from Ocala, Florida, was a 3-star. 2021, red shirt. 2022, special teams. 2023, started 8 games at center. 2024 started all 13 games, allowed 1 sack and 800 snaps. First team All-American. 2025 started all 12 games, allowed 1 sack, 1 quarterback hit, 422 pass sets. Strengths, he's got good height, 6'5". He can anchor and pass, smart, has his head on a swivel and pass, gives effort, leader, quick pass set, works body into position, smart, makes adjustments, durable. Weaknesses, he doesn't run that well, needs better play strength. He can get ragdolled some, not knock you off the ball in a run game, needs more powerful punch, needs more strength and power, plays too high in the run game, average athlete, gets ragdolled a lot, struggles to reach a 3 technique, needs more mass and lower. In summary, I said this kid needs to get stronger in the lower. He lunges too much and misses. Not nasty, doesn't run great. He's really smart, makes all the calls. I don't like for the Ravens starting center, not athletic enough. I wasn't crazy about him watching him on tape. And I watched him against Miami, and they got some nasty physical.
Like the upper echelon performers.
And he was getting
overwhelmed.
ragdolled all over the place. And, you know, I was not crazy. I didn't think he would be a good fit for the Ravens at all.
Now, Mel Kiper Jr. has him as the number 1 center in this year's draft class, at least for now.
Mm-hmm.
And Nick Baumgardner from The Athletic in his top 100 draft guys, mocking him right now. Slaughter, that is 86 to the Chargers.
So late 3rd round to the Chargers. Bob, for me personally, I wouldn't. I don't like him. I like a couple other guys better. And we're going to talk about the kid from Iowa this afternoon, later today. And I like him much better. And you know what's funny about him is, you know who he followed? Linderbaum.
Yeah. Now in Oakland, or with the Raiders, of course, the crazy contract there. But you talk about watching film guys going up against better opposition. Roger Rosengart, when he was at Washington, his last game.
Ooh. Against Michigan.
Not ideal to put on tape, for sure.
And you know what? And when you're a scout, when you go in, especially if you go in later in the year to a school, what you want to do is because you got to watch at least 3 films. So you're not even watching really the games early in the year unless it's, let's say a center, unless it's against an All-American nose tackle or something. You want to watch the games against the best competition, 3 games. And if you get one early, middle, and late, that's probably a good way to look at it. But like Florida played Miami, if you're watching Slaughter, you want to watch the Miami game because why? It's the best. They finished 2nd in the country. And they got All-Americans in the D-line. That's what you want to see because that's what he's going to be playing against on Sunday. And I thought he sucked against Miami.
So you're thumbs down, I guess.
I'm thumbs down.
Jake Slaughter, not in Vinny's top things for the Ravens coming into the draft here in 2026, which is pretty much just 2 weeks away. When we come back, going to talk some Orioles. Rich Dubroff, BaltimoreBaseball.com. Stick around for that. Whip around left 15 tons going on in the world of sports. Got the NHL and the NBA coming up on the end of the regular season, which means the postseason about to start here shortly. Tony Pantee, OriolesHangout.com. We're a week plus into the minor league season. What's going on down there so far? Talk more with Nolan McGraw. News from the Nest coming up at noon. Ravens going to meet with the media. Got buy or sell 12:15, and then we'll talk more draft with Ryan Wilson. CBSSports.com. Haven't spoken to him in a while. Let's get caught up in his world, as I'm sure his brain is fried with prospects.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Play the Big Spin Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $50,000 instantly. Or a chance to spin the Big Spin Wheel for up to $250,000. Pick one up today at your favorite lottery retailer. Please play responsibly.
Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
Unless you live in a cave, you need batteries. For cars, boats, and smartphones to keep life a breeze. Did you know we sell key fobs? We program them too. From lithium to 9 volts. Batteries up the wazoo. Batteries Plus, there's no problem too large. Batteries Plus, we're the experts in charge.
Are you looking for your next opportunity in the commercial mechanical trades where you're valued for your experience and hard work? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring skilled foremen and mechanics right now. Join a company with unwavering commitment to integrity, honesty, teamwork, and faith. If you're ready to take your career to the next level with a company that expects your very best, Ariosa Mechanical wants to hear from you. Visit ariosamechanical.com. That's ariosamechanical.com.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
If your heating system goes down and your kids are saying,
Daddy, I'm cold,
getting the heat back on feels like an emergency because it is one. It's why we prioritize it as an emergency no heat call at Amazing. We take this personally. You're trusting us to fix this for you fast. And that's exactly what we're going to do. My amazing heating techs, who I've personally vetted and trained, will get your system fixed and pumping out heat ASAP, guaranteed. And if easy payment plans make sense for you, we have them, even on repairs. I started Amazing because my last boss pressured me to push sales of new systems instead of just fixing the problem. And I simply wouldn't do that. Honest repairs and respect for the homeowner are foundational. And that matters more than ever when you're without heat in the freezing cold. So I promise, if you call Amazing with emergency no heat, we'll come through for you and your family.
CALLA Amazing.
Go to callamazing.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
311 and Dirty Heads bring their So Glad You Made It tour with Ocean Alley in Rome to Merriweather Post Pavilion on July 22nd, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Trevor Rogers became automatic with his results throughout his incredible 2025 campaign, and so far this year it looks like that's carried over. Yesterday marked his third outing of the season, all of which have been at least 6 innings in length and came with no more than 2 runs allowed. He now holds an ERA of 1.82 in 21 starts since May of last year. Here's Craig Albernaz with some post-game thoughts on his ace.
It wasn't his best, but he just keeps on competing, and he was filling up the strike zone. He was landing his off-speed stuff. He got a little out of whack that one inning. He was efficient, and he kept on throwing strikes. He kept on forcing the hitters to make decisions, kept on forcing weak contact.
Yesterday's victory brought the O's season record to 5-6 with a chance to pick up a sweep this afternoon at 2:10. Kyle Bradish will look to go deeper in his third appearance of the year. He gave up 4 earned runs in just 4 innings of work last time out against Pittsburgh. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Strategic Tax Resolution. Do you have unfiled tax returns or tax debt? Act now to protect your income and assets. Call Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution at 443-367-9000 or visit strategictaxresolution.com. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, lots of sunshine with temps warming up to the 50s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Town Appliance. Your next home upgrade starts at Town Appliance.
Woman Crush Wednesday. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Chris Rod. Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. Orioles go for the sweep this afternoon in Chicago against the White Sox after getting swept themselves by the Pittsburgh Pirates. And let's talk about the Birds of Baltimore heading into this finale before they come home for San Francisco and Arizona. From BaltimoreBaseball.com, he's on the Window Nation, our guest hotline. Let's bring in our buddy and yours, Rich Dubroff. Rich, what's up?
How you doing, Bob? Good morning, Vinny.
Good morning.
Rich, always great to talk to you. So you win the series yesterday, coming from behind to do so. And I was looking at the stats prior to yesterday's game. Orioles with runners in scoring position. On the season, they're in like 280. They're in the top 10. And I guess, Rich, this is one of these numbers can be deceiving sort of statistics, because then they go out yesterday, go 3 for 15. Still managed to get the win, which I guess all that matters. But, Rich, we're going back to the second half of 2024, where this has been a problem for them. In 23, as you know, they were number 1 in Major League Baseball with runners in scoring position. So why the early struggles, even though if you look at the actual batting average in these situations, it's not as bad as maybe the 315 says it was.
Yeah, well, yesterday was just a bizarre game. I mean, it was a bizarre first few innings. Seeing all those walks, hit batsmen, they can't come through there. But I don't like to blame people, but I think that once Pete Alonso gets going, and he will, maybe today, because he really isn't quite a skid. But once he gets going, I think those numbers are going to go back up.
Now, Gunnar Henderson.
I think it's pretty simple. I think it's pretty simple that way.
Well, hopefully that's the simple solution to their problems. But Gunnar, here's a guy that we know is capable of great things, and he's already homered twice off lefties this season when he only did it 3 times in the entirety of 2025. We kind of knew, Rich, if he was healthy, he was primed for a big season. So how are we assessing Gunnar's play? And defensively, because we know the Orioles defensively have been somewhat debatable in a lot of areas. But what about Gunnar through the first 11 games of the season?
Well, he committed a couple of errors early in the season, and I think a lot of that is because of the WBC. I remember in 2013, Adam Jones, who was a terrific center fielder, had a rough beginning to the season, and Wayne Kirby, the first base and outfield coach, said it was because he didn't have enough time in spring training to work on the fundamentals. And that players need those weeks in spring training to work on their fundamental fielding drills, and Henderson didn't get that. And I think that might be part of it. Also, he's playing with new people. He's playing with Alexander and Mayo, and I think that's part of the issue as well. But he seems to have gotten better in recent days. Of course, yesterday he was the DH, but I don't think that's necessarily a long-term an issue with Henderson. It may be issues with other players, but Henderson will be just fine there.
Rich Dubroff, BaltimoreBaseball.com, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. To that point, we heard Craig Alvarez talking earlier the week, right before the White Sox series, about how fundamentally they're flawed right now.
And, guys going to get the extra work paraphrasing because I don't remember the exact quote, but, maybe questioning some things in regards to the way his team is approaching just the basic fundamentals of it. And we've heard Pete Alonso try to, gather and the veteran guys, Chris Bassett, et cetera, et cetera. My question is, wouldn't you have identified that we're fundamentally flawed in spring training, the area in which you're supposed to figure out some of these things? Why have they all of a sudden taken a hike on them once we get out of Florida up here into Baltimore, Pittsburgh, and Chicago, et cetera, et cetera?
Well, because the games matter now.
Yeah.
And, they're playing together for 9 innings. In spring training, maybe they're playing together for 4 or 5 or 6 innings, and they were playing all kinds of different players who aren't here, now. Jose Barrero was playing there, and Brian Ramos and Willie Vasquez. Those guys aren't here. It's once they get Holiday back, which I think will be coming, maybe this weekend or early next weekend. I'm not sure, but certainly within the next week. I think that, I think it will look a little better. I know Holiday had some issues last year playing second base. I think he'll be better, but I think it will be a more comfortable infield. But having him at second, Henderson at short, and then Alonso at first, and we'll see if it's going to be Alexander or Mayo or just split and tied there at third.
Hey, Rich, why are the O's having so many problems with off-speed pitches?
I don't know. I mean, I think that would, I think it's, again, a lot of these games have been cold weather games, and it's hard to hit in cold weather. And I think that, because I actually wrote about it this morning, the pitchers probably have a little bit of an advantage in cold weather. You don't see 8 to 7 games when it's 40 degrees out. And I think that, when they start play, I think it'll be easier to judge once they have a more conventional schedule where they're playing a lot of night games and it gets warmer. Then we'll be able to make those judgments. I think also coming off of, looking at just 11 games, that's really not much of a sample size. I mean, there are things I think to be concerned about. Just the offense in particular. They won a game they won 2 games 2-1 so far this year. That doesn't happen very often. They're going to have to, they're going to have to score 5 and 6 or more runs a lot more often to be a contender. But I think those things you judge once the team's played 30 or 40 games, not when they've played 11.
Hey, Rich, when do you think Kramer's going to be up? And you got to feel bad for Young, who had a great outing, and then he gets shipped back to Norfolk.
Yeah, and that was strange. I think Kramer will be here. Probably in the next, probably within 2 weeks for sure. I think he just has to, pitch a little more in Norfolk and get his stamina up, and I think he'll be here, and I think that'll help stabilize the rotation.
Rich Dubrell, BaltimoreBaseball.com, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, coming up around 2 o'clock. Orioles and White Sox series finale. Birds going for the sweep before they come home for San Francisco, Arizona. Rich, real quick, though, yesterday's game, the pinch hitting. Albie went to the bench quick with O'Neill and Mounty pinch hitting for Beavers and Calzer, respectively. Is this something we should be probably keep an eye on all season long, going for that early hook, looking at those pitching matchups here when Newcomb came in?
Yeah, he's very he's unpredictable. I haven't really decided sort of, oh yeah, he's going to wait here. I mean, the other day he waited. A lot of people were upset that he didn't pitch hit for Pasayo in the 7th inning with a game, possibly winnable there. So I don't know. I was a little surprised he went early, but he felt like that was the opportunity to strike. So again, judging a manager on 11 games isn't really fair. So we're going to have to wait and see. But I think he hasn't given any clues. He basically says, if the game's there to win, he's going to try and win it. So I would think that I would think more unpredictability from Auburn is going to be coming along.
And by the way, both moves worked out, so we're not questioning it. Just like a little fourth inning hook, pretty interesting to see. Rich Dubrow, what's happening at BaltimoreBaseball.com as the Orioles are wrapping it up with the White Sox about to come back home?
24/7 coverage of the Orioles as always, and hopefully we'll do some more minor league coverage soon. So that should be fun.
Rich, appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the last game there, and we'll see you this weekend down in Camden Yards.
Thanks, Rich.
I look forward to it. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Vinny.
There's a Rich Dubrow. Everybody will come back. It's the whip around what happened in the world of sports last night. A lot. And then at the bottom of the hour, speaking of the minor leagues, Tony Pentee, OriolesHangout.com. Get his impressions of the young prospects down there, including the Orioles' top pitching prospect. Not off to a great start, no pun intended.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Off-season workouts at the Castle. There's media availability, so we'll tell you what was said out there. Also, we'll wrap up the college basketball season. Sunshine himself, Jimmy Patsos, in studio at 3 o'clock.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Savings, they're raining down at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and get you a great sales experience. And you can save with 0.99% 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson's gas and hybrid. Or drive that new Elantra or Sonata with 1.99% 60-month financing and make no payments till July 2026 on every new Hyundai. Now, we got banks on site for instant credit approval, make everything real easy for you. And Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, owner assurance, plus get you Jones for a lifetime, my favorite thing, which is free oil changes. Think of the money that you save. For me, it's once a month as much as I drive. Free car washes, engine guaranteed for a lifetime with over 2 million likes and reviews. You too. You can and you will be a satisfied customer. How do I know? I've been in every department. Sales, service, Mike over there in service, Jay Kendall with the Hyundai in service, parts, collision center, Ed Zimmerman in the collision center. Nobody better. Savings, they're raining down at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. And go see that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com. And get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
I'm Bridget Condon with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Cowboys owner Jerry Jones made it clear at the league meeting Tuesday that the team has long-term plans for receiver George Pickens in Dallas. Pickens received their franchise tag this offseason. Broncos head coach Sean Payton also revealed that quarterback Bo Nix is expected to be cleared for OTAs in June following his ankle injury during the playoffs. Elsewhere, Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson has scheduled pre-draft visits with the Cardinals, Browns, and Dolphins, according to NFL Network insiders Ian Rappaport and Mike Garafolo. Simpson also had a private workout with the Jets. And Miami quarterback Carson Beck is scheduled to visit with the Cardinals, Dolphins, and Steelers, also according to Rappaport and Garafolo. Beck also had a meeting and dinner with the Jets last week. Plus, the Seahawks will be featured on this year's season of Hard Knocks on HBO. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to GoodRx.com/weight loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Every spring when the Orioles start hitting homers, you know it's time for Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery, with a chance to win cash instantly and other great prizes. But this season, the game is even better. Enter the second chance promotion through My Lottery Rewards, and you could win a new bonus prize, a VIP game day experience, including premium seat access. Enjoy the game you've always loved with a whole new way to win. Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. Please play responsibly.
Vinny and Haney's Whip Around.
Every sport, every game, everything.
Brought to you by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Vinny and Haney, 105.7 The Fan. Orioles and White Sox, 2 o'clock, as we talked about for the first hour plus of the show. We'll give you the Oriole lineup as soon as we get it. We have Chicago's, but I'll save that for later on in the hour. Connor Griffin, as we talked about as well, just tuning into the show, 19-year-old phenom for the Pirates, 9 years, $140 million. So congratulations to him getting his deal done. So that's good news if you're a Pirates fan, because your most ballyhooed prospect, position-wise, maybe Gregory Polanco or somebody along those lines, the outfielder. Because I don't think McCutchen even had this side of the sort of buzz. Now, you've had Garrett Cole and Skeens as pitchers.
Right.
Who have been Jameson Taillon, who have been highly regarded. But position player, he's probably the biggest deal they've had in a long, long time. So congratulations to them getting it done. The Ravens, too. Let's not forget this. We'll be talking about this more top of the hour. Media availability coming up at noon. News from the Nest. We'll get into it. Strength and conditioning coach and select players. And we still don't have intel on that, right? Because I've been hitting the old Google Eyes machine.
Yeah, I have not. No emails, nothing.
Transfer portal open in college basketball. Over 1,000 players have entered in. Alec Alston, latest Maryland Terp to get in there. Nick Blake, Steve's son, he entered the transfer portal as well. Terps are trying to bring in guards and maybe another big man or two. So we'll see how this all unfolds. And Mike Malone, as we talked about, this all broke as we were getting off the air Monday, new coach at the University of North Carolina. His daughter plays volleyball there. That's why he was hanging out with Hubert Davis over the summer. And now he waltzes in there, and he's going to be one of the highest paid coaches in college hoops. Never coached in college before outside of an assistant coaching stint way back in the early 2000s. Loyola Greyhound, though, So Loyola Greyhound, man, they got the Spencers, they got the Santi Aldama, and they got a lot of things going on in the basketball world. Now Mike Malone takes over for the fired Hubert Davis. Speaking of basketball, last night, Wizards taking on the Bulls. Bulls fired their GM and team president, and Reinsdorf, the younger one, not Jerry, basically said, if you don't want Billy Donovan to be your coach, we're not hiring you. So Billy Donovan is the coach. That's it. So you're going to have to come in already knowing that your coach is in a position of strength. But the Bulls puppy pants the Wizards last night, 129-98. I was watching some of that. It was a blowout, like right out of the gate. I was watching Arizona and the Mets, too. Juju Reese, Baltimore's own, University of Maryland, St. Francis. How about this game? 17 points, 11 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals, 2 blocks.
Damn.
That's called filling the stat sheet. Now, your team lost by 30, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
He has really made an impression. Now, next year, you got Anthony Davis, Alex Sarr. They get hurt, especially Davis.
No.
I would think, his range is about 5 feet in, but making the rebounding is like incredible. The numbers he's putting up. Him and Shaq are the fastest rookies get 100 rebounds.
Wow.
In the start of their careers.
Now, did they just sign him when they bring him up, Bob? It's a 1-year deal.
He's on a 2-way contract. I don't know what the length of the deal is, but talk about a guy. Hey, 2 years ago, if you would have said Julian Reese playing in the NBA, I'd be like, I don't see it. Not only is he playing, he's like actually playing pretty well. Bub Carrington, another Baltimore guy, he had 14, 4, and 7. Speaking of the Wizards, they have lost 23 of their last 24 games.
Whoa!
23 of 24. I don't even think you could try to do that.
And they still won't win the lottery.
No. Incredible. Toronto beat Miami 121-95. Miller quickly was back on a minutes limit. He had 3 points, 4 boards, 4 assists. Scotty Barnes had 25. And New Orleans, and the most explosive game of the night, 156-137 over Utah. And another Baltimore kid going off.
Filipowski back into the game. The starter for Utah. And blocked away. Good job by Derek. Stay with the big guy. Micah, corner 3. Got it.
That's Derek Queen. That is Gulf Coast Sports on the call. Derek Queen with the block and the assist. 17 points, 12 boards, 7 assists, 3 steals, 2 blocks. So Derek Queen filling the stat sheet as Zion Williamson rode the Pines. When Queen and Williamson are playing at the same time, it's bad for Derek Queen. They can't coexist on the floor. But either way, Fears had 40 for the Pelicans in the win. It was Golden State 110-105 over Sacramento. Pat Spencer, speaking of Loyola, he had 14, 2, and 3 in the win there. Oklahoma City blows out the injury-depleted Lakers. Reeves and Luka are both out for the rest of the season, which is only 3 games left. But now their playoff availability is in question. And if neither one of them are playing, they're done. They're donezo. And they fell from 3rd to 5th in the standings in just the first 8 days of April, because they had a great March, but injuries have caught up to them. Aaron Wiggins, University of Maryland, 10 points there. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had 25 for the defending NBA champions. On the ice tonight, it's the whip around. Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Caps at Toronto. Capitals, they're up against it, Vinny. They need some sort of almost miracle on ice, if you will.
Yeah.
Sort of thing to get to the postseason.
Because, Bob, the other teams are winning now. I mean, that was what was keeping the Caps close, was everybody was losing, but they still have 3 teams ahead of them, and the Caps sit at 87 points with 4 games to go, and the second wild card right now is 92 points, and the third in the Metro, which the Caps, they're at 92, so they're 5 points behind there. Phillies won 3 in a row. Ottawa's won 2 in a row. So, I mean, they'd have to win. They'd have to get their 8 points, Bob, and that would get them to 95. And then Ottawa would have to go 1-3, and so would Philly for them to do that. So I think it's a really long shot for the Caps.
And Islanders firing Patrick Roy hasn't really worked out for them, has it?
Patrick Waugh. Patrick Waugh, the Hall of Fame goalie. Yeah, well, yeah, they were trying to. Well, Bob, ever since Torts has come in for Vegas, they're 4-0. You know, and I think that's what the Islanders trying to get some oomph for these last 3 games because the Islanders, Bob, they've lost 4 in a row and they're sitting at 89 points, so they're 3 out right now too.
This day in sports history, April the 8th, 1974, Hank Aaron hit homer number 715 off of Al Downing to pass Babe Ruth for the all-time home run record. A year later, Frank Robinson made his debut as the Cleveland Indians manager, hit a home run on top of it as Cleveland beat New York 5-3. Frank, of course, was the first African-American manager in baseball history. And then 1976 on this day, NFL draft. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers took Leroy Selman out of the University of Oklahoma, who would become a Hall of Famer and one of the great defensive ends in the history of football.
I played against them, Bob. They kicked crap out of me.
And real quick, this day 10 years ago, Orioles history, Oriole Park Camden Yards. It's Tampa, Chris Davis, Jonathan Scope, Nolan Reinmold, Manny Machado. All won deep. Chris Dillman got the win as the Orioles beat the Rays 6-1 10 years ago today. We'll come back, talk about what's going on with the farm with the current day Orioles, Tony Pantee, OriolesHangout.com. Nolan McGraw is going to be joining us around 11:45 or so. Then news from the Nest coming up at noon. We're going to wait for the media stuff to begin, and we'll get all that coming your way in a big way in the 12 o'clock hour. Also revisit Jeff Zrebeck's top 10 Ravens. Keep an eye on this offseason. Buy or sell 12:15. Where's the midweek money? And Ryan Wilson, CBSSports.com. Get his latest thoughts on the upcoming draft, which is, 15 days from today.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10, 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Rob Long. Golf fans, don't miss this. This Friday, tee off the big golf weekend at Elephant in the Room from 6 to 10 a.m. with the Big Bad Morning Show live, plus a Southern-style breakfast, full ball, and putting contest giveaways. Join us Friday morning in Middlesville. We'll be there.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers. If you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Improving your outdoor living space can really increase the value of your home. And Long Fence provides only the best materials and craftsmanship to guarantee longevity. Now's the perfect time with 25% off for qualified buyers. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
If you run a business in any industry, the last thing you need is some dead batteries. We got them in stock, and we're local too. We dream about batteries more than most people do. Batteries Plus, there's no problem too large. Batteries Plus, we're the experts in charge.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, O's fans, kick off your weekend with Party at the Yard, presented by Coors Light. Every Friday home game. Hit the Coors Light roof deck and Legends Park for happy hour featuring $5 12-ounce Coors Lights when gates open until 1 hour after first pitch. Enjoy live music, photo ops, and entertainment all night long. And welcome a special guest splasher who will keep the good vibes going in the bird bath. Party with the O's on Fridays. Visit Orioles.com/party at the yard.
Play Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery for a chance to win cash instantly. Or enter the Second Chance promotion and you could win a VIP game day experience, including premium seat access and more. Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. Please play responsibly.
This Fan Flash is brought to you by Vinny Steel, your home sold guarantee. Call Vinny at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801.
Welcome to the NFL Draft.
Insights and analysis from the fans. Vinny Serrato, former NFL general manager and director of player personnel.
He'll go up and get the ball. I mean, it was impressive watching him on film, but he is a really good tackler. He'll come up hard, aggressive.
Every day, Vinny provides grades and predictions for Ravens players and teams in our division.
Baltimore Ravens select.
Never miss a moment. Subscribe to Vinny and Haynie on the free Odyssey app. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
It hasn't been the prettiest series so far, but the Orioles have taken the first two from the White Sox to get themselves back on track. Gunnar Henderson was the hero again yesterday with a go-ahead 2-run blast in the 8th, marking his 4th home run in the last 7 games played. He's been the team's lone power source through this part of the season, with no one else on the roster having multiple homers. Here's what he had to say following the win.
Obviously, that was a little tough to see with the shadows, but, I mean, first off, it was hats off to Blaze and Bordy for sticking their neck in there on those 99 bowling ball sinkers to get us set up. And then, thankfully I was able to get one out over the plate.
The series wraps up this afternoon with a pitching matchup between Kyle Bradish and Sean Burke. Things will get rolling at 2:10. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses, making golfing fun and affordable. All 5 courses are challenging and fun for golfers of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, lots of sunshine with temps warming up to the 50s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Well, the Crush Wednesday, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw is on the other side of the glass. We'll talk to him in a couple of minutes. News from the Nest, top of the hour. Mark Andrews, Zay Flowers, Kyle Hamilton will meet with the media along with strength and conditioning coach Scott Elliott. So we'll have all that coming your way in the 12 o'clock hour. Got the Orioles lineup, which we'll share in a couple of minutes. But joining us now, talk about what's going on down on the farm. We're week plus into the minor league season. From OriolesHangout.com, he's on the Window Nation guest hotline. He's Tony Penty. Tony, good morning. How you feeling?
Morning, guys. Doing well.
Appreciate the time as always. So how's our boy Trey Gibson doing early in the minor league season? Considered to be, if not the Orioles' best prospect, pitching-wise, certainly one of the best. Give us an idea of what the struggle bus has been like for him so far.
Yeah, it's been a struggle. There's no doubt. His first 2 starts have not been good. He's given up a lot of hits. He's given up a lot of walks. He's got a 3, and let me reiterate, 3 WHIP, which is your men per innings. You put 3 guys on an inning, you're not going to do too well. And obviously, watching a couple of the starts, it's just a lot of it's command related. He's missing the middle of the plate. He's obviously getting hit when he is. Hopefully it's just something where he's going through a little of something right now. The stuff is too good to get hit like this, the way he's being hit. But he also was hit a little bit in AAA last year. So there is a little bit of, maybe a little bit of a yellow flag that he's going to need to make some adjustments to his repertoire. And definitely to the command's going to have to improve better to have more success.
Now, we were talking earlier about Connor Griffin with a K signing the 9-year deal, 140 with Pittsburgh. Well, he was taken in 24. the same year that the Orioles took Vance Honeycutt. Now, Griffin was then, I believe, 8th or 9th player. Honeycutt a little later, but Vance had the big spring training, homered, 4 straight at-bats to start things down in Florida. How have things gone for him in Frederick? He had a brutal, let's be honest, he was brutal in 2025 offensively. We know the defensive tool is pretty strong, but what about Vance offensively? Was that just kind of a, hey, I'm hot for a week and then back to reality, or is that a glimpse of what this guy could possibly really be, a right-handed stick with power for them?
Yeah, I mean, he's only played 3 games this year down in Frederick, and he looks a lot like he did last year in IA. I think he struck out 4 times in his first 10 at-bats. His first 10 PAs, can't hit breaking stuff, all speed stuff. He looks very out in front of it. I think his one hit was on a fastball down in. He was able to slap that into left field. So, he can hit a fastball sometimes. But, yeah, the off-speed is still giving him a lot of trouble down there in A-ball. And I guess, again, we're three games in. You can't take too much out of the very beginning of this season, especially these guys have been playing some cold weather. But at the end of the day, he looks a lot like he did last year. I'm going to need to see more. Obviously, he had a tremendous spring training. Nobody saw that coming. But, if you watched what he was hitting a lot of fastballs for a long way, and I think he did hit one hung slider. So I think when the off-speed stuff improves, he starts struggling, and that's something he's going to have to try to overcome, and it just looks like he has a long way to go.
Tony, going into the year, who was the most intriguing prospect for you in regards to you really like the upside? You want to see if they could level up here a little bit, like Nate George, I guess, did last year, going, 19 years old to the minor league player of the year. Who was that guy coming into the year, and how has their season started so far?
Yeah, I mean, obviously George would be the guy you would want to talk about, but most guys, people know about him now. I think BA has him ranked number 1. I've got him ranked, I'm about to rank him number 2 or number 1 here myself. So he's the guy that when you look at, if you're looking at another name that would come up, if you want a young guy that could break out, I still like Steven Martinez down in Delmarva. He's the 10th youngest guy in A-ball. He just came back from a hamstring injury that he had down in spring training, got his first game in last night and hit a home run. This is an 18-year-old with he's 6'4". He's got some real true power when he can get to the ball. There's still some, he's 18 years old, so there's going to be some roughness to the game. And I think that's something that he's, still obviously working on and coming up. But yeah, he's a guy, that's a guy I would just keep an eye on. I don't know whether it's going to be this year. Again, he's one of the youngest guys in the league. That does tell you about how they think of his talent. But at the same time, you don't expect super numbers. But if he does start putting up some really good numbers there in A-ball, he's definitely a guy that could move very fast and rank up the prospect list very quickly.
Hey, Tone, were you surprised at what Brandon Young did the other day? I mean, he had a good start down in Norfolk, and then he came up and, hey, he had a hell of a 5 innings here.
Yeah, he really threw the ball well, and we've seen him, obviously, at the major league level. He had the near no-hitter last year, and we've seen when the stuff works, and it seems like he's gone back and adjusted his repertoire a little bit. He's added the sinker. That's added a different look to him, and gives him something that's moving a little bit arm side for him with a velocity, and I think that's helped him a little bit. So it'll be fun to watch him this year. I mean, he's a very good depth guy. I do think probably Dean Creamer is the next guy that's going to be added into that rotation to ultimately replace Eflin. But I do like the idea that he's a guy that can come up here and pitch well. And even if he's not as a starter, this is a guy that you could potentially put out in the bullpen and let him be kind of that multi-inning guy, something that we saw Albert Suarez do the other day, where I love that. I love nothing more than seeing my starter go 6 innings and you turn it over to a reliever and he pitches the last 3, rest the rest of the bullpen. I really think that's an underused way for relievers nowadays, and Young could clearly be a guy that would have a lot of success in that role, I believe.
Hey, Tone, how many more at-bats you think Holiday needs? He's batting 185, got 8 strikeouts. He's had 27 at-bats. How many more does he need before you think that he would be ready and they would bring him up?
Is a lot more a number? Yeah, he's not looked good. I mean, that's just the truth. He's pulling off balls. He doesn't look nearly ready to come back to the major league level at this point. He's not even really hitting the ball all that hard. But I really don't like the way he's really pulling off the ball, especially against left-handers. He just is not looking good. And he looks like a guy that missed spring training. So, in spring they want these guys to get between 40 and 50 plate appearances. So I think that's probably the number the Orioles are looking at. But be honest, if he's not hitting well and Blaze Alexander and is still hitting the ball well, he's played a very good defensive second base when he's been out there. I could see them leaving him down a little bit longer until he really starts to hit the ball and starts showing that he's ready to be back at the major league level.
Maybe it'll be Jeremiah Jackson and Blaze Alexander on the bobblehead this weekend instead of Jackson Holiday. Tony, what's going on at OriolesHangout.com?
Well, we're talking Orioles, talking to minor leagues. We're updating our power rankings. I have a new scouting forum that I'll be putting in my raw notes as I watch pitchers and hitters throughout the year. We'll be adding our information in there that people can find when they become a Plus member on our site.
Tony, appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll catch up with you next week.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Tony Penty. We'll come back, reset the program for you. News from the Nest, top of the hour. We'll count some midweek money, hopefully buy or sell. 12:15. Talk draft with Brian Wilson, CBSSports.com. He's been to a ton of pro days. Another draft profile. We're talking center today around 12:45. Stick around for that. Got NFL lunch coming up at 1. American League East report at 1:15. And then Cordell Woodland, who's out at one winning drive as we speak. Get his thoughts on what he has heard and seen out there as the Ravens and the rest of the NFL 15 days from the draft. Oh, and we have the Orioles lineup, too, as well.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Off-season workouts at the Castle. There's media availability, so we'll tell you what was said out there. Also, we'll wrap up the college basketball season. Sunshine himself, Jimmy Patsos, in studio at 3 o'clock.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Buffalo Bills began off-season workouts earlier this week, and if you're a Bills fan, I think you should be optimistic heading into the season. The Bills needed to fire head coach Sean McDermott, who couldn't get them over the hump, and I like the promotion of offensive coordinator Joe Brady and the hire of Jim Leonard to run the defense. And I think they will give Josh Allen his best chance to get to a Super Bowl and win one for the fans in Buffalo. I'm Nick Costos.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Every spring when the Orioles start hitting homers, you know it's time for Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery with a chance to win cash instantly and other great prizes. But this season, the game is even better. Enter the second chance promotion through My Lottery Rewards and you could win a new bonus prize. A VIP game day experience, including premium seat access. Enjoy the game you've always loved with a whole new way to win. Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. Please play responsibly.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents. So when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haney Show. 105.7 The Fan.
All right, Orioles lineup. White Sox today. Gunner at shortstop. Ward's in left. Adley behind the plate. Alonso, your DH. Muscles in right. Mounties at first. Beavers in center field. Mayo's at third. Blaze at second base. Against Sean Burke. Kyle Bradish 0-2 with a 6.23 on the hill for the Orioles. Mydroth at second for Chicago. Murakami is at first base. Did Helsley blow him away with fastballs or what yesterday? Feel some of this heat. Vargas the DH. Montgomery's at third. Benintendi's in left. Harrison right. Acuña's at shortstop. McGuire's behind the dish. Peters in center field for the Chicago Ball Club. They come in here at 4-7. Orioles trying to get to 500 at 5-6. Going for the sweep. Nolan, we have time for a call. Let's get out to the phones. Let's go to Kansas City. Bring in Eddie. Eddie, what's up?
How you doing, brother?
What's up, dude?
Vinny and everybody.
Oh.
Quick call. Hey, look, I'm a little late to the show today. I have some stuff to do, so I apologize if this has been talked about. Bob, I've always been a uniform buff. It got hit me out of the blue. I didn't realize it until I read it and thought it was fake. But then it's true. They're going to announce a uniform change. The Ravens. I think it's the 16th of April.
Next Thursday at there's a PSL thingy going on at M&T Bank.
Well, I got a theory, and I don't know if it's been touched on before. You know, I mean, it's just something I've been thinking about. It's their 30th year. And, you know, when they first came, there was some sort of controversy. Somebody claimed they had sent in
the Flying B.
Yeah, the Flying B. Well, you know, man, what I would like to see happen, and I'm just throwing this out there as my theory, hoping it will happen, but somewhere along the line that maybe Biscuit is negotiated with that person, because they've had that for 30 years. They ain't making any money off of it. So, you know, throw them a couple $1 million or whatever it would take and bring that back in the fold, tweak it a little bit. But, you know, bring that back, because for me, that was a better-looking helmet. Look, I love the helmet we got. But I just think that should come back somehow. I mean, and whoever owns that, what are they doing with it? They ain't making any money off of it. So now it's maybe your last chance. So, because what are they going to do to the jerseys? I mean, we're purple and black. I mean, it has to be something. Is it just going to be a patch saying 30 years?
Yeah,
I mean, it has to be something.
I'm just
throwing that out there to get your guys' theory. And what do you think about that? Would you like that old logo back, you know, even as an alternate or something? But thanks for taking my call.
All right, Ed. Talk to you, brother. The only thing I don't want from the new uniform, white helmet.
No, me either.
0.0 interest. And like Ed, who I've known for years, I'm a uniform nerd. What Tennessee did to their uniforms, kind of going back to the old Houston Oilers colors.
Yes.
I mean, they got rid of the wings on the flying thumbtack. Their colors are identical to when they were in Houston. Atlanta changed theirs. They kind of sort of look like the old ones. They went to the more traditional stripes down the pant leg, added a little more gray, because remember they used to have the gray pants with Barkowski and all those guys were playing for them. But Nolan, how much you can only do so much with purple and black as a color scheme, and a white helmet kind of takes away. I've never seen a Raven with a white head. Let's just put it that way.
You're not looking hard enough. Well, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, and I'm just against major sweeping changes to begin with.
Yep.
I mean, the white helmet, it sounds ugly, right? But let's say they rolled it out like an alternative, like they did with the purple, the all-purple uniforms, and it's a one-off thing every year. All right, I'll live with that. I mean, the Bengals kind of did that with their all-white out. They replaced the orange with the white for the helmet. A gimmick, sure, but it's just one game. What I don't want to see is this complete overhaul where they change, you know, drastically the layout,
font,
the
all
font
that stuff.
and the name font, and maybe some of the shoulder patches and everything. You've got one of the better looking uniforms in the NFL. And honestly, look around the league at all the teams that are constantly changing them. It's total money grabs. It's all the bad teams. You know, Jacksonville all those years had different uniforms every couple seasons. The Browns practically change them every year.
Yeah.
It's just an excuse to make
Atlanta's
a little more
had
money.
multiple uniform changes too.
Right. And very rarely is that fan base, just from what I read online, actually satisfied with any given version. And then by the time you settle into it or maybe get used to it, it's changed again.
You know what's funny is like the fans kind of like when you go back to like the originals.
Traditional stuff.
Yes.
Oh, give me the Flying B. I'm with Eddie on that one.
Yeah.
But I think there was litigation there. The guy that, and I don't have the full story in front of me, so I apologize. He wrote the logo, which was one of the first 2 years, I believe, of the helmet. And then he sued because he wanted compensation, and the Ravens said, well, it wasn't yours. And then he showed like the drawing that kind of was, and they haven't worn it since. Obviously, that's when they went to the profile of the Raven on the side of the helmet. And they don't have the Flying B. They got a B in a shield. But I don't know if that would be, since they've kind of 86'd it all along, I don't think they would do it because the guy, you know, and again, I apologize. I don't know the full backstory. You know, it's been 30 years, you know what I mean? But I don't know. Just, I like black helmet, purple shirt, white pants, work in some other combinations if you see fit. But if they change the font, which the number font now is already like kind of off the beaten path as your traditional block letters, like, you know, the Green Bay and Dallas and the Raiders have. I don't know, man. But you know what it all is? Just go buy your new Lamar Jackson jersey for $150.
That's what the NFL does.
I think the uniforms are fine. You want to tweak it a little bit, add a new, because now they have these rivalry uniforms that are going to be brought in.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, and leave the traditional. You've established enough of a tradition with the ones you're wearing now. What's the point?
They might have to wait quite a while for the rivalry ones. I think Sashi Brown mentioned that during his owners' meeting availability. He was asked about the ones happening this year, the uniform change. Didn't tip his hand, but he did say that he is anticipating a long wait on the rivalry. He thinks the AFC North is going to be last in line.
But a Chiefs uniform, they've been wearing that forever.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Dallas and Green Bay, with the exception of a couple tweakages, they're almost the same uniforms they were wearing in the Ice Bowl back in 1967.
Chicago.
The Bears.
Yeah.
I mean, same thing. I mean, the Dolphins screwed up going to that dopey nonsense they're wearing
And the
now.
Vikings, it's not the purple,
No.
Yeah.
But they'll break out that throwback every now and again. But, we're not the kings of style here by any stretch of the imagination. Well, Vinny Haynie and Noah, 105.7 The Fan. But let's not get carried away, Ravens. Well, it's already done. We're going to see it next week what the new uniforms are going to look like. But, we'll all be there buying our new Ravens hat when it's all said and done. When we come back, news from the nest. Talk about the Ravens on the field. They're out at one winning drive. Speaking in a matter of minutes, Mark Andrews, Zay Flowers, Kyle Hamilton, and strength and conditioning coach Scott Elliott. We got buy or sell, 12:15. Ryan Wilson, talk about the draft. Vinny's draft profile number 2. We're talking center. That's coming up 12:45. NFL lunch at 1. American League East report at 1:15. And then Cordell talking Ravens because he's there right now here on this Woman Crush Wednesday, 105.7 The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Unless you're made out of money, chances are you can't afford to fix up your home every time something goes wrong, and it's important to make them, though, even if you're selling your home. My buddy Lee Tessier, he knows how expensive those repairs are to make, but he also knows homeowners who don't make them miss out on thousands of dollars at the negotiating table, and that's why Lee will cover the upfront costs of repairs for you. So let's just say your dishwasher's broken. Lee's going to pay for it to be fixed. So if you have cracks in the tiles on your bathroom floor, Lee's going to pay for them to be fixed. So if you have a garage door that always gets jammed, guess what? Oh, yeah, Lee's going to pay for it to be fixed. His Rehab Refresh program makes it so you don't owe him a dime until closing. The repairs, they'll help sell your home for so much more that they'll pay for themselves and then some. So call the old age I call if I had to sell my home. That man's my good buddy, Lee Tessier. Just give him a call at 410-638-9555 or go to LeeTessier.com. And when you call Lee, start packing.
Tune in this Tuesday, April 14th, as we feature this week's PNC Achiever, Sloan Kelly. Each week, PNC recognizes one Maryland high school lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field. Thank you to all those that nominated these amazing student athletes.
When it comes to your home comfort, trust the local experts at ARS Rescue Rooter. Right now, you can save up to $2,000 on a new HVAC system with our trade-in allowance program. At ARS, we treat your home like it's our own, with safe, reliable service backed by our exceptional service guarantee. Visit arsofmaryland.com/radio for details, terms, and conditions. License number MDHVAC.01-10647. MD license plumber number 21097. WSSC license master plumber gas fitter PFG-41104.
Call ARS and Rescue Rooter.
Hey, it's Rob Long, and if you're a golf fan, you won't want to miss this. This Friday, tee off the big golf tournament this weekend the right way at Elephant in the Room. They're opening early at 6 a.m., and the Big Bad Morning Show will be there live from 6 to 10 a.m. as the best golf of the year tees off. Enjoy a Southern-style breakfast, full bar, plus a putting contest with prizes and giveaways. Great food, great energy, and the perfect place to catch every moment. Join us Friday morning at Elephant in the Room in Millersville. We'll be there.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
As Pittsburgh prepares to welcome the nation to the unofficial beginning of football season, the city's kickoff celebration will begin with an unforgettable, invite-only night of music. The night before takes place on Wednesday, April 22nd at the Rivers Casino Event Center, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit. Visit Odyssey.com/the night before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Prize includes round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
First pitch of yesterday's Orioles versus White Sox game was moved up roughly 4 hours in an effort to beat the worst of the expected frigid temps in Chicago. However, the afternoon conditions were not much better, and the wind definitely played a role at some key moments. Baltimore was just thankful to have their most trusted arm on the mound in Trevor Rogers, and he delivered with another quality start, tossing 6 innings of 2-run ball and adding 6 strikeouts as well.
No excuses to be had. We knew what the weather was going to be coming into this series, so I just tried to stay as loose as I could and execute the pitches to the best of my ability and let my defense work. Credit to the guys in the clubhouse. They battled.
There's Rogers on the unique challenge that yesterday's game presented. The Birds will go for their first sweep of the season this afternoon when Kyle Bradish gets the start. First pitch coming up a little after 2. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, the choice of Maryland homeowners with an impeccable industry reputation. Just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerrysiding.com. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, lots of sunshine with temps warming up to the 50s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Your station for the best Ravens coverage. It's News from the Nest with Vinny and Haynie. Sponsored by Window Nation. Right now, save up to 50% off new windows from Window Nation. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now.
News from the Nest, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Ravens meeting with the media as we speak. Scott Elliott, strength and conditioning coach. We will have all this coming your way later on in the hour, and definitely when we get to NFL lunch coming up at 1 o'clock. But getting back to a subject we discussed with Eddie from Kansas City, Eddie Peters, by way of Baltimore, of course, Patterson High School. What's up? Russo's, Little Italy, et cetera, et cetera. The primary Ravens helmet lawsuit refers to the long-running copyright infringement case filed by Frederick Bouchat, and then if I'm mispronouncing his name, I apologize, who claimed the Baltimore Ravens' original 96 to 98 Flying B helmet logo was stolen from his drawings, while juries found the team used the design. Litigation over damages lasted for years, with Bouchat never receiving monetary compensation. It lasted into the 2000s. Even though the jury said, yeah, you kind of ripped him off a little bit, they also found as though there was no profit made. I seem to remember having a hat with the flying bee on it, but hey, what do I know? So, although winning the infringement case, a later jury denied his monetary damages in 2002 because the logo's use was not directly shown to increase. It was like the first helmet they wore for like 3 years. There's many helmets with that logo all over the interweb. So, Frederick Bouchat, you got boned. But anyway, not to dive down this rabbit hole too much, Nolan, we were trying to figure out exactly what would be sort of a acceptable uniform, compromise. We're all in tweak it, add an alternate, but no overhaul whatsoever. No. I mean, are we possibly looking at a full-on go bleep yourself fan base? You need to buy a whole new slew of Ravens gear here?
Could be. Don't want to fearmonger, but I got a call from, not really revealing too much. Jason in East Baltimore called
one of our loyal listeners, of course.
And pointed out an interesting fact to me, which is if you look around a lot of, your sites where you can buy Ravens jerseys right now, whether it's the Ravens official store or wherever, a lot of them heavily slashed in price. Like 50% off, 75% off, which would suggest that they are becoming obsolete.
Whoa.
So if they go to these ridiculous two-tone jerseys, like Seattle's got the dopey sleeve, like the shoulders one color, the jerseys the next, and multicolored, fluorescent numbers. Remember, we were talking off the air, Nolan, when Tampa shifted their uniforms a few years back, and Vinny, the numbers looked like when we were kids, the digital watches you used to wear. No. Numbers should be block numbers. It took me a while to tolerate the Ravens' numbers the way that they are now, but I've come to accept them. Whoever's doing this, stop. All the good uniforms are the clean ones.
Yeah.
And they all eventually, they go through these. Buffalo, when they had Bledsoe as quarterback, they went to the two-tone jerseys and all this. I almost cussed. They all go back to the clean, traditional look. Tennessee's ugly-ass uniforms. What did they do? They went back to what the Oilers were because no one's buying this crap anymore. It's not aesthetically pleasing. Now, let's be honest. They can wear paper sacks as long as they win, and we'll find out a way to tolerate them. But if you want to win, you want to look good doing so, and again, it's too late. They've already made the decision. Now we're all going to wait for 8 days to find out how bad they screwed things up.
Bob,
if they screwed it up at all.
I didn't like when Seattle and Denver changed. It was like, ugh. The Denver one was like,
when they first went to the blue jerseys and all of that, and the little swoopy thing down the side leg of the pant. I mean, the Rams went from one of the great uniforms of all time to one of the ugliest uniforms. The Dolphins had brilliant uniforms. When they wear them throwbacks, everybody's like, that should be the uniform. That should be, nope. We're going to go with the plain Jane ones that we're wearing now. Don't overthink it, everybody.
Right.
I mean, the Steelers, basically the same uniform. Green Bay, Dallas, the Raiders, basically the San Francisco. It's basically the same thing they've been wearing. Lions have tweaked theirs a few times. Mm-hmm. Bears, as we mentioned earlier. The Giants went back to what they were when Frank Gifford was playing for the team.
And they're awesome.
Yeah, just stop with the nonsense. Now, the Commanders, that's a different deal because they're not the Redskins anymore.
Yeah.
They did go back to the Joe Gibbs 80s style uniform. You can't, the helmet's going to, have the W.
And their logo was awesome.
Yeah, but just enough already. All right, let's get back to what we talked about a couple of days ago with the Ravens. Jeff Zrebiec, 10 Ravens to watch in the offseason, and we went through Rashad Bateman, Mike Green, Marlon Humphrey, and Emory Jones. Tyler Loop. Now, the last time we saw the Looper, he was pulling a lopper.
Yeah.
Shall we say. He chopped the head off of the Ravens' playoff chances as Isaiah Likely's last catch as a Raven on, 4th and 12?
Yes.
They converted. We're in field goal range. And I talked about it that week and said, watch, this guy hasn't had a chance, Loop, to kick a game-winning field goal. All season long, he didn't. And Nolan's like, this would be a very Ravens way to lose, to come back, and have a chance to win the division and then blow it in a final minute or seconds because the defense was dreadful. Remember how they were just giving up all these points?
Aaron Rodgers
come on, dude.
Did what he wanted to do.
Looper missed the field goal. So how do we view him heading into year number 2? Where if you look at him statistically, overall, he wasn't bad.
All right.
But he missed the game winner that could have put them in the playoffs. And Vinny, what he really struggled with.
Oh, the kickoff.
Oh, come on, man.
Yeah.
I mean, to the point where Lamar was yelling at him.
Yeah, I would think they need to bring in veteran competition, Bob. He's going to win the job, but you still don't know. When he goes to line up to kick a game winner, everybody's. We're going to be sitting there watching, and is he or isn't he? And let's not have it be too. The Pittsburgh one wasn't even that far. What was it, 42 or 45? I can't remember. Wasn't that far. So, yeah. And
it was wide right.
It wasn't even close.
Yeah.
It was wide right from the get-go. So he's got to prove that he can do it in the clutch. That's what he's got to prove. Otherwise, Bob, what's going to happen? All right, Looper's kicking. Say it's game 3. He's kicking a game winner, and he misses. Then what are you doing? You bringing in veterans? Are you changing right away, or it'll be like, no, we still have our faith in him. But when he's going out there to kick it, you're probably like, you think he can make it, Randy?
Yeah, Justin Tucker was clutch.
Yeah,
the Mile High Miracles we talked about 1,000 times. The Flacco to Jacoby Jones sent it into OT, but Justin Tucker kicked the game-winning field goal on the road to send him to the AFC Championship game. Justin Tucker kicked the game-winning field goal that set the NFL record for, at the time, the longest field goal. Tucker was money.
Yes.
We don't know if Tyler Loop's money yet.
No, we don't. And it's a huge concern. And, I'm sure Randy Brown is like, he mishit it. No, doesn't matter. That was one of the times. That's the time when the kicker has got to make the kick. And he's showing what he can and can't do. The pressure, Bob, that kick sucked.
He choked.
No doubt. No doubt. Best way to put, he choked.
As Lamar and Likely on 4th and 12 got them in a position to win the game.
Yep.
The Looper went out there, and anybody seen my football? When we come back, buy or sell, let's count the midweek money. I'm choking now. And Ryan Wilson, CBSSports.com, as we're just 2 weeks away from the draft. His impressions on how prospects have risen, have fallen. What is the most impressive thing he's seen during the pro days? And we'll give you the Orioles lineup again.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Off-season workouts at the Castle. There's media availability, so we'll tell you what was said out there. Also, we'll wrap up the college basketball season. Sunshine himself, Jimmy Patsos, in studio at 3 o'clock.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Town Appliances celebrating their 47th anniversary right now, and that means big savings on select appliances for your home. Shop over 70 trusted brands, including Frigidaire, Professional, and more. Whether you're remodeling or just upgrading, now's the time. With nationwide delivery, it's easy to shop their beautiful showroom or online. And when you stop in, ask for Mayor and Mayor for service that you can trust. Visit the modern showroom off Reisterstown Road. Call, text, or shop today at townappliance.com.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. And right now, offering 25% off. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Rob Long. Golf fans, don't miss this. This Friday, tee off the big golf weekend at Elephant in the Room from 6 to 10 a.m. with the Big Bad Morning Show live, plus a Southern-style breakfast, full ball, and putting contest giveaways. Join us Friday morning in Middlesville. We'll be there.
Hey, everyone. I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you buying?
Straight cash, homie.
Or selling?
I'm not going to buy into that crap.
Vinny and Haynie. 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan with Nolan McGraw here on this Woman Crush Wednesday. A lot going on. World of Sports. Orioles taking on the White Sox coming up at 2. We got the lineups for both teams, which we will share with you. Kyle Hamilton's talking to the media literally as we speak. Going to hear from him and others coming up at 1 with NFL lunch. So much other things going on in the world of sports. We're almost out of time to talk about it, but let's count some dough. Oh, we got the Masters coming up by ourselves.
Of the Masters, Bob, it's all green today. The Dow is up 1,207.
Oh.
The S&P's up 155. NASDAQ is up 620. DraftKings is up 72 cents. Under Armour's up 20 cents. Yeah, it's all good. The ceasefire.
We're rolling, baby.
Start here in the NFL with the Baltimore Ravens. Earlier this offseason, Kyle Van Noy expressed interest in returning to Baltimore. Now a former Ravens pass rusher also entertaining a return to the team. Jadeveon Clowney was asked about it, said he would be open to coming back if the team is interested. Not much to quote here other than him liking the core of the locker room, playing alongside Lamar Jackson. That was the only player he mentioned by name. Lamar went on to respond accordingly on social media with his desire to see Clowney back in the purple and black. Now, unlike Van Noy, Clowney is coming off a very productive season. 8.5 sacks with Dallas in 13 games, had 5.5 the year prior with Carolina. Buy or sell, Vinny, a Clowney reunion would make sense for the Ravens' current pass rush depth chart.
I'm going to buy it, but I may sell it after the draft if they take a pass rusher. But today, I'll buy it. But they wouldn't sign him today because they're going to wait on a draft and see what they get to. But, Clowney was extremely productive here, and that got him paid in Carolina, and then he did well in Dallas. So he has been much more productive. Van Noy, he can go bye-bye,
Let's not forget Anthony Weaver was here as the D-line coach when Clowney was here in 2023.
That's a good point.
Over to the NBA, the Doc Rivers saga in Milwaukee. It's been, a mess, to put it lightly, these past couple of years. Brought him in abruptly, even though at the time, Adrian Griffin as an interim, I don't even know. He might have been the full-time guy. He had a lot of success, but only lasted roughly 40 games. Then they made the change to Rivers. Well, now here a few years later, it's all screwed up, and the Bucks are going to miss the playoffs after a pair of first-round exits in each of the last 2 years. Naturally, this has led to a lot of chatter about a split between the team and Rivers. But what complicates things is the whole dynamic between firing him or maybe hoping that he retires. Even Rivers has publicly made strong hints at shutting things down, says he would love to spend more time with his family. But it should be noted the final year of his contract for next season comes with a very large sum of money, and you would think that he wouldn't walk away from that voluntarily. Buy or sell, Bob, the Bucks' hand will be forced to fire Doc, eat the money.
Yes, I'm buying that. And apparently, I was watching here on ESPN with the volume down, Shams. Charania, him, that guy. Apparently, Doc was to the players, better look at my resume, like kind of popping off.
Damn.
Like, yeah, well, your championship was like 18 years ago, and you've been fired like multiple times since then. That dynasty that could have been, it all went downhill when they traded Drew Holiday in that Damian Lillard deal. That marriage never worked, and Adrian Griffin, who was teammates with our buddy Walt Williams in Dallas with the Mavericks earlier this century, he was the full-time coach, and he got the heave-ho there. So you got to, and they're probably going to lose Giannis. Isn't that the deal? It's all
sounds like it.
If you're losing your franchise guy, the best player you've had since Kareem, it's with all due respect to Bob Lanier and Marcus Johnson, all them guys, you got a clean house. And if you're in full-on rebuild, you want Doc Rivers being that guy? Come on, man.
Go back to the NFL here. So much pre-draft speculation. A lot of discussion here for us on this show and all across the country. Trying to figure out what we have in terms of a consensus. Not many so far. But how about, at the very least, besides team fit, who would be just a slam dunk pick in round one? Who's can't miss, as we like to say? Well, draft analyst Blake Brockermeyer has a write-up here where he identifies the safest pick, in his opinion, Ohio State safety Caleb Downs. The quote here from Brockermeyer: he gets rave reviews from every coaching staff and teammate for his professionalism and attention to detail. Safety isn't usually a premium position, but Downs will step in on day one as an impact player, an upgrade for almost any franchise. Vinny, are you buying or selling Downs as the safest first-round talent this year?
I was just kind of thinking about it. I was thinking that Spencer Fano would be. And the reason I'm saying it is he can play right tackle, he can play either guard position, he can play center. So, him being a bust, he'd have to be a bust at a lot of positions.
That's going to do it for us here today. We got a lengthy Masters update. I'll be a little inside baseball for you here. I want to make sure we're on time.
All right, no doubt about that. We'll come back. As you said, we got the Masters update. Then Ryan Wilson, CBSSports.com, talk about the draft with him. Vinny's second draft profile of the day. We're staying on the offensive line. Ravens need a center. Could this guy fit the bill, depending on where he might be when the Ravens are on the clock? NFL lunch, 1 o'clock. When I hear from the Ravens, AL East report, Cordell Woodland. We got a lot to get to here in a bit.
Baseball is back on the Fan. It's a new year, new attitude. Follow your hometown team all season on the Fan. Ryan Ripken, Mike Bordick, and Steve Molesky headline our baseball coverage along with Bob Haynie and Tim Barbalace. Your hosts on Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Spread the word around. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off on new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon. So visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
Hey, it's baseball season. You know what that means. Time to step up to the plate. This year, don't just watch the action, be part of it. Swing by Lions Den, where the lineup is always stacked and the nights go into extra innings. From playful to powerful, you find everything you need to knock it out of the park. So whether you're looking to just warm up or go all 9 innings, Lions Den is your home field advantage. Visit lionsden.com and check out one of our Baltimore locations. Seriously, get in there. Lions Den, win the night.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code CHARM01 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Trevor Rogers became automatic with his results throughout his incredible 2025 campaign, and so far this year it looks like that's carried over. Yesterday marked his third outing of the season, all of which have been at least 6 innings in length and came with no more than 2 runs allowed. He now holds an ERA of 1.82 in 21 starts since May of last year. Here's Craig Albernaz with some post-game thoughts on his ace.
It wasn't his best, but he just keeps on competing, and he was filling up the strike zone. He was landing his off-speed stuff. He got a little out of whack that one inning. He was efficient, and he kept on throwing strikes. He kept on forcing the hitters to make decisions, kept on forcing weak contact.
Yesterday's victory brought the O's season record to 5-6 with a chance to pick up a sweep this afternoon at 2:10. Kyle Bradish will look to go deeper in his third appearance of the year. He gave up 4 earned runs in just 4 innings of work last time out against Pittsburgh. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses, making golfing fun and affordable. All 5 courses are challenging and fun for golfers of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, lots of sunshine with temps warming up to the 50s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. It's Woman Crush Wednesday. I'm on the chilly side here in the Charm City, but it's going to get better as the week rolls on. Out in Chicago, the Orioles go for the sweep against the White Sox. That game starts at 2. We'll give you the Orioles lineup as we progress here in the program. Another Vinny draft profile coming up in a matter of minutes. But joining us now, speaking of the draft, to talk about that and more, from CBSSports.com, he's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Boy, his brain's probably fried at this point in time. He's Ryan Wilson. Ryan, what's happening?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How's it going?
All right, Ryan. All right. Is your brain sunny side up or over easy right now with all the draft stuff you're dealing with?
Scrambled is probably the perfect way to put it.
All right, position rankings here. The question, I guess, is the number one prospect at each spot. What's the biggest drop off between the top guy and the second guy? Because I'm looking at the Notre Dame running back, Love, and he's considered to be one of the top running back prospects we've seen in a while. What's the drop off between him and the next guy? Is there another position where there might be even a bigger drop off between 1 and 2?
No, I think you hit it, Bob. I think it's running back and Jeremiah Love, and number 2, running back 2, is also Notre Dame, Jadarian Price. Look, the drop off is. There is a drop-off. I don't know if we look back in 3 or 4 years if it's going to be a little closer than we're acting like right now. Jadarian Price, he was targeted 7 times as receiver last year and 7 times a year before that. But I know in talking to folks that he had a really good pro day workout. He can catch the football. He had 2 kick returns, so we know he can catch longer kicks. And then running, he's one of the best running backs in this class. And while Jeremiah Love is certainly getting a lot of love and understandably so, if you're asking me to rank him compared to last year, Ashton Genty, and then Bijan and Jahmyr Gibbs, he's right behind those guys. Still a top 10 talent, but I like those running backs coming out a little better. And Jadarian Price for me is like an early to mid second round pick. So whatever that chasm is, 30 picks or whatever, I think that's probably the largest difference when you look at the position groups. I'm looking down my list here. Maybe guard Venga Ioane is going to be, I think he's a top 15 talent. Maybe after that you have to wait around before you find another guard off the board, but that's still around 30 or so picks. I think you're right. I think running back is probably the biggest difference right now, 2 weeks out.
Now, Ryan, you were at pro workouts and stuff. Which player, which workout did you enjoy the most, and which player in your mind wowed you?
You know what? And it's not going to move the needle, but last Wednesday I was at Indiana just to get some eyeballs on some other players not named Fernando. But Fernando Mendoza came out, and he weighed 236. He didn't play that heavy. I think he played about 10 pounds lighter than that. He looked put together, and his arm in person was a lot better than I thought it was. I didn't think it was a bad arm, but he has a quick release, and he was out there throwing lasers. At the end of the day, it's a workout in shorts and T-shirts without a defense, so there's only so much you can read into it. But as you know, Vinny, you want to see these guys in person,
right?
And that was impressive. Going back the week before, is at the Miami Pro Day. Ruben Bain Jr. and Keem Mesidor did the workout drills with Jason Taylor, who's their defensive line coach down there. And if there's one word to describe that workout, it was violent, especially the next day I was at Ohio State. And Arbel Reese got a lot of slack for his workout, which didn't look like an edge rush workout. It looked like pretty much an off-ball workout. So there were some questions there, but let's be real. Arbel Reese, if you watched them play, was pretty special. The other guy that stood out, 2 guys, Caleb Downs in person is he moves better than I thought he did, and I thought he moved pretty well on tape. And I thought Carson Beck had a good workout. We've spoken to him probably 3 times now during the pre-draft process, and it just feels like in talking to him, talking to folks in Miami, and talking to people in Georgia, that he's matured a lot, and he's 6'5", 233, and his arm is as big as you want it to be, probably one of the best arms in the class. And I think he's going to be a day 2 pick. I've heard people say he may fall into day 3, but quarterback class is pretty slim after Mendoza and then Ty Simpson, so he has a chance.
Now, when you were at Miami, Ryan, was there much talk amongst coaches and people about Bain's short arms?
No, and in fact, not only that, Vinny, when we talked to Bain at the Combine, and we spoke with him again after his workout, he had met with 15 teams at the point that we spoke with him at the Combine, and not a single team asked him about it. And I think partly because we've known about it since last summer. So it wasn't a surprise. I talked to the right tackle, C.C. Malinoa, who said, look, man, when you go up against him every single day, you can tell he has short arms, but the power with which he plays and his ability and his pass rush moves and his hand usage and his low center of gravity, all those things also make it incredibly difficult to consistently block him. So, Aiden Hutchinson had shortish arms, not this short, but he was the number 2 overall pick. Micah Parsons had 31.5-inch arms, which is still a little bit longer than what we have in Reuben. But you can find guys who can play who maybe are exceptions to the rule. I think Reuben's going to be a really good football player. I don't know if he's going to be as good as Will Anderson Jr., who was top 5, or Abdul Carter, who was top 5. But I think, in this draft class, he's going to go pretty high because of what we saw him do throughout his career, not just last year at the University of Miami.
Hey, Ryan, one of the guys who you were at the workout, Ohio State, who I love is Sonny Styles. I would love for the Ravens to be able to, move up a little bit or whatever and get him, because I think he would be a fun chess piece for Jesse Minter.
As a Steelers supporter, I would absolutely hate the idea of the Ravens trading up to get Sonny Styles. Because imagine Sonny Styles and Kyle Hamilton on the field together.
Oh my gosh, the speed!
Sonny played safety. Sonny is taller and heavier than Arvell Reese. And when we talked to him, he said it took me about a year to figure out the nuances and the differences between playing safety and linebacker. Everything happens quicker. You have to stay square to the line of scrimmage. And now you have the ability you can blitz him through the A-gap. You can have him come off the edge. He can play slot. It is endless with what he can do. And he is also not only a team culture guy, he's going to be an immediate team leader. So he checks every single box. And then he didn't work out at the pro day because he did it at the combine and ran 4.46 or whatever he ran. So there's nothing really left for him to do. But that would be insane if Jesse Minter got his hands on Sonny Styles to play alongside Kyle Hamilton, because he's going to be a difference maker. And I think just the position versatility, his best football, we're going to realize that in 2 or 3 or 4 years down the line.
Now, another guy that I would love for the Ravens to get, Ryan, Spencer Fano, and I would actually look to see if I could move him into center.
Oh, I love it. So he has his arms, depending on the day he was measured, were shorter than Will Campbell's. And he played left tackle at Utah and then moved to the right side when Caleb Lomu showed up. And he's a really good right tackle. But there have been plenty of conversations, Vinny, to your point, about kicking him inside, mostly to guard. But, hey, keep going and see what happens, because he is insanely athletic for his size. Lateral movements, he can sustain blocks, so there's not an issue with him being stout at the point of attack. And I actually like that idea. Obviously, there's a need for center at Baltimore. You could even argue, I think left guard might be a need too. I think Andrew Voorhees is in the final year of his deal.
He could start for them at right guard, either guard, center, or right tackle, in my mind.
And 14, it'll be interesting to see if he gets pushed down to there, because maybe there's some concerns about the arm length. But that would be a fantastic pick, and a guy, to your point, that you pencil in there, and he's going to play for 7 or 8 years.
Now, my other pick at 14 would be because of Declan Doyle and the Bears taking Loveland at 8, and all how they use tight ends in Chicago and Ben Johnson's offense. Kenyon Sadiq at 14.
Yeah, and he'll probably be there. Look, man, the way that guy tested is bonkers through the roof. He only weighed 241, but he plays stronger than that in terms of inline, and when you ask him to block, he has a lot of special teams ability. They were using him, lining up a quarterback on 2-point conversions in 2024. He would probably tell you that he didn't meet his expectations in terms of productivity last year, but he is a special talent, and he is again another solid character guy that you want in your locker room. The only concern I have, Vinny, and this is not necessarily to Kenyon specifically, but when you start taking these super athletic tight ends in the first round, outside of Brock Bowers, And maybe Colson Loveland will see. There are a lot of misses. And Evan Ingram's of the world, the Noah Fants of the world. Tyler Warren was more of an inline tight end. He obviously had a good rookie season. That's the only concern. If the productivity wasn't there consistently in college, are you sure it's going to be there at the next level? But I think 14 is right around the range because I think 15 Tampa Bay's picking, and there's a lot of need for tight end there as well. So that could be the sweet spot for Kenyon to come off the board.
Ryan Wilson, CBSSports.com, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Ryan, last thing for you, staying with a pass catcher, Tyson Lemon there at 14. If the Ravens are inclined to take a wide receiver, because we're assuming Tate will be gone.
I think Tyson will be gone, too.
Yeah, who would you see being the best fit for what the Ravens are going to try to do offensively this year?
Tyson's bigger and gives you more physical presence, but you know what, guys? I don't know if he's going to be gone only because of the injury concerns. And teams are really worried about the hamstring, the collarbone, and then he had a serious knee injury going back to 2022, I think. Mekhi Lemon, for me, is Amon-Ra St. Brown, except he ran a little faster. He ran a 4.52, which, doesn't necessarily blow your hair back, but he plays faster than that. And with the ball in his hands, all he's doing is either running through guys or making guys miss in space and then outrunning them to the end zone. So the Illinois game was a great example of him taking over. And there are several other examples last season. I would take him because I would feel better about him being on the field a lot more than just Jordan Tyson. Also, I need Jordan Tyson to fall to 21 so the Steelers can take him. So that's my other thing.
That's bogus, man. All right, how's that scrambled egg brain doing? And what's going on in CBSSports.com right now as we're 2 weeks away from the draft?
Well, I'll give you guys a little heads up. You can put it on your calendar. Next week, the 16th, we're doing a live 7-round mock draft on the show. So I think it's a couple hours of just wearing me down and seeing how long it takes me to quit. So that's something to look forward to if you guys are looking to kill a little time next week.
7 rounds.
Yeah, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Ryan Wilson, CBSSports.com. Ryan, we appreciate the time as always. Get back to work.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you, guys.
There's Ryan, everybody. We'll come back. Draft profile number 2 of the day coming up with Vinny Serrato. Going to be talking more about the center position, a guy that Vinny likes better than the other guy. Stick around. He'll explain why. NFL lunch coming up 1 o'clock. Going to hear from the Ravens, meeting with the media out there at One Winning Drive. Got your American League East report, what happened in the division last night and yesterday. You like the Orioles beating the White Sox, a game away from a sweep. Their finale comes up at 2. We'll give you the lineup for the Birds as well. And then Cordell Woolen get his thoughts on what was going on out at One Winning Drive, maybe an Oriole opinion or two. And then a fun house with Nola McGraw. Inside Access takes over at 2. It's Woman Crush Wednesday here on The Fan.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Off-season workouts at the Castle. There's media availability, so we'll tell you what was said out there. Also, we'll wrap up the college basketball season. Sunshine himself, Jimmy Patsos, in studio at 3 o'clock.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato, and I got to tell you about Town Appliances Spring Black Friday shopping event, and it's happening right now. Now, like when I went out to Town Appliance, I met Meyer & Meyer the first time I went. Beautiful facility out in Owings Mills. Went in, needed a refrigerator, got Mayor, showed me all the refrigerators, showed me all the different appliances, which I kind of enjoyed, looking around the showroom and everything, and like the wine fridges and all those kind of things interested me. But they got beautiful stuff, and they have all different price ranges. And my refrigerator that I was looking for was a fridge for my basement. So I wasn't looking high end. I was looking for, quality and at a real good price. And I got a GE and I got a beautiful price, and they delivered it to my house, took the old fridge, all great. Their showroom, it's right off of Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. And I promise Mayor & Mayor, they're going to take great care of you just like they did me. And with decades of experience, nationwide delivery, and their price match guarantee, they'll match any price from any authorized dealer. Plus, they have flexible financing. Why wait until Black Friday later this year when you have the spring Black Friday shopping event right now? Visit the showroom like I did, call, text, or start saving online right now at townappliance.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
North Carolina basketball introduced former Nuggets head coach Michael Malone as its next head coach and signed Malone to a 6-year, $50 million contract. And that financial commitment to Malone shows me that North Carolina is going to spend and spend big on its roster. And if that's the case, if Carolina spends the way that Duke spends, I think Carolina can and will win big with Michael Malone. I'm Nick Costos.
At
checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois. This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Rob Long, and if you're a golf fan, you won't want to miss this. This Friday, tee off the big golf tournament this weekend the right way at Elephant in the Room. They're opening early at 6 a.m., and the Big Bad Morning Show will be there live from 6 to 10 a.m. As the best golf of the year tees off, enjoy a Southern-style breakfast, full bar, plus a putting contest with prizes and giveaways. Great food, great energy, and the perfect place to catch every moment. Join us Friday morning at Elephant in the Room in Millersville. We'll be there.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois. This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan. Vinny Serrato's Draft Profiles. 105.7 The Fan.
Yeah, I mean, Big Ten, I mean, that's where the best football's at. You know, you look at the past couple of years, the Big Ten's been on top. And, you know, I think a lot of people have a lot of arrogance down in the, you know, Southern conferences. And, you know, I'm not in college football anymore, so I can say this. But, you know, yeah, Big Ten, that's where the best football's played, man. And we've shown that time and time again in the past few years.
I got a lot of national championships coming out of the Big Ten the last couple of years for sure. NFL Draft Report number 2, 15 days away from the first round of the 2026 extravaganza this year in Pittsburgh. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. Other side of the glass, Ravens could use the center. We talked earlier about Jake Slaughter out of Florida, who Vinny's not a big fan of. What about our next guy, Logan Jones?
Logan Jones, Iowa, 6'3", 299, ran 4.9. Jersey 65, he's a senior. 30 3/4 arms, which are short. 9.5 hand, 32 vertical, very good. 9.2 broad jump, good. 7.463 cone, which was the top 3 cone time for centers. 4.59 short shuttle, which is good, which was the second best time for centers. Now he's from Council Bluffs, Iowa. He was state champ in the shot and the discus. And he's a 705-pound squatter. He's a former D lineman. In 2025, they won the Joe Award, the offensive line. Joe Moore Award, the O-line, which is the best offensive line in the country. He was a 4-star recruit. He won the Remington Award this past season, which is the top center in the country. 3-time captain, 50 career starts, 0 sacks, and 280 pass blocking snaps. And in 2020, he redshirted. 2021, injury most of the seasons. 2 games he played in the defensive line. 22, started all 13 games at center. 23, started 12 games at center, missed 1 game with injury. 24, started 12 games at center. 25, started 13 games at center, first team All-American. Now, in 2020, he was redshirting. Why? Linderbaum was there. Now, his strengths, he's got athletic ability. He's good on the combo block. He can pull, good shotgun snap, quick pass set. He can come off in the run, keeps his feet moving, quick off the snap. He can get to second level, keeps head on a swivel in pass pro. He's strong, good punch, lockout. He can anchor and pass, good turn and steer. Quick off the snap to get body in position, good base balance and pass, slides feet well and pass, good fundamentally, which you would expect at Iowa. His timing and technique are really good in pass pro, good mirror and pass. Hands are always in the right place. So he's an extremely good fundamentally player, which is why so many Iowa players are in the pros. Weakness, short arms. He must sustain on the second level. He's going to turn 25 this season. He's undersized frame. He's going to have problems with big nose tackles, and he's not going to win on power alone. In summary, I said this kid's older with small frame and short arms, but excellent technician and good athlete. Good quicks off the ball to get position and ability to get to second level. He does a good job in pass with punch, base, and balance. With his size and frame, he's going to struggle versus big nose tackle. Needs to play in a zone blocking scheme and is smart, tough, makes the calls, and good in pass pro. I mean, he's not as good a football player as Linderbaum, but he's the exact same size as Linderbaum. And he had short arms, too, just like Linderbaum. I like the kid. I think the kid can come in and compete to start, should start for the Ravens right away, and probably a third-round pick, I'm guessing, somewhere in that vicinity, Bob. Early third, maybe. But he has played a ton, extremely smart, and he was the best center in the country. And he's got athleticism to get up to second level and do those things, and he's going to have to get bigger than 299.
Dane Brugler, the athletic, his big, a draft extravaganza is out there. Top 100 players, no matter the position, has Logan Jones, number 95. Blocker with vice grip hands and strong techniques, but undersized. Yep. Mel Kiper has him as the 4th-rated center in this year's class.
Yeah, I disagree with Mel on that one, but he had Slaughter, number 1, who I don't like. So, I think he fits with the Ravens' mentality and what they do offensively. I think he's a fit there. And then we'll talk about one tomorrow, too, from Kansas State, Heck, that I think does also.
Yeah, third-round pick for, I guess all of them are projected to be
right in the 80, in the third round, somewhere in that vicinity. But, Bob, like in the dueling mock one that Mel and Yates and them, once one went, boom, boom, they went, once the run starts, then 3 of them went right in the 80s.
Speaking of runs, hopefully the Orioles could put some up on Chicago today against the White Sox, and Sean Burke trying to sweep this 3-game series before they come home, taking on the San Francisco Giants on Friday. Orioles lineup will be at the top of the hour. Gunnar Henderson's your shortstop. Taylor Ward's in left field. Adley Rutschman behind the plate. Pete Alonso, DH, cleaning up. Tyler O'Neill's in right field. Ryan Mountcastle's at first. Dylan Bieber's in center field. Kobe Mayo's at third. and Blaze Alexander. Second base, Kyle Bradish makes his third start of the year. Right now, 0-2 with a 6.23. It seems like it's been years since Ryan Mountcastle hit a home run.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe he's due.
Yeah.
How about that? Maybe Mountie is a sleeper pick.
Bob, with that lineup, was that Gunners leading off?
Gunners at shortstop leading off today.
Nice.
So
First time this year?
They're flipping them. Ward's batting second, Gunners batting first.
I like it.
Look at what did Rich Dubroff say? Albie's unpredictable. A little unpredictability going on there. When we come back, new NFL lunch. Going to hear from the Ravens. Met with the media out there at One Winning Drive within the hour. So stick around for that. American League East report. More Orioles talk as we get you ready for today's game, today's action in the division and beyond. And Cordell Woodley, our colleague here on the Fan, he's out at One Winning Drive. Get his impressions on what he saw. Lamar Jackson was there this week, which is good news. OTAs, where they're actually on the field, that's coming up in about a month or so.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
You wait all winter for this. Sunshine, vacations, and more time outside. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. Don't spend this spring thinking about foot pain. The Good Feet Store offers arch supports that are personally fitted for your feet and your lifestyle. Come see us today or visit goodfeet.com.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. That's right, for decades upon decades, from one generation to the next, we've been providing the best fences, decks, pavers, and more. And right now, offering 25% off. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There's a long time name for quality. Long Fence.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Every spring when the Orioles start hitting homers, you know it's time for Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery with a chance to win cash instantly and other great prizes. But this season, the game is even better. Enter the second chance promotion through My Lottery Rewards, and you could win a new bonus prize, a VIP game day experience, including premium seat access. Enjoy the game you've always loved with a whole new way to win. Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. Please play responsibly.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code CHARM01 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
This hour of sports coverage is brought to you by Baltimore County Golf. This golf season, get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit baltimoregolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
Stephen Wilson Jr. brings his Gary the Torch Tour to Pier 6 Pavilion on July 25th with special guest The Lone Bellow, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now. Visit the contest page at 1057thefan.com to enter for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 1057 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
It hasn't been the prettiest series so far, but the Orioles have taken the first two from the White Sox to get themselves back on track. Gunnar Henderson was the hero again yesterday with a go-ahead 2-run blast in the 8th, marking his 4th home run in the last 7 games played. He's been the team's lone power source through this part of the season, with no one else on the roster having multiple homers. Here's what he had to say following the win.
Obviously, that was a little tough to see with the shadows, but, I mean, first off, it was hats off to Blaze and Bordy for sticking their neck in there on those 99 bowling ball sinkers to get us set up. And then, thankfully I was able to get one out over the plate.
The series wraps up this afternoon with a pitching matchup between Kyle Bradish and Sean Burke. Things will get rolling at 2:10. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Dubo Law. It only takes one swing to change the game, and when a car accident changes your life, Dubo Law is there to help. When you've been hurt in an accident, call 410-ASK-DUBO for a free consultation. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, lots of sunshine with temps warming up to the 50s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 1057 The Fan.
An insider's look at the National Football League.
That's a W. How many people want to eat a W tonight?
Time for NFL lunch.
Cook you a turducken. There it is. He's probably a Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end.
Sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
I don't think we're reinventing the wheel or anything, but we just kind of got to get back to, or just reestablish, like, dominant, especially defense. Offense, they got their own thing going on, and I'm sure they'll be all right. But I think defensively it's been pretty disappointing, just some results that we've had. And we've had some good seasons, but we've also had some bad seasons, and those are inexcusable, especially here. So I think confronting that, and him along with Weave, Coach Weaver, they've both done a great job so far, just kind of laying out what's been in the past and where we want to go in the future, and how the standard has not been met and upheld, and we need to kind of fix that.
Kyle Hamilton, that was earlier today, within the hour, as a matter of fact, out at One Winning Drive, talking with the media as the Ravens started their off-season program this week, talking about the new head coach, Jesse Minter, how he's going to coexist with him. Also, Anthony Weaver, who, as we said, was here in 2022 and 23 when Hamilton was just a young player. 2023, Hamilton made it all-pro in his second year in the league and had a great season, had a great individual year last season as well. But more talking, Vinny, about the overall production of the defense and how things, according to Ravens standards, have not been up to their standards. And Zach Orr, no longer here as the defensive coordinator, now in Seattle with Mike McDonald. He's gone. Jesse Minter's going to call plays. Weaver is the defensive coordinator. So, looking to get back to Ravens-like production. And as we celebrate 30 years of Ravens football, as their first season was 96, the Ravens' calling card, certainly going back to the end of the 90s through most of the 2000s, defense. Intimidating defense. And what have they lost in the last few years? Teams don't fear them anymore. When you played the Ravens, it was like going 15 rounds with George Foreman in his prime. Usually George Foreman would knock you out in the second round, but you get the point. Now teams look at the Ravens and think, okay, we can beat them. They suck.
Yeah.
No pass rush, shaky secondary. We can handle their business for sure.
Yeah, and didn't stop the run very well.
Yeah.
And in reality, it's been the last 2 years. The last 2 years have totally sucked. They've been awful. When 3 years ago when Mike McDonald was there, they were damn good, on defense. And that's why Mike got the job, in Seattle. So Weaver was there at that time too with Mike. And so I'll bet you, Bob, when those new coaches came in and Jesse Minter, and they're, like evaluating the players and stuff of the Ravens for this past year, they're watching the defensive film and they're saying, holy crap, how were they doing that? Why were they doing that? I'll bet you there was a lot of that was going on. Can you believe they did that? I just think that they know that they're going to get a lot better just because watching the film was probably so bad.
But as we look back now, as Zach Orr's moved on, when you did the film study after the games, they didn't make the playoffs last year. And, they stabilized a little bit in 24 when Dean Pease came in as an advisor. If we had to point a finger at one thing that led to their ultimate demise defensively, what was it?
Well, Zach Orr, I think, is the thing, and because when like you just said, when Dean Pease came in, it stabilized. And what did we hear once that from other announcers, you can see Dean Pease's hands all over this,
right?
And then this past year, extremely disappointed in Chuck Pagano because he didn't do what Dean Pease did and take over. But he hadn't been a defensive coordinator for like 7-8 years. So maybe that was it. But the defense this year was, ask Aaron Rodgers.
And going back to 24, not to, harp on that too much. As you mentioned, the Dean Pease fingerprints, but the players were like, Zach Orr's putting us in a position to succeed. We're not succeeding. They would take his side, have his back. Didn't hear that last year.
No, not at all. Not at all, because they knew. They knew that they weren't getting it done right. And they, like Kyle Hamilton, or I think it might be the next clip when he's talking about, the DB coach.
Mm-hmm. But we saw a lot of this last year.
Oh, yeah.
Like, where were you? What was this? Why? A lot of communication issues or lack thereof. We go back to first half of 22, maybe the first 5 or 6 weeks. McDonald's first year, they had communication breakdowns.
Kyle Hamilton.
Yeah, but then they straightened it out. And the end of 22 was a preview of what 2023 was going to be, where they were one of the best defenses in the NFL.
No doubt. No, and Bob, not a lot of the different players either that were playing in 23 and 24.
Kyle Hamilton, Vinny alluded to it. Mike Mickens coming in as the new DB coach. There's a Notre Dame connection there, and Kyle talks about his colleague in that regard.
Yeah, I was actually there 2 out of 3 years with him. Great coach, very technical, technique-oriented, and I think that's somewhat rare in this league. At DB, a lot of times you get a guy who can, not that it's a bad thing, but, explain the install and make sure you're going out and run the right plays, not actually out there like, this is what you're doing press versus playing off. Like, here's where your feet go, your hands, and I think he's really good with that stuff. He's helped contribute to Notre Dame putting some decent DBs out in recent years. And
I think what he's saying there, Bob, is that and I remember Jesse Minter talking about that he wanted teachers in the assistant coaches that he hired. He wanted teachers. And that's what you're hearing from Kyle is, about Mickens is he's worried about your feet, and that's not the norm, which he hadn't had in the last few years because, you got to, they're coaching the scheme. They're not coaching your technique, your fundamentals. And how do you get better? Technique and fundamentals is how you improve. So I think and that's why I've said from the get-go, when Jesse Miller came here, the defense, don't worry about the defense. Defense is going to be fine. I think the defense is going to be fine. And even if they have whatever players they have up, I think they're going to be fine just because they're going to be so much better coached this year than they've been since Mike was there.
Mark Andrews and Zay Flowers also met with the media. We'll get more in depth into to this one when we reconvene tomorrow. But Zay Flowers was asked about his contract situation, and he said, I'm going to leave that to my agents.
Smart.
He said he does want to play here. This is the only place he wants to be, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. I mean, that's... everybody's gonna. He's not gonna come. I mean, what Bob? That would have been the headlines if he says, "Yeah, I don't want to play here." I want to go to wherever I can get the most money.
Which would have been refreshingly honest. That very Zach Greinke-like.
Yeah, like Isaiah.
I'm not saying he's lying. I think he does enjoy it here. And Nolan, have we gotten to the point where he's the best receiver the Ravens have ever drafted, surpassing, say, Torrey's wide receiver? Is he past Torrey in the pecking order there?
Yeah, most talented for sure.
No doubt.
I think that's easy.
A couple of Pro Bowls,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
2 in a row.
We try to be fair to Torrey here in the argument for tenure, but he didn't surpass his rookie contract. Nope. I guess I still give him the nod for the Super Bowl and being a big part of that. It wasn't like Torrey was along for the ride. He was an integral part of that. So maybe that would be an area you give him a leg up.
But Zay Flowers, let's just say, unlike some other first-round draft picks that we've seen lately, Rashad Bateman, for instance, Odafe Oweh, among others, haven't lived up to that first-round status, and he has kind of in a big way and made an impact pretty much from the moment he walked onto the practice field here.
Well, really, Zay, Linderbaum, Hamilton, those three have lived past, they're... Hamilton's the highest paid safety in the league. Linderbaum is by far the highest paid center in the league. And Zay's going to be one of the top 5-10 highest paid receivers in the league.
Real quick, speed of getting paid, NFL lunch, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. At least for now, the Texans have picked up fifth-year options on C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. Stroud's going to make $25.9 million. Anderson's going to get $21.5. C.J. Stroud's been a starter for 3 years. Brilliant rookie season. A little shakier the last 2 years, and the playoff disaster still resonates here.
Yeah. So, if you're Houston, Bob, you're saying, who are we getting? That's they don't know. They're betting $25 million that it's the rookie year guy. But if it's the playoff guy, he won't even finish the season with it.
And Will Anderson's a stud.
Yes. That's an easy one.
When we come back, it's AL East report, what happened in the division last night, give you the schedule for today and the standings as well. And Cordell Woodland was at one winning drive when Andrews, who was talking about John Harbaugh and his former tight end colleagues there, get his thoughts on that. Zay Flowers contract talk, Kyle Hamilton talking up the defense. We got that coming your way. We got a funhouse trip with Nolan McGraw. Then Inside Access takes over at 2 o'clock. It's Vinny Haynie, Nolan. It's Woman Crush Wednesday here on 105.7 The Fan.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Off-season workouts at the Castle. There's media availability, so we'll tell you what was said out there. Also, we'll wrap up the college basketball season. Sunshine himself, Jimmy Patsos, in studio at 3 o'clock.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water?
I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. Just named the 4th busiest concert arena in North America. And 2026 is already stacked with shows from Megan Moroney, Barry Manilow, Olivia Dean, and more major announcements on the way. Want the best seats without the stress of public on sales? With a CFG Bank Arena Flex Pass, you choose the shows you want all year long. No queues, no chaos. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your Flex Pass today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the best seats, your way.
The weather is warming up and baseball season is here. The perfect time to hang out at Cross Street Market, Baltimore's go-to spot in Federal Hill. Warm up with Ceremony Coffee and a treat from Crepe Crazy. Or enjoy great food, beer, and cocktails at stalls like Pizza to Joey, Theo's Rolls and Bowls, Dashi Ramen, Southside Burger, and the Red Hot Jollof Bowl. And don't forget Watershed, our anchor seafood restaurant with a rooftop deck and table service. There's always a reason to tell your friends, I'll see you at the market.
Hey, Birdland, hit the yard on Saturday, April 11th, when the O's take on the San Francisco Giants. 15,000 fans will take home a special Jackson Holiday bobblehead.
Jackson Holiday, that ball is gone.
Featuring his dog, Coconut. Don't miss it. A rising star, his four-legged best friend, one must-have collectible.
Being able to come back to him after the games, he's the best.
Get your tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
Yankees, Boston, Toronto.
A closer look at the AL East with Vinny and Haynie. 105.7 The Fan.
All right, Orioles taking on the White Sox coming up this afternoon at 2 o'clock. Birds win yesterday, 4-2. Orioles 3 runs in the 8th inning, led by Gunnar Henderson. 2-run homer, his second homer off a lefty so far in this young season. Trevor Rogers, another quality start. The Orioles have played 11 games. They have 3 quality starts. He's got them all. Yanier Cano got the win. Helsley got the save. Gave up another base runner, which you'd like to see tighten up just a little bit. But Blaze Alexander and Taylor Ward had the back-to-back doubles. So good win for the Orioles. They won 2 straight. First time this year they've won 2 in a row, if I'm not mistaken. Now going for the sweep against Chicago. Lineup just tuning in. It's Gunnar Henderson, Taylor Ward. Gunner's at short, leading off. Ward's in left. Alley behind the plate. Alonso's the DH, who's had a rough road trip, by the way. Old polar bear, colder than real polar bears right now. O'Neill's in right field. Mounty's at first. Beavers at center. Mayo's at third. And Blaze Alexander, he is at second base. Kyle Bradish, 0-2 with a 6.23, is on the hill for the Orioles, looking for his first win. Obviously, first quality start of the year. And as we just said, somebody other than Trevor Rogers getting a quality start will be a good thing. My draw at second base, Murakama's at first, Vargas DH, Montgomery's at third, Benintendi's in left, Harrison right, Acuna's at short, McGuire at center, behind the plate, Peters at center field. Sean Burke is on the hill for Chicago, who's trying to avoid the sweep after today's game. Orioles come home for a 3-game set against the Giants starting on Friday night. We will be at Pickles Pub for Baltimore baseball tonight starting at 6. Elsewhere in the division, yesterday and last night, Cubs taking on the Rays, and an all-star from 2025 finally hit his first home run of the year.
That is rolled right field. First homer of the year for PCA. Look out.
That is Marquee Sports on the call. Pete Crow Armstrong, his first home run of the year, went 3 for 5. Ballesteros drove in 3 runs, including a homer, as the Cubs beat the Rays 9-2. Cade Horton, who won 11 games as a rookie last year for Chicago, he was one of the top picks in the 2022 Major League Baseball draft. Tommy John surgery. So unfortunately, 24 years old, he's going there. And I was looking at the box score last night. Old Cedric Mullins only hitting a cool $122 for the Tampa Bay Rays right now. We love Ced. He's one of our favorite players, but off to a rough start with the stick. Also, in the East, Boston taking on the Brewers. Red Sox needed a win, and Trevor Story helped them get one.
Line drive and a base hit into left field. On the grass to the track. Up against the wall. Durant is in. Contreras is in. Abreu down to third. A double for Story.
That's Nesson telling the story of Trevor Story. 2-run double there. Garrett Crochet picks up the win, his second of the season. Aroldis Chapman got his save. Third of the year, 3-2 final score, Boston over Milwaukee. Red Sox struggling this year. We'll get into the standings in a second. Yankees taking on the A's, and since it's in New York, that means the A's are going to lose. And Ahmed Rosario had a lot to do with their latest setback there.
That one is drilled deep to left field. That ball is gone. See ya. A long home run for Ahmed Rosario as Boone pushes the right button and the Yankees lead 1-0.
2 home runs on the night for Rosario, including that 3-run shot in the 8th. That was Yes Network on the call. Yankees score 4 in the stanza to get the win 5-3 over the ball club used to be known as the Oakland A's. And in a World Series rematch, the Dodgers doing to the Blue Jays what they did in Game 7 last year.
Line drive, base hit right center. Here comes Kim, and the ball's bobbled by Lucas. Kim will score without a throw, 3-0. Alex Freeland drives in, Hess on Kim.
Spectrum Sports on the call. Alex Freeland, 3 for 3 with a ribby. Yamamoto gets the win, his second. Kevin Gausman didn't pitch poorly, but he got the L for Toronto. Right now banged up in the rotation, injuries as well in that lineup. Ernie Clement just won on the IL. 4-1 was the final score there. Today in the division, Milwaukee's at Boston. That game's going to be starting here in a few minutes. Dodgers at Toronto again. Cubs at Tampa, and the A's again looking like sacrificial lambs for the New York Yankees. Your standings update in the American League East as we sit here on this Woman Crush Wednesday. Yankees 8-2 on the year, 3.5 up on both the Orioles and the Rays, who are both 5-6. Toronto's now lost 6 in a row as they fall into 4-7 on the year, and Boston still bringing up the rear at 3-8. Other first-place teams real quick: Cleveland in the Central, Texas in the West, National League Mets in the East. Reds and Brewers are tied in the Central there, and the Dodgers already 4 games up in the NL West. We'll come back. The Masters start on, tomorrow officially. You got your par 3 rolling on here. Yep. So we're going to give you a little update from Augusta. And then we're going to talk to Cordell Woodland, who was out at one winning drive as the Ravens and their players and strength coach met with the media. Get Cordell's thoughts on that. Got a fun house trip with Nolan McGraw coming up. And then Inside Access takes over at 2 o'clock here on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Do you know a Maryland High School lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field? Help us recognize them as a PNC Achiever. Log on to PNCAchieversBaltimore.com to nominate the outstanding student athlete in your life.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Problem gambling is on the rise in Maryland, and it's important you know the score. That higher rates of depression, divorce, and bankruptcy affect everyone in a gambler's life. That children and teens who gamble have higher risks for developing serious gambling problems as adults. Learn the risks. Get the facts. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
Hey guys, it's your buddy Bob Haynie here. Let's be real for a second. When it comes to performance, good enough isn't good enough. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. Blue Chew Gold dissolves right on your tongue and starts working in as little as 15 minutes. That means less waiting, more confidence, and a whole new level of readiness. Get started today at BlueChew.com and see why millions of men trust Blue Chew, now with a gold standard upgrade that's changing the game for good. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring Keep That Loving from Getting Old with Blue Chew Gold.
Get in on the action at Horseshoe Casino. 55 or older? Join them for Generation Fun every week. 3 winners will be drawn from 3 p.m. till 4 p.m. Wednesdays and Thursdays to win $555 free casino play or $55,500 credit rewards. Sundays play for 60 minutes and earn 60 tier credits on any table games and get a $20 dining voucher to Foo Noodle House or Brew Brothers. You can always enjoy late night bites and live entertainment every weekend at Poe's Nest. Horseshoe Baltimore, Baltimore's best bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
First pitch of yesterday's Orioles versus White Sox game was moved up roughly 4 hours in an effort to beat the worst of the expected frigid temps in Chicago. However, the afternoon conditions were not much better, and the wind definitely played a role at some key moments. Baltimore was just thankful to have their most trusted arm on the mound in Trevor Rogers, and he delivered with another quality start, tossing 6 innings of 2-run ball and adding 6 strikeouts as well.
No excuses to be had. We knew what the weather was going to be coming into this series, so I just tried to stay as loose as I could and execute the pitches to the best of my ability and let my defense work. Credit to the guys in the clubhouse. They battled.
There's Rogers on the unique challenge that yesterday's game presented. The Birds will go for their first sweep of the season this afternoon when Kyle Bradish gets the start. First pitch coming up a little after 2. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, lots of sunshine with temps warming up to the 50s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan. Now let's go live to Augusta for a Masters update brought to you by Baltimore County Golf. This golf season, get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit baltimoregolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
From the Augusta National Golf Club, Westwood One Sports presents this special report on the Masters, sponsored by Grainger. Like a good caddy, Grainger is standing by with what you need to stay on the leaderboard. Click Grainger.com for next-day delivery of industrial-grade products to help your business advance. Justin Rose is ready to ascend the mountain again. After falling short to Rory McIlroy in the playoff last year, Rose joined Ben Hogan as the only players to lose in multiple playoffs at the Masters. Rose also lost in the playoff to Sergio Garcia in 2017. Now he's set for his 21st career start at Augusta, and Rose feels primed to give it another run.
I've done things a little bit differently, just try to feel as ready as I can be this week, and feeling good about things. I feel like when I have clearly found my game, I've played very well. Farmers is a good example of that, and my last time out, Players Championship, T13, but felt like I actually played a little bit closer to contending that week too. So some good things to lean on coming into this week, and excited to be back.
Yeah, Rose hasn't played in almost a month since that tie for 13th at the Players. The Englishman will tee it up at 1:20 p.m. Eastern tomorrow with 2015 Masters champion Jordan Spieth and the 5-time major winner Brooks Koepka. You're listening to coverage of the 2026 Masters on Westwood One.
This is the story of the One. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Thursday is when the Masters tournament begins. Wednesday is about family, fun, and aces at the par 3 contest. Justin Thomas spun one in for a hole-in-one at 2, but he has withdrawn from the competition. Nobody wants that par 3 jinx. No par 3 winner has ever won the Masters in the same year. One player that seems to be trying for the engraved crystal bowl that goes to the par 3 contest winner, Cameron Smith. He's 1 under through 7. Smith holing out from the bunker at 5 for birdie. He's the only player under par right now. From Augusta, I'm Ted Emmerich, Westwood One Sports.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Woman Crush Wednesday. Pick a song, we'll play it. Favorite female artist or band, send your request possible text line 475-883-1057. Only one more segment to go. So Nolan, he'll take care of you in due time. Orioles and White Sox coming up in about a half hour in Chicago. Birds going for the sweep of that series, and they're off tomorrow. Come home for a homestand against San Francisco and Arizona. Don't forget Friday's games on Apple TV. So figure out your viewing plans accordingly. Unless you're going to the game, then stop by and see us at Pickles Pub for Baltimore baseball tonight. Ravens out there meeting with the media today and joining us now to talk about it because he was there. He's our colleague on 105.7 The Fan. Let's welcome in on the Window Nation guest hotline, our friend and yours, Cordell Woodland. Cordell, first of all, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? Not much, man. Not much. Trying to dodge these cold winds.
Well, yeah, it's like a week ago we're out there getting sunburned in Abingdon, and now I'm wearing a wool cap indoors here at 105.7 The Fan. Might be because of the air conditioner was on like 60 or whatever. Yeah. But anyway, we didn't get to hear Mark Andrews yet. We'll have a lot of it coming tomorrow. But he was talking about, Likely and Kohler getting paid and Ricard, which is great. But he also talked about John Harbaugh, too, for people that may not have heard what he was talking about in reference to the former coach. Why the Harbsey discussion there?
Well, he was, of course, asked about John's firing along with the hiring of Jesse Mensah, because this is the first time we've been able to talk to these guys since then. So, he was definitely asked about John, and he said a lot of, glowing things about John. He talked about how he's thankful that when he was drafted in 2018 up until now, he's been coached by John, and he's very thankful for everything that John has done for him. So, that was kind of the tone from everybody that we spoke to today when asking them about John's firing. They were, very, very appreciative of their time with John, but also talking about how excited they are for the new voices that are now in the building led by Jesse Mensah.
Now, Cordell, from the intel you gathered and pieced things together, how shocked were players, coaches, and stuff that Lamar was there? And do you have any idea how long he's staying?
Not sure how long he's staying, but it seems like everybody was definitely excited that he was there. I mean, Scott Elliott, the strength and conditioning coach, he talked about how happy he was with the turnout of guys that showed up this week. And, of course, when Lamar Jackson's there, everybody's going to have smiles on their face. And Zay, we talked to Zay today, and he's been doing a lot of off-season training with Lamar, even in Florida as well. That you've seen any of the videos they posted online. They've been doing a lot of the boxing workouts and stuff. So I think everybody is definitely excited that he's there. Not really sure the sense of shock necessarily. I think people were optimistic that he would be there, but I don't know if anybody, how many people actually knew without a doubt that he'd be there. It's hard to be in that group to know without a doubt what he's going to do at times. So, yeah, I think they're definitely happy that he's there. I don't really have a sense of how long he's there, if he's even still there now. I would imagine so. Him and Zay have been tied at the hip. This is just me spitballing, but Zay still being there probably bodes well for the idea that Lamar is still hanging around.
Now, Cordell, what's been kind of the talk from at least the three players, and I don't know if you got a chance to see any other guys in locker room or anything if they allowed you to do that, but what's the talk about the new coaching staff?
Well, a lot of new. Zay was talking about how it's a lot of good vibes, a lot of good energy right now, a lot of excitement. He called it a fresh start for not just themselves, but also John going to New York. I think everybody right now, from talking to the three guys today, it seems like they're still getting through the introduction phase of it all. Mark had talked about, even with Declan Doyle, he just met him on Monday, so they've only talked for a couple of days. And they talked about how impressed he was that the coaches were prepared with the PowerPoints and everything, and they hit the ground running. He said he's excited to be a part of what he called an explosive offense this year. I think a lot of guys, especially some of the younger guys, who only had a couple of years under John and maybe, they don't know anybody else, they're really excited to have these young coaches come in there. Mark was asked about Declan Doyle being 29 years old and, having an offensive coordinator who's around his age. And Mark just talked about how excited he was to work with him. I think that they're excited for the creativity that comes with some of these young coaches around the league. So, right now they're in the honeymoon phase, so everything is all good.
Now, Cordell, wouldn't you agree that the talks that Jesse and Doyle gave Monday, because I'm sure Doyle, that was the first time he's ever really probably led an offensive group, and him being 29 years old, he had to come out very well prepared. And same with Jesse Minter. They needed to be prepared, to show the players that, hey, we're young, but we have ideas.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, first impressions are everything.
Yep.
And, John, who, regardless of how you feel about him, I mean, he was there for 18 years. He's had a sense of stability in that building. He was the adult in the room. So they, whether you liked his ways or not, you knew John had a way. You knew that he had a plan. He had, he was going to be prepared, I would assume, for those meetings and stuff. So without a doubt, these guys are coming in and they're paying attention to every detail, from what's put in the PowerPoints to what's being said to what their vision looks like. It was going to be extremely important for the new coaching staff to come in on Monday and really get these guys to at least maybe not fully buy in, because it doesn't happen in a span of an hour-long meeting.
Right.
But definitely start to see a little bit of the vision, start to at least tap into that excitement to want to get to work, to want to, be at your best to fulfill whatever said vision is. So, and look, we're talking a lot about how young these guys are. I'm sure the players they're human too. I'm sure they brought up how young some of these guys are that's coming in. So, I think they definitely came in excited because, again, it's a different voice, somebody doing something different than what they've seen in the past. And coming off the year that they just had, I mean, I think everybody probably was ready for some sort of change. Maybe not this drastic all across the board, but I think everybody wanted some sort of change, and it seems like the coaches did a good job on Monday.
All right, Cordell, listen to Scott Elliott, the new dude, the rugby guy, the head of sports performance or whatever. How's he going to be incorporated, or what is he adding, to the Scott Elliott's group?
Yeah, I mean, Scott just talked about, how excited he was to bounce, to kind of mesh ideas with him. Obviously, they brought in a vice president that's coming from rugby. So Scott is, obviously on the football side, and he really praised the Ravens for thinking outside the box and, going outside the sport to bring somebody in, just willing to get better in all aspects. And they dealt with a lot. This is a team that dealt with a lot of injuries to key players really throughout the year, but definitely at the start of the year. And Scott talked about, obviously it's football. Guys are going to get hurt, but what he was happy about was guys were able to recover and get back on the field. And in some cases, guys were able to get back to looking like themselves. So I think that, they're still seeing what that marriage looks like with all these new voices all over the building, but especially in the weight room and the strength and conditioning program. I think they're still meshing ideas right now, still very early in phase one, as Scott said.
Cordell Woodland, when's the next Fresh Take Sports here on 105.7 The Fan?
Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Orioles off day. We'll be on from 6 to 8. We'll see if the Orioles can get the sweep in Chicago today before coming back home, but we'll talk a lot about that. We'll talk a little bit about what was said today. The NCAA tournament wrapped up, crowned Michigan, and we got the NBA playoffs about to start pretty soon, so a lot to get to.
Cordell, appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the rest of your Woman Crush Wednesday.
Thanks, Cordell.
Thanks, guys.
There's Cordell Willen, everyone. We'll come back, finish out the program, reset it for you a little bit as well. Nolan's going to be joining us, a little fun house trip. Orioles and White Sox coming up in about 15 minutes. Red Sox and Brewers already underway in the East. And it looks like Daniel Fa'alele has found a new home. Ooh. I bet you can't guess where it is.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
Off-season workouts at the Castle. There's media availability, so we'll tell you what was said out there. Also, we'll wrap up the college basketball season. Sunshine himself, Jimmy Patsos, in studio at 3 o'clock.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Pittsburgh Pirates and shortstop Connor Griffin have agreed to a 9-year, $140 million deal less than a week after his major league debut. The previous record for a player so early on his career, well, that was Roman Anthony's 8-year, $130 million deal 2 months after his debut. For a team who is refusing to spend, this kind of comes as a shock. I hope there's money left for Paul Skeens. I'm Addie Bates.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the sound of resilience. Relief. The sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenebaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Town Appliance. Your next home upgrade starts at Town Appliance.
All right, a couple of games in action, Major League Baseball. Padres and Pirates, bottom of the 5th, scoreless up in Pittsburgh. Royals and Guardians in Cleveland. Guardians up 3-0 there. And through 1 up at Fenway. And it looks cold, by the way, games on MLB Network. Red Sox and Brewers or scoreless. Inside Access coming up here in a matter of minutes. Orioles taking on the White Sox coming up at the top of the hour, and they'll keep you up to date, of course, on the score of the game. Orioles going for the sweep, but not only we teased it going into the break here on this Woman Crush Wednesday. Daniel Falele looks like he's found a new NFL home.
And it's a very fitting one. Ian Rappaport here says that the Giants have agreed to terms on a 1-year deal with Daniel Falele. So yet another player following John Harbaugh up to New York. This one a little more delayed than all the other ones. And the only person that he spoke glowingly of that didn't get to follow him there was Zach Orr.
And now in Seattle.
Yeah. Right. I mean, well, technically, Monken didn't follow him, but he wanted him there.
Yeah.
The offer was on the table. It was reported. There was no reported interest for Orr.
Speaking of Monken, he's speaking glowingly of Shedeur Sanders. Very excited about working with a second-year quarterback. I mean, that's a debacle.
Yeah.
In Cleveland. Who knows what Watson's going to do.
Remember, Bob, the Ravens wanted to draft Shedeur, and Dion called and said, don't take him?
Yeah, because he didn't want to sit the bench his entire career. Now here he is, was starting at the end of last year and could be the opening day starter for the Browns. And we'll see how his young career unfolds. Nolan, any closing thoughts for the people before we get to the funhouse here?
A lot of uniform talk today. The Orioles getting in on it, teasing what looks like the debut of the new City Connects this Friday night. Just posted that on social media.
Yeah, cream-colored jersey is what I saw.
Right.
So the Baltimore with the multicolored piping on the sleeves, I think that one's gone, so.
Yes. Yeah, it's phased out. So new, they were already cycled through all the teams that get a City Connect, and now they get another one. If you haven't seen it, the leaks are out there. The team hasn't officially unveiled it. They would like to keep it a secret, but it's a tribute to Camden Yards.
Okay.
Pictures are out there.
All right. Sounds good. All right, let's get to that funhouse.
Quick Draws Funhouse.
Sponsored by the Smile Design Center, changing the way you feel about dentistry one smile at a time. For information or to schedule an appointment for care, visit them today at smiledesigndoctor.com.
105.7 The Fan.
Some thoughts here on the Falele deal. Texter says, so happy to see Harbaugh get stuck with that dead weight on the O-line. I just hope he keeps that blind loyalty going all season, and the less friendly New York media can hound him about it every week.
Yeah, they're going to run the football. And I was asking Bob, when Giro was here, Falele wasn't a starter. So the road grading type stuff, it may be better for Falele, just to block a guy over him and get his big body on a body. I know this. I know Harb's always kind of liked his athleticism, ability to bend his knees some, but his lateral movement, not so fast.
Started every game the last 2 years.
Yeah.
So he's been available.
But had nothing. He probably signed a 1-year vet minimum deal, would be my guess.
I mean, if he somehow ends up being worse in 26 than he was last year, I'd almost be impressed. I mean, I don't know how much worse you could get. So, I mean, in terms of like getting more out of him, yeah, I would hope so. I mean, it's kind of the bare minimum here.
Yeah, he was so bad he became a meme for a lot
multiple
of times.
Yeah.
Yes.
Another one here. This one from Gene says, very impressed with Blaze Alexander so far for the Orioles, but at this point, I think I'm ready to send Colton Cowser to the minors. Let Tavares play center field full time. Cowser's defense just isn't good enough to keep him in the lineup with the alarming rate that he strikes out already.
I'm not 100% against that at all. I mean, Tavares was a guy that he was part of the Rangers that beat the Orioles in 23 when he was a rookie. He hit himself out at Texas. And so far, so good with the stick for the Orioles. But Colton Cowser's a guy that looks somewhat clueless at the plate right now. So I'm not saying I'm on a scale of 1 to 10. I'm 10. He's toast, concern level. But this isn't the same cocky moo man we saw 2 years ago when he was a Rookie of the Year finalist and arguably should have won the thing.
Would you like him better, Bob, left field or right field?
He looked okay in the corners to me.
Yes, he did.
I mean, he was Gold Glove finalist in left field 2 years ago. But
And maybe he'd be a little more maybe, he's not comfortable in center, and that affects but his batting sucked last year.
Because I like Ward's stick so far, but boy, with the glove,
not so fast.
Yeah, that was, speaking of blooper reel, the glasses coming off yesterday.
Yeah.
And he's like the guy in the infomercial falling on the hood of the car with all the cleaning supplies.
Muscles isn't a beautiful run around.
Well,
he had to dive.
He made that dive and catch a couple of nights ago. But at Cowser, got to get him together because Holiday's going to be coming back. We talked about it earlier with Tony Pentine, not exactly ripping the cover off the ball down on the farm. And the bad news there, that Blaze and Jeremiah Jackson are both hitting.
Yes.
And it's not like Holiday's Robbie Alomar with the glove. So his stick's got to be his calling card. So we shall see. I mean, this guy was the number one pick in the draft just 4 years ago, but hopefully he'll come up here and continue to ascend as a ball player. That's going to do it for us. Inside Access coming up here in just a matter of minutes. They'll keep you up to date on the Orioles and White Sox. Bird going for a sweep. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 o'clock, with Total Request Thursday. Going to hear from Andrews, going to hear from Zay, and everyone else that spoke with the media. For Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato, I'm Bob Haney. Stay safe, stay healthy. We'll talk to you in the morning. For now, class dismissed.
In terms of the draft, everybody says we're going to take the best player available, and that's usually not true.
Brian Billick on this year's Ravens draft.
But in the 14th, those guys in the 10 to 20 range, those are guys that have been pushed out of the top 10. There could be a major difference between the 14th guy on your board and the 20th guy on the board. Eric DaCosta, obviously a disciple of Ozzie Newsome, will take what their board says is the best player available, even if it's not at a specific position.
105.7 The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle, here to help you beat the books at Westwood One Sports. Thunder play the Clippers tonight in L.A., and I'm expecting defense to be the theme of the game. Meaningful game for both teams. OKC locks up the 1 seed with a win. Clippers fighting for play-in seeding, and both teams on a back-to-back. When OKC has no rest, the under has hit 7 out of 13 times. Even better, when the Clippers have a back-to-back, the under has hit 9 out of 14 times. And in the last 10 games, both teams are inside the top 8 in defensive efficiency. Defense! I like the under. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Spring is a great time to open your windows. And wait, your windows won't open? They leak, are cracked, or need repainting? Again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Spring is the perfect time to step up to the plate. The weather's warming up, the days are getting longer, and baseball season is back. There's no better time to get your health back on track, and LifeBet Institute is ready to help you do exactly that. With GLP-1 weight loss programs, hormone optimization, IV infusions, medical-grade supplements, and genetic testing, LifeMed gives you a full game plan, not just a quick fix. To find the best location for you, visit lifebetinstitute.com or call 410-575-1200. Make sure you tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. Inside Access is presented by FanDuel. FanDuel has your back with a special Mulligan Bet Back token this week in golf. Once the tournament starts, you can turn any losing bet into a bonus bet for another try. Now you've got protection to take that sleeper pick or make a bold prediction. Backing someone to win it all? Go for it. Like someone for a top 5 finish? Lock it in with confidence, because if it doesn't hit, you've got that mulligan in your back pocket ready to go. That's FanDuel.com/local to claim your special Mulligan Bet Back token. FanDuel Sportsbooks, the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Opt-in required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Spring is in the air, and so is the urge to shake things up. Longer days, warmer nights, and the perfect time to bring some fresh energy into your routine. At Lion's Den, you'll find everything you need to turn up the heat this season. Whether you're exploring something new or reigniting the spark, now is the time to refresh, recharge, and enjoy something fun. So make this spring unforgettable. Visit lionsden.com or stop by one of their 4 locations in Catonsville, Cockeysville, Severn, Pasadena. Join the pride.
This is the Duke's country song. It's a song about Duke's Mayo. Says here it's got twang. That sounds good. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Hey, it's Rob Long. Golf fans, don't miss this. This Friday, tee off the big golf weekend at Elephant in the Room from 6 to 10 a.m. with the Big Bad Morning Show live, plus a Southern-style breakfast, full ball, and putting contest giveaways. Join us Friday morning in Middlesville. We'll be there.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Trevor Rogers became automatic with his results throughout his incredible 2025 campaign, and so far this year it looks like that's carried over. Yesterday marked his third outing of the season, all of which have been at least 6 innings in length and came with no more than 2 runs allowed. He now holds an ERA of 1.82 in 21 starts since May of last year. Here's Craig Albernaz with some post-game thoughts on his ace.
It wasn't his best, but he just keeps on competing, and he was filling up the strike zone. He was landing his off-speed stuff. He got a little out of whack that one inning. He was efficient, and he kept on throwing strikes. He kept on forcing the hitters to make decisions, kept on forcing weak contact.
Yesterday's victory brought the O's season record to 5-6 with a chance to pick up a sweep this afternoon at 2:10. Kyle Bradish will look to go deeper in his third appearance of the year. He gave up 4 earned runs in just 4 innings of work last time out against Pittsburgh. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Dr. Lairfield Smile Design Center. Call 410-321-1100 to schedule your appointment today. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, lots of sunshine with temps warming up to the 50s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman, Tim Barbalace, and Beltway Ben Hall.
Shocked, and then you start just kind of reminiscing on the past 4 years of my career and however almost 20 years or however long he was here, success and good football being played, and you start thinking about all the personal moments that you had, and I'm excited for him, excited for us. I think he's got a great opportunity up there in New York and stole a lot of our players, but those guys do great up there as well. But everything's got an expiration date, and he did great stuff while he was here.
It's new. It's young. We got a young coaching staff, and everybody excited to play. Coach Harbaugh, we were shocked that happened. Like, I was shocked, but dropped it under him for 3 years. Appreciate that he came and got me, and we did what we did. So I'm excited for him, his new job over at the Giants, see what he do. So, yeah, we all excited. We all got new opportunities to start over.
Kyle Hamilton and Zay Flowers, friend of the show, talking about the new Ravens. Of course, John Harbaugh here almost 20 years, gone after 18, and they wish him well, but it's a new day that has dawned here in Baltimore. Ravens offseason workouts, media availability today. Beltway Ben Hall was there. Zay Flowers, Mark Andrews, and Kyle Hamilton spoke to media along with the strength and conditioning coach. We'll hear some of that in a little bit, but Ravens publicly turning the page now.
Well, Monday was sort of
the unofficial start to the Jesse Minter era, where right now they're in phase 1 of the off-season program, and that's 2 weeks limited to meeting, strength and conditioning, and physical rehabilitation. And as the weeks keep going on, you'll get the on-field workouts and the coaching staff getting there, and Zay talking about getting into the new playbook. And heck, Jesse Minter, when we were out there at One Winning Drive for his introductory press conference, I think he talked about the April 6th date then. And I know the Ravens, they're phrasing this. They always come up with a slogan every single year. Next flight is how they're phrasing it. And they got the new uniforms coming out next week, Ken, that Sashi knew nothing about last week at the owners meeting.
He knew nothing.
But this is the next flight. This is the new era of Ravens football unofficially getting underway this week.
Yeah, it's exciting to see to actually see these guys and hear them talk, and the page officially getting turned. Because let's face it, we've been amped up to have something new to talk about, Bone, quite frankly. And now these guys are there, and they're getting the conditioning in. And 2 weeks from tomorrow is the NFL draft, so we're going to start to see this whole thing come together in the next few weeks.
And I don't think it's just coincidence that the Ravens have really strong attendance at this offseason program. The Ravens social media team, they did that video of all the players coming in with their full legal names. You're seeing Roquan Smith. You're seeing Zay Flowers, Kyle Hamilton, and, of course, Lamar Jackson. I think they recognize this pivotal moment right now where this team significantly underachieved last year. After heading into the season as Super Bowl favorites, you finished with a losing record. A lot of players, their performance year over year was down. And I think it's a very motivated group to turn the page.
I think, yes, I think that's very fair. And I think they also want to get the sour taste out of their mouth of what was last season. But quite frankly, this was a team, whether Harbs wanted to hear it or not, was a Super Bowl or bust team. And they missed the playoffs. So I think they're itching to get back out there to get that taste out of their mouth.
Yeah, I think it humbled a lot of them just because for them to underachieve to that degree, I don't think it's crazy to say that was the most disappointing season of Ravens football, and that was their 30th season, where you think of all of the major lows that they had, getting curb stomped at home against the Texans, losing 3 home primetime games when John Harbaugh had lost 3 home primetime games his prior 16 seasons combined, and how their season ended in Week 18 in Pittsburgh, where the defense was unable to stop a geriatric quarterback in Aaron Rodgers. They couldn't get after him at all, and he picked apart that secondary. And credit to Lamar Jackson, Zay Flowers, and the offense, because they kept fighting back. And then your rookie kicker, in his biggest moment of his career thus far, misses a very makeable 44-yard field goal. So, yeah, you're trying to get that sour taste out of your mouth.
And you talk about the defense. Everybody's watching the playoffs. Aaron Rodgers was awful in the playoffs. C.J. Stroud was awful in the playoffs. And quite frankly, Drake May was terrible in the playoffs. And all those guys lit up this defense. Rodgers twice. So, yeah, I think that they are fired up to try to right some wrongs.
Well, that to me was the money quote of all the press conferences, and that was Kyle Hamilton saying that they need to get back to the standard that had been set over the course of this franchise's history, where it's known for defense. And you think of the legendary defenses that have, happened year after year seemingly for so long, but they've fallen off a cliff these past couple of years. And I know they were able to steady the ship somewhat in 2024 after the first half of the year was a debacle, but Kyle Hamilton accepted it. That is not acceptable, what the Ravens defense has done these past couple of years, and they need to change the narrative. They need to be much better in the fourth quarter, and it starts now with this new coaching staff.
So we weren't able to attend today. Beltway Ben, you were out there at One Winning Drive today. Am I correct? Anything that you took away from being out there today?
Same old stuff. I mean, the guys are ready to kind of flip the page, move away from the John Harbaugh era and into the Jesse Minter era. They know that, I mean, just when Zay was talking, the time is now, and there is a window. They want to win now, and they need to win now. And it was funny, Zay had mentioned Mike McDonald winning in year 2, and he's like, we want year 1, though. You know, they had success in year 2. We want to win in year 1. So I think all the guys know that this isn't, riding the bike around, like we'll figure it out in the next few years. Like right now is the window, and they got to win now. So a lot of guys are on board with that. Mark Andrews is ready to. He seemed like he was always, the top option, the tight end room, but he acknowledged that, a lot of good players around him, but nothing's changed for him with the mindset, and he'll be ready to go out there and get back to what he was.
We have a massive Wednesday show. Get started guest-wise. Jimmy Patsos in studio. He'll wrap up the college basketball season, maybe preview the NBA playoffs. Of course, he does Wizards coverage for Monumental, and also, obviously, about his awareness of what's going on in college basketball. And he was out in Indianapolis for the Final Four. So Jimmy will be in from 3 to 3:30. We'll get our best bets with Tim Murray at 3:30. Jim Bowden, former MLB GM, now with MLB Network Radio. Also, The Athletic. We'll ask him about the Orioles and the state of Major League Baseball through the first couple weeks at 4:30. And we'll check in our weekly chat with Ryan Ripken coming up at 5:30.
Yeah, we got a lot of football and hoops in the first half of the show, but we will keep you updated on the Orioles-White Sox game that is about to get underway. And then to end the show, we're going to 2 weeks into the season at this point. What do we think of Pete Alonso thus far? Blaze Alexander and Taylor Ward, they've been fantastic. We'll get into that in the 5 o'clock hour.
At least offensively.
Yes.
Now, Blaze has been great defensively, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Taylor Ward, I'm still trying to figure out what happened yesterday out there in left field.
I think he's still trying to figure it out.
I think he had his what was the term? He went back to factory settings as he tried to go in for that fly ball. Alas, coming up next, Zay Flowers, Kyle Hamilton, and Mark Andrews spoke at the Castle today. What did they have to say? You'll hear it next here on The Fan.
This is The Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Planning on using cannabis? Then it's time to plan your ride home, too. Never get behind the wheel when you're high. You might think you're driving better, but the fact is, you're not. Designate a sober driver or use a rideshare so we all get home safe.
We're home.
Be the driver who makes a plan. Be the driver who saves lives. Learn more at zerodeathsmd.gov. This message brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Kohl's Epic Deals prove one thing. A good deal is the best feeling. Better than remembering your password on the first try. Or that first sip of coffee in the morning. Well, okay, the coffee is pretty close. But still, Kohl's Epic Deals are hard to beat. Save big on comfy tees, sandals, cozy bedding, and more at Kohl's and Kohls.com. Select styles. Offers end April 12th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Spring is great for your mood, but sometimes tough on your body. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet store. The weather gets nicer and suddenly you're walking more, standing more, and spending more time outside. But if you're dealing with foot pain, it can quickly turn into knee pain, hip pain, or even back pain that makes staying active uncomfortable. Our patented arch support system has helped countless people find relief. Here's another customer sharing their Good Feet story.
I'm a retired mail carrier with multiple knee replacements in both knees. I never thought I'd be able to go back to doing dog agility again. I stopped in at the Good Feet store. They measured me for my arch inserts, and then I walked around, and immediately I felt the difference. Agility is mine again. Hawkeye, my beagle, and I are both happy.
Good Feet Arch Supports can be the solution you need to get the most out of your springtime activities. Come see us today or visit us at goodfeet.com.
Tune in this Tuesday, April 14th, as we feature this week's PNC Achiever, Sloan Kelly. Each week, PNC recognizes one Maryland high school lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field. Thank you to all those that nominated these amazing student athletes.
Hey, it's Rob Long. Golf fans, don't miss this. This Friday, tee off the big golf weekend at Elephant in the Room from 6 to 10 a.m. with the Big Bad Morning Show live, plus a Southern-style breakfast, full ball, and putting contest giveaways. Join us Friday morning in Middlesville. We'll be there.
Play the Big Spin Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $50,000 instantly, or a chance to spin the Big Spin Wheel for up to $250,000. Pick one up today at your favorite lottery retailer. Please play responsibly.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
I can't speak in terms of exact attendance. I will tell you that Beeks is working his tail off. And as I'm sure you've seen online, he is in great shape. Constant, and it's been, with Beeks, it's been wonderful even throughout the last year. Constant communication, and just excited to see where he goes.
So that's Scott Elliott, what's strength and conditioning coach, talking about Nnamdi Madubuike. And, you know, it's interesting. He didn't say a lot, but he didn't exactly throw cold water on the whole Nnamdi Madubuike either. He says he's in great shape. He's working hard. It's interesting, if you want to read into things, to hear him talk about Nnamdi Madubuike.
I guess. For me, I just kind of wake me up until we get concrete news on Nnamdi Madubuike. All signs are pointing to him at least giving it a go. But
yes.
There's been so much ambiguity going back to September. This injury happened week 2, mid-September. And I understand the complications surrounding the severity of this injury, the neck injury, and you want Nnamdi Madubuike to speak for himself. But I kind of wake me up until we get something concrete.
Well, actually, you want to wake
me up when we
get because then you'll be constantly getting woken up on.
That would be annoying.
And you'll get no sleep.
Yeah, I'd be miserable to be around.
You'd be very you'd be on edge. You're constantly getting woken up.
Even more so.
Yes. So let's get to Kyle Hamilton. And Kyle Hamilton meeting with the media today and talks about what will be different about the Ravens defense under Jesse Minter.
I don't think we're reinventing the wheel or anything, but we just kind of got to get back to, or just reestablish, like, dominant, especially defense. Offense, they got their own thing going on, and I'm sure they'll be all right. But I think defensively it's been pretty disappointing, just some results that we've had. And we've had some good seasons, but we've also had some bad seasons, and those are inexcusable, especially here. So I think confronting that, and him along with Coach Weaver, they've both done a great job so far, just kind of laying out what's been in the past and where we want to go in the future, and how the standard has not been met and upheld, and we need to kind of fix that.
So Kyle Hamilton became the face of this thing a year ago as this thing circled the drain. And by the way, you talked about this being the most disappointing season, arguably in Ravens history. They still could have made the playoffs with a win at the end of the year. So that shows you. I think the fan base is a little spoiled compared to other fan bases if that's the most disappointing season, because Cleveland would say, hold my beer. Cincinnati's had some bad. There's teams that are irrelevant almost every season.
Sure, but...
Yeah, this was Super Bowl or bust.
No, there's no sugarcoating it.
It was bad.
It was a very, very bad season that ended up getting John Harbaugh fired.
Yes. The Kyle Hamilton part of it, he was the guy that seemed to face the music every single week after losses, where others weren't so available, so to speak.
Look, we love Kyle Hamilton. I think Kyle Hamilton's the best press conference, the best quote that the Ravens have. I find him to be very honest, very forthright. Heck, he even came out at the beginning of the year, Ken, and said this fan base is spoiled, and then he had to walk that back. But Kyle's awesome, and he's a hell of a football player, and he knows that the past couple of years has not been good enough defensively, and in particular, the fourth quarter. And Jesse Minter saying in his introductory press conference, his first quote, we're going to be at our best when our best is needed. And that is the fourth quarter. And that's the area in which this defense has come up small a heck of a lot more often than not.
More from Kyle Hamilton speaking today at One Winning Drive, his first impressions of his head coach.
It's been great so far. This week's the first time I met him in person. Heard great things from guys in L.A., Cam Hart, who I went to college with, Tony Jefferson, who was over there, and when the position opened up, they both texted me and was like, "This is the guy that you want." So it's been everything and more so far, and just excited for new era of Ravens football.
He talked to some guys over there. I think we all saw the tea leaves once the job came open. We thought he'd be the favorite, and he got the job, and Kyle Hamilton's telling you, talk to some guys out there. He says, yeah, he's right for the job.
Everyone we've talked to, whether that's Chargers beat reporters or you hear from former players, everyone raves about Jesse Minter. And this is someone that has really busted his ass for this opportunity. He bounced around to so many different places and starting as a GA, and his dad was able to get his foot in the door in places, but he did all the rest. It has been a very fast rise for Jesse Minter. And you just look the past couple of years in the NFL, and he took over a Chargers defense that was really bad in 2023. They were 26th in yards per play, 24th in points per game. Very next year, they were first in points per game. That's a complete 180, and I think Jesse Minter deserves a lot of credit.
So one of Jesse Minter's first hires was Mike Mickens, who spent 2020 through 2025 coaching the cornerbacks at Notre Dame. So Kyle Hamilton knows him a little bit as he played at Notre Dame, and Hamilton talks about Mickens.
Yeah, I was actually there 2 out of 3 years with him. Great coach, very technical, technique-oriented, and I think that's somewhat rare in this league at DB. A lot of times you get a guy who can, not that it's a bad thing, but, explain the install and make sure you're going out and run the right plays, not actually out there like, this is what you're doing press versus playing off. Like, here's where your feet go, your hands, and I think he's really good with that stuff. He's helped contribute to Notre Dame putting some decent DBs out in recent years, and recruiting. He's personable and can relate. He played the game at a high level, and he's a good coach. I'm just happy to have him, some familiarity.
And he coached on the same staff with Jesse Minter at Indiana State, so they have a history. This was one of Jesse Minter's first hires, and yes, a guy that Notre Dame did not want to lose but understood.
Mickens and Dwayne Ledford, those were two of the first hires for Jesse Minter, and that was before Anthony Weaver was here. That was before Declan Doyle was here. They prioritized those two guys, and they're held in such high regard. And we had the Notre Dame football beat reporter on. He was saying, look at DBs before Mickens. It was horrific, and now they're getting 5-star guys, and he's really developing guys, and they're playing at the next level in the NFL. And I think Mickens comes in at a very good time because the Ravens have invested so much draft capital and so much money into their secondary, and they haven't gotten bang for their buck.
Oh, and our guest on today's show, Tim Murray, huge Notre Dame guy. He was raving about Mickens after the Ravens hired him. So highly thought of coach, now part of Jesse Minter's staff. Let's hear one more from Kyle Hamilton. Talking about that defense, that's this Kyle Hamilton.
I don't think we're reinventing the wheel or anything, but we just kind of got to get back to, or just reestablish, like, dominant, especially defense. Offense, they got their own thing going on, and I'm sure they'll be all right. But I think defensively it's been pretty disappointing, just some results that we've had. And we've had some good seasons, but we've also had some bad seasons, and those are inexcusable, especially here. So I think confronting that, and him along with Coach Weaver, they've both done a great job so far, just kind of laying out what's been in the past and where we want to go in the future, and how the standard has not been met and upheld, and we need to kind of fix that.
He's nothing but honest.
I love hearing Kyle Hamilton talk because he's not BSing. He's not just using player speak, coach speak. He's telling you what he really thinks. And he's embarrassed. He's really disappointed because he's one of, if not, he is the biggest star of that defense. It's not even close, really. Kyle Hamilton is a heck of a football player, but this defense has to get back to being that feared unit. No one's feared this Ravens defense over the past couple of years. They were the get-right defense last year.
Yeah. Let's hear from Zay Flowers before we step out. Zay Flowers talks about his quarterback, Lamar Jackson, being ready.
He ready, man. Like, I feel like we answer that every year, and he always ready. So he even more ready this year. He excited about the coaching staff. He excited about getting to work with Coach Declan. So he ready to go. He want to finish. He want to get a ring. So.
Are we saying his name wrong? Is it Declan? Declan Doyle?
I think it's Declan.
But Zay's in the room.
Zay's in the room, but that might have been the first time he met him, though.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm pretty sure it's Declan.
Yeah, we'll have to get.
Maybe that's his nickname, though.
Yeah,
maybe Zay gave him that nickname.
That's fair.
Yeah,
that's fair. But yeah, he's in the classroom with him, or I guess early on.
Yeah. It's only been a couple days.
But you're right, it could be a nickname.
Yeah, I think it's a nickname.
One more from Zay Flowers. Zay, what about a potential contract extension?
I'll let my agents handle that. I'm excited to be back and meet the new coaching staff and just get back running in the facility and seeing everybody's faces.
Here's what we know. He's going to be an incredibly wealthy man. If they don't come to terms with a long-term extension, they're going to give him the fifth-year option, which pays him lots more than he's made the first 4 years in the NFL.
Zay Flowers, his fifth-year option is the highest out of anyone else in his draft class. He's making $28 million because how it works is he made 2 Pro Bowls in his first 3 years. So that bumps up his fifth-year option to the value of the wide receiver franchise tag this year. So George Pickens, what he's making on the tag, Zay Flowers is going to make next year in 27.
Coming up next, we have been neglecting bounce back, fallback, but fret not, because bounce back, fallback is next here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on The Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your your side, and that is legal tax defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about legal tax defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. For over 40 years, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes have made holidays, special occasions, and everyday meals easier and more enjoyable for everyone. So treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Whether it's seafood, Greek specialties, Italian dishes, or supersized salads, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes has you covered. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code CHARM01 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Welcome to the NFL Draft.
Insights and analysis from the fans. Vinny Serrano, former NFL general manager and director of player personnel.
He'll go up and get the ball. I mean, it was impressive watching him on film, but he is a really good tackler. He'll come up hard, aggressive.
Every day, Vinny provides grades and predictions for Ravens players and teams in our division.
Baltimore Ravens select.
Never miss a moment. Subscribe to Vinny and Haynie on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Versatility has become a staple of Kyle Hamilton's skill set since he entered the NFL, and new Ravens head coach Jesse Minter has already stated he intends to lean into that as the team's new defensive play caller. Hamilton had the chance to speak earlier today about his first impressions of meeting Minter and how he thinks he might be used in 2026.
You know, he's got his own little twist flavor to it, but I think ever since Mike was here, I think they've kind of found creative ways to use me, and I think Jesse's going to do more of that. Whether he does or doesn't, I'm completely fine with just being out there, whatever position he needs me to play, but I don't think it's just me he has big plans for it.
This Fan Flash is sponsored by Dubo Law. It only takes one swing to change the game, and when a car accident changes your life, Dubo Law is there to help. When you've been hurt in an accident, call 410-ASK-DUBO for a free consultation. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, lots of sunshine with temps warming up to the 50s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan. Now let's go live to Augusta for a Masters update brought to you by Baltimore County Golf. This golf season, get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit baltimoregolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
From the Augusta National Golf Club, Westwood One Sports presents this special report on the Masters, sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. Bryson DeChambeau is always diving into the stats, ball speed, spin rate. He's even experimented by putting lead tape on the top of his club to see what that would do to the golf ball. What about age? The average age of the Masters champion across the first 89 tournaments is 32, and DeChambeau enters the 90th Masters at 32 years old.
It's great. If that's the way the stats line up and they work in my favor, then fantastic. But I don't try to look too much into that and focus on what I can accomplish. Obviously, I'm playing well, and, I feel like my game's in the best place of its career, outside of maybe, Greenbrier when I shot 58. Outside of that, I'm excited to get the week going and see where I can put myself.
DeChambeau won his last two starts on LIV in Singapore and South Africa. He just teed off in the par 3 contest with Kevin Hart as his caddy. You're listening to coverage of the 2026 Masters on Westwood One.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it, because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
3 aces already at the par 3 contest. Justin Thomas at 2, Wyndham Clark at 7, Keegan Bradley at 8. Clark and Bradley playing in the same group, and all 3 players have pulled out of the competition. Of course, no par 3 winner has captured the green jacket in the same week. Jacob Bridgman might be making a run for it, though. Bridgman getting ready to make his Masters debut this week is 4 under through 7, a one-shot lead over Chris Gotterup, another Masters rookie. Gotterup 3 under through 7 holes. Aaron Rye, Matt McCarty, and last year's U.S. Open champion J.J. Spawn are all 2 under. Ryan McCarty through 5 and Spawn through 4 holes. Par 3 really about family. Sergio Garcia's daughter poured in a putt from 4 feet away. Her name, Azalea. From Augusta, I'm Ted Emmerich, Westwood One Sports.
Bounce Back, Fall Back is sponsored by Mattress Warehouse. Behind every champion is a great night's sleep. Find your perfect mattress backed by science with Bed Match, only at Mattress Warehouse. Learn more and find the location nearest you at mattresswarehouse.com.
Inside Access, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
To save some time, let's just give the results of last week. Ken ended up getting back in the win column.
Yeah.
134.50 in bone bucks compared to Ben's 115 and 1 cent of bone bucks. So let's just get right into it, gentlemen. We are leaning into MLB today because we really haven't done it with NCAA tournament going on. Shohei Ohtani. Ken, let's start with you. Shohei Ohtani has over 1.5 bases, total bases, versus the Blue Jays. Dylan Cease is starting for Toronto. A bounce back is -105, fallback -125.
This is simply just my gut. I'm going to say fallback, Bone. And I'll put $10 on a fallback.
All right. Ben?
I'll put 20 on a bounce back. He usually hits pretty well when he pitches.
Speaking of him pitching, Ben, Shohei has over 5.5 strikeouts. Bounce back -150, fallback plus money at +110.
Put $5 on a fallback.
5 on a fallback. Ken?
Yeah, the Blue Jays, like their whole thing last year was they don't strike out. Like they get bat the ball. I'm going to put another 10 spot on a fallback, Bone.
10 on a fallback. George Springer goes over 1.5 total bases. Plus money to that, plus 130. A fallback is minus 175. Ken.
Now, these are tough, Bone.
I know.
1.5 total bases.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I think he'll have a double in this game. I'm going to put 15.
15 spot. All
on
right.
a bounce back.
Ben?
I'll put 20 on a fallback.
20 on a fallback. You guys are different. I like it. Aaron Nola.
It's going to be a big gap.
Aaron Nola has over 5.5 strikeouts versus the Giants, Ben. Bounce back plus 110. Fallback minus 150.
Put 15 on a fallback.
15 on a fallback. Ken?
Giants are bad, Bone. I'm going to put another $10 on a bounce back, Bone.
Love it. It's getting crazy. Yankees.
This is going to be a huge...
It is. The Yankees cover a 1.5 run line versus the A's. The pitching matchup is Luis Severino versus Will Warren. Can a bounce back is plus 100, fallback minus 120.
See, my gut says the Yankees win this game, but I don't want to root for the Yankees.
No.
So, it's a tough one, Bone. It's the inner monologue, Bone. I'm going to put $5 on a fallback.
5 on a fallback. Ben?
Put 10 on a bounce back. Severino struggles against a lot of these guys. It is a revenge spot, but I think he gets hit a little hard.
And last baseball, we got 3 more questions, by the way, including this one. Yeah, we got 2 NBA that we'll finish with, but last baseball. C.J. Abrams to record an RBI versus the Cardinals. Michael McGreevy is starting for St. Louis. A bounce back is plus 180.
Wow.
Fallback minus 250. Ben?
Just for fun, I'll put 10 on a bounce back. No value in the non-RBI, so we'll put 10 on a bounce back.
Ken?
I'm going to put 20 on a bounce back.
He wants that plus 180 right there.
Yeah.
And couple NBA to end
Scared
with.
money don't make money,
That's
Bob.
what they say. I've heard that a time or two. The Thunder cover the 6.5 point spread at the Clippers. Ken? Bounce back minus 118, fallback minus 102.
I will put 15 on a bounce back.
15. Ben?
Put 5 on a bounce back.
5. And last question here. The Spurs cover the 3.5 point spread at home against the Trailblazers. Bounce back minus 105, fallback minus 115.
A lot of injuries for the Spurs. I'm going to put 15 on the Trailblazers to cover.
This game's in Portland, you said?
San Antonio.
Oh, okay. I have $15 left. This is going to be a wild show next week when we wrap this up. But I'm going to put 15 on a bounce back.
There we go.
Coming up next, Orioles and the White Sox. They're playing afternoon baseball in Chicago. We will update you on what's going on. How's Kyle Bradish look so far? We're going to tell you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Rob's still in Chicago for Game 3 against the White Sox. We'll preview that game with Mike Bordick, former Oriole. Also, we're going to talk Ravens. We'll preview what they're going to discuss at the upcoming press conference.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Learn more with Robinhood at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Celtics fans chanted MVP for Jaylen Brown last night. Brown has been the Celtics' best player this season, and you can make a case he's been the best player in the Eastern Conference. Jaylen Brown's ability to lead while Jason Tatum was rehabbing an Achilles injury shows the value he has to the Celtics. I'm Chris Black.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary. If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger.
Hey.
Who's an oversharer.
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Tax enforcement and defense strategies have changed a lot over the last year. After nearly 5 years, the IRS has restarted automated collections. You could be next for bank levies and wage garnishments. Ignoring the issue is not an option. Call 443-367-9000 to get protected. You have unfiled returns or can't renew your license? We work directly with the IRS and state so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by more than 90%. How would that feel? Act now to learn the latest updates to tax relief programs. Your eligibility might not be the same. Strategic Tax Resolution, local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 443-367-9000. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 443-367-9000. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
Today, clear high of 52. Tonight, clear low around 40. Tomorrow, high near 58.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code WAGON for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WAGON for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's WAGON.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood prediction markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood prediction markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Can't buy me love, love.
Orioles and White Sox are in the bottom of the second inning. White Sox lead 1-0. And we were saying during the break, Bone, at least I said to you that Bradish looked good in the first, but that doesn't mean much because he looked good in the first in the game in Pittsburgh, and then things got kind of crazy. Well, he gives up a double to Benintendi, who, well, it was a triple because O'Neal kind of played it into a triple. Benintendi goes to third. Good throw from Blaze Alexander, probably gets him, but the throw was off the bag, so no play. And then Harris singles on the first pitch. He then steals second, so they have a runner at second base, one out. It's 1-0 White Sox.
And he's still waiting for the offense to wake up, Ken. The first couple of innings, they've gotten at least one base runner on, Taylor Ward, who's not batting leadoff today.
Yeah,
Gunnar Henderson, they switched him up in the orders. So Taylor Ward batting second. He got on with one out. And then in the second inning, Dylan Beavers, which is pretty shocking. I believe that was his first walk of the season for Beavers, and that was with one out, and the offense was able to do nothing with either of them, and the White Sox going up 2-0.
Yeah, right, base hit up the middle, scores the runner from second, who got to second on a stolen base. It was a weird play. Like the pitch was in the dirt. The hitter stepped out as the pitch was coming, and no throw to second base. This is on the stolen base. And now another base hit. And Bradish, again, is it too early to be concerned about Kyle Bradish?
I still am not. There's way too much talent with Kyle Bradish. And I know he has been talking after his first couple of starts. It's not the stuff that's the issue. It's the execution and him missing his spots. And right now, I obviously not as dialed in as we would like to be doing a show in the middle of watching this game.
Yes.
But I'm not going to hit the panic button with Bradish.
Luis Angel Acuna with the RBI single after Harris had the RBI single. It's now the bottom of the lineup doing damage on the Orioles. There's another base hit, this from Reese McGuire. So you now have first and second one out. So now that is three straight base hits. Benintendi with the triple, and Acuna and McGuire, Acuna and McGuire with single. That'd be four straight hits, excuse me. A Benintendi triple, Harris single, Acuna single, McGuire single. So four straight hits for the White Sox.
Yeah.
And none of it, the Benintendi double turned into a triple by O'Neal was hit hard. But the next three were not hit hard.
No, not at all. But again, if this team is going to find a way to sweep the White Sox today, which would be huge, you get back to 500 before the day off, and then a struggling Giants team comes in, the offense has to be much better. And you can go to yesterday where Gunnar Henderson, of course, had the big blast, but they left 14 guys on base yesterday, Ken. They're just not coming through with the big hit consistently. And was that just another hit?
It was a bunt, and Bradish, I don't know if he would have. He didn't get off the mound in time, so he wouldn't have beaten the runner to first base. But a bunt single, it was a good bunt, but he was sacrificing. But nobody was there to cover first base, so now you have the bases loaded with one out.
Yeah, it'd be really nice to see a double play ball here, Ken. But no, and they started the game yesterday 1 for 12 with runners in scoring position before getting a couple of those hits. Taylor Ward got it started, and then Gunnar Henderson with the home run to end up being the deciding blow in yesterday's game. But it's crazy how quickly things can change. Where we're having the discussion yesterday, the Orioles are trailing for the majority of that game 2-1, and you get a couple of strong at-bats, you win the series, and they're going to need some runs today.
Just a reminder, yesterday, Shane Smith struck out 8 through 3 2/3. He walked 5 and hit a guy. The White Sox sent him down today.
I know. I saw that.
He only gave up 1 hit. He didn't give up any runs. But again, he gave up 6 base runners. I think there was an error committed too. So he had 7 base runners while he was out there. But
he did not
But he did not give up a run. They sent him down today.
You want to talk about playing with fire, Ken. Like if the offense had a halfway decent game against him because they were getting on base because he was just issuing free passes.
They had the bases loaded at least twice.
Just the first couple of innings, they didn't put a ball in play. I think it was 8 straight batters.
Strikeouts and walks and a hit by pitch.
That didn't put a ball in play. It's crazy.
So if you're just jumping on with us, the Orioles and White Sox, it's 2-0 White Sox, bottom of the second. The White Sox have gotten 4 straight hits and now have the bases loaded. Actually, is it 5 straight hits?
5 with the bunt?
Yeah, 5 with the bunt single. So it's the Benintendi triple, then single for Harris, single for Acuna, single for McGuire, single for Peters, and now the top of the lineup's up with the bases loaded and 1 out. 2-0 White Sox. Kyle Bradish, again, scuffling in a start for the Orioles.
But like you were saying, it's not as if he's getting hammered.
He got the double play ball, Bum. He got a double play ball.
I asked for it.
Yeah, Meredith hits into a double play. The infield was playing halfway, hits it right to Gunnar, who throws it to Blaze over to first for the double play. So he does get out of it, only giving up the 2.
Very, very fortunate that wasn't a big inning for the White Sox, because with how things were trending, it looked like they were about to kind of break open that game. So that double play ball was massive. And now the offense has to wake up.
Orioles trail 2-0 headed to the 3rd inning. Coming up next here on the program, the college basketball season is over. Michigan is the national champs. The portal is open. It's a perfect time to talk to our friend, Sunshine himself. Jimmy Patsos joins us in studio next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, let's be real for a second. It's your buddy Bob Haynie here. When it comes to performance, good enough isn't good enough, and that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. This is the future performance, faster, smarter, and precision engineered for best results. Get started today at BlueChew.com and see why millions of men trust Blue Chew now with the gold standard upgrade that's changing the game for good. And we have a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057 and get 10% off the first month of Blue Chew Gold. Visit BlueChew.com for details and important safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. Keep that loving from getting old, fellas, with Blue Chew Gold.
Hey, it's Rob Long, and if you're a golf fan, you won't want to miss this. This Friday, tee off the big golf tournament this weekend the right way at Elephant in the Room. They're open early at 6 a.m., and the Big Bad Morning Show will be there live from 6 to 10 a.m. As the best golf of the year tees off, enjoy a Southern-style breakfast, full bar, plus a putting contest with prizes and giveaways. Great food, great energy, and the perfect place to catch every moment. Join us Friday morning at Elephant in the Room in Millersville. We'll be there.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter X.com/AI.
Have you ever seen a game show where overjoyed contestants spin a huge wheel to win lots of amazing prizes and you wished it could be you? Well, the Maryland Lottery just found a way to take that same excitement and put it in a scratch-off game. Play the Big Spin. You can win up to $50,000 instantly or have a chance to go to lottery headquarters and spin the Big Spin wheel for $50,000 to $250,000. Who needs a game show when you have a scratch-off like that? Pick up the Big Spin today and please play responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Elephant in the Room Restaurant and Bar, located in Millersville, is celebrating the big golf game. This Friday, they're inviting the Big Bad Morning Show and you to join them. They'll be opening early at 6 a.m., serving a Southern-style breakfast as the Big Bad Morning Show broadcasts live. Come watch the big golf game, take part in Elephant in the Room's putting contest to win prizes, and hang out with the Big Bad Morning Show. Every hour on site, the Big Bad Morning Show will give away a gift card to 5 Iron Golf. Elephant in the Room, a veteran-owned restaurant and bar serving Southern-inspired food, locally sourced, where comfort food gets dressed up.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The White Sox lead the Orioles 2-0 in the third inning. Chicago had 5 consecutive hits off Kyle Bradish in the second, but Bradish was able to limit the damage with an inning-ending double play as the bases were loaded. Monday marked the start of the Ravens' off-season workout program. Baltimore is looking for a bounce-back season in 2026, and Kyle Hamilton is hoping to get the defense playing up to its reputation.
I don't think we're reinventing the wheel or anything, but we just kind of got to get back to, or just reestablish, like, dominant, especially defense. I think defensively it's been pretty disappointing, just some results that we've had, and we've had some good seasons, but we've also had some bad seasons, and those are inexcusable.
Connor Griffin has signed a 9-year, $140 million contract with the Pirates. It marks the largest contract given out in franchise history. Griffin became the first teenage position player to debut since Juan Soto in 2018. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 50s with an overnight low of 34. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 59. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Farnan & Dermer. Call the Comfort Guys, Farnan & Dermer. Right now from BGE, get up to $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. For more details, call 410-367-7777 today. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
It's new. It's young. We got a young coaching staff, and everybody excited to play. You know, Coach Harbaugh, we were shocked to happen. Like, I was shocked, but dropped it under him for 3 years. Appreciate that he came and got me, and we did what we did. So I'm excited for his new job over at the Giants, see what he do. So yeah, we all excited. We all got new opportunities to start over.
So that's Zay Flowers Live Radio. Jimmy Patsos is going to now join us at 4 o'clock. By the way, also the Orioles have cut into the White Sox 2-0 lead. A Gunnar Henderson leadoff walk, followed by a Taylor Ward double, and it's 2-1. Taylor Ward just went to third on a wild pitch, so the Orioles have a runner at third, nobody out, trying to tie this game up or maybe take the lead against the White Sox. Alas, that's Zay Flowers talking on the new coaching changes and giving props to his old coach, John Harbaugh.
Sure, and Zay Flowers, that's all that he's known. And Zay's still a very young football player. He's only been in the league 3 years, but he got better each season. And all of that happened under John Harbaugh. All of that happened under Todd Monken. But it was time. We were saying that for so long towards the end of the season, where 17 years is an eternity in the NFL. It's an eternity in sports, staying in one place all that time. And it just reached the expiration date.
Orioles tie the game on an RBI ground out from Adley Rutschman. They did have the infield in, but he hit it a little to the left of the shortstop. He had to dive. Taylor Ward scores. So 2-2, but let's get back to Zay Flowers. He says the new coaching staff, it was asked if the new coaching staff's ready to go.
They was ready. Like, everything, like, from the plays to the formations, like, everything was already set. They PowerPoints, everything was hitting on head. How we going to learn the plays, what we going to do, what type of offense we going to have. Like, we learned that from day one. But I was coming back and forth. Like, I came back every week, and I stopped by Coach Jesse and Coach Declan. I stopped by their office all the time. Like, once a week, I try to stop by and talk to them.
So yeah, he's trying to get to know the new coaching staff. Stop by once a week. He has been in town. He was at opening day. I know that. We saw him. The Orioles put him on sort of their social media. So he has been in town a bunch this offseason.
Zay's a very motivated football player, man. And I remember being out at training camp last year and him talking about all the agility work that he was doing to try to get faster and take the top off defenses, and he was able to do that. He had the third most receiving yards on deep passes of 20-plus air yards. He caught 11 of those 18 targets, and you know he's going to be extra motivated this year because coming off of the disappointing 2025 season, but also he's playing for a contract,
yes.
And I'm sure him and his agent are hoping that a contract's done prior to the start of the regular season, but he is eligible for a contract extension for the first time in his career.
More from Zay Flowers speaking to the media a couple hours ago, and he's talks about this new offense and expecting it to be explosive.
I'm thinking the same thing, explosive plays, and it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to play in.
I'm excited to see what this offense looks like when we get to the other side of the draft, because right now, quite frankly, other than Zay, there's a lot of holes, and obviously Derrick Henry, Lamar Jackson, and Lamar will make plays, but they got some holes to fill.
There's not a ton of pass catchers on this football team right now that you feel great about. And Zay Flowers is that one, and we know what Mark Andrews has done in the past, but it's clear that over the past couple of years, even with him leading the tight ends in touchdowns in 2024, the yardage and yards per catch were down. Last year, it really fell off a cliff. They need to add more there. And heck, Ken, I know we've had the conversation a ton since the end of last season. It almost seems like Bateman's going to be here at this point. Like the longer
but here's the thing, Boom. Yes, it seems like that, but when do a lot of player trades get done, Bone?
Around the draft.
Yeah.
It's possible, but I just feel like
I hear you, though.
The longer this drags out, I feel like the more likely he is going to be here. And you give him that one last crack with a brand new coaching staff. The further along this has gone on, the more likely I think he sticks.
I'll acknowledge the fact that he does not have a ton of value right now. You're not getting a lot for Rashad Bateman. Now, is there a world, and I can't tell you who this guy is, but you trade your quote-unquote problem for their quote-unquote problem, like a guy, maybe two change of scenery guys. Could that be what ends up happening?
Well, I remember you came up with the idea a month or so ago, if the Ravens end up trading for an A.J. Brown, is Rashad Bateman involved in that deal? And I think if that hypothetical deal happened, it would make a lot of sense.
More from Zay Flowers speaking to the media earlier today. Talks about, now he's been to a couple Pro Bowls, been in the league a few years, taking on more of a leadership role in that wide receiver room.
Yeah, I feel it like taking more of a leadership this year, taking more of a leadership step. Because the past few years we had vets, so it was easier for the vets to take over because they already did what I'm trying to do. So now that we might not have a vet, or I might be one of the oldest in the room, I got to take that next step and be that leader.
So he's looking to be a leader for this offense.
Well, it's a great point that he makes so far, and I do think that it will end up changing. The Ravens don't have that older veteran towards the end of their career type of guy that they really love. Zay has the most production in that receiving room, and it's not even close. Bateman had the 1 year in 2024, but Zay has produced each of his 3 seasons. He's made a Pro Bowl twice in his career. He was 7th in the league in receiving yards last year. So Yeah, he's the most accomplished receiver, and that means you got to take on some leadership role.
Apologize, Beltway Ben. Let's go back to cut 33, where Zay Flowers talks about the wide receiver room as a whole.
Oh, Taz ready. Taz gonna step up this year. I'm expecting Taz, Tay, all the guys. I feel like everybody in our room can play, so I think we'll be all right.
That's nice to say. And Tay is LaJohntay Wester, who doesn't get on the field much for offense and, quite frankly, wasn't great in special teams a year ago. So I don't see him making much of an impact on offense. Tez maybe, but I'd rather he come into the season as your fourth option, and then if he starts flashing, that's great. It's a good problem to have, but I don't expect him to be a major part of this offense.
Tez is certainly the wild card, and Eric DaCosta, when he joined Ben and Cordell a couple weeks ago, he was talking up Tez Walker as well, and it's not like Tez has that many targets in his first 2 years of his career, but boy, does he make the most of them. And he had that touchdown on the fourth down play in the game in Pittsburgh, the season finale. I would like to see him get a little bit more run, but it's not as if you can bank on him taking this massive step in year two or year three, excuse me. You're right, Ken. I think they need another proven guy, at least one more proven guy.
So let's go to cut 37, Beltway Ben. And Zay Flowers talks about needing to take advantage of their championship window.
Absolutely. We all know that, though. I feel like the whole team know that. And I feel like everybody got a window, like different teams. Like, it don't matter who it is, you're going to have a window to, and you got to just seize your opportunity. And that's our window, I feel like.
Says the window's now, and granted, and you remember a year ago we thought they were a Super Bowl or bust. Harvs didn't want to hear about that. Zay's not backing off of it, though.
You can't afford to squander these years. Lamar Jackson's 29. He turns 30 in January. It only gets more difficult. And Lamar, he's going to get that new contract at some point, whether it's this year or next, and the pay is going to go up and the salary cap hits are going to go up, and it makes it a lot more difficult to build the roster. And right now, the Ravens salary cap situation in 2027 is in really, really rough shape. So you got to make the most of this season.
Yeah, hopefully they get a Lamar extension done at some point, and we'll see how that helps the cap. But more from Zay Flowers, speaking to the media earlier today. Cut 38, it says he wants to improve every year.
I just want to get better every year, improve every year on everything. Not prove to people, but prove to myself what I know what I can do, and just go out and be the best player I can every week.
I think the one area, if you're looking at Zay Flowers, who had a fantastic year a year ago, but cut down on the fumbles.
The fumbles were a massive issue for him, man. And it's on tape. Guys are going to try to hit the football out because he put the football on the turf far too often last year and in critical moments of football games. So Zay's year was really, really good last year, and that was the one blemish. That is certainly an area that he can improve upon.
Now, he did tell us when we had him on, he had to clean up on the hand. Maybe the hand had something to do with the fumbles?
Possibly. I mean, look,
I'm just speculating.
Sure. I mean, you have a hand injury, and it makes it hard to grip the football. For sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, if my hand hurts, it would be harder to hold a football.
It would make sense.
If I needed surgery on said hand at some point.
That would totally make sense.
Let's get one more. How about cut 41, Beltway, Ben? He was asked, I think they have the same agent, Jackson Smith and Jigba. He got the record-setting deal. Zay Flowers was asked about his deal.
Congrats to him, though. Congrats, he did that one. But I ain't really paying attention to it, for real. If I'm being honest, I go train every day. I let my agents handle that. Like, I don't talk to him in the week about, when we gonna get this done, or when we go. Like, I'm not talking about that. I'm just, when it come up, it come up, and that's when you feel me? That's when y'all will know.
Is it your preference to stay here, though?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't want to go nowhere else.
Zay likes it here. He hangs out with my brother.
I'm sure he was ecstatic when he got the news that Jackson Smith and Jigba got a record-setting contract.
Yeah.
That is only going to help Zay Flowers' case.
Sure.
And Zay, I've been saying it for a while. I remember you guys thought I was crazy. He's going to make over $30 million
Yes,
a
I
year.
did think it was crazy, but now
he is going to make over $30 million annually. It will happen.
Coming up next, let's do a little league at large. And John Harbaugh had interesting comments when he spoke to the media yesterday about players on his roster, and maybe Dexter Lawrence could be a player traded. Would the Ravens have interest? Kyle Pitts, he signed his franchise tag. Could the Falcons be an under-the-radar team? And the Giants, speaking of Harbs, they signed another Raven today. Who? We'll tell you. It's League at Large next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Rob's still in Chicago for Game 3 against the White Sox. We'll preview that game with Mike Bordick, former Oriole. Also, we're going to talk Ravens. We'll preview what they're going to discuss at the upcoming press conference.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Are you stuck in a dead-end commercial mechanical construction job? Well, it's time to build a real career, not just collect a paycheck. At Ariosa Mechanical, a career means the opportunity for personal and professional growth in a supportive work environment. We're hiring skilled foremen and mechanics to join a team that values quality, reliability, and hard work. If you're looking to grow with a company that respects your craft, visit AriosaMechanical.com. That's AriosaMechanical.com.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code CHARM01 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Most Baltimore homes are built to stand up to the cold, because heaven knows we get our share of it in winter. So frozen or burst pipes don't happen that often. Thank God. But they do so happen. And when they do, it can feel like a nightmare. Even after you found the water main and shut it off, you're left with water to clean up and a home with no running water. At Amazing, we help people. We just happen to do it through plumbing, heating, and cooling service. And that's especially true for helping homeowners with burst or frozen pipes. Nobody in Baltimore should have to go without running water in their own home. Trust our amazing plumbers to fix the problem ASAP and get your home back to normal and you back to your regularly scheduled life. All with easy payments if you want them, because nobody plans to have a pipe give out on them. And we're here to help. Seriously. It's what we do at
Amazing. Go to callamazing.com.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth Podcast.
For nearly 2 decades, The Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
Time for League at Large. Ken and Tim with inside access to the NFL's top stories. 105.7 The Fan.
You want to talk about is he a trade possibility? Everybody's tradable. Everybody. Even you're tradable, Dan. If we would get something for you, we'd trade you in a heartbeat, man. But it's not really what you focus on. You focus on the fact that we're having a day. We're talking ball. We're getting our team is coming together as a team. And the business part of it, is the business part, and that kind of swirls around us, but we try to lock in on the football.
Harbs going after one of the media guys, saying, "I trade you, Dan, if I could get something for you." Everybody's
Harbs
tradable.
is never testy with the media. Come on. He's always a nice guy.
And this is good mood Harbs.
In the off season, everything. Honeymoon phase still going on.
So this comes up because of Dexter Lawrence, who has asked for a trade. And Dexter Lawrence is a very good nose tackle. He's also one of the few guys that gets a lot of pressures from that position, kind of like a Nnamdi. I think he led all nose guys with pressures a year ago. It sounds like he's going to get dealt. Could it make sense for the Ravens?
He had 26 pressures last year, Ken, but we've seen his pressure rate decline big time. 2023, it was 12.6%, then 9.6% in 24, 5.9% last year. So basically more than cut in half at that point. I just wonder what the asking price is for Dexter Lawrence, and this isn't just a one-year proposition. He's due $20 million this upcoming season, and then I believe $22 million the final year.
Yeah.
So,
and he wants a new contract.
Yeah, it's a good chunk of change, and he's entering his age 29 season. So I'd have to know what the price is for him. I know that there were talks. Could he get dealt at the deadline last year?
Yes.
Obviously, he ended up staying in New York. So much of this, and we had Jonas Schaefer on Monday, and he said the same thing. So much of this kind of hinges on Nnamdi Madubuike, right? If Nnamdi is coming back and you feel comfortable with the neck that he's going to be able to hold up, then you probably don't need to execute a trade of this magnitude for Dexter Lawrence, because Travis Jones, he did take a big step last year without Nnamdi Madubuike playing for most of the year.
I saw one of the Giants beat guys said he talked to a few people around the league trying to get an idea of what a Dexter Lawrence trade could look like, and most of them thought it was going to take a 1, but then one guy said a 2 and a 5. 2 and a 5 was the lowest I saw. And this is just perspective of some football people that the beat guy talked to.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd give up a 1, considering that his pass rush rate has dropped so much over the past couple years. You wonder how much the injury played into it from 2024. But you pay for pass rush. You pay for interior pass rush, and the Ravens did that with Nnamdi Madubuike. So Travis Jones, he took a big step in the pass rush department last year. He had a career high in sacks and quarterback hits. He had 5 sacks for the Ravens last season. So I would be surprised if Eric DeCosta gave up a first-round pick for Dexter Lawrence, but if the asking price drops some, you have that conversation.
I also don't think Harbs, who, let's be honest,
that's kind of the
he's
big thing,
running
right?
the Giants. Like Joe Shane has been neutered. I don't think Harbs is trading Dexter Lawrence to the Ravens.
I don't think so either. I don't think Harbs is going to do the Ravens any favors, whether it's Dexter Lawrence or whoever. And even in the draft, I mean, I can't imagine if the Ravens wanted to, if hell froze over, they wanted to trade up in the draft.
EDC calls him.
Yeah, I think Harbs would politely decline, Ken. And that's with the Ravens being in a completely different conference than the Giants. But I don't think Harbs is doing the Ravens any favors.
Giants have signed another former Raven, Daniel Fa'alele. Now, we don't know the financial terms, but a one-year deal to go to the Giants.
I'm sure he's not making a lot of money, and it's funny from the Baltimore perspective.
I find it hysterical.
Where, John, it seems like he's really leaning into the bit at this point. But if you're bringing in Fa'alele as a depth piece, this guy has a ton of starts under his belt. You can do worse than Fa'alele in a depth role. He can't be making much money, Ken.
He's not good.
But if this is a vet minimum thing, like, who cares? Like, that's what Ben Cleveland was when the Ravens re-signed him. And, yeah, that was weird after he had the DUI. But it's a depth piece, and it's vet minimum.
I still don't like for many reasons, I don't like the Ben Cleveland signing. You can tell me it's a quality depth piece. They didn't want to put him on the football field. They basically flushed that money down the toilet.
They did. And signing him after the DUI was really odd timing. I think that was your out right there for just saying thank you for your service, thank you for your service. But bringing him back on another contract was definitely a surprise.
Texans have exercised the fifth-year options on C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. Will Anderson was a no-brainer. He's going to make $21.5. C.J. Stroud more points to what quarterbacks make and the lack of quarterbacks. He's going to make $25.9. He was terrible for most of it. He had a great game against the Ravens. He was an absolute double agent in the playoffs. If he plays a Trent Dilfer game against the Patriots, I think the Texans beat them.
I don't know what
Trent Dilfer Ravens playoffs.
I don't know what the heck happened with C.J. Stroud, where it looked like he was going to be a star quarterback following his rookie season, and he's just been terrible the past
4 first-half picks in that game.
But I guess if you're looking at the price tag, $26 million for a starting quarterback is still very cheap. I'm in no rush to give this guy a contract extension. For me, if I'm running the Texans, dude, you got to show me in 2026. And if you do, then we can revisit those discussions heading into the fifth-year option. But I'm not taking that gamble because it could blow up in your face like a Tua Tagovailoa or a Kyler Murray.
Yeah, one more before we step out. Kyle Pitts did sign his franchise tag. What do you think of that Falcons team coming into the season?
It's a very intriguing team, and they were a very weird team last year because you beat the Bills, and they got shut out by the Panthers 30-0. They beat the Rams late in the season. They won that crazy game in Tampa. I think that was a Thursday night football game. Mm-hmm. Like, that division's so bad where if they take a step, and, you know, I'm a Kevin Stefanski fan, and they have weapons. Bijan Robinson's one of the best running backs in all of football. I love Drake London.
Drake London's a stud.
But all of it's going to fall on Penix, and he's coming off the injury, and they brought in Tua Tagovailoa. It's going to be the quarterback position. Like, can they get enough out of the quarterback position? Because there is talent on that football team.
Coming up next, we end the college basketball season. We've got a lot of college basketball here because we're going to wrap things up with our buddy Tim Murray at 3:30, get his thoughts on how he did gambling-wise with the Final Four, and then we'll get his best bets. And then Jimmy Pazzo is going to join us in the studio at 4. We'll talk some college hoops, wrap up the season with him at 4 o'clock. But Tim Murray from VSiN, best bets, that's next here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
It's a Grand Slam sales event at Bob Bell Nissan. Knock it out of the park in a brand new Nissan Sentra starting at just $19,886. Trade in and get up to $2,000 more than CarMax. Hurry, round the bases to BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500 today.
This golf season, get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Plus, Baltimore County Golf gives you more golf with your golf purchase than other retailers. More range credits to practice with your new clubs. More rounds at Greystone and Woodlands to get out on the course. More money back to Advantage card holders to spend in the golf shop or on lessons with any of our PGA professionals. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit to make an appointment and get more golf for your club purchase this season. Get fit and get more with Baltimore County Golf.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, What if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connects to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Kohl's Epic Deals prove one thing. A good deal is the best feeling. Better than remembering your password on the first try. Or that first sip of coffee in the morning. Well, okay, the coffee is pretty close. But still, Kohl's Epic Deals are hard to beat. Save big on comfy tees, sandals, cozy bedding, and more at Kohl's and Kohls.com. Select styles. Offers end April 12th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Hey, it's Rob Long, and if you're a golf fan, you won't want to miss this. This Friday, tee off the big golf tournament this weekend the right way at Elephant in the Room. They're opening early at 6 a.m., and the Big Bad Morning Show will be there live from 6 to 10 a.m. As the best golf of the year tees off, enjoy a Southern-style breakfast, full bar, plus a putting contest with prizes and giveaways. Great food, great energy, and the perfect place to catch every moment. Join us Friday morning at Elephant in the Room in Millersville. We'll be there.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its pre-diabetes awareness partners.
Baseball is back on the Fan. It's a new year, new attitude. Follow your hometown team all season on the Fan. Ryan Ripken, Mike Bordick, and Steve Molesky headline our baseball coverage along with Bob Haynie and Tim Barbalace. Your hosts on Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Spread the word around. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
The O's and White Sox are tied at 2 in the 5th inning. Taylor Ward and Adley Rutschman each drove in a run in the 3rd to tie the game. Kyle Bradish has allowed 2 earned runs on 6 hits with 6 strikeouts in 4 innings. The Ravens entered last year as the prohibitive Super Bowl favorite, but ended the season with a losing record. Mark Andrews believes the team is especially motivated to break through in 2026.
I think the more you go through in life and football, whatever it may be, the urgency's got to pick up. And we haven't gotten to our end goal. That's apparent, but we're going to put the work in. We're going to be ready to go. We're going to do all the things. I'm excited about all the little changes, all the different changes, and being able to elevate ourselves to make it to that point. There's a lot of work between now and then, but everybody's here doing the work.
Alex Ovechkin said that he is waiting until after the Capitals season is over to decide whether he's calling it a career or returning to play one more year. Washington has 4 games left, including tonight versus the Maple Leafs, and faces an uphill climb to make the playoffs. Ovechkin's contract is set to expire June 30th. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 50s with an overnight low of 34. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 59. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. Now let's go live to Augusta for a golf update brought to you by Baltimore County Golf. This golf season, get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
From the Augusta National Golf Club, Westwood One Sports presents this special report on the Masters, sponsored by Grainger. Golfers lean on a go-to club, businesses lean on Grainger. For next-day delivery of industrial-grade products that help keep your operations moving forward, click Grainger.com. Rory McIlroy is away in the par 3 contest. Wife Erica, daughter Poppy serving as caddies in the white jumpsuits. McIlroy cherishing every moment as defending champion and Grand Slam winner, but he's far from done.
You think every time you achieve something or have success that you'll be happy, but then the goalposts move and they just keep nudging a little bit further and further out of reach. So I think what I've realized is if you can just really find enjoyment in the journey, that's the big thing. Because I felt like the career Grand Slam was my destination, and I got there, and then I realized it wasn't the destination.
McIlroy tees off tomorrow morning at 10:31 Eastern with the U.S. Amateur Champion Mason Howell and the Players Champion Cameron Young. You're listening to coverage of the 2026 Masters on Westwood One.
This is the story of the One. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Only a handful of players will even post a score in the par 3 contest today. They don't want to deal with the curse. No par 3 winner has gone on to win the green jacket that same week. Aaron Rai doesn't care. The Englishman who sports gloves on both hands finishes 6 under through the 9 holes. That is the score to beat right now. Jacob Bridgman carded 5 under, 1 back. John Kiefer at 4 under. He has finished the 9 holes. By the way, the winner does earn an engraved crystal bowl. There have been 3 aces today. From Justin Thomas, Wyndham Clark, and Keegan Bradley at number 8. Bradley, the U.S. Ryder Cup captain from last year, became the first player in par 3 contest history to have a hole-in-one in back-to-back years. From Augusta, I'm Ted Emmerich, Westwood One Sports.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Inside Access would like to welcome to the show 2025 Hall of Fame inductee, Tim Murray. Tim, the fan thanks you.
What is a Wednesday without our friend Tim Murray from VSiN? And Tim, thanks as always for your time. We appreciate it. Let's look back before we look ahead. How did the Final Four go for you? Was it a profitable couple of days?
The championship was. I really liked the under, and it was one of those situations where the market kept ticking up, and I'm like, man, I guess I'm on the wrong side here. So what do we do? So I was stubborn, and I doubled down. And thankfully, that ugly game that so many people thought was the worst in a while. I thought it was spectacular. Just the ugliness of it. No, but all kidding aside, I really thought, UConn did what they had to do. And I give Danny Hurley a ton of credit. Not that he needs my kudos, and obviously his antics on the sidelines grow old, but I think Monday night confirmed that he's an elite coach. And look, he's, won 2 national titles, but seeing that team grind it the way that they did and have a couple opportunities, honestly, late to make it a little bit of a competitive game, I thought just brought it back home that Danny Hurley is the best coach in the sport right now, in my opinion. But look, Michigan, they were a flamethrower, in November when they came out to Vegas, hit a little bit of a lull from a covering standpoint, lost that game against Duke, lost to Purdue in the Big Ten championship. But I think at the end of the day, when you look at Ken Pom, it confirms Michigan was the best team in college basketball this year. And historically speaking, and look, you could say UConn 2 years ago, you could go down the list, and I'm not trying to make the debate of who's the greatest team ever, but per Ken Pom, that's the greatest national champion we've ever had, and his database goes back to 97. The only team that rates higher was the 1999 Duke team that lost to UConn in the national championship as 9.5-point favorites. So, I thought overall, just as a sports fan, I was so fired up for that Final Four, and it didn't really meet my expectations. Sometimes that happens when you get so jacked up for a Final Four. But Michigan proved that they're the best team in college basketball this year, and Danny Hurley proved to me that he's the best coach in the sport, because that team, from a talent standpoint, wasn't on the same level as Michigan was.
Well, Tim, let's go up to the NBA, and it seems like the Rookie of the Year race is just getting really, really crazy between Cooper Flagg and Con Knipple. Who do you see end up winning that award?
So this is fascinating, guys. And look, I am not the main, big NBA handicapper, but earlier this week, we got the final installment of the straw poll over at ESPN.com. And historically, guys, that gave us the answers to the test. And SGA is going to win another MVP. Even if you like Victor Wembanyama, it's pretty overwhelming. I think 88 out of the 100 votes in the straw poll had SGA as the MVP. So the market has responded to that. What's interesting, guys, is that straw poll comes out, and Con Knipple had 80 of the 100 first-place votes in this straw poll. So that moved the market, I want to say, to minus 2,000 in favor of Con Knipple. Well, Cooper Flagg has since responded by going for 51, 45 on Sunday night primetime against the Lakers, and then last night he had 25, which was actually under his player prop of 27.5. So as a bettor, I'm thinking, okay, I'm looking at the market right now, and because of those last 3 games, the market has shifted back to Cooper Flagg, and I believe DraftKings, last time I checked, minus 290, and Cooper and Con Knipple's plus 210. I'm not telling you right now, go unload your 401k on Con Knipple, but I think we put a little bit of a bet on Con Knipple here just to see if that straw poll, which came out a week ago, is accurate. So if you can get north of $2 right now on Con Knipple, who has already set the record for most three-pointers in a season for a rookie, he's on a team that is going to make the playoffs, unlike the Dallas Mavericks. I think Con Knipple, is worth a look at plus 210. Just, small bet, whatever it is, just as almost like an experiment, guys, of being like, hey, this is kind of interesting to see what the straw poll said to us a week ago. 3 games transpire, and now Cooper Flagg is back as a odds-on favorite to win this award.
Talking to Tim Murray, it's Inside Access here on The Fan. Tim, never too early to set your sights on football season, college football season, that is. Are you getting a feel at all for that Maryland football team?
All right, so we're 143 days away, who's counting,
yes,
until week 0. And Maryland does not play in week 0 this year. But I had Bill Conley on my podcast today, little shameless plug, the VSiN College Football Betting Podcast. And we talked about Maryland because I don't know if you guys have talked about it because you got a lot going on in town, obviously. per Bill Conley and his returning production metric, Maryland's number 2 in the country. So there's a unique situation brewing there. And now, look, I talked to Bill extensively about it because it's not your normal, typical, returning production because of the portal and all of that. But it takes into account, other teams grabbing transfers and obviously Maryland grabbing transfers as well. But it was interesting to look at the returning production number being there. And usually that's an indicator of, hey, this team is going to have a strong season. Now, there were some other metrics that Bill Conley points out in his columns that were not so great. I believe, close wins or things like that. There was a bit of a luck factor, despite them being 4-8 last year, that went their way. So it was just kind of interesting to see Maryland. It was like Notre Dame 1, Maryland 2, Nebraska 3, and then I think not too far behind where Georgia was like in the top 10. So they're kind of hanging out in that land of really good teams. So I'm curious to see. Their win total right now is 4.5. They obviously have a challenging non-conference game against Virginia Tech with James Franklin coming back to College Park, which would be kind of fun. Virginia Tech's a pretty good team this year with all the transfers they brought in. But I just want to put that on your guys' radar. I'm not saying I bet over 4.5 wins yet, but when I was doing my due diligence before having Bill Conley on, seeing Maryland number 2 in the nation and returning production was kind of like this is interesting heading into obviously a make or break year for Mike Locksley.
Tim Murray, let the people know what's going on in VSiN.
Yeah, weeknights you can check me out at 7 p.m. for VSiN Primetime, and then on Saturday mornings, 9 a.m., Masson, Sirius XM channel 158. You can check me out. We'll be talking a lot of NFL drafts, some Masters, baseball. We're out of the woodwork now for college basketball, so we got to find some other things to bet on right now.
Tim Murray, thanks as always, buddy. We appreciate you. We'll chat next week.
All right, boys. See ya.
Jimmy Patsos in studio at 4 o'clock, but coming up next, we head around the Beltway. And Ben, where are we going today?
Yeah, some interesting comments yesterday. I think it was pregame or postgame, first game of the series. Craig Alvarez talking about the Orioles defense and basically saying that over the past few years they haven't put much interest into it or cared much about it. We'll talk about those comments. We'll listen to it and kind of break down how the numbers have been and if it will get better for the Orioles this year. That's coming up next on Inside Access.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Rob's still in Chicago for Game 3 against the White Sox. We'll preview that game with Mike Bordick, former Oriole. Also, we're going to talk Ravens. We'll preview what they're going to discuss at the upcoming press conference.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Bulls CEO and team president Michael Reinsdorf talked to the media yesterday after firing his front office. Reinsdorf told reporters that if the candidate doesn't want the current head coach, Billy Donovan, then he's probably not the right candidate for the Bulls. Strange. And it's a bit backwards. If you ever wondered why the Bulls are in the current mess that they're in, just listen to what Michael Reinsdorf has to say. I'm Chris Black.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Spring has a way of getting us moving again. Walks after dinner, weekends outside, time with the people we love. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. If your feet are slowing you down, visit a Good Feet store near you and see how personally fit arch supports can get you back to living the life you love.
Town Appliance's 47th anniversary is happening right now. Check out their website for a mystery giveaway, plus up to 50% off select appliances right now. Ask for Mayor and Mayor and visit the modern showroom off Reisterstown Road. Call, text, or shop online at townappliance.com.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code CHARM01 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Tonight, clear low around 40. Tomorrow, high near 58.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Let's go around the Beltway with Ben Hall, 105.7 The Fan.
I'm not saying we've waited for. I mean, we've shown it, right? And that's what I talked about in spring training. Like, development's messy, right? And defense hasn't really been a forefront, here for a long time. And that's something that we're instilling. Like, defense matters. And like I said, it's going to be messy. We've shown flashes of playing great defense. We also shown flashes of not playing great defense. So for us, for the players, keep on working. And that's what we've been doing. And today was a great game all around defensively and pitching.
Well, this is apropos in light of what Kyle Bradish just did while we were off the air, not catching the throw from Adley after walking the bases loaded and allowing a guy to score from third base. He didn't hustle, pick it up. Alas, time to go around the Beltway. And Ben, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I caught those comments. It was post-game Monday night.
Monday, yeah, with Pete.
Right. And it was interesting because we haven't seen much defense, and it felt like he's done it all in the past few years and what Brandon Hyde has done. And I did want to jump into that just a little bit, depending on where you look. Outs above average on Baseball Savant and defensive runs saved. Outs above average. minus 23 in 2025, they were 24th. Minus 10 in 2024, they were 21st. Minus 10 in 2023, they were 20th. And that was a great year. They were awesome as a team, but defensively, they were horrendous. And then you look at defensive runs saved. Same thing. 2025, they were minus 34. That was 24th. Average was minus 5. And then 2024, they were minus 13. That was 20th. That was the average minus 1. So they've been the bottom third of the MLB for the past 3 seasons, even in their good years, even in the red hot start to 2024 and the fall off down the stretch. Defense just hasn't been valued. And I thought it was interesting hearing Alvarez say that basically the previous coaching staff and Brandon Hyde and everything that they've had before, they haven't valued it much. And he's basically telling us it's going to get better, but it doesn't change overnight.
I'll admit, I'm surprised where they ranked in 2023. I guess we kind of just overlooked that because it was such a fun team and all the come-from-behind wins, and at that point, they're a really young ball club. But it does feel like this poor defense has hit a peak since the second half of 2024 because guys throwing in the wrong base, guys not covering bases. A play like that just happened with Kyle Bradish or Tyler O'Neill playing that ball off the wall and ended up giving an extra 90 feet there to Benintendi. So far, the early returns are rough. Look, the Monday game, he's kind of talking with his chest there. They had 2 strike him out, throw him outs. Pete had a game-saving play in the 9th inning. Tyler O'Neill had a diving play. That was probably by far their best defensive game of the season, but that was an outlier so far through almost 12 games.
But Ben, does it concern you? This is a new manager, and you think these guys would be, playing hard for the new manager. We've had a lot of lackadaisical, like even opening day where Taylor Ward misjudged, I think, how vast left field was, and now you have O'Neill today, you have Bradish today. Like, this is effort stuff.
Oh, and Ben, you did the Around the Beltway, what was it, yesterday? Yeah. Talking about Tyler O'Neill not running out of the batter's box.
That. And then Kalser does it more yesterday. The one dude, and this was interesting to that quote as well, Alonso, and that I don't know that it's Alvarez's guy, but it does feel like the big money dude, the new manager. Yeah. He's come out and everything from the Mets fans was he'll give you a lot at the plate, but he's going to struggle in the field. It's been complete opposite.
Yeah.
And I know you guys are going to get to it later, but he's been damn good in the field. And it's felt like he's taken on that role to change things defensively, and he's going with what Alvarez says. But yes, and I don't care. Usually in April, things are going to change. It is pretty frustrating to see older guys, younger guys, dudes kind of half-assing it at this point in the year. Things have to change in that way. The defense, I trust that it'll get better, and I trust what Alvarez says, but the effort level has hurt them. And we just saw it with Bradish.
Yeah.
Just last inning, dropping the baseball and picking up and winging it by Adley. That can't happen in a 2-2 game when you're already struggling to throw strikes, and you've already been on the ropes a little bit. It goes by. He ends up striking out. Benintendi would have get out of the inning, but because he drops the baseball, it's like, what are we doing here?
And the other thing is, that's the thing. There's a guy at third base. There's no urgency after he drops the ball.
That's almost not teachable,
happen.
Right?
It can't happen.
Just know where you're at, and you're a guy who's been a starter in the MLB. You're not brand new.
Orioles trail the White Sox 3-2, though. They do have a bit of a rally going. A Pete Alonso double and now a Tyler O'Neill infield hit. So first and second, 1 out. We did get our first Adley on one knee swing and miss as he struck out to lead off the inning. Coming up next, though, he's just about here. Sunshine.
Bringing food.
Sunshine
the nicest
on
guy
our
ever.
shoulder. Jimmy Patsos will wrap up the college basketball season, preview the NBA playoffs with Jimmy Patsos next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Spring is here. It's time to turn up the heat. Fresh season, new energy, and a perfect excuse to try something different. Find it all at Lions Den. Go to lionsden.com or visit Catonsville, Cockeysville, Severn, and Pasadena and make this season unforgettable.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. Triple tax, free edition only. Roughly 37% of filings qualify. Simple form, 1040 returns only. Now this is tax.
Love that that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax free edition. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. Don't miss the deadline. File by 4/15. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
As you watch the most accomplished players in golf chase green jackets in Augusta this week, make sure you're getting your own swing in shape with Baltimore County Golf. Getting fitted for the right clubs is one of the easiest ways to improve your game. And the PGA professionals at Baltimore County Golf are ready to give you more when you purchase your new clubs from them. More range credits to practice with your new clubs. More rounds at Diamond Ridge, Greystone, Fox Hollow, Rocky Point, and Woodlands to get out on the course. More money back to Advantage card holders to spend in the golf shop or on lessons with any of their PGA professionals. And with a lot of hard work and a little luck, maybe you'll be getting fit for your own green blazer one day. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit to make an appointment and get more golf for your club purchase this season. That's BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit. BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit. Get fit and get more with Baltimore County Golf.
Play Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery for a chance to win cash instantly, or enter the Second Chance promotion and you could win a VIP game day experience, including premium seat access and more. Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. Please play responsibly.
Hey, it's Rob Long. Golf fans, don't miss this. This Friday, tee off the big golf weekend at Elephant in the Room from 6 to 10 a.m. with the Big Bad Morning Show live, plus a Southern-style breakfast, full ball, and putting contest giveaways. Join us Friday morning in Middlesville. We'll be there.
It's springtime in Baltimore. Time to start thinking about getting your AC system in tip-top shape for summer. Farnan & Dermer, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for over 100 years. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys. They've been keeping families like mine and yours comfortable with their energy-efficient HVAC systems. Schedule an AC Precision tune-up with Farnan & Dermer today for just $89 to have your AC cranking and ready for the summer heat. Call the Comfort Guys today at 410-367-7777 or visit them at farnanddermer.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Stephen Wilson Jr. brings his Gary the Torch Tour to Pier 6 Pavilion on July 25th with special guest The Lone Bellow, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now. Visit the contest page at 1057thefan.com to enter for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 1057 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The White Sox lead the Orioles 3-2 in the sixth inning. Chicago broke the tie in the fifth after Kyle Bradish was charged with a fielding error. Bradish has allowed 3 runs, 2 earned on 6 hits with 3 walks in 5 innings. Monday marked the start of the Ravens' off-season workout program. Baltimore is looking for a bounce-back season in 2026, and Kyle Hamilton is hoping to get the defense playing up to its reputation.
I don't think we're reinventing the wheel or anything, but we just kind of got to get back to, or just reestablish, like, dominant, especially defense. I think defensively it's been pretty disappointing, just some results that we've had, and We've had some good seasons, but we've also had some bad seasons, and those are inexcusable.
Connor Griffin has signed a 9-year, $140 million contract with the Pirates. It marks the largest contract given out in franchise history. Griffin became the first teenage position player to debut since Juan Soto in 2018. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 50s with an overnight low of 34. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 59. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
As we await Jimmy Patsos' arrival, we will update you that the Orioles now lead the White Sox 4-3. Adley Rutschman led off this sixth inning, striking out. Then Pete Alonso doubled. Tyler O'Neill, an infield hit. Pete Alonso did not advance. Then a walk, which loaded the bases. Dylan Beavers, they left him in to face the lefty. He got behind in the count, but then evened the count. And on the 2-2 pitch, Reese McGuire just let the ball bounce off his glove behind him. Pete Alonso scores on the pass ball. Then Dylan Beavers hits a sac fly, and now you lead 4-3.
This hasn't been a inning known for defense for either team, with Kyle Bradish having the error and then a pass ball. So both teams got a run scored there. But huge. The offense able to pick up Kyle Bradish, and we would expect Kyle Bradish's day is finished. He's thrown 96 pitches, and it was not a great start by Kyle Bradish at all. And something that
Getting
really
concerned
today, what really stands out, the fact that he didn't have his command and he walked back-to-back batters at one point. He had 3 walks total. But Kyle Bradish is known for having filthy stuff. He had 4 whiffs in 37 swings. Like, he was not getting swing and miss today, where even in his first 2 starts, I got to go back to double check, but he was getting swing and miss, not today.
Yeah, the stuff was not playing today. He had a rough second inning, then seemed to get into a bit of a rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
But
they retired 7 straight at one point.
That he was getting what was it, the 5th inning? He got behind everybody. And it's hard to pitch that way. And then he allowed his frustrations to cost him a run, as he doesn't catch the throwback from Adley after the walk to load the bases. He walked the bases loaded and then doesn't hustle to get the ball, allowing the runner to score from third base.
It was a lazy play. And I think Kyle Bradish would absolutely admit that it was a lazy play. And going back to the Pirates game, Ken, talking about the swing and miss, he had 14 whiffs in that game. So he's been in double digits in his 2 prior starts, but he doesn't look right now. There's no way around it. And part of it is you have such a high standard for Kyle Bradish, because he has set that high standard, because he's been excellent, even pitching through injuries and pitching through pain, but he's still trying to find his way in the 26th season.
Did you guys see the fight in the game late last night, Jorge Soler and Reynaldo Lopez?
Dude, the guy hit him with a baseball.
Yeah, so Jeff Passan just tweeted out that they've both been suspended 7 games. I'm sorry. Lopez hit him with the ball in his hand. I was thinking he's going to get 20 games, but like 7 games for each, they both are going to appeal.
Great for the sport. Great for the sport.
Ben loves violence, man. He's about that action.
No, it makes the game better. You want to watch, this is what we want to see. I was pretty frustrated with myself. I have that game on, and then I flip to the Phillies Giants because I have MLB TV, and then I get an alert that happens. I'm like, oh no, are you kidding me? I just missed it. So I go back, rewind it. I mean, it was awesome. And he got hit. I was watching live when he got hit earlier, and Soler looked furious, and then this ball's up near his head. He looks angry. Just the way it happens, so they're staring at each other, clearly frustrated. I don't know where they start. The cast live has it replay of because the stolen base had just happened, or a pass ball. So that the live cast has it not even focused. They're like, oh, and they cut the camera, and they're just a full brawl. And then you have the manager for the Braves tackling Soler. It was awesome.
Oh, Walt Weiss.
Yeah, and he
Great
talks about
tackle.
he's like, we have a good relationship. I was trying to stop him. It was awesome.
That was a great tackle.
It was.
Somebody had a great tweet that said the Falcons were bringing Walt Weiss in for a visit. After that. But I'm sorry, maybe. And again, I do enjoy the fights. I think you swing with that's a weapon that he's got in his hand. You hit him with the ball in his hand. I think he deserves more than 7 games. And he's a pitcher. I think
swinging with a baseball, dude, like that is, jeez, that's a new one for me. I can't recall ever seeing that.
If you're just jumping in, we're waiting. Jimmy Patsos should be here any minute to join us, talk some basketball. But Orioles lead the White Sox 4-3. And Tyler Wells, you called it. There was no way Kyle Bradish was coming back out.
No.
He's in to start the 6th.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised Suarez wasn't coming in just to eat a couple innings in this game, because I don't think he's pitched since, last Wednesday, if memory serves. But Wells will go, and you're looking for the bullpen to slam the door shut, and hopefully the offense can continue to add on to this lead, because coming away with a series sweep would be massive for this team to get back to 500 coming back to Baltimore.
Yeah, it would be a janky sweep, that's for sure, but you would take the sweep as you come back home. I think what we're going to do here, because we have Jim Bowden coming up at 4:30, we're going to try to have a super segment with Sunshine. So we'll step out. Jimmy Patsos will be in studio. We'll talk some college basketball and some NBA basketball with Jimmy next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Rob's still in Chicago for Game 3 against the White Sox. We'll preview that game with Mike Bordick, former Oriole. Also, we're going to talk Ravens. We'll preview what they're going to discuss at the upcoming press conference.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. That's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie Bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie Bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
The jobs are out there. The question is, are you ready for them? Enroll now for spring classes at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus in fields like automotive service, electrical and electronics, or HVAC. With hands-on training built around what employers actually need. You won't just learn it, you'll do it. Use equipment, tools, and technology the pros use every day on the job. Opportunity doesn't come with instructions. Skills do. Visit lincolntech.edu for info and to schedule a campus tour.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port-in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt,
Every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Inner loop of the Beltway slows off and on between 95 and Security Boulevard. Then on the inner loop, it slows again between Charles Street and York Road through Towson. On the outer loop of the Beltway past 83, the Harrisburg Expressway, clearing some debris from the roadway there. That's causing a brief delay. 95 northbound heavy between Caton Avenue and the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 895 northbound heavy from Route 2 Hanover Street to the Harbor Tunnel. In Anne Arundel County, 424 Davidsonville Road at Rossback Road, there's an accident. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
You know what that music means. We have sunshine in studio. Jimmy Pazos is going to be he's going to join us for this segment. Then we have Jim Bowden talking some baseball. And then Jimmy is kind enough to join us for another segment on the other side. But let's look back before we look ahead. You were in Indy for the Final Four. I was. Jimmy.
Hi, Ben. Hi, Tim.
What's going on, Jimmy?
I was looking forward to talking to you about this. I was so excited to watch that Michigan-Arizona game. And these were the best two teams, I thought, in college basketball all year. I was expecting this great basketball game, and then Michigan goes out and blows the doors off of Arizona.
Proving that they were the best team when they won it on Monday. Transfer portal's open, 2,900 kids in it right now. 2,900. Whether they're happy or not, they're going to just try it. Well, Dusty May won the transfer portal last year. They had 5 transfers. Mm-hmm. They had a guy leave UCLA. Nobody leaves Westwood. Kareem, Bill Walton, all the great ones. Once you get to Westwood, it's hard to leave. Poly Pavilion, the perfect arena at 11,000. Beautiful. Well, Mara was out of there quickly and said, I'm going to Michigan to the freezing cold. Now, it doesn't matter because it's money and Michigan does have a lot of tradition. The point being is everyone's going to look. They may leave, they may not. They may get more money, they may not. Does the Terps have $10 million? Buzz is going to be much better next year. Mills is going to come back. The center's going to come back. Do we want this guy back? Payne's back. Do you want Adams back? They're not sure. Because what? Tim, they're waiting to see who comes knocking on the door. And right now, everyone's knocking, whether you're from Loyola to Towson to UMBC to Morgan to Mount St. Mary's, all the way through. More than half of your roster's coming in saying, I want to take a look. And they'll tell you, I'm okay, I'm happy here, but is there a better place to play? Do they charter? Do they have better locker rooms? Do they have practice facilities? That's all second after what question?
Money.
How much you pay me?
How much you got?
But sorry, Bun, I do want to follow up on that because you mentioned Dusty May won the portal. He signed the right guys. Kentucky allegedly spent $22 million in the portal, and they had a team that was...
They should have lost in the first round.
Yes, to Santa Clara. So, you can sign the wrong guys, too.
Sure, and Creighton had a really... I don't want to get into specifics on different people because everybody has their issues, but... You should see the portal names. Flory Bedinga's the number one guy in Kansas. They had a little bit of a down year. I know Flory very well. Great story. People in Indianapolis took care of him. He was at a Curry camp. Providence has players that are top ranked. Colorado has players that are top ranked. Colorado and Providence were bad. They're the top 5 guys in the country right now. They're ranking them. Now we have rankings of the portal. And Ken, you can get it wrong. And by the way, not everybody handles $2 and $3 million the same.
No.
Yes.
Not everybody.
Give Bones
Anthony Kim. And I like him. I'm hoping he makes a comeback. But sometimes guys say, that's enough for me. I'm good. What do you want me to do? Shoot extra? Watch. Oh, now I need to get more money. Or here's what's going on a little bit. Or my hamstring's tweaked. I played 7 games. Let's see if I can get paid next year and play next year. And I'm not talking about pain. I'm not talking about that. He was really hurt. I'm not talking about him. I want to make that very clear. But there's a bunch of guys out there that we know really weren't hurt. They just, that doesn't feel so good. I had 5 games. I averaged 12. But guess what, Tim? I had a game where I had 27 against some bad team we blew out. And we're just going to send that out there. Let them see my 27-pointer.
Jimmy,
Cannon is what's going on.
It's the game now.
Jimmy, I know this is very prisoner of the moment, and I feel like everyone asks this question for champions, but we just had Tim Murray on and pointing it out that Michigan, the highest KenPom ranking ever, it goes back to late 80s, early 90s. Where do you view this Michigan team historically? And also, Ken made a great point. Do you almost separate eras, like NIL era?
None of these guys were freshmen in Michigan.
Yeah, it's hard to judge them.
Tim, fantastic question. And I don't speak for Gary Williams, but I talk to him a lot and older guys. You can't compare Russell to Lou Alcindor. The game was a little different. You can't compare Lou Alcindor to Shaq, even though he became Kareem and still did great for the Lakers. But he wasn't Akeem. And then Shaq with Diesel was different, who had 100 rebounds in 6 games. You had 100 rebounds in 9 games. Julian Reese, second in the NBA fastest to 100.
It's incredible, isn't it?
He just works to get the ball. He's 6'9", and he's like a Moses Malone, relentless on the glass. I had them last night. You can't compare eras in NBA. You know who's better, Scheffler or Tiger Woods? I don't know what Tiger Woods did, making putts, having a roll in on the 17th Island Green. You can't compare that. But Scheffler doesn't mean he's not a better golfer. It's a different era. I'm saying that because the Masters is coming up. I just believe, Tim, the portal thing is definitely its own era, much like the steroid era.
Yeah.
Not as bad negatively because it's probably here to stay, but it's different. 5 transfers, none got recruited there. They didn't even know each other, but he still put it together, and they were good from start to finish.
Yes.
Chris Knocky landed, and I said, "What's up, my man?" in November, and he said, "Michigan is the real deal," because he was in Vegas, and Kansas was there, and all these teams were out there. And I thought the way they handled Arizona was like when we got beat by UCLA, it wasn't going to matter. We got beat by 30 in Minnesota. Well, we went back next year in the Final Four. Then we were up against Duke and lost. That's different. They just weren't in it. It was their Tommy's first time there. You think you're going to read about how it is. You don't know how it is until the phone's ringing, and everyone needs just one more ticket. If I could just get one more ticket. Or like all that stuff. Our second year, John Thompson, who we respect and admire, we weren't best friends with him, but I like Ronnie a lot and John JT3. But the old man was nice to me because I went to Carroll High School. But him and Gary were adversaries. But we knew Thompson knows what he's doing. The second Final Four we went to, we stayed out by the airport. It was the best thing we did. Right by the airport, nobody there. The Hilton, you could still there. That's it. The first year you're in Minnesota, a lot of people around, Len Elmore, Tom McMillan, and I mean that in a positive way, are showing up. The next year, all business. So Arizona got a little distracted. Michigan played great. They made threes. Maybe they did that thing where Yaxel got hurt, but then he could come back. I think UConn's an unbelievable coach. I wanted Iowa State in there just to see what they could do. But all these things add up, Tim, to they were clearly the best team from start to finish. And that's rare to see these days.
Jimmy Patso's with us in studio. It's Inside Access here on the Fan. Jimmy, I want to go to Danny Hurley. And they lose in the championship game, but they made a game of it.
Sure.
They
make a few jumpers. I would have liked to see if the pressure changed, but they didn't.
He's just he might be a lunatic, but he's the right lunatic.
He's not a lunatic. He just coaches hard.
And his guys love him. That seems pretty darn clear.
They stayed.
Yeah, I just and Caravan, he was a few, as you mentioned, a few made jumpers. Yeah, I know, but Caravan's a few made jumpers away from becoming the first non-UCLA player to win 3 titles.
3 titles and would have been the leading scorer ever. Would have think would have passed Rip Hamilton most because you have to play in a lot of games to score a lot of points. So Hurley, I beat him. I was coaching at Loyola. We beat them at Rhode Island. They called timeout. I saw Bobby Hurley scream no because Bobby was the assistant. I like Bobby, good guy. He likes to spend a Saturday at the racetrack with him. We like to go look
at the ponies.
He's a horse guy. Well, he was in that business. So Bobby and I used to hang around just different social things. Great guy. Bobby goes, it's the old man's the architect of all this. And each kid's a little different. Each kid's different, but they're obviously a great family, and I know the wife and all that. We go to the Yankees games. This whole thing, the Hurley family is about coaching. And Danny was sort of the third wheel, and now he's taken over. So I think that's interesting. Michael Corleone. Okay, they skipped Fredo and Jimmy.
Yeah.
And
I saw
Sonny.
Godfather 1 and 2, Jimmy.
I
got you on that.
Damn.
I got you on
Sonny
that.
got shot up at the toll
Yes,
booth.
well, that almost happened in Arizona State. They were close out there. But you know what happens is, Ken, is he learned it St. Benedict's, and then he went to Wagner. Is everybody listening out there that wants to be a coach? He was a high school coach and learned to coach. Then he went to Wagner in the NEC when they had Quinnipiac and Monmouth and Mount St. Mary's and Robert Morris, and learned how to coach there. Then he went to Rhode Island, the A-10, and learned how to coach there. Then he went to UConn, and he knew what he was doing, and he's really good friends with Jim Calhoun. Well, nobody's really good friends with Calhoun, but that's all right. It's kind of like the Scrooge thing's real.
Yeah.
Anyways, he goes and spends time with Jim Calhoun. He knows how to work the system, but his kids that stay. His bigs get better. They don't take off. And very rarely does anybody leave Connecticut to go anywhere else except the NBA. I know they've won. But I just told you 2,900 kids are in the portal. And he's got all kinds of kids that are staying and have been there a while. And Cam Spencer did great there. And all kinds of different people he's won with. It's not like the Hurley Leitner thing, Ken. It's like these are all different kind of names. And here comes Reed, who didn't play at Michigan, who only played a little bit last year and dominated the tournament. So he's serious. He can coach. Luke Murray, who's a really good guy from Towson's going to go to BC. Kamani. And then Tom Moore's the connector. They have Tom Moore, who was on the staff with Calhoun. They got a lot of Connecticut people around the program. I saw a picture of Rip Hamilton and Donnie Marshall, who had 27 against us in the NCAA.
Yeah.
All these Connecticut guys are hanging around the program, and I think that helps too.
Yeah, Ray Allen was there too, wearing a tiny T-shirt. Jimmy, make yourself.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, he was wearing he needed a shirt that actually fit, but he was wearing a tiny T-shirt at the game the other night. Make yourself comfortable. Jim Bowden, we're going to talk Orioles and Major League Baseball with the former exec. Of course, he was with MLB Network Radio and also The Athletic. And then Jimmy will be back on the other side. Talk some NBA. I want to get his thoughts on Will Riley. He went to my high school.
Unbelievable.
And he's killing it for the Wizards. But Jim Bowden next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
Swing into savings during the Grand Slam sales event at Bob Bell Nissan. Line up your pick from 5 great models under $30,000. Credit issues? You're safe at home with us. Don't get left on base. Shop now at BobBellNissan.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
As you watch the most accomplished players in golf chase green jackets in Augusta this week, make sure you're getting your own swing in shape with Baltimore County Golf. Getting fitted for the right clubs is one of the easiest ways to improve your game. And the PGA professionals at Baltimore County Golf are ready to give you more when you purchase your new clubs from them. More range credits to practice with your new clubs. More rounds at Diamond Ridge, Greystone, Fox Hollow, Rocky Point, and Woodlands to get out on the course. More money back to Advantage card holders to spend in the golf shop or on lessons with any of their PGA professionals. And with a lot of hard work and a little luck, maybe you'll be getting fit for your own green blazer one day. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit to make an appointment and get more golf for your club purchase this season. That's BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit. BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit. Get fit and get more with Baltimore County Golf.
Traffic sponsored by JATC Local 24.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
94.7 The Drive, fast traffic.
Inner loop of the Beltway slows off and on between 95 and Security Boulevard on the west side. Inner loop of the Beltway slows again between Charles Street and York Road through Towson. And on the outer loop of the Beltway past the Harrisburg Expressway, clearing some debris there. 32 westbound heavy from the Baltimore-Washington Parkway to Route 1. And 95 northbound, there's delays between Caton Avenue and the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 895 northbound heavy from Route 2 Hanover Street to the Harbor Tunnel. 424 Davidsonville Road at Rossback Road, clearing an accident. I'm Scott Brady with traffic. Looking for a great opportunity where you can earn while you learn? Check out the Electrical Apprenticeship Program at JATC Local 24. Go to JATC24.org for more info.
From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
The Orioles lead the White Sox 4-3 in the seventh inning. Dylan Beavers hit a go-ahead sac fly in the sixth. Kyle Bradish's day is done as he allowed 3 runs, 2 earned on 6 hits with 3 walks and had a fielding error in 5 innings. The Ravens entered last year as the prohibitive Super Bowl favorite, but ended the season with a losing record. Mark Andrews believes the team is especially motivated to break through in 2026.
I think the more you go through in life and football, whatever it may be, the urgency's got to pick up. And we haven't gotten to our end goal. That's apparent, but we're going to put the work in. We're going to be ready to go. We're going to do all the things. I'm excited about all the little changes, all the different changes, and being able to elevate ourselves to make it to that point. There's a lot of work between now and then, but everybody's here doing the work.
Alex Ovechkin said that he is waiting until after the Capitals season is over to decide whether he's calling it a career or returning to play one more year. Washington has 4 games left, including tonight versus the Maple Leafs, and faces an uphill climb to make the playoffs. Ovechkin's contract is set to expire June 30th. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 50s with an overnight low of 34. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 59. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Are you stuck in a dead-end commercial mechanical construction job? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring commercial foremen and mechanics right now. Join our team at ariosamechanical.com. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. Now let's go live to Augusta for a golf update brought to you by Baltimore County Golf. This golf season, get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
From the Augusta National Golf Club, Westwood One Sports presents this special report on the Masters, sponsored by Mirafiber. 8 grams of daily fiber in just 1 serving from the makers of Miralax. It feels like a wide-open Masters. Rory McIlroy won last year, but he's not in dominant form. Scotty Scheffler doesn't seem invincible. Maybe Cameron Young can do what Scheffler and McIlroy did the last 2 years, follow a win at the Players' Championship with the green jacket the following month. And Young says that win at TPC Sawgrass certainly showed him something.
It's certainly a confidence boost. I mean, it's more validation that when I play well, I can put myself in those situations. And the way that final round at the Players went was a really good example of just if you can keep yourself in it, that things like that can happen. And, especially around challenging golf courses, big time events, for a long time it felt like, I might always finish second in that scenario, but I've kind of feel like that's a really good example of how it can go the other way, and you can end up holding the trophy at the end of the day.
Young is in a group with McIlroy the first 2 days. They tee off at 10:31 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. You're listening to coverage of the 2026 Masters on Westwood One.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft chews, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty. The par 3 contest the day before the Masters tournament begins gives players an opportunity to relax with family, create memories. Aaron Rye is the leader, 6 under par, and in the clubhouse, Jacob Bridgman, John Kiefer won back at 5 under. Now, no par 3 winner has won the green jacket in the same year. There have been 4 holes in one today. Tommy Fleetwood, Justin Thomas, Wyndham Clark, and Keegan Bradley with the aces. And the 90th Masters opens tomorrow as it does every year with the icons of the game serving as honorary starters. Jack Nicklaus, Gary Player, and Tom Watson will hit the ceremonial tee shots at 7:25 Eastern. From Augusta, I'm Ted Emmerich, Westwood One Sports.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Couple weeks into the Major League Baseball season, perfect time to check in with Jim Bowden. Of course, you hear him on MLB Network Radio. Love the show with Jim Duquette on Sundays. And also, you see his work in The Athletic. And Jim, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. So the Orioles, they're trying to sweep the White Sox. It's been an ugly 3 games, but they lead going into the top of the 8th inning. What do you think of the Orioles through 12 games?
Yeah, it's a slow start, as we know, especially on the offensive side of things, right? Pete Alonso hasn't really gotten started yet, and some of the young kids who had really good spring trainings, like Sam Basayo and Kobe Mayo, weren't able to translate that into the regular season to start the year. But, look, this happens throughout baseball, right? We all take out the magnifying glass and the microscopes, and we all look at the first, 12 games or 13 games of the season, and everything gets blown way out of proportion. But look, this is a really good Orioles team. And look, the good news is Toronto's off to a slow start. Boston's off to a slow start. So, for the Orioles, yeah, they're off to a slow start, but they're still in second place. So, look, they're holding their own, and this is a team that hasn't hit their stride yet.
Well, Jim, someone who's off to a really good start for the Orioles is Trevor Rogers, and that's coming off a fantastic 18-game stretch last year in which he pitched to a sub-2 ERA. He was on with us a couple weeks ago prior to opening day, and he said the Orioles have not approached him about a contract extension yet. We've seen the O's that they got Shane Baz inked to a deal. Are you surprised that they haven't talked to Rodgers? How would you have handled that situation given the small sample size with him heading into his final year of club control?
Yeah, look, I don't know if there's been a conversation between Mike Elias and Trevor Rogers' agent. Sometimes you have conversations, and based on that, you don't go forward with offers because you understand where they're coming from. I mean, look, when you look at Trevor Rogers last year, he was a 1, right? He was an ace. That's what he looked like. Mm-hmm. So when you look around baseball and you see what aces are getting paid, you look at what Max Fried got and Corbin Burns got, and if you're representing Rogers, you're like, hey, my guy's your number 1. He's one of the best pitchers in baseball. And so then if you're the Orioles, it's like, yeah, but you've had a history of injuries, and we traded for you. And if we're going to pay you that kind of money, we want to see you do it again, right? We want to see another 30 starts if you're going to invest that kind of money. So it's really hard for a team to be able to do a deal with Rodgers right now because, what's the cost going to be? The cost is going to be what he looks like, right? And so that makes it hard. So, perhaps kind of like the Tigers are doing to Rick Skubal, perhaps you run it out this year, you see what he does, and then you go to the open market and see, if there isn't a way to retain him at that point. But it's not an easy sign unless you want to overpay. And as we know, they went to a certain extent with Corbin Burns and then walked away, and then Corbin Burns had Tommy John, right? So they went to a certain extent with Max Fried and then walked away. And so the question is, how far do you go with Trevor Rogers? And the other thing we don't know, being in the media, we don't know what the medicals look like. We know what the history was with the Marlins, but we don't know for sure what the MRIs say the future is for him, which also might make a deal a little bit more difficult. So I would kind of put it into that category, put it in that bucket, rather than saying it's, the Orioles don't want him or they're not trying to get him. I just think it's really difficult based on 1 year of dominance and injury history, and how do you come up with the right, contract that works for Trevor the way he's throwing.
Talking with Jim Bowden, it's Inside Access here on the Fan. Jim, I want to get back to Pete Alonso because the fan base, and not all of them, but there's a large portion of the fan base that's already in a panic because he hasn't hit 10 home runs already. And I try to calm them down. I say, you know what, if he hits 40 home runs this season, which I still think he could hit 40 home runs this season, that means there's 120 plus games that he doesn't homer. So, baseball is a game of patience. If he has a couple multi-home run games, that's even less games that he homers in. Am I crazy? Do you still feel confident that Pete Alonso is going to have a good season?
Oh, yeah, I think he'll have a good season. I think we'll get 30 homers for sure and drive in 100 probably when it's all said and done. The only thing I would always caution people is when you put these players into the algorithm and say, okay, they leave a National League team and they join an American League team, a lot of times it's the second year with that team that the player goes back to being the player than that first initial year, just because there's an adjustment, right? Pete Alonso is so used to being in the NL East. He's so used to facing the same pitchers over and over again. And now I've changed leagues. Now I've changed divisions. Now I'm learning a new city in Baltimore. My family's learning a new city. I'm learning new road cities that I'm not used to. I'm hitting in new batter's eyes that I haven't been doing on a regular basis. There's a lot of adjustments, and then you got new teammates that you're dealing with, and sometimes it's the next year that a player ends up living up to what they're going to do. In the case of Pete, such a great guy. Honestly, I'll be surprised if he doesn't end up having a similar season than he's had the last several years with the Mets. So I think at the very least, I'm expecting 30 homers, 100 RBIs, and maybe more than that. And he'll get hot, and then when he'll get going, it'll be fun to watch. And the great thing about Pete Alonso is he plays every day. He comes to the ballpark with the same positive attitude. He's going to sign the autographs. He's going to come with all the intangibles that you're looking for. And again, don't worry about it. It's April.
Jim, we've been talking to you about Adley Rutschman for a couple years now. We know he got off to a fantastic start to his career, two-time All-Star, but the past year and a half, it's been a significant slide for him. He's off to a strong start to the year, no doubt about it, but something that's been interesting is this is the 12th game the Birds have played. He's been out of the starting lineup 4 times already this year, and Craig Albernaz, he talked about prior conversation he had with Buster Posey back in 2021, where Posey told him he wishes that he took more off days. So it seems like they're kind of incorporating that with Adley to keep him healthy because he's dealt with injuries the past year and a half. But are they leaning too far in that direction? Would you like to see him DH more instead of take days off?
Yeah, it's complicated, right?
Yeah.
Because you also have a lot of mouths to feed there, right? It's not easy because, you want to get Sam Basayo fed, and you got a bunch of outfielders and first basemen that you want fed, and you got Pete Alonso that wants to play 162 games. And so where are you going to get all these ABs for everybody and keep everybody sharp? So it's not easy. Look, I totally understand, trying to preserve the long-term career of Adley Rutschman, although I'd like it more if they had signed him to a 9-year deal or an 8-year deal and you knew you were going to have him long-term. I don't know if you are now, so I wonder, are you saving him for another team or are you saving him for yourself? But I also want to get him going. And because to your point, he's never lived up to his potential, not even close. We need to get to that ceiling. So, yeah, I would tend to, my own personal philosophy, I would tend to push the envelope a little bit, not give him as many days off and see if we can't get him going. And we saw how many games Cal Raleigh caught. Look, everyone's different. Everyone's body rebounds. I get that. But I just kind of feel like we have to do everything we can to get Adley Rutschman to develop into one of the top catchers in baseball, which is where he belongs. And he's got a long way to go for that. And the best way to get there is the more you play. Now, I understand trying to take care of someone and giving him days off. But if he's not catching, DHing is the same as giving a day off to a catcher, in my opinions.
Jim, before we let you go, the fight in Anaheim last night with Jorge Soler and Ronaldo Lopez, pretty intense brawl, and they both were announced they got 7-game suspensions. Lopez hit him with a ball in his hand. I almost feel like that's brandishing a weapon. I think that's a bit light. What did you think of for the fight and the suspensions?
Yeah, I felt like, Lopez had hit him, and then he threw that pitch up by the head. I know it didn't hit him, but it was up near the head. And so, I kind of feel like if you're a hitter, you got to defend yourself at some point, right? So I didn't have a problem with Soler. Soler's a great guy. He's quiet. This is not a guy that loses temper.
Yeah.
And it just looked like to me that, he hit the homer off Ronaldo, and Ronaldo didn't know how to deal with it. So trying to hit him with a baseball, and that's what it looked like to me. So I don't blame Soler. I think he should suspend, and I hope it gets reduced. I think it will. I think 7 games was steep for him because I do think he was trying to defend himself there. And for Lopez, for me, it looked like he did it on purpose to me. You're gonna have a hard time convincing me that, after watching him pitch as much as I have, that it wasn't on purpose. And I don't like that in baseball. I don't mind pitching inside. And if you're going to hit someone, if you want to knock him off the plate, you want to hit him on the thigh, okay. But to me, hitting a guy in a wrist, he can go on the IL and you can ruin his season. You go up near the head, you can ruin his life, as we saw with Tony Conigliaro back in 1968. So, yeah, I vote for stiff penalties. And I think Mike Hill handles it quickly and efficiently these days. We don't like brawls in baseball if we can prevent it, but you also have to protect yourself.
Jim Bowden, always great. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it, you guys.
Thanks. Coming up next, Jimmy Patsos. He was hanging out, swinging 2 bats in the on-deck circle. We'll talk some NBA. Playoffs right around the corner. Jimmy Patsos with us in studio next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Rob's still in Chicago for Game 3 against the White Sox. We'll preview that game with Mike Bordick, former Oriole. Also, we're going to talk Ravens. We'll preview what they're going to discuss at the upcoming press conference.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Tom Brady might have a more hands-on approach to the Raiders than we thought. The future Hall of Famer and minority owner of the Silver and Black attended the first day of the Raiders offseason program yesterday. It also happened to be the day that projected first overall pick Fernando Mendoza had his scheduled visit with the team. This is the best news for the Raiders. If Brady is going to be involved, he needs to take Mendoza under his wing if the Raiders are going to be successful. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Running late? Don't speed. You can get pulled over, cause injuries, or worse. Drive safely and follow the speed limit. Be the driver who saves lives. Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Risa can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Springfest is happening now at Lowe's. Keep the spotlight on your yard with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch, 5 bags for $10. Plus, when you want more help indoors, get up to 40% off select major appliances that help you supercharge your chores. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid to 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Traffic sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Inner loop of the Beltway slows between the Harrisburg Expressway, I-83, and York Road through Towson. Route 32 westbound, that's heavy from the Baltimore-Washington Parkway to Route 1. And 95 northbound, heavy off and on between the Beltway and the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound, heavy from the Beltway to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound, heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic. Are you looking for your next opportunity in the commercial mechanical trades where you're valued for your experience and hard work? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring skilled foremen and mechanics right now. Join the team at ariosamechanical.com.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
With Jimmy Patsos joining us in studio. Frankie the Wonder Pup is here as well.
On the table?
Yeah, he is on the table. The mouse, Hands on the table. Now.
We're going to play Hunger Strike. Maybe that's why they all came up. He's a little guy. He has to look up. He loves Ken. That's why. Frankie has a big crush on Ken.
I love him, John.
We love Frankie.
I'm a big dog guy.
He looks tired.
I do want to ask you. So my brother was at the Wizards game last night, but he was actually, full disclosure, there for a business meeting and did not pay attention to the game, and I guess the game wasn't watchable. But I want to ask you about Will Riley, because I have this Will Riley fetish because he went to my high school. When I was there, we weren't known for
that
sports.
That would be the Phelps School in Trey Moran that had a very good year in Philly. Phelps School.
Yeah, Malvern, Pennsylvania. He's
Next to Malvern Prep.
Yes, right on the same back piece of land, yeah. He looks like a legitimate player.
Will Riley scored 40 in high school at the Dana Barrows Center. I was there, Boston.
Dana Barrows, wow.
Canadian kid. Where's he going? Wow. Not sure. Well, he's going somewhere now. He was at the Phelps School. He's always scored. He has a knack for scoring. He had 32 games in a row. The Wizards are totally into the future, and he's a big part of it. You know, the 20th pick in the draft, you hit with a guy like that. You hit with Keyshawn George. Dawkins and Winger are doing a good job for the Wizards. Time to put it all together. It's been 3 years. We're going to have 60 losses 3 years in a row. I don't want to sound like an idiot, because I would if I said everyththing's okay.
Yeah.
But the future's bright. I'm sitting with Ken, who knows this better than anybody, Tim, because he's a part of the process. The Markel Fultz process.
No, that was fun. Trading up for him and letting Tatum go to the yeah.
Well, you know.
That was fun.
But, you hit on Maxey and you hit on VJ Edgecombe.
Yeah, Edgecombe's nice.
I think Sarr's he's an A. Sarr has a chance to be an all-star. He's not an all-star, it's a chance. Bub's a really good backup, so that's that draft. Bilal Coulibaly's been shooting the ball better. That's a good draft. He can play the 3. Keyshawn George, outstanding. Trey Johnson can score the ball. But here comes Will Riley that might be better than all of them when it's said and done at the 20th pick. And when you win at that level, can Trey Young and Anthony Davis make it? That remains to be seen. Trey Young looks like he's a fantastic teammate. He's made the All-Star team before. Anthony Davis has a lot of miles. Another big draft's coming. But I want to talk about my man with 100 rebounds in 9 games. Shaq did it in 6. Juju, 9 games, 100 rebounds.
It's incredible.
Second fastest in NBA history. That's what you can say what you want. He's been rebounding in 6th grade, rebounding for Nick Miles in St. Francis. I saw him against Calvert Hall. First time, he rebounded. They won the title. He had a great 4 years at Maryland. By the way, never left. Got a raise every year. I'm not here to discuss numbers, but Juju said, I'm happy. My friends are here. I like playing here. He had a coaching change. He didn't leave. All these excuses that all these young men and women use now, and I know some of it's good, and I'm sorry, Jay Billis, he has his moments, but he's not, the smartest guy in the world like he thinks he is all the time. This is what part of him and his group said. Jay.
Ben loves that.
Yeah, Ben. See, Jay, we like Jay Billis, but he's still mad because he missed a free throw when Gary beat him in '86 when Krzyzewski was at Duke and he was at BC. Billis missed a free throw.
And Bias beat his ass once, too.
And then Bias beat. But Billis, good guy. These guys thought all this stuff would be great, but they didn't put any guardrails in. They didn't take their time. And now you have men and women leaving all over the place, whether they should or shouldn't. The money I don't have a problem with. I think it's a little high, but, I'm an older guy. That's probably what I'm supposed to think.
Yeah.
If the piece of the pie is a piece of the pie, I got no problem with that. Juju Reese showed you I can stay 4 years, withstand a coaching change, be happy, get my degree, go to the NBA, fight my way through, take my time in the 2 ways, play in front of 10 people at the Go-Go because there's no more CBA where you you were in remote places that were full. Get it? Mm-hmm. So the G League can be tough, but it's not really dropping down. It's like dropping sideways, but you get a lot of minutes. Will Riley went there and didn't complain and had a couple of really good games, and they found Will Riley knows how to score. Juju Reese knows how to rebound. If those 2 guys turn into who we think along with Keyshawn George, you're talking about an undrafted guy. Champagnie undrafted, Juju and Champagnie, Will Riley and Keyshawn George drafted in the 20s. That's how you really win. That's Michael Cooper. That's Kurt Rambis. Those are the guys on the Lakers besides Byron Scott, Magic, and Kareem.
AC Green.
AC Green, who has the record for the most consecutive games. Bub's played in every game in 2 years. The most is Mikal Bridges at 600. I wonder where he learned how to do that. Maybe down the street, right? So there's a lot of hope in the young generation. There's a lot of good things coming for the Wizards. The Sixers thing, whether Embiid and George can get it together to put this process together. But you were a jump shot that hit the back of the rim and went through. I was there. That one hit the back of the rim in Philly and went in. Kawhi Leonard from going. I want to see the Wizards get there. We want to see the Terps have a good time in the portal. Got to keep some of what you got and then add to it. It's all the same. I just don't like 2,900 kids throwing their name in there just to check out what's out there. Weren't you happy? You were getting plenty of money. You're making $1 million or $2 million.
Yeah.
Isn't $10,000 a month pretty good to be in college? That's $120,000. You're making 10 times that, and you're going to get your degree, and you're going to play basketball with guys you really like. We have to reel some of that in, Ken and Tim. And I want to hear what you guys think. What do you guys think?
That's what I was going to ask. Like, what is the solution?
Tell me. I don't know.
I know it's been thrown out like a 2-year contract type thing just to prevent some of this. I don't know the answer, Jimmy, but the NCAA, it's just a wild, wild west.
That's the problem, is the NCAA doesn't know what the hell they're doing. Yeah. Now, I have no problem with the kids making money because there's a lot of money there to be had. So, like, if a head coach like Michael Malone is getting $8.3 million a year to coach Carolina, like, I don't begrudge the kids making money. I just, there seems to be never a system in place when they institute something new. And so you get these situations where they don't know what the hell they're doing.
Look, I was just out there. The NIT was really good. The high school event was really good. The top 10 high schools made it. Then that was on Wednesday. Thursday was the NIT. Danny Gavin, Joanne Scott. Shout out to her who retired. There's 12 people running the NCAA basketball tournament. It's $1 billion business. They got all these other administrators. They need people running what really matters. The CFP's not there. They're in Dallas. Football's in Dallas. And you know who would say, you want to feel rich? Count your blessings, dog. Billy Hahn passed away 3 years today. And blessings to all our friends out there that Frank Smith from Old Dominion passed away today. I didn't know that. He worked for the NCAA. It's coming. So we've all had a great run. We're all lucky to be in basketball. We're all going to watch one shining moment. But it's changing rapidly. And I think what you said earlier in the segment before, Tim, is right. You can't compare eras. Juju Reese's rebounds are different from Shaq's because there's a lot of guys that aren't playing or people are tanking or there's more rosters. But I don't care. He's still got 100 rebounds in 9 games, and that counts. But the portal kids versus the other kids, if you didn't listen, Ken made a great point. 5 new players at Michigan. Does it count the same as UConn? UConn, who stayed on the court and shook hands with everybody, by the way. Hurley does the right thing. Tom Thibodeau always did the right thing. Tom Thibodeau, Knicks, never got a technical. Never got kicked out of a game. Never threw Leon Rose, who never talks to the media, ever, which I find kind of weird, but that's okay. So Tom Thibodeau takes the bullet for him. And then that whole management process and ownership in the Knicks. And Tom Thibodeau took the high road, went to the conference finals, and he's out. Yes, I'm speaking like a coach. I don't think that was right. Are the Knicks going further than they did last year, Ken?
The East, maybe.
That would be to the NBA Finals, is what you're saying.
Because I don't like.
Well, Detroit's got Cade Cunningham, right? But they're still winning. How interesting is Boston bringing everybody back?
Jason Tatum. The fact that they've been so good without him, and now he's there.
They win at home.
It's very, very interesting.
Spurs and OKC on the other side.
I like OKC
until somebody beats them.
Yeah,
the
they know how to
Nuggets.
win.
The Cavs aren't getting as much respect as I thought they were, but the Knicks are just. I like them, and I like Thibodeau. I'm happy with it. I like Jalen Brunson, but I'm not buying it right now. And I think Thibodeau did a lot of good things.
Yeah.
And that's why coaching, as Ken said, college coaches make a lot of money. Let the players, but let everybody stay in place because you know what Ken and I were talking about off the air? How interesting is it going to be when Joel Embiid and Paul George, who know what they're doing, go into Madison Square Garden to play a series. And watch out for the Hawks, who made some interesting moves. They got Kuminga. They got Corey Kispert, and they got C.J. McCollum, and they're 17-2. It's going to be a fascinating playoffs in the East. The West is probably more predictable. And look out next year. My Towson Tigers are coming back big. UMBC was the Kings this year, Jimmy Ferry.
Yeah.
Morgan State, they had a really good run, and he got Coach of the Year. And Towson took a notch, but they lost on a bank shot. Scary's going to have more edge, be tougher. They lost their 2 big scorers. They're gone. Watch out for them. But please make sure you do one thing. Have a great summer. I appreciate you coming. But when in doubt, go to college and high school basketball games on your own. Navy, all these. John Hopkins made the playoffs. Go in person. We're lucky. You don't realize what good basketball you have in your own backyard. And the Terps, when they cut down the nets in the suite to go to the Final Four next year, Ken, you own
Yes. Jimmy Patsos, you are the best. We'll come back, get to the Orioles. We'll update you on the game. And also, what do we think of Pete Alonso as we are now in the 12th game? We'll discuss next here on The Fan.
In terms of the draft, everybody says we're going to take the best player available, and that's usually not true.
Brian Billick on this year's Ravens draft.
But in the 14th, those guys in the 10 to 20 range, those are guys that have been pushed out of the top 10. There could be a major difference between the 14th guy on your board and the 20th guy on the board. Eric DeCosta, obviously a disciple of Ozzie Newsome, will take what their board says is the best player available, even if it's not at a specific position.
105.7 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. The big golf tournament this week starts on Thursday, and the golfer I like to win the event, currently sitting at second on the odds board, the Spaniard who has won a green jacket in the past. He's coming into this tournament in excellent form, and I don't think the favorite is going to win the event, so give me the Spaniard at the top of the board to win. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote.
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
As Pittsburgh prepares to welcome the nation to the unofficial beginning of football season, the city's kickoff celebration will begin with an unforgettable, invite-only night of music. The night before takes place on Wednesday, April 22nd at the Rivers Casino Event Center, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit. Visit Odyssey.com/the night before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Prize includes round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Orioles lead the White Sox 5-3 in the 9th inning. Taylor Ward hit an RBI double in the 8th to extend the Birds' lead. Kyle Bradish allowed 3 runs, 2 earned on 6 hits with 3 walks and had a fielding error in 5 innings. Monday marked the start of the Ravens' offseason workout program. Baltimore is looking for a bounce-back season in 2026, and Kyle Hamilton is hoping to get the defense playing up to its reputation.
I don't think we're reinventing the wheel or anything, but we just kind of got to get back to, or just reestablish, like, dominant, especially defense. I think defensively it's been pretty disappointing, just some results that we've had, and we've had some good seasons, but we've also had some bad seasons, and those are inexcusable.
Connor Griffin has signed a 9-year, $140 million contract with the Pirates. It marks the largest contract given out in franchise history. Griffin became the first teenage position player to debut since Juan Soto in 2018. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 50s with an overnight low of 34. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 59. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the Big Spin Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $50,000 instantly. Please play responsibly. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles lead the White Sox 5-3 here. Bones say that in the update. They have one out in the bottom of the 9th. Rico Garcia in to get the save as Ryan Helsley wasn't going to go 3 straight games. He walked the first batter on 4 pitches and then went 3-0 to the next one, but then threw 3 straight strikes, got the strikeout. So 1 on, 1 out, or as a 5-3, we'll keep you updated. But the Pete Alonso of it all. And Pete Alonso did have a double today, but that's his only hit of the game. He struck out twice. He's batting 188. It's 12 games into the season. Are you in panic mode about Pete Alonso?
No, I'm not in panic mode about Pete at all. Am I surprised the lack of power? Yes. I remember on Masson, they kept saying during the 4th game of the season that Pete had never gone longer than 4 games to start the year without homering. He homered in his 5th game. He only has 3 extra base hits. That's probably the most surprising thing when it comes to Pete, and it's been a big struggle of a road trip. He is 2 for 25 with 8 strikeouts on this road trip, but Pete has a track record, Ken. Like, Pete mashes, he drives in runs, and it's funny, he has never been known as this plus first baseman, but he's been awesome at first base to start the year. He helped save that game in the 9th inning on Monday, smothering that ball down the first base line, and he's
He's also been great in the clubhouse.
Great in the clubhouse as well, and he's got 1 out above average as well. So Pete, he's going to hit. It's just he's off to a slow start to the year.
Yeah, that's where I am. I think Pete Alonso is going to be just fine. I will tell you, I was surprised. It didn't look like he saw the ball well in Pittsburgh.
No,
like and that's a stadium he's played a lot. He's played, being in the National League, he's played the Pirates every year. Like, and now it's interleague, you play everybody, but He's used to playing in Pittsburgh. It was weird that he didn't look like he was seeing the ball well. He hit a double hard today. I think Pete Alonso is going to be just fine. As you said, the defense has been an aberration. Like we thought he'd be a negative defender at first. He had the one drop yesterday on the ground ball. But outside of that, he's been fantastic, and he looks limber over there at first base. I think a couple weeks from now, or a few weeks from now, he's going to have a hot stretch, and we're going to completely forget the slow start. But that's what it is, it's a slow start.
Absolutely. And like you were saying in Pittsburgh, Ken, he had 6 strikeouts in that series. I was also looking to see, okay, what are his career splits when it comes to, does he traditionally get off to slow starts? Well, he does not, and he got off to a fantastic start with the Mets last season where he had 1,100 OPS and 7 home runs in March and April of last year. And in his career, he's got a career 887 OPS in the month of March and April. So Pete getting off to this slow of a start is a bit of an aberration.
I do think once it starts warming up, the ball's going to start flying out of ballparks for a few of these guys, but him especially.
Well, if you think about it, and granted, this is just the reality of the season starting as early as it did. March 26th was the earliest MLB's ever started its season. That first series at home, it was a top 10 coldest game in Baltimore. It was extremely cold, in Pittsburgh. They had to move up a game yesterday because of the frigid conditions in Chicago. So I think it's supposed to warm up this weekend in Baltimore.
Yeah,
and
70s.
Hopefully the ball starts flying.
When we come back, this game should have gone final. We will recap, give you what our thoughts on what happened in this game. Do the Orioles hold on and get the sweep, or do the White Sox come back and tie this or get the W? We will recap the game with you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Rob's still in Chicago for Game 3 against the White Sox. We'll preview that game with Mike Bordick, former Oriole. Also, we're going to talk Ravens. We'll preview what they're going to discuss at the upcoming press conference.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
A.J. Michaels, bringing comfort and savings to Baltimore area homes since 1978.
At A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling, you get maximum value for your investment. You'll save substantial energy, get big rebates, and a 30% tax credit. That's value. Find us at ajmichaels.com. That's ajmichaels.com.
Attorney Aaron Snyder here. Injured in an accident? Call Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg, 1-800-INJURED. Hi, this is Attorney Aaron Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit coseclaw.com, the people's choice.
This is Andy Palladino of the Palladino Financial Group. Want to know what you can do to make sure you have enough money in retirement? Tune into my radio show, Your Financial Hour, every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m., and I'll explain steps you can take to help safeguard your income. That's every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger.
Hey.
Who's an oversharer.
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Hey Birdland, 410 Day is around the corner on April 10th. From 5 p.m. to midnight, ride MTA transportation for free to pack the yard as your Orioles take on the San Francisco Giants. Enjoy drink specials, live music, local eats, post-game fireworks, and so much more. Don't miss your chance to celebrate and rep Charm City with your whole crew. Get tickets at Orioles.com/410Day.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
In some cases, shoulder and elbow pain can slow you down. In other cases, it can stop you in your tracks and prevent you from living your best life. Don't allow that to happen. The experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, will provide the comprehensive care you need to keep your shoulders and elbows well and working. Schedule an appointment with one of our shoulder and elbow specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
This is the sound of resilience, relief, the sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenebaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port-in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Inner loop of the Beltway slows through Towson between the Harrisburg Expressway and Dulaney Valley Road. Route 32 westbound still heavy from the Baltimore-Washington Parkway to Route 1. 95 northbound is heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from the Beltway to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
How sweep it is, Bone. It wasn't pretty. None of these games were pretty, but the Orioles defeat the White Sox 5-3. Taylor Ward 4 for 5 with 3 doubles. Taylor Ward has been a incredible revelation early on in the season. Orioles come back from the early 2-0 deficit. Also trailed 3-2 after the Kyle Bradish snafu, not catching the ball and then not going to pick it up. But they win 5-3. Rico Garcia, after walking the first guy and going 3-8 of the second guy, did walk a second guy, but he gets the save. Kyle Bradish actually gets the win, despite the fact that he wasn't very good.
It was a gutsy win for the Orioles today, and really a gutsy series for them because they were absolutely scuffling heading to Chicago. They had just been swept by the Pirates. They had lost 5 of 6. And now we're back at 500. And Taylor Ward, he's en fuego right now. Like
he's something.
3 doubles today. He's got 9 on the season, which leads the majors. And all 9 of those are in the past 8 games. And the offense picking up Kyle Bradish, who Bradish did not have it today. He didn't. He had 3 walks. He did not get much swing and miss, only 4 whiffs. And then he had, quite frankly, just a lazy play in which he walked the bases loaded, dropped Adley Rutschman throwing the ball back to him, and had no sense of urgency getting that ball, ended up being charged with a fielding error. But the bullpen, Ken, 4 shutout innings.
Hey, Tyler Wells has righted the ship. He had 2 straight 2-inning scoreless outings today, an inning scoreless. Grant Wolfram looked good today. There's some things to start to like about this. A couple of Nunez looked good today.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Craig Albanez having the confidence in Anthony Nunez to put him in a leverage spot where the Orioles were leading by 1 run in the 8th inning, and he was fantastic. 1-2-3 inning. He got his first 2 outs on 4 pitches, and then he got a strikeout.
Yeah, I'm getting more and more impressed with some of these guys. And Cano was decent. Was it yesterday? So maybe they've got the makings of some dudes. It does frustrate the hell out of me, though. You get a high leverage situation. You're not used to being in that situation. Rico Garcia came in, walked the first guy on 4. He walked him on 4 pitches, and they went 3-0 to the one hitter, but he then struck him out in the next 3 pitches.
Came back and struck him out. And Rico Garcia, outside of today, he's been really, really filthy, and one of those guys that you probably really trust in this bullpen. But now, basically 2 full weeks into the season, the bullpen's been solid. It hasn't been horrible. If anything, the defense has been much more of a concern in the first couple weeks than the bullpen.
And we saw some of that today. Tyler O'Neill in right field, Kyle Bradish, you mentioned earlier. It seems like it's a daily occurrence with this stuff.
Yeah, and it was funny when we went around the Beltway earlier. Ben played that clip of Craig Albanez following Monday night's game where they did have really good defense on display and saying that this wasn't prioritized under the past management. But it hasn't been a good start defensively for this club. But they still found a way, Ken. They still found a way, and now you come back to Baltimore. You're facing a really struggling Giants team over the weekend, and you hope that you can really go on a run here.
So are we feeling like we had Jim Bowden on, and obviously he was a Patso sandwich. Jimmy was on either side of him, so you might get lost in that.
It's a hell of a sandwich.
It is a delicious sandwich. But he said it's early. You have a chance to go to 500 today, and you're in second place in the division. So take a deep breath. Are you buying what Jim Bowden's selling?
Yeah, look, I wasn't freaking out when we did the show Monday, and they were sitting at 3-6, and they lost 5 of 6. But I was kind of using the phrase, you better right the ship this week. You better start winning some series this week. And step 1 complete. You were able to get this sweep, and you're back to 500. And the schedule's still soft upcoming. So you got to take advantage of it. And the fact that Jim's right, the AL East outside of the Yankees have really, really been scuffling. So you haven't lost a ton of ground there. It's very early. It's still very early. And this offense, despite getting back to 500, is still really yet to get going. So there's room for growth.
I do, Beltway Ben, I do want to bring you in on this because you are probably, as far as the Orioles are concerned, you're an optimist. You think positively. So are you buying what Jim Bowden was selling? They're now 500. They're in second place in the division. They haven't played great baseball, but nothing has been lost yet.
Yeah, but to that, I don't feel like the World Series is on after the sweep. You know what I mean?
I'm not saying that.
No, I know.
Yeah,
I'm not too high. It was good to bounce back. There were still some issues, but they were able to find ways to win games. And in those conditions, with the weather and how things were going there, it's not easy to win. To take 3 games from a team who just smoked the Blue Jays, who was the pick for a lot of national media to win the division coming into the year, to push that team and to fight from behind, right? They were down in a majority of these games and able to battle back. It's definitely a good feel.
And also going back to Monday with a hat tip to Brandon Young, making a spot start, losing 5 of 6 heading in, and for him to shut out the White Sox in 5 innings, that was huge. That was huge.
Orioles sweep the White Sox, winning 5-3 today. Coming up next, we're going to talk about the O's with Ryan Ripken. How's he feeling about these Orioles? They're off tomorrow, start a homestand on Friday against the Giants. Ryan Ripken joins us next here on The Fan.
This is The Fan, baby.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant now open in Millersville.
Hey, it's Rob Long. Golf fans, don't miss this. This Friday, tee off the big golf weekend at Elephant in the Room from 6 to 10 a.m. with the Big Bad Morning Show live, plus a Southern-style breakfast, full ball, and putting contest giveaways. Join us Friday morning in Millersville. We'll be there.
Get in on the action at Horseshoe Casino. 55 or older? Join them for Generation Fun every week. 3 winners will be drawn from 3 p.m. till 4 p.m. Wednesdays and Thursdays. Horseshoe Baltimore. Baltimore's best bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
When your money gets tight, you have to make some tough choices. Do you pay the mortgage, pay the credit cards, or pay the IRS? For lots of people, taxes get pushed aside until the letters start, then the threats, then the action, bank levies, wage garnishments. You can stop worrying. The IRS is offering new opportunities to help you resolve your back taxes. And Guardian Tax knows how it all works. If you owe more than $10,000 in back taxes, you may qualify to reduce your total tax debt by a very significant amount, even if you're years behind on filing. But timing matters, and so does who you trust. Guardian Tax knows the system and how to work it in your favor. They step in, deal with the IRS directly, and fight to protect what you've worked so hard to earn. In today's economy, you can't afford to lose more. Call Guardian Tax now for a free confidential consultation. 800-404-4307. 800-404-4307. Don't wait for the IRS to make the next move. Make yours first. Call now. 800-404-4307.
This golf season, get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Plus, Baltimore County Golf gives you more golf with your golf purchase than other retailers. More range credits to practice with your new clubs. More rounds at Greystone and Woodlands to get out on the course. More money back to Advantage card holders to spend in the golf shop or on lessons with any of our PGA professionals. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit to make an appointment and get more golf for your club purchase this season. Get fit and get more with Baltimore County Golf.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code CHARM01 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to the NFL Draft.
Insights and analysis from the Fan's Vinny Serrato, former NFL general manager and director of player personnel.
He'll go up and get the ball. I mean, it was impressive watching him on film, but he is a really good tackler. He'll come up hard, aggressive.
Every day, Vinny provides grades and predictions for Ravens players and teams in our division.
Baltimore Ravens select.
Never miss a moment. Subscribe to Vinny and Haynie on the free Odyssey app. From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Inner loop of the Beltway slows between the Harrisburg Expressway and Dulaney Valley Road through Towson. Outer loop of the Beltway before Liberty Road, there's an accident. Right lane and shoulder are blocked. Just a brief delay there. 95 northbound at Dundalk Avenue, there's a crash. And 95 northbound heavy between the Beltway and the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from 895 to 95 in Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
The Orioles beat the White Sox 5-3 to complete a 3-game sweep and get back to 500. Taylor Ward had 4 hits, including 3 doubles, and drove in 2 runs. The Birds are off today before playing the Giants at home on Friday. The Ravens entered last year as the prohibitive Super Bowl favorite, but ended the season with a losing record. Mark Andrews believes the team is especially motivated to break through in 2026.
I think the more you go through in life and football, whatever it may be, the urgency's got to pick up. And we haven't gotten to our end goal. That's apparent, but we're going to put the work in. We're going to be ready to go. We're going to do all the things. I'm excited about all the little changes, all the different changes, and being able to elevate ourselves to make it to that point. There's a lot of work between now and then, but everybody's here doing the work.
Alex Ovechkin said that he is waiting until after the Capitals season is over to decide whether he's calling it a career or returning to play one more year. Washington has 4 games left, including tonight versus the Maple Leafs, and faces an uphill climb to make the playoffs. Ovechkin's contract is set to expire June 30th. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 50s with an overnight low of 34. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 59. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. Right now, you could save up to 50% off new windows from Window Nation. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. Now let's go live to Augusta for a golf update brought to you by Baltimore County Golf. This golf season, get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
From the Augusta National Golf Club, Westwood One Sports presents this special report on the Masters, sponsored by Liberty Mutual. Liberty Mutual customizes your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need. Scotty Scheffler has been number 1 in the world for almost 3 years running, and in that span, he won his 2nd Masters. He also picked off half the majors in 2025, the PGA Championship and the British Open. Scheffler this week looked back on his parents taking out a $50,000 loan to join one of the elite country clubs in Dallas so he could sharpen his skills.
I grew up on the range at Royal Oaks watching professionals practice. I was fortunate they let me hang around from a young age, and so I just watched. I tried to learn. I tried to emulate them, and I always watched, and I felt like I could do the things that they did. And from a young age, I just continued to just try and do it. But it's weird. Like, I believe that I can make it out here, but I never expected it, if that makes sense.
And yet here Scheffler is, the favorite yet again. He has wrapped up the par 3 contest. He is on the range right now, driver in hand. Scheffler in the second to last group to tee off in the first round tomorrow at 1:44 Eastern. He's alongside Gary Woodland and Robert McIntyre. You're listening to coverage of the 2026 Masters on Westwood One.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like
Customizing car insurance just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Aaron Rye wins the par 3 contest with a score of 6 under. The Englishman will try to make history as the first par 3 winner to also win the green jacket the same week. The first par 3 contest was in 1960. We had 4 aces today from Justin Thomas, Wyndham Clark, Keegan Bradley, and Tommy Fleetwood. Bradley, in fact, became the first player to have a hole-in-one at the par 3 contest in back-to-back years. Meanwhile, Tommy's 8-year-old son, Frankie, was so close to carrying the water with a drive at the 9th. He landed just to the right and got wet. Frankie said it'll be a long year ahead, waiting until next year to try again. From Augusta, I'm Ted Emmerich, Westwood One Sports.
Ryan Ripken's commentary is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You could win instantly or enter to win cash for Orioles home runs as a contestant of the game. Please play responsibly.
Orioles win 5-3. They sweep the Chicago White Sox. Perfect time to talk to our guy, part of our Baltimore Baseball Night coverage, Ryan Ripken. And Ryan, thank you as always for your time. Full disclosure, Bone put me up to this, so let's start with a callback. Are the Orioles fine?
Hey, the Orioles are on a 3-game win streak, Ken.
Yes,
how about that?
They are.
You know, I always early on, and when you lose 3 games in a row, you hit a panic button. And then once you win 3 in a row, and if you guys can hear, my dog is very excited the Orioles won. But the biggest thing overall here is it's so early in the season. And when you're so early into the year, you're just trying to get things right. And it's going to take time to figure it all out. But one thing that people should know, there's only 3 teams in the American League with a winning record at this moment that we're talking on the phone. So it was a great bounce back. There's a lot of work to be done. And I could argue that the Orioles have not played well for the 12 games. I think everyone would agree it hasn't been a smooth one, but would you take with the start that you've seen that they are 500 coming home with a chance to build momentum? I think a lot of people would be satisfied after what we saw in Pittsburgh.
Ryan, I thought it was pretty cool that Craig Albanaz showed some confidence in Anthony Nunez to put him in a leverage situation, an identical situation that he was in against the Pirates on Saturday, a 1-run lead, and unfortunately he messed the PFP up in Pittsburgh. But Nunez in this one, 10 pitches to have a clean inning, ended it with a strikeout. Do you see him as a high leverage arm in this pen?
Well, I think he could play himself into it, you know, and for those guys where I'm not going to say he made the camp out of nowhere, but a guy that people were flying under the radar. And then he gets off to a solid start, and then he builds momentum because he gets put in a tougher situation. Then he's put in another tough situation. And once you build that confidence, absolutely, he can move his way into it. You know, I don't want to say that just yet because I don't want him to feel he has to be, but I bet you Anthony's going to say, hey, I want the ball in crucial moments. And, you know, another player that I thought of that was under the radar coming into an opening day, people weren't sure what he could be, and he was put in some high leverage moments, and then he ended up being one of the best closers in baseball. And that was Felix Bautista. You know, similar storyline of under the radar, made the team, and then he blossomed into a role. Now, I want to emphasize, I'm not expecting Anthony Nunez in any shape or form to do what the Mountain did his rookie year and when he became the best closer, but the same storyline of a young player that is building confidence in the big leagues. And as that confidence builds, could he become a big part of the bullpen? I do think that can be a possibility. So I'm really happy with the start that I've seen from Anthony Nunez.
Talking with Ryan Ripken's Inside Access here on The Fan. Ryan, coming into this year, Taylor Ward never had a 4-hit game. After today, he now has 2 early this season. So is Taylor Ward a great hitter or the greatest hitter?
Yes.
Yes.
How about yes? I mean, and how about Taylor Ward? He's just been a pro's pro and could not have asked, honestly, for a better stretch here over the last week for him. A guy that has been known for having the big power, but what we've seen from him is tremendous patience at the plate, working counts, and then really just giving or taking what pitchers are giving him, and I think that's been the really exciting part for Taylor Ward. And if he just continues doing this, I think Birdland would be ecstatic. But I think he's even starting to figure out parts of his game that I think people underestimated with him. All we've heard is he's the big RBI guy and big home run guy, which he was last year. But this Taylor Ward, I think, can be even the best version that he possibly has been. So it's been awesome to watch. I think especially what I've loved is this offense is still trying to find themselves, and they are. At points of the season, you're going to need someone else to kind of be a catalyst for your offense. And in this portion, while this offense has been struggling, it's been Taylor Ward and a little bit of Gunnar Henderson to keep those guys back on track. So whatever he's doing, don't overthink it, and hopefully he carries that into a weekend series here coming back to Baltimore.
That's where I was going next, Ryan. Gunnar Henderson, he had the big blast yesterday, the 2-run homer to put the O's up in that game, ended up being the final score 4-2. He had a double in the 9th, ended up being an insurance run for the Birds to give him a 2-run lead today. Gunnar right now is slugging .551. He's got 4 homers, 2 off lefties when he hit 3 off lefties all of last year. It seems like the power's back.
Oh, yeah. And you know what? It's a healthy Gunnar Henderson. And I really want to emphasize with this, a healthy Gunnar Henderson. He didn't have that going into the year last year. You missed all of spring training, really, and then you battle back, and then you're trying to be comfortable, but you're not 100% comfortable, and you're trying to get your reps all through April, and then you're banged up. And I honestly think Gunnar playing the World Baseball Classic was one of the best things for him. It brought intensity early. It had that competitive fire, which he always has, but he was getting those reps when he did play in the World Baseball Classic, emphasized when he played. And he was great. And I think that Gunnar is poised for his best year yet. And I really do believe that. I really don't know what his ceiling can be, but I know it's high, and I know we haven't seen what it is. And that's really scary for opposing teams when you think back to what he did 2 years ago and how impactful he can be at the dish. So I think we also forget still how young he is, and he's been in the big leagues now for a few years. So, yeah, I love what Gunnar's doing. I love the confidence. And actually, I love the fact that he's whacking the ball when it's so damn cold up in Chicago where no one wants to swing, and yet he's putting balls out of the ballpark in a really tough environment. I expect this to continue on for Gunnar, and I think he's going to I think the power numbers are legit, and they're going to be the best of his young career so far.
Ryan, before we let you go, any concern with Kyle Bradish? Another rocky start, and then you had the situation where he doesn't catch the throw, the ball from Adley after the walk, and then doesn't hustle to get it, and allows a run to score. It was the lead run at the time, but he hasn't looked like the Kyle Bradish we know yet.
Yeah, well, first off with that incident, right, and he'll even tell you it was lazy by him, and no one's more embarrassed about the moment or pissed off than Kyle Bradish about it. And yes, Albernez went up to him and they talked about it, but that's what I love with Kyle. He's not going to sugarcoat it. He didn't handle it well enough, and he's mad about it, and it won't happen again, and I 1,000% believe him. And I'm not worried about Kyle the pitcher. I think that the other little note that people should also at least address, Kyle hasn't pitched in April in 2 years. And so when he's come in, it's been warmer weather, being comfortable, being acclimated. This is the first time he's opened up a season. And I think he's just trying to work some things out. But watching him, it's really been one inning or one sequence over the last 3 starts that could really change people's perception of how he pitched. It was the one inning in Pittsburgh. It was the one inning he had in the opener. And then this moment where he dropped the ball is what highlights his last start. So I think Kyle's going to get in rhythm here, and he's going to remind people of how good he is, but he just got to stay the course. And once that happens, man, I think this 1-2 punch of Rogers and Bradish, and I'll even throw Shane Baz in there. I think they're going to be really tough to beat.
Ryan, always great, man. Thank you so much for your time. We will chat next week.
All right, guys. Have a great rest of your day. Talk soon.
Yes, sir. We'll come back at the Text Today, Preview Tomorrow show, get you ready for Westwood One Radio coming up at 6 here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Rob's still in Chicago for Game 3 against the White Sox. We'll preview that game with Mike Bordick, former Oriole. Also, we're going to talk Ravens. We'll preview what they're going to discuss at the upcoming press conference.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. Inside Access presented by FanDuel. FanDuel has your back with a special mulligan bet token this week in golf. Once the tournament starts, you can turn any losing bet into a bonus bet for another try. Now you've got protection. Take that sleeper pick or make a bold prediction. Backing someone to win it all? Go for it. Like someone for a top 5 finish? Lock it in with confidence, because if it doesn't hit, you've got that mulligan in your back pocket ready to go. Go to FanDuel.com/local to claim your special mulligan bet back token. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Opt-in required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Los Angeles Lakers lost horribly to the Thunder last night, but it's not surprising that without LeBron and an injured Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves, that the Lakers were absolutely decimated by the best team in the NBA. If Doncic and Reeves can't make it back for the first round of the playoffs, the Lakers' hopes of advancing shrink significantly. The Lakers are 1 game back of the Denver Nuggets, who have 3 games left in the regular season against the Grizzlies, the Thunder, and the Spurs. I'm Adam Abdallah.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Traffic is sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com. Box Hill, best crab cakes in Maryland.
This traffic report is brought to you by Lincoln Tech of Columbia. LincolnTech.edu.
The jobs are out there. The question is, are you ready for them? Enroll now for spring classes at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus with hands-on training built around what employers need. You won't just learn it, you'll do it. Visit LincolnTech.edu for info.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. That's right, for decades upon decades, from one generation to the next, we've been providing the best fences, decks, pavers, and more. And financing's available for qualified buyers. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There's a long time name for quality. Long Fence.
Springfest is happening now at Lowe's. Keep the spotlight on your yard with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch, 5 bags for $10. Plus, when you want more help indoors, get up to 40% off select major appliances that help you supercharge your chores. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid to 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead? Guilty.
Wait, what?
Also, objection. You object to what? Erroneous. Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel? You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Outer loop of the Beltway before Liberty Road. Accident's been cleared to the right shoulder. All lanes are now open. Inner loop slows again between the Harrisburg Expressway and Dulaney Valley Road through Towson. 95 northbound at Dundalk Avenue. Accidents clearing. 95 northbound heavy between the Beltway and the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from 895 to 95 in Russell Street. And 895 northbound still heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles get the sweep. They're off tomorrow. Start a homestand against the Giants on a Friday. So everything's good again. And
those are fine.
Tomorrow will be exactly 2 weeks till the NFL draft. Or
crazy.
A week from next Thursday.
2 weeks, a week from next Thursday.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Be in Pittsburgh again.
Yes, you will.
With Vinny.
Yeah, are you guys sharing a room?
I think we are.
Nice.
We were supposed to have separate rooms, but Vinny. I'll tell you after. I think we're same room.
Nice.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Let's get the text of the day.
Time for the Inside Access text of the day.
Text of the day comes from Jalen in Baltimore, who says, happy to hear Zay say he wants to spend his full career in Baltimore. Seems all but certain we're going to pay that man.
Yeah, I think that's happening.
I would be shocked if Zay Flowers does not get a second contract here. It just wouldn't make any sense, Ken. Like, you've been traveling through the abyss trying to draft and develop a wide receiver since your franchise's inception. You finally hit on a guy who's an ascending player. He's gotten better each year of his career. That's the player you lock up.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Zay Flowers will get an extension done with the Baltimore Ravens in the very near future.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if he has a new contract before week 1.
Ben, I forgot to ask you this earlier, and this is I want you to make a prediction. We were out in the kitchen earlier, and you know Max, sales guy Max, big Terp fan. So I asked him to predict. I said, give me your prediction of the big get for Maryland in the portal. And he goes, I don't know if this is a big name, but he said the Carolina kid. I forget his name now.
Derek Dixon.
So I'm going to ask you the same question. Give me a prediction. Jimmy Patso said 2,900 kids are in the portal now. Maryland has money. Give me that prediction. Who was the name guy that you think, not that you want, but you think they're going to sign?
Isaiah Jackson from Colorado.
Wow.
I think they're in the race. We'll see. It'll be tough. Derek Dixon, as long as he doesn't go back to UNC, seems like there's a good shot the Terps can get him, but if there was a big fish, I think it would be Isaiah Jackson from Colorado.
Interesting. Now, he's one of the top kids in the portal, correct?
Yes.
And Jimmy was screaming, they're all from teams that were bad. All the top kids are schools that were bad. Alas, Bone, what do we have on tomorrow's show?
Tomorrow's show, still waiting to hear back from people, but Tony Gwynn Jr., Rob Long so far, and tune in. It'll be great.
Oh, wow. That's a ringing endorsement.
I'm just saying, tune in. It'll be great.
We have a lot going on tomorrow. Orioles are off, but we'll get you caught up on everything. And we are exactly 2 weeks away from the NFL draft when we hit the air tomorrow. So that is it for us. Westwood One Radio. Coming up next, we'll talk to you tomorrow, too, here on The Fan.
Crushing the last lone American